The Yi family was one of the top families in Yanjing and across the nation. Yet Yi Chun was the Livian son-in-law, despised by everyone. No one knew his true identity. Those who looked down on him would eventually kneel before him and tremblingly call him master. The luxurious Shao family villa was brightly lit. Tonight was the 70th birthday banquet of old lady Shao, the head of the Shao family. A group of grandchildren, granddaughters, and their spouses presented lavish gifts. Grandma, I heard you love tea. This century-old pure tea brick is worth 500,000, a birthday gift for you. Grandma, I heard you are a Buddhist. This jade Buddha carved from Hetian jade is worth 700,000. Old lady Shao looked at the various gifts and laughed heartily. The whole family was harmonious and happy. At that moment, Yi Chun, the eldest grandson-in-law, suddenly spoke up. Grandma, could you lend me 1 million? Aunt Li from the welfare home has uremia and needs money for treatment. The entire Shao family was stunned. Everyone stared at Yi Chun with incredulous eyes. Was this Livian's son-in-law too bold? On the old lattice birthday, not only did he bring no gift, but he also dared to ask for a staggering 1 million. 3 years ago, old Master Shao, still alive, then somehow brought Yi Chun and insisted on marrying his eldest granddaughter Shao Charan to him. At that time, Yi Chun was penniless, no better than a beggar. After they married, the old master passed away, and since then the Shao family has been scheming to drive him out. But Yi Chun remained indifferent, unmoved by insults, and continued as the Livian son-in-law. Borrowing money from the old lady today was a last resort. Aunt Li from the welfare home, who had taken him in and saved his life, had uremia. Dialysis and a kidney transplant would cost at least 1 million. He had no choice but to ask the old lady. He thought that today was the old lattice birthday, and if she was happy, she might be merciful. Unexpectedly, old lady Shao, laughing just a second ago, instantly darkened her face. She threw the teacup in her hand to the ground and shouted angrily, "You bastard! Are you here to celebrate or to borrow money?" Yi Chen's wife Shao Charan hurried forward and explained to the old lady, "Grandma, Yi Chen doesn't know any better. Please don't blame him." As she spoke, she tried to pull Yi Chen aside. At this moment, Shao Charan's cousin Shao Weiwei sneered, "Sis, look at the trash you married. Wang Yunfei and I are only engaged, not even married, and he already gave Grandma a Hetian jade Buddha. But your husband, not only did he not bring any gift, but he has the nerve to borrow money." "That's right, brother Yi Chun. We are both grandsons-in-law of the Shao family, but you as the eldest have failed miserably." The man speaking was Shao Weiwei's fiancée, Wang Yunfei, the young master of a prominent local family. Although Wang Yunfei was about to marry Shao Weiwei, in his eyes, Shao Weiwei's beauty was far inferior to Yi Chen's wife Shao Charan by 1,000 miles. Shao Charan was a renowned goddess in all of Jinling. Seeing her married to such a useless man, Wang Yunfei felt deeply displeased. Scum like him better leave the Shao family soon. Exactly. This guy has shamed the whole family. I think his borrowing money is a pretext. His real intent is to spoil Grandma's birthday mood. Yi Chen saw the entire Shao family targeting and insulting him, and he couldn't help clenching his fists. If not for scraping together the medical fees for his lifesaver, he would have long turned and left this place of trouble. But thinking of his father's teaching from childhood, that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a gushing spring, he forcefully suppressed his humiliation and said to old lady Shao, "Grandma, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. I beg you for mercy." Someone snorted and cursed. "You stop feeding Grandma your sweet talk. If you want to save someone, find a way yourself. Who do you think you are to ask Grandma to pay for your rescue?" The speaker was Shao Weiwei's elder brother Shao Hailong. The siblings always resented Shao Charan, who surpassed them in every aspect, and thus they loved to seize opportunities to mock Yi Chun. Shao Charan, standing by, looked embarrassed and said, "Grandma, Yi Chun lost his father at 8, and Aunt Li from the welfare home raised him. His desire to repay her comes from a grateful heart. Please help him." Old lady Shao's face darkened. "Help him? Fine, unless you divorce him and marry young Master Zhang. If you do that, I'll immediately give him 1 million. The young Master Zhang the old lady mentioned was Zhang Wenhao, who had been pursuing Shao Charan. The Zhang family was an upper-class clan in Jinling, much more powerful than the Shao family, and the old lady had always wanted to curry favor with them. At this moment, the butler strode in and announced loudly, "Young Master Zhang Wenhao has sent a birthday gift. A Buddha amulet carved from old pit jadeite worth 3 million yuan. Old lady Shao was overjoyed and burst out, bring it here, let me see." The butler immediately handed over a bright green jadeite Buddha amulet. Everyone present let out a gasp of admiration. The jadeite Buddha amulet was emerald green, translucent, without a trace of impurity, clearly of top quality. Wang Yunfei, who had given the Hetian jade Buddha, felt a bit embarrassed when he saw this jadeite amulet. He hadn't expected Zhang Wenhao, who had no relation to the Shao family, to be so generous. Old lady Shao happily played with the jadeite amulet, and said cheerfully, "Oh, young Master Zhang is so thoughtful. If he could become my grandson-in-law, I would laugh even in my dreams." Then she looked up at Xiao Churan. "What do you think? Will you consider my condition?" Xiao Churan shook her head. "Grandma, I will not divorce Yi Chun." Old Lady Xiao's expression instantly turned gloomy. She raged, "You won't take the hint. Insisting on hanging yourself on this good for nothing. Get this trash out of here. My birthday banquet does not allow this waste to participate." Yi Chun was utterly disappointed with the Xiao family. Having lost face, he said to Xiao Churan, "Churan, I'm going to the hospital to see Aunt Li." Xiao Churan hurriedly said, "Then he'll go with you." Old Lady Xiao then cursed, "If you also leave, you are no longer my granddaughter. Take your parents and roll out of the Xiao family with this trash." Xiao Churan was taken aback, never expecting the old lady to say such harsh words. Yi Chun quickly said, "You stay, don't worry about me." With that, before Xiao Churan could react, he turned and walked out. Xiao Hailong laughed behind him. "Oh, my dear brother-in-law, you're leaving on an empty stomach. Are you going to beg on the streets? If you do, want you disgrace the Xiao family even more. I still have 1 yuan here. Go buy a steamed bun." Xiao Hailong pulled out a coin and threw it at Yi Chun's feet. The entire Xiao family burst into loud laughter. Yi Chun gritted his teeth and walked out of the Xiao house without looking back. Arriving at the hospital, he immediately went to the payment counter to negotiate a 2-day extension for the medical fees. However, when he inquired with the nurse, he was suddenly told that Aunt Li had been taken overnight to the best hospital in Yinjing Peking Union Medical College Hospital for treatment. Yi Chun was shocked and asked urgently, "How much does it cost?" "They'll find a way." The other person said, 3 million in total. 1 million has been paid and 2 million is still needed. It must be paid in full within a week. Who paid that 1 million? The other person shook their head. "I don't know." Yi Chun was puzzled. As he was about to figure this out, he turned around to find a man in a black suit with slightly graying hair, about 50 years old, standing behind him. Their eyes met. The man bowed to him and said, "Young master, you have suffered all these years." Yi Chun frowned, his whole demeanor shifting to a cold aura, and asked coldly, "Are you Tang Sihai?" The other man said joyfully, "Young master, you remember me." Yi Chun's expression turned stern, and he murmured, "Of course I remember. I remember every one of you. Back then you forced my parents to take me away from Yinjing, fleeing all the way. In that process, my parents met with an accident and died, and I became an orphan. What do you want from me now, eh?" Tang Sihai said painfully, "Little master, when your father passed, the old master was also deeply grieved. He has been looking for you all these years. Now that you've been found, come back with me to see him." Yi Chun said coldly, "Leave. I will never see him in this life." Tang Sihai said, "Young master, do you still blame the old master?" "Of course." Yi Chun said word by word, "I will never forgive him in this life." "Ah." Tang Sihai let out a long sigh and said, "Before I came, the old master said you might not forgive him. Then he has self-awareness." Tang Sihai said, "The old master knows you have suffered these years. He asked me to give you some compensation. If you don't want to come back, he will buy the largest enterprise in Jinling and give it to you. In addition, he gives you this card with the password as your birthday." With that, Tang Sihai handed over a top-tier Citibank black card. "Young master, there are only 5 such cards in the country." Yi Chun shook his head. "Take it away. I don't want it." Tang Sihai said, "Young master, your lifesaver still owes 2 million in medical fees. If you can't pay, her life may be in danger." Yi Chun frowned. "Did you deliberately scheme against me?" Tang Sihai hastily said, "I wouldn't dare. If you accept this card, it will be enough to cover the fee." Yi Chun asked, "How much money is in this card?" The old master said, "This card holds a little pocket money for you. Not much, just 10 billion in total." 10 billion. Yi Chun was dumbfounded. He knew his grandfather's family was wealthy, but he was still young then and had no concept of money. He only knew that the Yi family was one of the top families in Yinjing and across the country. But he had no idea exactly how much money there was. Now, however, he finally understood. 10 billion was just spending money. The entire Yi family's wealth probably exceeded 1 trillion. To be honest, at that moment his heart was tempted. But when he thought of his parents' death, for which his grandfather was not blameless, he found it hard to forgive. Seeing his hesitation, Tang Sihai quickly said, "Young master, you are a member of the Yi family. This money is rightfully yours. And strictly speaking, it was your father's money." The old master said that if you are willing to return, the family's $1 trillion estate will be yours to inherit. If you are not willing to come back, this sum is just for your living expenses. Oh, by the way, Jinling's largest enterprise, the Dihao Group, worth 100 billion yuan, was fully acquired by the Yi family yesterday. All the shares are now under your name. You can go to the Dihao Group tomorrow to take over." Yi Chun could hardly believe it. Was the Yi family investing so heavily for him? A black card with 10 billion, the Dihao Group worth 100 billion. Though Jinling was full of hidden talents, the one true deity was the Dihao Group. Any family would have to bow before it. It was the emperor of Jinling's commercial realm. Even the Xiao family, the Wang family who humiliated him today, and the Zhang family who pursued Xiao Chen, they were all mere minions before the Dihao group. He never imagined it was now his. At that moment, Tang Sihai handed him a business card saying, "Young master, you might need some time to calm down and think. I won't disturb you. Here is my number. Feel free to call me anytime." Having said that, Tang Sihai turned and left. After he was gone, Yi Chen still stood there in a daze. He didn't know if he should accept the Yi family's compensation. But on second thought, he had lived a turbulent life for more than a decade, suffered endless humiliation as a Livian son-in-law of the Xiao family. Wasn't this all the compensation the Yi family owed him? Why shouldn't he take it? Besides, Aunt Li's medical expenses still required 2 million. There was no time to lose. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked back to the payment counter. "Hello, ID, like to pay that 2 million. He swiped the card, entered the password, and the transaction was successful. The 2 million was smoothly transferred to the hospital's account. Yi Chen felt as if he were walking on air. Had he become a billionaire just like that? In a daze, he returned home. The house was already in an uproar. Xiao Chen and her parents didn't live in the Xiao family's villa, but in a very ordinary apartment. Ever since Xiao Chen married him and old master Xiao passed away, they had been driven out. His mother-in-law was cursing at home. "That good for nothing Yi Chen. He made our family lose face today. If you don't divorce him soon, your grandmother will probably kick you out of the Xiao group." Xiao Chen said, "If she kicks me out, I'll find another job." "You?" Her mother-in-law fumed. "What's so good about that loser? Why can't you divorce him and marry Zhang Wenhao? If you marry Zhang Wenhao, our whole family can hold our heads high." Her father-in-law chimed in, "Exactly. If you marry Zhang Wenhao, your grandmother will treasure us immediately. She would fawn over you every day." Xiao Chen said, "Enough, I won't divorce Yi Chen. You child." The two were about to persuade further when Yi Chen pushed the door open and entered. Seeing him, neither parent-in-law had a good expression. His mother-in-law scoffed, "A good for nothing, and you still have the nerve to come back." Yi Chen sighed inwardly. His mother-in-law had always looked down on him, but if she knew that he was now the owner of the Dihao group with 10 billion in cash, what would she do? But for now, Yi Chen didn't plan to reveal his identity. He had left the Yi family for many years. Who knew what the family was like now? What if someone in the Yi family tried to harm him after his identity was exposed? So it was better to keep a low profile for now. He lowered his head and apologized. "Mom, I'm sorry I've caused you trouble today." His mother-in-law scolded. "You didn't just cause trouble. You're trying to destroy our family. Can't you have some self-awareness and get the hell out of our house?" Xiao Chen quickly intervened. "Mom, how can you say that? Yi Chen is your son-in-law." "Bullshit." Her mother-in-law spat hatefully. "I don't have such a useless son-in-law. Get out as far as you can." Xiao Chen pushed Yi Chen. "Hurry to the room." Yi Chen nodded gratefully and escaped into the room. He had been married to Xiao Chen for 3 years, but in all that time, they had never consummated the marriage. Xiao Chen slept in the bed, and he slept on a futon beside her. That night, Yi Chen couldn't fall asleep for a long time. The events of today were truly shocking. He couldn't digest them all at once. Before sleep, Xiao Chen said to him, "How is Aunt Li?" "I still have about 100,000 in savings. You can take it to her tomorrow." Yi Chen said, "No need. Someone has already paid Aunt Li's fees and sent her to Yanjing for treatment." "Really?" Xiao Chen said happily. "Aunt Li is saved." "Yes," Yi Chen said. "Aunt Li has done good deeds all her life and helped so many people. Now someone is repaying her." "That's good." Xiao Chen nodded. "You can finally relax." "Yes." Xiao Chen said, "I need to sleep. Things have been really busy at the company lately. I'm so tired." Yi Chen asked, "Is something wrong at the company?" Xiao Chen said, "Business isn't going well. Grandma has always wanted to cooperate with a big company like the Dihao Group, but the Xiao family is still too weak. They don't see us." Yi Chen suddenly thought of the Dihao Group and asked, "The Xiao family has no cooperation with the Dihao Group?" Xiao Chen laughed self-deprecatingly. How could the Dihao Group possibly fancy the Xiao family? Even Wei Wei's fiancé Wang Yunfei's family can barely touch the edge of the Dihao Group. Grandma is counting on their marriage for the Wang family to help the Xiao family get a connection. Yi Chen nodded. So the Xiao family was desperately trying to cooperate with the Dihao Group. Yet old Madame Xiao could never have dreamed that the Dihao Group was now his. Thinking this, Yi Chen decided to take over the Dihao Group first, and then use it to help Xiao Chen a little. She was too bullied in the Xiao family. As her husband, he had a responsibility to raise her status in the family. "Chen, your husband, is different from today. I will never let anyone look down on you again. I will make the entire Xiao family bow before you." Early the next morning, after preparing breakfast, Yi Chen rode his electric scooter to the Dihao Group. He parked his scooter at the edge of the Dihao Group's parking lot. As soon as he locked it up, a black Bentley sedan slowly pulled into a spot across from him. Yi Chen casually looked up and saw a young man and woman step out of the car. The man was dressed in a high-end suit exuding an air of importance, while the woman was heavily made up, somewhat gaudy, yet undeniably a rare beauty. It was Xiao Churen's cousin Xiao Weiwei, and her fiancé Tobe, the eldest son of the Wang family Wang Yunfei. Yi Chen had no idea why Xiao Weiwei and Wang Yunfei were at the Dihao group, but to avoid trouble he decided to keep his distance. Yet the more he tried to avoid them, the more unavoidable they became. Sharp-eyed Xiao Weiwei immediately spotted him and called out loudly, "Oh, brother-in-law." Xiao Weiwei's address of brother-in-law was exceedingly warm, but it only made Yi Chen's head ache. Out of politeness, he halted, waiting until they approached before saying with a smile, "Weiwei, what are you doing here?" Xiao Weiwei giggled. "Yunfei and I came to pay a visit to Wang Dongxue, the vice-chairman of the Dihao group." Then, gazing at Wang Yunfei with adoration, she added, "Yunfei's family has many collaborations with the Dihao group. In the future, it will benefit not only the Wang family, but our Xiao family as well." Yi Chen was unaware of the cooperation between the Wang family and the Dihao group, as the group had only recently become his asset and he hadn't had time to learn its details. Nevertheless, he didn't reveal this. He simply smiled and said, "Master Wang has an extraordinary aura and remarkable abilities. You two are a perfect match." Wang Yunfei cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Chen, a sense of injustice welling within him. This pathetic loser who had been scolded like a dog by old Madame Xiao yesterday was now grinning as if nothing had happened. Why would a breathtaking beauty like Xiao Churen marry such a good for nothing? If it weren't for this waste, he would have pursued Xiao Churen relentlessly instead of being engaged to Xiao Weiwei, who was inferior in every way. At this thought, Wang Yunfei grew displeased and deliberately asked, "Brother-in-law, what brings you to the Dihao group?" Yi Chen casually replied, "I'm here to look for a job." "A job?" He sneered. "A useless wretch like you who can't do anything right wants to find a job at the Dihao group." Yi Chen frowned. "What business is it of yours if I look for a job?" Xiao Weiwei had called out to Yi Chen specifically to mock and humiliate him. Seeing Wang Yunfei take the lead, she immediately chimed in sarcastically, "What did Yunfei say something wrong? In terms of education, do you, a pathetic loser, have a diploma? In terms of ability, do you, a pathetic loser, have any achievements? A waste like you wouldn't even be hired as a security guard at the Dihao group. If you had any self-awareness, you'd be better off scavenging trash on the street. At least you'd earn 2,000 or 3,000 a month." With that, she tossed the drink bottle in her hand at Yi Chen's feet and snorted, "Don't say I never look out for you. Pick up this empty bottle and sell it for some cash." Wang Yunfei laughed. "Though you're utterly useless, since we're family, I suppose I should look out for you. I happen to have some connections with the vice-chairman of the Dihao group. How about I put in a good word and get them to arrange a janitorial job for you?" Yi Chen gave a cold smile. "I don't need your concern about what job I find. You'd better worry about yourself. The Dihao group is a major corporation, and I believe they won't cooperate with low-life trash like you." Wang Yunfei flew into a rage. "Who the hell are you calling trash?" Yi Chen replied disdainfully, "You are trash." Then, ignoring Wang Yunfei, he strode into the Dihao group building. "Son of a bitch, stop right there." Wang Yunfei hurried to catch up, cornering Yi Chen at the elevator. He intended to teach Yi Chen a lesson, at least slapping him a couple of times to show him the consequences of crossing him. But realizing they were now inside the Dihao group building, he feared that starting a fight here would anger his business partner. So he reluctantly abandoned the idea of punishing him. He ground his teeth and muttered, "You damn idiot, I'll let you off this time. You won't be so lucky next time." Yi Chen let out a cold snort, stepped into the elevator, and said to him, "Wang Yunfei, you think you're something special. Believe me, you'll soon learn the price of arrogance." "You son of a..." Wang Yunfei moved to charge into the elevator. Xiao Weiwei pulled him back, saying scornfully, "Yunfei, don't take the same elevator as that trash. You'll be tainted by his stench." Wang Yunfei nodded, knowing he couldn't start a fight here. He said coldly, "I'll let you off this time. Next time I'll make you regret it." Yi Chen took the elevator directly to the top floor where the chairman's office was located. At the Dihao group, Tang Sihai had already made arrangements for him, and the person assigned to liaise with him was a woman named Wang Dongxue. Wang Dongxue was a renowned figure in Jinling, celebrated as the city's most prominent career woman. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed exceptional work abilities. She had risen to the position of vice-chairman of the Dihao group at a young age, and her contributions were crucial to the group's success. Now that the Dihao group had been acquired by the Yi family, the former chairman had stepped down, and Wang Dongxue had remained to assist the new chairman. Upon meeting Yi Chen, Wang Dongxue was taken aback. She hadn't expected the young master of the Yi family, as described by Tang Sihai, to be so young and elegant. Without delay, she said with utmost respect, "Young master, please condescend to come to my office." Yi Chen was seeing Wang Dongxue for the first time. It must be said that Wang Dongxue was breathtakingly beautiful. At 27 or 28, she possessed a slender, yet curvaceous figure of face that could topple kingdoms and an aura of noble competence. Chen sat down in front of Wang Dongsu's desk and said directly, I won't be coming to Emperor's Group often in the future, so you'll need to take charge here. Also, don't reveal my identity to anyone. Wang Dongxue knew that Chen's family background was extraordinarily powerful. To his family, an Emperor's Group was nothing more than a drop in the ocean, so it was only natural that he wouldn't want to manage it personally. She quickly said, Young master, please just instruct me on anything you need. At that moment, a female secretary knocked and entered saying, Vice Chairman Wang, a man named Wang Yunfei, is here with his fiancée to see you. Wang Dongxue immediately replied, I'm with an important guest. Have them wait. Chen asked her, Do you know this Wang Yunfei? Wang Dongxue hurriedly said, Wang Yunfei's family is one of our subordinate partners. Their main business relies on us. They've been asking to pay a visit for quite some time now. Chen said coldly, From now on, Emperor's Group shall have no further business dealings with the Wang family. Halt all ongoing and planned collaborations. If the Wang family earns a single cent from Emperor's Group, you can consider yourself fired as vice chairman. Hearing this, Wang Dongsu's expression turned serious. She didn't need to ask to know that someone from the Wang family must have offended the young master. She immediately nodded and said, Rest assured, young master. I will give the orders right now to completely terminate all cooperation with the Wang family. Chen grunted in acknowledgement and said, Tell them that Emperor's Group doesn't cooperate with low-quality trash, and then have the security guards throw them out. Outside, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei were waiting with anxious excitement. The Wang family had always wanted to become a strategic partner of Emperor's Group, so they were especially eager to build a closer relationship with Wang Dongxue. To their surprise, Wang Dongsu's secretary arrived with several security guards. Wang Yunfei couldn't help but ask her, Excuse me, does Vice Chairman Wang have time to see us? The secretary looked at him coldly and said, I'm sorry, but our Vice Chairman Wang has stated that Emperor's Group will not cooperate with low-quality trash like you. Effective immediately, all cooperation with your family is terminated. What did you say? Wang Yunfei was stunned for a moment, a chilling thought striking him. Why did this sound so familiar? All right. Chen had said the exact same thing in the parking lot earlier. What did Vice Chairman Wang mean by this? Was she really cutting ties with the Wang family? Wang Yunfei felt blood rush to his head. What was going on? Terminate all cooperation. The Wang family's profits were largely dependent on Emperor's Group. If cooperation was terminated, wouldn't the family's strength be cut in half immediately? He couldn't accept this reality and roared, I want to see Vice Chairman Wang. I want to ask her face to face. The secretary said coldly, I'm sorry, our Vice Chairman Wang will not see you, and from now on you are forbidden from setting foot in Emperor's Group again. Wang Yunfei cursed angrily. Are you fucking playing with me, you bitch? We are long-term partners of Emperor's Group. How can you just terminate it like that? The secretary ignored him and directly said to the security guards beside her, Throw them out. The security captain immediately rushed forward, grabbing Wang Yunfei's wrist and twisting it behind his back. Wang Yunfei howled in pain as Captain Chen shouted coldly, Get the hell out of here. If you dare cause trouble at Emperor's Group, it'll cripple you. You're just a security captain, how dare you yell at me? Do you know who I am? Before Wang Yunfei could finish, Captain Chen slapped him across the face and roared, In front of Emperor's Group, what the fuck do you think you are? Wang Yunfei felt a burning pain on his face from the slap. Just as he was about to explode with rage, his phone suddenly rang. It was his father calling. He answered the call, and a furious roar came from the other end. You little bastard. What trouble have you caused out there? Emperor's Group wants to terminate all cooperation with us. Who the hell did you offend? Wang Yunfei said miserably, Dad, I didn't offend anyone. I just came to pay respects to Vice Chairman Wang, but I haven't even seen her yet. On the other end, his father cursed loudly. The people at Emperor's Group said they're cutting ties with the Wang family all because you are low-quality trash. The family has suffered a huge loss because of you. Get your ass back here and explain yourself to your grandfather. Wang Yunfei was escorted out of the Emperor's Group building by the security guards, holding his phone in stunned disbelief. He suddenly thought of Chen and couldn't help but ask Xiao Weiwei. Weiwei, could it be because of that useless brother-in-law of yours? Does he have some connection to Emperor's Group? Huh. Xiao Weiwei was startled by Wang Yunfei's words. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed possible that it was related to her useless brother-in-law. But he was clearly just a piece of garbage, a useless idiot. Thinking this, she shook her head decisively and said, How could that fucking idiot have any connection to Emperor's Group? He's not even qualified to clean the toilets here. That's true. Wang Yunfei nodded. Thinking of his enraged father, he said dejectedly, Damn it, I need to get home right away. News that the Wang family had all cooperation terminated by Emperor's Group spread like wildfire throughout Jinling. Although no one knew why Emperor's Group was blacklisting the Wang family, everyone understood that the Wang family must have offended them. Now the Wang family was finished. Their strength had been dropping from near the ranks of a first-rate family to the very bottom of the second-rate families. When old Madame Xiao heard this news, she trembled with rage. She wanted to annul the engagement between Xiao Weiwei and Wang Yunfei, but thinking that a lean camel was still bigger than a horse, and that the Xiao family couldn't afford to offend them either, she had to let it go for now. Meanwhile, in Wang Dongsu's office, Yi Chun had learned of the entire incident and greatly appreciated her style of conduct. Yi Chun said with satisfaction, "Dongxue, you did very well just now. From today onwards your salary will be doubled." Wang Dongxue was both surprised and delighted, quickly standing up to bow to Yi Chun, saying, "Thank you, young master." Yi Chun nodded and said, "Also, I need you to announce two things." "Please go ahead, young master." "First, announce that Emperor's Group has a new owner and a new chairman has taken office, but do not reveal the chairman's identity, only that his surname is Yi. Second, announce that Emperor's Group will invest 2 billion RMB in Jinling to build a 6-star hotel and simultaneously launch a partner bidding process. All construction and decoration companies in the city can participate. The Xiao Corporation's main business was decoration. The old madam dreamed of hitching their wagon to the mighty Emperor's Group, and whoever secured the cooperation deal would surely become a star within the Xiao Corporation. Now that Emperor's Group was his, it was only right to send a little benefit to his wife. The two announcements from the royal group completely shook Jinling. News of the royal group's change of ownership finally made the Xiao family realize why the Wang family had been ousted. It seemed the new owner of the royal group held little regard for families like the Wangs. But who exactly was Master Yi? This man was incredibly formidable, buying the 1,000 billion royal group as easily as one might buy groceries. Even the richest man in Jinling couldn't match such audacity. Countless families stirred with restless ambition, yearning to forge ties with the enigmatic master Yi, while also hoping their daughters could secure a marriage alliance with him. Moreover, the royal group's plan to invest in a 2 billion yuan hotel project sent tremors through Jinling's construction and decoration industries. 2 billion. Even scraps from such a venture would yield immense profits. Countless companies scrambled for a piece of the pie. Among them was the money-grubbing old Madame Xiao, who was beside herself with excitement. A 2 billion project. This was a golden opportunity. If the Xiao family could secure a contract, it would be their ticket to greatness. Thus, she immediately ordered a family meeting that very evening to discuss how to break into the royal group's new project, mandating everyone's attendance. That night at the Xiao family villa, since the old madam demanded everyone's presence, Yi Chen came along too. He knew she intended to strategize on snatching a share of the royal group's grand project. So he seized this chance to help his wife, Chu Ran, gain some face. Upon arriving at the villa, Chu Ran's cousin Xiao Hailong immediately sneered, "Damn, Yi Chen, you've got some nerve showing your face here again." Chu Ran retorted coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Grandma ordered all Xiao family members to be here. Yi Chen is my husband, so he's part of this family." Xiao Hailong laughed derisively. "Some member he is. Just a Livian son-in-law, nothing more." Yi Chen rubbed his nose and said to Chu Ran, "Forget it, dear. Don't stoop to his level. Let's go in before we keep Grandma waiting." Chu Ran nodded, giving Xiao Hailong a frosty glare before leading Yi Chen inside. Xiao Hailong's face darkened. He'd make them pay soon enough. Entering the conference hall, Yi Chen and Chu Ran found seats in a corner. Soon old Madame Xiao strode in, and the family meeting officially began. Seated at the head, she rapped the table and declared with fervor, "The Xiao family has long awaited a chance to ascend to the ranks of Jinling's elite. Now that chance has finally arrived." She raised her voice. "The royal group has unveiled a 2 billion yuan project. Whoever secures a contract from this will reap immense rewards. This is the first major project under the royal group's new ownership, a golden opportunity for us. If we can partner with them and leave a favorable impression on the new owner, the Xiao family's future will be boundless." Despite the old madam's fervor, those present seemed unmoved. In truth, the Xiao family had long sought cooperation with the royal group, but they had always been ignored. How could the old madam now expect to grab a share of their new project? Seeing everyone silent, old Madame Xiao snapped, "What? Keck out your tongues. Are you all too spineless to even snatch scraps from a 2 billion project?" They exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to respond. Her fury grew. "Let me make this clear. Whoever negotiates a 30 million cooperation share from the royal group will be appointed the group's director." This declaration stunned the room. The old madam had always been autocratic, never creating a director's post within the group, a position of immense power typically reserved for the future successor. Offering such a reward showed her desperation for the royal group's project, hoping a generous bounty would spur someone to action. But the director's seat, however tempting, wasn't easily won. In the Xiao family's eyes, securing a deal with the royal group let alone a 30 million contract, seemed impossible. Don't be ridiculous. Even if old Madame Xiao herself went, the royal group's executives wouldn't grant her an audience, let alone discuss cooperation. Silence reigned in the hall. The old Madame's face contorted with rage. As descendants of the Xiao family, is none of you willing to share the burden? She fixed her gaze on Xiao Hailong. Hailong, am entrusting this to you. Xiao Hailong forced a dry laugh. Grandma, even the Wang family got kicked out by the royal group. We're weaker than them. How could we possibly land a contract? The old Madame cursed. Useless. You've already given up without even trying. You're even more worthless than that waste Yi Chen. In truth, the old Madame had little confidence herself, but she refused to forever steer a second-rate family. She dreamt of elevating the Xiao family. The royal group's project was their only chance. No matter how difficult, she wouldn't let it slip. She had hoped Xiao Hailong, as the eldest grandson, would eagerly accept the task, but he was backing out. Xiao Hailong was equally frustrated. Who would willingly take on an impossible mission? He'd probably be thrown out before even entering the royal group's gates. Failing would bring nothing but mockery and shame, so he resolved to refuse no matter what. After berating him, the old Madame demanded, "What about the rest of you? None dare take this on." Yi Chen gently nudged Chu Ran and whispered, "Dear, you should take this task." Xiao Chuan's declaration left the entire Xiao family utterly astounded. Everyone believed she had surely lost her mind. This was hardly the time to seek the limelight. At this moment, what could courting attention lead to but death? The Emperor Group was the largest corporation in Jinling. How could they possibly look favorably upon the Xiao family? No one could succeed in such negotiations. Xiao Hailong could not help but taunt Chen. Do you truly believe you can secure a contract from the Emperor Group? Xiao Weiwei, Xiao Hailong's biological sister, and Xiao Chuan's cousin, sneered. Sister Chen, what standing do you have, and what standing does the Emperor Group have? If you rush in to negotiate, you'll only disgrace our Xiao family. Someone chimed in. Exactly. If she gets expelled from the Emperor Group, our Xiao family will become a laughingstock in Jinling. Hearing this, Xiao Chuan's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shame and indignation. Ever since marrying Yi Chen, her standing in the family had plummeted. She was increasingly marginalized, nearly ostracized, and even her parents suffered relentless mockery. She believed that if she could secure the project with the Emperor Group, her position within the family would undoubtedly be solidified. Most importantly, her parents could then hold their heads high. Yet, bombarded by so much sarcasm and belittlement, she began to waver inwardly. She cast a resentful glare at Yi Chen, wondering why she had listened to his persuasion. She should never have stepped forward. The old Madame Xiao, hearing everyone's words, seethed with anger. After asking repeatedly, without anyone daring to take on the task, Xiao Chuan had finally volunteered, only for these people to douse her with cold water. Although the old Madame had never favored Xiao Chuan at that moment, she felt that Chen was at least willing to share her burden, unlike the others who only sought to vex her. Especially her most cherished grandson Xiao Hailong, who had truly disappointed her. Consequently, the old Madame's attitude toward Xiao Chen began to shift considerably. She immediately declared, "Since no one else dares to accept, stop your useless chatter. The project cooperation with the Emperor Group will be handled by Chen." Xiao Chen could only steel herself and reply, "Rest assured, grandmother. I will give it my all." Xiao Hailong snorted contemptuously. "What use is giving it your all? In the end, failure will still bring shame upon the family." Yi Chen asked coldly, "Xiao Hailong, what is your purpose in disparaging Chen like this? Do you believe the Xiao family is unworthy of cooperating with the Emperor Group?" Xiao Hailong never expected that Yi Chen, this useless wretch, would dare to speak at the family meeting and even try to saddle him with a high-sounding accusation. Seeing the old Madame's expression turning irate, he quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. I simply think Xiao Chen cannot possibly secure this cooperation." Yi Chen smiled and asked, "If Chen can secure it, shall we make a wager?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "Fine, a bet it is. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Name your terms." Yi Chen said, "If Chen gets the contract, you will kneel before the whole family, kowtow 3 times, and loudly admit your mistake. If she fails, I will do the same. What do you say?" "Huh?" Xiao Hailong burst into wild laughter. "You worthless fool are truly asking for death. Fine, I accept your bet." Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction and declared, "The whole family is witness here. Whoever reneges will wish death upon their father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother." Yi Chen deliberately emphasized the words grandmother, fearing that Xiao Hailong might back out after losing. With this curse, Xiao Hailong would never dare to renege, for doing so would mean cursing his own grandmother, the old Madame, to death. At that point, even the old Madame would not let him off. Excellent. Xiao Hailong, unaware that Yi Chen had set a trap, believed he could not possibly lose. Thus he laughed heartily, "The whole family is witness. I await your kowtow." Xiao Chen was startled and shot him frantic glances, but he completely ignored her. The old Madame paid little heed to the bet. Her sole concern was whether they could secure a spot on the Emperor Group's cooperation list. If they could, she cared not whether Xiao Hailong knelt to Yi Chun or even called him father. She then announced this meeting is adjourned. Chen, you have 3 days to secure the contract. Dismissed. Back home, her parents-in-law immediately confronted Yi Chun and Xiao Chen. Mother-in-law Ma Lan, frantic with worry, blurted out, Chen, have you lost your mind? How could you listen to that worthless Yi Chun and recklessly accept this task? Father-in-law Xiao Changquan also berated Yi Chun, you useless fool, you've ruined my daughter. Then with a furious expression, he added, if Chen fails to negotiate with the Emperor Group, shall be ostracized by the family. And you worthless wretch will have to kneel before Xiao Hailong in front of everyone. Will you have me lose all face? Yi Chun said earnestly, Dad, Mom, as long as Chen secures this contract, everything will be resolved. Talk. Talk nonsense. Father-in-law cursed angrily, do you know how powerful the Emperor Group is? How could they possibly look upon the Xiao family? Yi Chun chuckled, perhaps they will. I believe Chen can definitely get the contract. Mother-in-law sneered, you believe? Do you think you're the boss of the Emperor Group? A useless good for nothing, and yet you have the audacity to boast. Seeing her parents constantly targeting Yi Chun, Xiao Chen sighed and said, Dad, Mom, this has nothing to do with Yi Chun. I just don't want to be looked down upon by them anymore. Haven't we suffered enough over the years? Xiao Chen's mother blurted out, but you can't accept this task. Even if your grandmother went, they wouldn't bother with her. Yi Chun watched the scene unfold with a bitter smile. These snobbish in-laws of his would probably never dare to believe that he was the owner of the Emperor Group. Just then a knock sounded at the door. Coming. Ma Lan sighed as she opened the door. Yi Chun glanced over and saw a young man in an Armani suit standing at the doorstep, exuding elegance and charm. On his wrist was a Patek Philippe watch worth at least 3 to 5 million. Ma Lan immediately perked up, exclaiming, Oh, it's Wenhao. What brings you here? The visitor was Zhang Wenhao, the young master of the Zhang family, who had been persistently pursuing Xiao Chen. Zhang Wenhao smiled and said, Auntie, I heard that Chen has taken on the collaboration with the Emperor Group, so I came specifically to offer her some advice. Oh, you're truly our family's savior. Ma Lan's excitement was palpable as she looked at Zhang Wenhao as if he were her own son-in-law. She quickly ushered him in, saying, Wenhao, do you have a way to help Chen secure the contract with the Emperor Group? Zhang Wenhao nodded with a smile, completely ignoring Yi Chun as if he were an ant by the roadside. He walked straight up to Xiao Chen and said gently, Chen, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? But don't worry, the Emperor Group has a partnership with my family's company. He'll ask my father to put in a word and do everything I can to help you. In truth, Zhang Wenhao's father didn't have that much influence. He was just putting on a show to impress Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had always known that Zhang Wenhao had feelings for her, so she said coldly, Zhang Wenhao, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll figure things out on my own. Ma Lan gasped in disbelief. Chen, have you lost your mind? Young Master Zhang came all this way to help you, and you talk to him like that. Xiao Chen remained silent, but Yi Chun, intrigued, asked Zhang Wenhao, Young Master Zhang, I'm curious to know how you plan to help Chen. The Emperor Group is so massive, surely they can't be swayed by you, can they? Do you have a way to make them sign with Chen? Zhang Wenhao sneered contemptuously, what do you know? Our Zhang family has always been a deep partner of the Emperor Group. For this 2 billion project, my family can secure at least a third of it. Then I'll have my father allocate tens of millions from that third to subcontract to Chen, helping her complete her task. Yi Chun feigned surprise. Oh, I didn't realize your family's ties with the Emperor Group ran so deep. Zhang Wenhao snorted, of course. In Jinling, who doesn't know about the close cooperation between our Zhang family and the Emperor Group? Then staring at Yi Chun with disdain, he said, Yi Chun, I advise a frog at the bottom of a well like you to leave Chen. A man like you can never make her happy, you'll only hold her back. Xiao Chen interjected coldly, I'm sorry, young Master Zhang, but I don't need your help. And please don't speak rudely about my husband. Zhang Wenhao stared in shock. Chen, I've come all this way to help you, and you still side with this worthless man. What's he worth defending? Xiao Chen said earnestly, he's not worthless. He's my husband. Zhang Wenhao's face darkened with rage as he snarled, fine. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Let's see how you solve this mess. If you can't, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. With that, Zhang Wenhao turned and slammed the door behind him. Ma Lan tried to chase after him to explain, but he was already gone. She slapped her thigh in frustration and pointed at Yi Chun, cursing, you're infuriating. A useless man like you, besides dragging Chen down, what good are you? Young Master Zhang came with such goodwill, and you drove him away. Yi Chun said calmly, Mom, he was just bluffing. He can't even secure the Emperor Group's project himself, so how could he possibly help Chen? Bullshit. Ma Lan fumed. The Zhang family can get a third of the Emperor Group's project. What do you know? Yi Chun sneered inwardly. I don't know what the Zhang family is capable of, but I do know that my Emperor Group will never collaborate with them. Even if the Emperor Group had many dealings with the Zhang family in the past, from now on all of those will be terminated. Unaware of Yi Chen's thoughts, Xiao Charan said to her mother, Mom, stop blaming Yi Chen. Let's talk about it after I get back from the Emperor Group. Sigh. Ma Lan let out a long sigh, feeling that heaven was unjust. She had married a useless husband, and her daughter had ended up with an even more worthless man. What sin had she committed to deserve this? The next morning, Xiao Charan arrived at the Imperial Group alongside Yi Chen, carrying the cooperation proposal she had prepared overnight. Gazing at the towering 100-story Imperial Group building, she felt utterly uncertain. How could a conglomerate as vast as Imperial Group possibly look favorably upon the Xiao family, let alone the Xiao family's audacious desire to secure a 30 million share? It was akin to a beggar seeking 30 million in charity from a wealthy household, a complete fantasy. Unable to suppress her anxiety, Xiao Charan said nervously, a company as immense as Imperial Group. I wonder if they'll even consider cooperating with the Xiao family. I heard that Wei Wei and Wang Yunfei were directly thrown out yesterday. I'm afraid I might not even get to see Wang Dongxue, and will be tossed out as well. Seeing his wife's worry, Yi Chen said gently, Imperial Group only expels those without manners. My wife is both beautiful and kind-hearted. You'll surely receive a warm welcome. So don't be afraid, my dear. Go ahead and negotiate. Xiao Charan replied helplessly, I hope so. Wait for me here. With that, she took a deep breath, mustered her courage, and strode through the entrance of Imperial Group. Yi Chen watched her from behind, then pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Dongxue. Dongxue, my wife is on her way up. You know what to do next. Wang Dongxue immediately replied, Rest assured, young master. I will ensure the young mistress is thoroughly satisfied. Yi Chen then asked, By the way, I heard Imperial Group has deep ties with the Zhang family. Wang Dongxue said, Their past cooperation with Imperial Group was indeed substantial. For this new project, they are eager to deepen the partnership and are submitting collaboration application materials to me. However, the final decision rests with you, young master. Yi Chen said coldly, I don't want the Zhang family involved in this new project. From now on, cease all cooperation with them. Wang Dongxue quickly responded, Rest assured, I will handle it promptly. Meanwhile, Xiao Charan entered the Imperial Group office building and waited at the reception for her appointment, uncertain whether Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue would even agree to see her. Before long, a graceful female assistant approached and said, Are you Ms. Xiao Charan? Vice Chairman Wang is waiting for you in her office. Please follow me. Xiao Charan nodded, puzzled. She was still waiting in line for an appointment. How had she been called in so directly? Could it be that Wang Dongxue knew she was coming? But that made no sense. How could someone as renowned as Wang Dongxue possibly know about her? Though bewildered, Xiao Charan recognized this rare opportunity and quickly followed the assistant. The female assistant led Xiao Charan directly into Wang Dongxue's office. Upon seeing her, Wang Dongxue rose from her chair and greeted her respectfully. Hello, Ms. Xiao. I am Wang Dongxue, Vice Chairman of Imperial Group. Face to face with Jinling's renowned formidable businesswoman, Xiao Charan felt a flutter of nerves and said deferentially, Hello, Chairman Wang. I'm here to discuss the hotel project. Although the Xiao family's overall strength is modest, we are truly dedicated and have built a solid reputation in the decoration sector. As she spoke, she nervously handed over a dossier. Chairman Wang, this is the relevant introduction and qualification documents for the Xiao Group. Please take a look. Wang Dongxue's brows curved with a smile as she took the documents, glanced through them briefly, and said directly, Ms. Xiao, I've reviewed your materials. I believe the Xiao family and Imperial Group can cooperate. What? Are you serious? Xiao Charan could hardly believe it. An agreement so quickly? How could it be this simple? Wang Dongxue smiled and said, Of course it's true. Although the Xiao family's qualifications don't meet Imperial Group's standard criteria, our chairman holds you in high regard and is willing to collaborate with you. The chairman? Xiao Charan exclaimed in surprise. May I ask who your chairman is? Wang Dongxue replied with a calm smile. Our chairman is young Master Yi of the Yi family from Yanjing. Young Master Yi? Xiao Charan frowned. I don't seem to know anyone surnamed Yi aside from my husband. Wang Dongxue nodded slightly. Yi Chen had instructed her not to reveal his identity, so she could only disclose this much. Apart from Yi Chen, Xiao Charan indeed knew no other person with the surname Yi. Yet it never crossed her mind that her orphaned, seemingly worthless husband was the very young master Yi Wang Dongxue referred to. At that moment, Wang Dongxue added, Ms. Xiao, I noticed from your documents that your intended cooperation share is 30 million. Xiao Charan quickly nodded, feeling uncertain, and asked, Is that too much? Wang Dongxue chuckled, Not too much at all. In fact, it's too little. Xiao Charan was even more confused. What do you mean? She asked urgently. Wang Dongxue smiled and said, Our chairman instructed me to increase the cooperation share to 60 million. As she spoke, she produced a contract and handed it to Xiao Chen. Look, the contract has already been drafted in advance, totaling 60 million. If you find it acceptable, we can sign it right now. This. Xiao Chen was utterly dumbfounded. She had never imagined that Imperial Group, which the Xiao family had desperately sought to approach in vain, would proactively prepare a contract for her. Moreover, the contract amount was doubled. Her grandmother's target had been 30 million, yet the contract indeed stated 60 million. She suddenly recalled how during last night's meeting her husband Yi Chun had firmly insisted she take on this task. Why had he been so confident? And earlier at the entrance of Imperial Group, while she had been filled with doubt, he had radiated certainty. Could it be that he had known this outcome all along? Just who was he? At that moment, an utterly preposterous notion suddenly arose in Xiao Chen's mind. Could the young master Yi that Wang Dongxue spoke of be none other than her own husband Yi Chun? Yet upon second thought, she found it too surreal. How could it be? Yi Chun was merely an orphan raised in a welfare home. But aside from Yi Chun, who else in this world would be so good to her? 30 million was already a stretch, yet the other party had directly offered 60 million. She couldn't help but ask Wang Dongxue, Vice Chairman Wang, may I ask if your chairman's name is Yi Chun? Wang Dongxue's heart skipped a beat. The young master had instructed her not to reveal his identity, only to say his surname was Yi. If the young mistress guessed the truth, wouldn't she be the one to take the blame? So she quickly said, Madam Xiao, please don't press further. Our chairman is a scion of a prestigious family in Yanjing. His identity is highly confidential, and I have no authority to disclose it. Xiao Chen nodded gently. Wang Dongxue's words about a scion of a prestigious Yanjing family brought her back to reality. Yi Chun was an orphan. He couldn't possibly be from such a background. It seemed she had been overthinking. When she emerged from Wang Dongxue's office, Xiao Chen was still in a daze. In her hand was the 60 million yuan cooperation agreement between the Xiao family and the Dihao Group. It all felt like a dream. At the entrance of the Dihao Group, Xiao Chen spotted Yi Chun's figure and rushed over excitedly, saying, Yi Chun, I actually managed to close the deal. Yi Chun chuckled inwardly. Your husband is the boss of the Dihao Group. How could you possibly fail? But he pretended to be surprised and said, you managed to clinch such a difficult project. Honey, you're amazing. Xiao Chen said, oh, it's not that I'm amazing, it's practically like the Dihao Group just gave it to us for free. What do you mean? Yi Chun deliberately asked, why do you say that? Fearing that mentioning the chairman of the Dihao Group might make Yi Chun jealous, Xiao Chen quickly said, oh, it's a long story. Let's go to the company now and share the good news with everyone. Yi Chun laughed heartily. Great. That bastard Xiao Hailong will have to keep his bet and kneel to kowtow to me. Xiao Chen nodded and said he's always been arrogant and looks down on everyone. It's time he learned his lesson. In truth, Xiao Chen had her own temper. Xiao Hailong and his ilk had always looked down on her and her husband. Now that she had secured the cooperation, it was indeed time to make them rein in their arrogance. Over 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Xiao Corporation. In the meeting room, every member of the Xiao family wore a strange expression. They all knew Xiao Chen had gone to the Dihao Group early that morning, but none believed she could succeed. They were all waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Unexpectedly, she returned so quickly. When Xiao Chen and Yi Chun entered the meeting room, everyone cast sneering glances at them. Xiao Hailong said rudely, oh Chen, you're back in just over half an hour. You couldn't even get through the door of the Dihao Group, could you? Huh. His sister Xiao Weiwei also taunted, oh sister Chen, giving up in less than an hour. You've set a new record, haven't you? Old Madame Xiao's face darkened as well. The Dihao Group project was indeed extremely difficult. Even if Xiao Chen couldn't negotiate it, shouldn't she at least show a bit of seriousness? Giving up so quickly infuriated her. So she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen and said coldly, Xiao Chen, you have disappointed me greatly. Hearing this, Yi Chen's brows furrowed tightly. These people were utterly disgusting. Without even asking for the outcome, they jumped to ridicule her. Especially that bastard Xiao Hailong. What the hell was he so smug about? He'd soon be kneeling to kowtow to me. Xiao Chen had come back excited, but their words were like a bucket of cold water. Filled with anger, she declared, I'm sorry to disappoint you all, but Wang Dongxue of the Dihao Group has already signed a project cooperation with me. What? You closed the deal? Impossible. How could you? You couldn't even have met Wang Dongxue. Everyone was stunned. Xiao Chen, do you think would believe that? Xiao Hailong came to his senses and slammed the table in anger. Chairman Wang of the Dihao Group is a renowned business elite in the city. How could she possibly meet you? Don't you know your own standing? Facing their doubts and accusations, Xiao Chen directly pulled out the contract and handed it to old Madame Xiao. This is the project contract from the Dihao Group. Please take a look. That contract was like a bomb, shattering the atmosphere in the room. Xiao Hailong still refused to believe it and shouted she must have forged it. I don't believe she could pull this off. Exactly. Xiao Weiwei added fuel to the fire. What makes her qualified to get a contract from the Dihao Group? This is a 30 million yuan project. If she could do it, I would have done it long ago. Xiao Churan sneered. Cousin, you're wrong. This contract isn't for 30 million. It's for 60 million. Get lost. Xiao Weiwei scoffed. A 60 million contract. You've got some nerve saying that. Do you take us for fools? If you can sign a 60 million deal, then I can sign 100 million won. Xiao Hailong said coldly. Churan, you're making a fool of Grandma and all of us. Then he turned to old Madame Xiao and said, Grandma, Churan is being utterly disrespectful. You can't let her off the hook. Old Madame Xiao was also gnashing her teeth in fury. She had thought 30 million was a long shot, and now Xiao Churan comes back after half an hour claiming to have signed a 60 million deal. Wasn't she making a fool of her in front of everyone? Did she think the head of the family was a pushover? If she didn't cast out such an unfilial descendant, how could she maintain her authority in the family? Overcome with rage, old Madame Xiao slammed the table and roared, Xiao Churan, go to HR immediately and process your resignation. Xiao Churan was stunned. Had these people lost their minds? Would it kill them to just open the contract and look at it? Just then someone suddenly shouted, holy crap. The official Dihao Group WeChat account just posted an update. The 60 million contract is real. The 60 million contract is real. With this loud shout, everyone was stunned. Subsequently, everyone hastily pulled out their phones to search for the official public account of the Dihao Group. Indeed, the official certified service account of Dihao Group had published a push notification. The Dihao Group's 2 billion hotel project signs first partner group, Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue, and Jinling Xiao family representative Xiao Churan signed a 60 million yuan decoration contract. Seeing this headline, everyone went wild. Xiao Churan had actually successfully negotiated the project, and the amount had doubled. Only half an hour had passed. How could it be this easy? It defied all logic. Xiao Hailong was both shocked and regretful. Before today, Xiao Churan's status and identity were incomparable to his own. If he had accepted this task yesterday, whether he succeeded or failed, he wouldn't have given Xiao Churan this chance to shine. Instead, he had refused out of fear of failure. Not only did he refuse, but Xiao Churan actually succeeded. It was like a resounding slap across his own face. Old Madame Xiao immediately excitedly picked up the contract, scrutinized it carefully, and burst into joyful laughter. Good, 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 excellent. Churan, you have rendered a great service. She then asked, how did you manage this? Xiao Churan replied, thanks to Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue, she has great faith in our Xiao family. In truth, Xiao Churan wanted to tell the whole truth, but upon reflection, she didn't even know who the chairman of Dihao Group was, and even if she said it, no one would believe her. Hearing this, Xiao Hailong felt an agony worse than death. Damn it, no wonder Xiao Churan got the contract. It turned out that Wang Dongxue of Dihao Group already favored the Xiao family, so anyone could have succeeded. Damn it, he had missed a golden opportunity. At that moment, Chen spoke up. Hailong, do you remember our bet? Xiao Hailong's expression turned as sour as if he had eaten shit. How could he forget the bet? The loser had to kneel and kowtow 3 times in public. With Xiao Churan securing the contract, he was clearly the loser. Damn it. No way. How could he kowtow to such a worthless loser? Absolutely impossible. So he gritted his teeth and said, Chen, who the hell do you think you are? You're just a freeloader who married into our family, a waste living off a woman, and you want me to kneel and kowtow to you. Chen said calmly, I am indeed a freeloading waste, but we swore an oath yesterday, whoever goes back on their word will bring death to their father, mother, grandfather, and grandmother. Chen deliberately emphasized the words grandmother. Sure enough, old Madame Xiao's expression instantly turned incredibly grim. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Hailong and questioned him in an icy tone. What? Do you want me to die? Xiao Hailong panicked and blurted out, Grandma, don't fall for Chen's trick. He wants to make me lose face and make you lose face as well. Chen then said calmly, Hailong, don't try to fool Grandma here. Don't forget you swore a poisonous oath. If you break it, divine retribution will strike. Do you want to curse Grandma? Xiao Hailong was terrified and blurted out, Grandma, it was just a joke. It doesn't count. Old Madame Xiao said coldly, You know I have always been a devout Buddhist. How dare you break an oath made to heaven? Grandma. Xiao Hailong was truly panicked because he could see that Grandma was genuinely angry. Seeing that Xiao Hailong was willing to break an oath tied to her life and death just to save face, old Madame Xiao slammed the table and roared, Are you determined to break your oath? Grandma. Xiao Hailong stammered, quickly calculating in his mind. If he kept the bet and kowtowed to Chen, he would lose face. But if he broke the bet and angered Grandma, he would lose everything in the Xiao family. With this thought, despite his extreme reluctance, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I accept defeat with grace. Chen watched him with a smile, saying nothing, just waiting for him to kneel and kowtow. Xiao Hailong felt his legs as heavy as lead as he trudged painfully to stand before Yi Chun. Trembling with hatred and clenching his teeth, his legs finally gave way, and he knelt on the ground with a thud. Some onlookers even quietly took out their phones. Xiao Hailong lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "I was wrong." Then he bent down and banged his head on the ground. Yi Chun said, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." Louder. Suppressing his humiliation, Xiao Hailong kowtowed again and said, "I was wrong." Yi Chun sneered. "Oh, so you admit you're wrong. Where were you wrong?" Xiao Hailong could have killed Yi Chun at that moment, but he still had one more kowtow to perform. So he clenched his teeth and said, "I was wrong to doubt Chen's abilities." Then he kowtowed one last time. Yi Chun felt an immense satisfaction. He had long been fed up with Xiao Hailong, and seizing this opportunity to make him kneel and apologize was truly exhilarating. Xiao Chen watched in astonishment, feeling that her husband had suddenly become different from before. She couldn't quite pinpoint the exact change. But recalling the confident look on her husband's face when he made the bet with Xiao Hailong yesterday, it seemed he had already anticipated her victory. Why was he so utterly confident? Xiao Hailong finished kowtowing 3 times, tears of humiliation swirling in his eyes. Yet he dared not act rashly at this moment, for he knew his grandmother was now deeply displeased with him. At this juncture, he must not provoke her further under any circumstances. Old Madame Xiao felt somewhat relieved upon seeing Xiao Hailong kowtow in admission of his fault. It was not that she wished her grandson to kowtow to that worthless Yi Chun, but the crux lay in the deadly vow that concerned her own life. Having always been a devout Buddhist, she would find no peace in eating or sleeping if Xiao Hailong failed to kowtow and repent, fearing that retribution might befall her. Thus she cast a glance at Xiao Hailong and said indifferently, "Hailong, these 3 kowtows serve as a lesson. In the future, do not recklessly wager with others without certainty, and even if you do, never implicate your family." Xiao Hailong replied with a mournful face, "Grandma, I understand. I dare not do it again." As he spoke, his eyes darted toward Yi Chun, harboring a venomous glare, thinking, "You worthless piece of trash, forcing me to kneel and kowtow, humiliating me utterly. They'll make sure you die one day." Then old Madame Xiao declared, "Today Charon securing this contract is a cause for celebration. Everyone must prepare diligently in the coming days. We must seize this opportunity to forge a strong relationship with the Dihao group." Yi Chun interjected to remind her, "Grandma, since Charon has successfully negotiated the project collaboration, shouldn't the position of company director be awarded to her now?" Old Madame Xiao raised an eyebrow, her mind stirring with contemplation. She had indeed promised that whoever secured the contract would become the director. However, recalling that Xiao Charon had never been to her liking and that her worthless husband had always been a source of disgust, she began to waver inwardly. If she elevated Xiao Charon, what if she became uncontrollable in the future? In that instant, she was tempted to retract her earlier promise. After all, she had not sworn a deadly vow when making the promise, so she could withdraw it without any qualms. Nevertheless, she felt it inappropriate to voice such thoughts right after Xiao Charon had signed the contract. Hence she said, "Very well. Tomorrow evening, I will host a banquet and invite notable figures from Jinling. At that time, I will announce our partnership with the Dihao Group and the appointment of the new director." Hearing this, Yi Chun let out a satisfied sigh of relief. Xiao Charon also smiled, gently realizing that the director's position was finally within her grasp. No longer would she be sidelined, and her parents could hold their heads high. Old Madame Xiao turned to Xiao Charon and said, "Charon, there is another matter I need your help with." Xiao Charon quickly replied, "Grandma, please tell me." Old Madame Xiao said, "I want you to contact the chairman of Dihao and invite him to attend tomorrow's banquet." Pausing, the old lady said with eager anticipation, "If he can grace our banquet, it would be a tremendous honor for the Xiao family and elevate our prestige immensely." Xiao Charon pondered for a moment and replied hesitantly, "But last time I only met Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue, not the chairman himself. Besides, we've just secured their project. Hosting such a banquet might seem too deliberate. So what? I want to announce to all of Jinling that we are now allied with the Dihao behemoth, and our Xiao family is about to thrive." After speaking, the old lady added, "Even if the Dihao chairman is unwilling to come, inviting Wang Dongxue would suffice. As the second-in-command of the Dihao group, her presence would bring us considerable prestige." At this point, old Madame Xiao was already brimming with excitement. The thought of those major corporations and families that once looked down on the Xiao family, now possibly having to rely on them, sent a surge of fervor through her heart. Under her stewardship, the Xiao family would attain even greater glory. Xiao Charon thought for a moment before replying hesitantly, "I understand. They'll give it a try." "Not a try. You must succeed." Xiao Charon nodded gently, then quietly asked Yi Chun with uncertainty, "What should I do? What if the Dihao chairman doesn't come? What if Wang Dongxue also refuses?" Yi Chen chuckled and said, just give it a shot. Don't you have Wang Dongsu's number? Maybe they'll agree as soon as you call. The Xiao family's banquet was intended not only to showcase their strength, but also to announce Xiao Chen's promotion to director. As her husband, attending the banquet to support his wife would be a pleasant gesture. Little did Xiao Chen know that her husband was the chairman of the Dihao group. Still troubled, she sighed and said, but he's the chairman of Dihao, rumored to be a scion of a prestigious Yanjing family. A figure of such importance is inundated with affairs. How could he possibly have time for a banquet? Yi Chen smiled and said, who knows? Maybe he spends his days at home with his wife cooking and doing laundry. Xiao Chen shot him a glare and said, do you think everyone is like you? Yi Chen nodded. Indeed, it's quite possible the Dihao boss is just like me. Xiao Chen pouted and retorted playfully, pfft. How could that be? Knowing Yi Chen was joking, Xiao Chen paid it no mind and stepped aside to dial Wang Dongsu's number. The call was soon connected. Wang Dongsu's melodious voice came through. Mrs. Xiao, hello. Hello, Vice President Wang. I have a favor to ask of you. Xiao Chen said sheepishly. Go ahead. Wang Dongsu agreed. Xiao Chen composed herself, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to say, I'd like to ask if the chairman is available tomorrow evening. Our family plans to host a banquet to formally announce the partnership with Dihao Group, and we hope the chairman might grace us with his presence. Wang Dongsu paused before replying, Mrs. Xiao, I can't decide this on my own. How about I ask the chairman for his opinion? Xiao Chen said respectfully, thank you, I do appreciate that. After hanging up, she clutched her phone, anxiously waiting for the reply. Just then Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. Yi Chen froze, then mentally scolded himself for forgetting to mute his phone. It must be Wang Dongsu calling to ask for his input. He answered with feigned composure, grunting in acknowledgement. Wang Dongsu's voice came through the line. Chairman, the Xiao family is hosting a banquet tomorrow evening. They'd like to know if you'll attend. Yi Chen replied, oh, I see. Yes, I will. All right then, goodbye. With that, he quickly ended the call and muttered, these telemarketers so annoying. Xiao Chen suspected nothing, but right after her phone rang again. Wang Dongsu's voice came through once more. Mrs. Xiao, our chairman has agreed. I'll be there directly. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you so much for your help, and please convey my gratitude to the chairman. Xiao Chen was elated, never expecting he would actually agree. Xiao Chen hurriedly told the old Madame Xiao, Grandma, the chairman of Dihao Group has agreed. Really? The old Madame Xiao was instantly thrilled. She immediately ordered the Xiao family members present. Everyone go prepare at once. Book the finest hotel, the best cuisine and drinks, and prepare to welcome the Dihao chairman with great ceremony. Also notify all major enterprises in the city and invite them to our banquet. Tell them the Dihao chairman will honor us with his presence. Soon the entire Xiao household was bustling with activity. Everyone was ecstatic, incessantly contacting various partners and the elite of Jinling City. This was undoubtedly a bombshell. In an instant, the entire city of Jinling was abuzz with the news. The mysterious new chairman of Dihao Group was to make an appearance at the Xiao family's banquet tomorrow evening. The old Madame Xiao received countless calls of inquiry, and she answered each one with a smile. She was overjoyed today, for once the banquet ended, the Xiao family was bound to become the most sought-after clan in Jinling. At this thought, she said excitedly, all right, that's enough for today. Begin preparations for tomorrow's banquet. Meeting adjourned. The meeting concluded, and the old Madame Xiao returned to her office. Xiao Hailong's eyes darted, and he followed closely. Grandma, are you really going to give the director position to Xiao Chen? Once they were out of earshot, Xiao Hailong couldn't help but speak up directly. The old Madame Xiao frowned and said coldly, I've already promised Chen. Why shouldn't I give it to her? Xiao Hailong persisted, Grandma, you can't let her be director. The old lady retorted, why not? She secured such a major contract. She's a meritorious contributor to the company and deserves to be promoted. Xiao Hailong hastily said, the reason Chen got the Dihao contract is because Zhang Wenhao from the Zhang family helped her behind the scenes. I heard he even went to her house yesterday. And today Dihao signs with us. How could that be a coincidence? I reckon it's because she slept with Zhang Wenhao. The old Madame Xiao asked angrily, is what you're saying true? Xiao Hailong asserted confidently, of course it's true. Zhang Wenhao did visit Xiao Chen last night. You can verify it easily. Then Xiao Hailong said to the old madam, Grandma Chen is a married woman. If word gets out about her and Zhang Wenhao, and people learn that our Xiao family secured the Dihao contract through such means, where will our family's face be? Where will your face be? The old Madame Xiao frowned, already mostly convinced. She was aware that Zhang Wenhao had a crush on Xiao Chen. At her birthday celebration, Zhang Wenhao had even gifted a jade Buddha amulet worth 3 to 4 million. This plausibly explained how Xiao Chen had landed a 60 million contract. Xiao Hailong pressed on, If you appoint such a shameless woman as director, our reputation will be ruined further. You should choose someone else for director and credit the project's success to them. Preferably a man to best avoid gossip. The old madam, Xiao, nodded slightly. She was 80% convinced by Xiao Hailong's words. From this perspective, she indeed needed to select a different director to quell the rumors. If the public learned that Xiao Chen had gotten the contract by fooling around with Zhang Wenhao, she could at least explain to outsiders that the project was secured by the new director, not through Xiao Chen selling herself. Moreover, the old lady had a selfish motive. She truly disliked Xiao Chen. She had always favored males over females and did not wish to see Xiao Chen's status and influence within the Xiao family grow. She had to suppress her to ensure that the family's assets wouldn't fall into an outsider's hands. With this in mind, she had already formed a plan. So she looked at Xiao Hailong and said coldly, "Hailong, from now on at the company you must listen to me. Do as I say and never do what I forbid. Understand?" Xiao Hailong immediately pledged his loyalty. "Grandma, rest assured. From now on, whatever you say, Hailong will do. Point the way and he'll charge." The old Madame Xiao nodded with satisfaction and said, "At tomorrow's banquet, I will announce to everyone that you are the new director and fully responsible for the partnership with Dihao Group. But remember, you must be obedient. I can lift you up and I can just as easily bring you down." Xiao Hailong was inwardly ecstatic and quickly replied, "Grandma, rest assured. Hailong will obey." As Xiao Chen walked out of the Xiao Corporation, her heart surged with exhilaration. Tomorrow her grandmother would officially announce her new appointment, and she would finally be able to hold her head high. With this thought, she couldn't help but say to Yi Chen, "Thank you. If it weren't for your encouragement, I wouldn't have dared to take on this task." Yi Chen smiled and said, "Wife, you deserve all of this." Then he added, "By the way, wife, shouldn't we celebrate such a momentous occasion?" Xiao Chen nodded. "How do you want to celebrate?" Yi Chen grinned. "It's almost our 3rd wedding anniversary. Why not combine the celebrations? He'll take care of the preparations. You don't need to worry about a thing." Xiao Chen asked in surprise, "Are you planning a surprise for me?" "Exactly." Yi Chen nodded, smiling. "I'm going to prepare a surprise just for you." A warm sweetness filled Xiao Chen's heart as she said, "Then I won't ask what it is." Yi Chen replied, "No need to ask, just wait for it." To prepare a special wedding anniversary for his wife, Yi Chen pondered over many plans. His ideas centered on making amends for in the past he was too poor to buy gifts for his wife or even give her a proper wedding. Now that he had money, he was determined to make it up to her. After parting from his wife, Yi Chen headed alone to a jewelry store called Chui Guxian in the heart of Jinling. Chui Guxian was the city's most renowned jeweler. It offered everything from gold, platinum, diamonds, jade, to emeralds. Yi Chen planned to first buy his wife a gift, then book the finest hotel for a long-overdue wedding ceremony. Upon entering Chui Guxian, the sales assistants, seeing him in a 4-striped Adidas outfit, couldn't be bothered with him. After browsing for a while, Yi Chen's eyes settled on an emerald necklace locked in a cabinet. The necklace was crafted from top-grade ice-type jadeite, exquisite and grand, perfectly matching Xiao Chen's temperament. Yi Chen checked the price, 13 million, a trivial sum to him. He called over a salesperson and said, "Excuse me, could you take out this necklace for me to see?" The salesperson glanced at him and replied, "I don't have the key, it's with our manager." With that, he spoke into his walkie-talkie. "Manager Wang, someone wants to see our store's treasure." Soon a flamboyantly dressed woman rushed over excitedly. Her name was Wang Yin, the sales manager. "Which esteemed guest wants to see the store's treasure?" The salesperson pointed at Yi Chen. "Manager Wang, it's this gentleman." "What?" Wang Yan's face twisted in disgust at the sight of Yi Chen. How could a loser like him afford the store's treasure? She immediately scolded the male salesperson. "Xiao Lu, are you fucking kidding me?" He said, "No, this gentleman really wants to see the store's treasure." Wang Yan snapped. "Can a loser like him afford the store's treasure? Are you blind? If you are, speak up and get the hell out before you piss me off." Wang Yan prided herself on judging people accurately. She could tell at a glance what kind of person someone was and what they could afford. Thus, she instantly pegged Yi Chen as a penniless loser. Not only couldn't he afford the 13 million treasure, but he probably couldn't even buy a regular necklace worth 1,300. Wasn't this a complete waste of her time? The male salesperson was too scared to speak, and Yi Chen frowned, asking her, "Aren't you in business? What's wrong with me wanting to see this necklace?" Wang Yin sneered, "We do business, but not with idiots. If you can't afford it, don't come here to make a scene." Yi Chen furrowed his brow and said, "Which eye of yours tells you I can't afford it?" "Huh?" Wang Yin scoffed with disdain. "This jadeite is worth tens of millions. A cheap loser like you dressed in rags couldn't even scrape together $1,000. What are you going to buy it with?" Yi Chen let out a cold laugh and directly pulled out the black card Tang Sihai had given him. "Open your dog eyes wide and see. The money on this black card of mine could buy not just one jadeite necklace, but 10, 100, 1,000, and still have plenty left." Oh, a Citibank black card worth 10 billion, right? I didn't know a loser like you actually did your homework before trying to show off. Too bad you've overdone it. Who would believe a loser like you could have such a black card? With that, Wang Yin crossed her arms over her chest, looking arrogant and contemptuous. Many bystanders pointed fingers and whispered scornfully, "People like him are truly shameless. They can't afford it, but still pretend, even faking a black card. How embarrassing. Exactly, showing off without knowing his place. With that outfit, how could he ever match such exquisite jadeite? Let me tell you, there are too many fools like this these days." Chen glanced at Wang Yin behind the counter, who was sneering at him contemptuously. He had made up his mind to teach this snobbish bitch a good lesson. So Chen pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Sihai. "Come to Chui Guxian. I want to show them what it means to look down on others." "No problem, young master. They'll be right there." Wang Yin curled her lips and laughed. "You stupid idiot, you're really getting into character. Calling for backup, are you? Do you think you're some rich young master? Haha, you're such a joke." Chen nodded and said, "I am indeed a rich young master." The people around also started murmuring. "Being poor isn't the problem, it's pretending to be something you're not. Haha, this guy doesn't look rich at all. If he's acting like a rich young master, I'll call him my dad if he can actually summon anyone. I just want to see how this loser makes a fool of himself." Hearing the crowd side with her, Wang Yin smirked. She couldn't wait to see how this poor wretch would end things when no cash appeared. A few minutes later, several Rolls-Royces suddenly stopped at the entrance of Chui Guxian. Then 8 bodyguards in black suits stepped out of the first 2 cars. These bodyguards were all taut with muscle, stern-faced, and exuded a chilling aura of killing intent, so intense that even the surrounding atmosphere grew heavy. This scene instantly stunned everyone in Chui Guxian. Who was this big shot that commanded such an impressive entourage? Seeing such a grand spectacle, Wang Yin was startled, wondering to herself if that poor wretch had actually summoned these people. But then she thought, how could that be possible? That poor wretch couldn't possibly know such formidable figures. Tang Sihai stepped out of the 3rd Rolls-Royce and strode into Tsuga Pavilion. Wang Yin hurriedly rose to greet him. But Tang Sihai didn't even spare her a glance, heading straight for Chen. "Young master, I have arrived. Are these the insolent fools who dared to speak rudely to you?" As Tang Sihai spoke, he bowed deeply to Chen. The dozens of bodyguards behind him also bowed in unison. "Greetings, young master." Everyone present gasped in shock. Damn, that pathetic loser. No, what this man said was actually true. He really is the young master of a wealthy family. Doesn't that mean the Citibank black card worth 10 billion was also real? Good heavens, what kind of colossal figure is this? Many people frantically pulled out their phones to record the scene, unwilling to miss such a stunning spectacle. However, Tang Sihai's bodyguards immediately cleared them all out of the store, leaving them only able to capture the back of Chen's head. Chen pointed at Wang Yin. "Do you believe now that I am the young master of a wealthy family?" Wang Yin was terrified out of her wits, nodding timidly. I believe. Chen let out a cold laugh and said to Tang Sihai, "I want to see the manager of this store." Tang Sihai nodded, took out his phone, scrolled for a moment, and dialed a number. As soon as the call connected, he barked into the phone, "You bastard. I am Tang Sihai. I am at Tsuga Pavilion right now. They'll give you 1 minute to get your ass out here. Or else I'll have someone burn Tsuga Pavilion to the ground and break your dog legs." Wang Yan's face turned deathly pale as she looked at Tang Sihai, her eyes filled with terror. Was this man truly so powerful? Her own boss was a prominent figure in Jinling, someone who wielded significant influence in the underworld. Who wouldn't show him some respect? Who would dare speak to him like that? Before a minute had passed, a middle-aged fat man scrambled out of the back office. The moment he saw Tang Sihai, he rushed forward and said, "Mr. Tang, if you had told me you were coming to my humble shop, I would have come out to welcome you." Tang Sihai immediately slapped him hard across the face and roared furiously, "You sure have a lot of nerve. Your staff dared to slight our young master. Are you tired of living?" Knowing how much the young master had suffered over the past decade or so, Tang Sihai was also burning with rage to see a shop assistant giving him grief. The middle-aged fat man felt a pang of injustice after being slapped, but upon hearing those words, he was terrified out of his mind. The young master of Tang Sihai? Good heavens! If Tang Sihai himself was a being like a true dragon, then his young master must be akin to a celestial deity. His legs trembling uncontrollably, he turned to see Chen standing beside Tang Sihai. Though he looked ordinary, this man was the young master of the Tang family. With this thought, the middle-aged fat man was even more terrified and quickly said, Young master, I am truly sorry. I apologize to you." Then he turned around, his face contorted with rage, and bellowed, "Which blind fool offended the young master? Step forward." The eyes of all the other sales assistants immediately focused on Wang Yin. She tried to shrink back, but the middle-aged fat man pounced on her in an instant, grabbing her by the collar and slapping her across the face. Are you blind? How dare you offend the young master? You must have lost your damn mind. Wang Yin was knocked to the ground by the slap, crying and screaming, "Boss, I'm sorry I was blind. Please forgive me this once." "Forgive you?" The middle-aged fat man grabbed her hair, yanked her face up, and pummeled her face with his fists. Punch after punch he battered her until stars swam before her eyes. "Today, I'll make sure you're finished. Do you want to ruin me? You want to ruin me? I'll kill you first." Several of Wang Yan's teeth were knocked out, and her newly done nose bridge was shattered. Sobbing uncontrollably, she broke free from the middle-aged fat man, crawled on her knees to Yi Chun, grabbed his leg, and wailed, "Young master, I truly know I was wrong. I will never judge people by their appearance again. Please spare me." Yi Chun said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself." Seeing her grab Yi Chun's leg, the middle-aged fat man was frightened out of his wits. He ran over and stomped hard on her head, cursing, "Fuck your mother. How dare you touch the young master's leg? They'll fucking kill you." With that stomp, Wang Yin was kicked to the ground. The middle-aged fat man said to the security guards beside him, "Throw this snobbish bitch into the garbage dump out back." "Yes, boss." The security guards didn't dare to delay. They immediately hoisted up Wang Yin, whose face was covered in blood, and carried her out. Expressionless Yi Chun said to the middle-aged fat man, "My wife likes that jadeite. Wrap it up for me." The middle-aged fat man quickly nodded and agreed, "Right away. He'll wrap it up for you." Yi Chun pulled out the black card and said, "Charge it to this card." Then he said to Tang Sihai, "Take the cash back." The middle-aged fat man hastily said, "Young master, if you like this jadeite, please accept it as a gift from me." Yi Chun said, "I don't need you to give it to me." The middle-aged fat man said timidly, "Young master, please consider it a small token of my apology. I beg you to accept it." Tang Sihai said to Yi Chun, "Young master, since he sincerely offers it as an apology, you should accept it. Otherwise he won't be able to sleep tonight." Yi Chun hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. "All right then, I thank you." Seeing Yi Chun accept the jadeite necklace, the fat man finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Yi Chun had refused the necklace, he was truly afraid that Tang Sihai would not let him off. With his power, a mere flick of his finger could reduce him to ashes. At that moment, Tang Sihai asked Yi Chun, "Young master, would you like me to escort you?" "No need." Yi Chun waved his hand and asked, "Where is the back door?" "They'll leave on my own." The onlookers had truly witnessed something extraordinary today. A nobody in cheap clothes had suddenly transformed into the young master of a wealthy family. And all for the sake of buying a jadeite necklace. In the end, the owner of Tsuega Pavilion didn't even dare to accept payment. What was the background of that seemingly unremarkable young man? Many people uploaded the video online, and it quickly went viral. Netizens dubbed the mysterious figure a super-rich, second-generation domineering CEO and God-level tycoon. They even started a campaign called Find the God-Level Tycoon, with countless people participating enthusiastically. Fortunately, by the time these people filmed the video, the bodyguards had already cleared them out of the store. As a result, Yi Chun appeared very blurry in their footage and could not be used as a reference to identify him. After leaving Chui Guxian, Yi Chun did not immediately return home. He wanted to give his wife a complete surprise on their wedding anniversary. This surprise was not just a jadeite necklace. He also wanted to make up for their wedding ceremony. Back then, under the old master's request, Yi Chun and Xiao Chuan hastily registered their marriage without a proper ceremony. The old master had intended to choose an auspicious date for a grand wedding. However, shortly after they registered, he fell gravely ill and was hospitalized, so the wedding was indefinitely postponed. After the old master passed away, no one in the Xiao family held Yi Chun in any regard, and thus the opportunity to make up for the wedding never arose. But now Yi Chun felt that since he had money, he must give his wife the most magnificent and dignified wedding possible. The first place that came to his mind for the ceremony was the Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace Hotel. Buckingham Palace Hotel was currently the best hotel in Jinling, unparalleled. It occupied a vast area, boasted luxurious decor, and housed a large high-end shopping mall within. The Sky Garden was located on the topmost floor of the mall. Named the Sky Garden, it was constructed entirely of crystal glass, designed by a top Italian architect, and adorned with a multitude of premium fresh flowers air freight from abroad. From a distance, it resembled a magnificent garden suspended in the air. It was also the most lavish and luxurious banquet hall in all of Jinling. Hosting a wedding here would cost at least several million, or even tens of millions. Now that Yi Chun had money, a few million meant nothing to him. As long as it made his wife happy, that was what mattered most. So he came to Buckingham Palace Hotel to book the Sky Garden for their wedding anniversary. However, Yi Chun was unaware that Buckingham Palace Hotel operated on a membership system. Whether dining, staying overnight, or hosting a banquet, one needed to be a member. Moreover, different membership tiers offered different services. Regular members could only dine in the main hall and stay in standard rooms. Silver members could dine in private rooms and stay in deluxe rooms, Gold members could dine in luxury private rooms and stay in luxury suites. Platinum members could dine in the Sky Garden and stay in top-tier luxury suites. The highest tier was Diamond membership. Only Diamond members were eligible to stay in the presidential suite and had the privilege of booking the entire Sky Garden for banquets. Furthermore, memberships above Gold level could not be obtained with money alone. One needed sufficient social standing. When Chen arrived at Buckingham Palace Hotel, he was stopped by several men in black before he could even enter. "Excuse me, sir, please show your membership card." Chen's entire outfit cost less than 200 yuan, making him stand out starkly among the well-dressed affluent guests. Chen hurriedly said, "Excuse me, I'd like to speak with your customer manager about booking the venue." The other man replied coldly, "Sorry, without a membership card you cannot enter." Chen asked, "Can I apply for a membership card now then?" The man shook his head and said, "Sorry, membership cards can only be obtained through a qualified referee." Chen frowned, thinking to himself, "Isn't this Buckingham Palace Hotel being far too troublesome?" Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly remembered that when the old master had arranged for him to attend Jinling University alongside his wife for their senior year, there was a university classmate named Bailina who seemed to work here. So he immediately pulled out his phone and called Bailina. After explaining his situation regarding the membership card, Bailina promptly said, "Class monitor, leave this to me. He'll be right there." Chen quickly expressed his gratitude. It seemed that although he had only been classmates with Bailina for a year, there was still some camaraderie between them. He resolved to repay this favor in the future. "Oh, class monitor Yi." A woman's exclamation suddenly came from inside the hotel a few minutes later. Looking up, Chen saw a woman in an office lady outfit, heavily made up and exuding an extremely seductive aura, swaying out from the hotel. Bailina. She had changed so much. He almost didn't recognize her. Upon seeing the seductive woman, the two black-suited security guards at the entrance hurriedly bowed and respectfully called out, "Team leader Bai." Chen said in surprise, "Bailina, it's been years and you've already become a team leader at Buckingham Palace Hotel. That's really impressive." Bailina laughed and said, "You flatter me, monitor. I'm just a small group leader in the HR department, barely a mid to low-level supervisor at Buckingham Palace Hotel." Chen sincerely praised, "That's already quite remarkable. I've heard the management standards at Buckingham Palace Hotel are very high. You're truly outstanding." Bailina smiled with a hint of smugness, then turned to the two black-suited guards and coldly demanded, "So you two were the ones who stopped my university class monitor at the door and wouldn't let him in?" The two exchanged glances, and one quickly said, "Sorry, team leader Bai, I didn't know he was your university classmate. Besides, he didn't have a membership card. I was just following hotel regulations." Bailina snorted, "Regulations are dead, people are alive. Don't you understand that?" Thinking Bailina was about to punish them for this, Chen quickly interjected, "Bailina, don't be too hard on them. They were just following the rules." Bailina looked at Chen and suddenly burst into laughter, her demeanor changing entirely as she taunted, "Class monitor Yi, you think too highly of yourself. Do you really believe I would go out of my way to reprimand my subordinates for you?" Chen frowned deeply. "Bailina, what do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Bailina sneered. "Isn't it obvious enough? A pathetic loser like you wants to enter Buckingham Palace Hotel. I tell you, you'll never get a nod in this lifetime." Chen clenched his fists and demanded, "What exactly are you trying to say?" "I'm just messing with you." Bailina laughed heartily, her body shaking. "Even back in university, I looked down on you. A pathetic loser who only knew how to study, couldn't even afford a meat dish in the cafeteria, yet you were the class monitor. And you had the nerve to criticize my grades. Huh, look at yourself." Chen's expression turned icy as he demanded, "Bailina, I Chen have never provoked you. Why do you keep insulting me time and again?" Bailina held her arms and said with utmost arrogance, "I just looked down on you, so what? You've ended up as a pathetic loser yourself, and you won't even let me say it. Who among our college classmates doesn't know you became Olivian's son-in-law right after graduation? Back in school you couldn't afford to eat, and after graduating you lived off your wife. You're nothing but a waste, and you still have the nerve to come asking me for help. What do you think you are?" Hearing Bailina's taunts, a surge of anger welled up in Chen's heart. "I want trouble others unless they trouble me." Bailina had truly gone too far this time. Just then his phone suddenly received a text message from Tang Sihai. "Young master, the Buckingham Palace Hotel is a property of our Yi Group. The one in Jinling is just one of over 100 Buckingham Palace chain, star-rated hotels we own." Chen's pupils constricted sharply. The Buckingham Palace actually belonged to the Yi family. He instinctively replied, "You're not messing with me, are you?" Tang Sihai said, "Young master, the person in charge of Jinling's Buckingham Palace is named Chun Zikai, and his phone number is 155. Call him, and he will handle everything." Chen was now 80% convinced and replied, "All right." Seeing Chen constantly looking down at his phone texting, Bailina felt quite frustrated. She felt that bullying Yi-chun now was like kicking a dog. Of course, she wanted to hear the dog yelp miserably to make it satisfying. But to her surprise, Yi-chun remained silent. It seemed this class monitor, who had been a loser since college, was still the same, unmoved even when scolded. So she turned up the heat, sneering, "Oh, class monitor, you really can take it, can't you? By the way, I heard that you've been married to the school beauty Xiao Churan for 3 years, but still haven't gotten into her bed. Could it be that Xiao Churan is someone else's kept mistress? Are you just a front for her to be someone's mistress?" Ha ha. Yi-chun furrowed his brows. Insulting him was one thing, but insulting his wife. "Bylina, you're asking for death." So he immediately dialed the number of Chun Zakai, the head of Buckingham Palace, and looking at Bylina said coolly, "I want to ask your boss how the Buckingham Palace recruits employees, letting someone as foul-mouthed as you in. You dare curse me? You're asking for a beating." Bylina instantly flew into a rage, shouting at the nearby security guards, "Damn it, he's here to cause trouble. Beat him up." Just then Yi-chun had already connected the call. "Hello, who is this?" A man's voice laced with authority came through the phone. Yi-chun asked coldly, "Are you Chen Zakai?" "My name is Yi-chun. I'm at the entrance of Buckingham Palace right now. They'll give you 1 minute to get down here, or else you'll be kicked out of Buckingham Palace for good." The man who had sounded so imposing moments ago suddenly asked in panic, Young master, are you really at the entrance of Buckingham Palace?" Yi-chun said icily, "You have 50 seconds left." The other party seemed terrified and blurted out, "Please wait, it'll be right there." Bylina was amused by Yi-chun's phone call and mocked, "Yi-chun, I never knew you were such a good bullshitter back in college. Do you even know who Mr. Chen is? Even the most elite members of the Buckingham Palace wouldn't dare act cocky in front of him. Do you think you can scare me with a fake phone call?" Yi-chun said calmly, "Whether I'm bluffing or not, you'll know in 30 seconds. Bylina laughed heartily. "Fine, class monitor, you'll wait 30 seconds with you. No, we'll wait 3 minutes. If Mr. Chen doesn't show up in 3 minutes, they'll have the security guards tear your mouth apart. Let's see how you can bullshit then." "Huh, this is hilarious." 20 seconds later, a middle-aged man in a top-tier custom suit rushed out frantically. He was a dog of the Yi family, but a very powerful one. Since taking charge in Jinling as the head of Buckingham Palace, he had become one of the most respected figures in the city. When had he ever been so flustered? But now he had no choice but to panic. He had never dreamed that the young master would show up at his Buckingham Palace. If he didn't hurry to greet him at the entrance, and the young master took offense, the consequences would be dire. Just then, Bylina was about to continue mocking Yi-chun when she noticed the security guards beside her staring in horror behind her. She turned around instinctively and was shocked to see Mr. Chen running out from inside. It felt like a thunderbolt had struck her. She then looked at Yi-chun, her eyes filled with astonishment. How is this possible? Which one is Mr. Yi-chun?" Chen Zakai's voice trembled as he spoke. The onlookers were dumbfounded. This Mr. Chen, whose every move could shake Jinling, was so panicked that his voice had changed. Yi-chun spoke up, "I am." Chen Zakai rushed over, bowed, and said, "Young." Before he could finish, Yi-chun immediately said, "Mr. Chen, some things are not to be said outside." Hearing this, Chen Zakai trembled even more. Damn, what a fool he was. The young master's identity was obviously top secret, and he had almost blurted it out. If the young master took offense, wouldn't he be done for? So he quickly changed his address, but remained extremely respectful. "Mr. Yi, welcome to Buckingham Palace. Please come to my office for a detailed discussion." Bylina was utterly stunned. She simply couldn't accept this reality, but it was happening right before her eyes. She couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Who exactly is this Yi-chun? How can he command such respect from the big boss of Buckingham Palace? I was just mocking him so harshly. Will he hold a grudge?" Thinking of this, Bylina hurriedly changed to a flattering demeanor, sweetly saying to Yi-chun, "Honorable class leader, Yi, your presence is truly an honor for our Buckingham Palace, and for me as an old classmate, please come in." She believed that by complimenting Yi-chun a couple of times, he would forget or overlook her previous actions. However, she underestimated Yi-chun's character. Upon hearing Bylina's words, Chen Zakai excitedly asked, "Little Bai, you are Mr. Yes, classmate." Yes. Bylina hurriedly replied, "Mr. Yi was my class leader in college, and we were exceptionally close." Chen Zakai immediately said, Great, wonderful. You will report to the CEO's office tomorrow. From now on, you will be the HR manager of Buckingham Palace. From group leader to HR manager, this is at least a leap of 3 levels in Buckingham Palace, with a salary increase of 10-fold or more. Moreover, the HR manager holds the power of life and death over most employees, making her one of the senior executives. Bylina was so thrilled upon hearing this that she nearly fainted. At that moment, Yi-chun, with a gloomy expression, coldly asked, "Mr. Chen, do you know what relationship I have with Bylina?" Chen Zakai thought Yi-chun was dissatisfied with his arrangement, so he quickly replied with fear, "If Mr. Yi is not happy, then let's promote Little Bai directly to vice president of the hotel. Bailina was almost moved to tears with excitement. What does the vice president mean? It's one person beneath and thousands above. But just then Chen suddenly spoke harshly. I called Bailina for help because I didn't have a membership card, and she shamelessly humiliated me without reason, even trying to have the security throw me out. What do you mean by promoting her to vice president? Are you deliberately going against me? Hearing this, Chen Zikai felt a chill in his heart. It's over. I flattered her in the wrong way. Immediately he looked at Bailina with eyes full of anger. Then with a sharp slap he struck Bailina's face, shouting, "You dare to offend Mr. Yi? Have you lost your mind? Are you looking to die?" Bailina was so frightened that her whole body went limp, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, crying out, "Mr. Chen, I was wrong." Chen Zikai suddenly kicked Bailina hard, sending her several meters away, cursing, "You blind dog. Today I will let you know the cost of provoking Mr. Yi." With that he shouted to the security guard beside him, "Beat her up hard. Beat her nearly to death, ruin that face of hers that was surgically altered, and tell all of Jinling that any company that dares to employ her will be going against me, Chen Zikai." Bailina was terrified, quickly saying, "Mr. Chen, I was wrong, please spare me." Chen Zikai, furious, shouted, "Now you realize your mistake. Where were you earlier? Young Master Yi is someone you can offend. Damn it, if it weren't for young Master Yi's face, I would take your life." Bailina broke down in tears, crawling on the ground to Yi Chen, repeatedly bowing. "Class leader, Yi, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Please, for the sake of our past as classmates." Yi Chen coldly asked her, "Bailina, as classmates, why did you insult me and my wife just now?" Bailina cried bitterly, saying, "Class leader, I was confused just now, it's all my fault, please forgive me." Yi Chen replied, "If one does not offend me, I do not offend them, but if someone offends me, I will not spare them." With that he snorted coldly, and added, "You will drink the bitter wine you brewed yourself." Chen Zikai cursed, "You damn slut, if you dare to keep talking back to young Master Yi, I will have someone tear your mouth apart." Bailina immediately dared not plead for mercy any longer, instead kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. Yi Chen showed no sympathy for her, directly ignoring her, and expressionlessly said to Chen Zikai, "I want to talk to you about the issues regarding the Sky Garden. Let's go to your office." Chen Zikai quickly nodded respectfully, saying, "Mr. Yi, please follow me." With that he pointed at the security guard beside him and shouted, "Beat her up hard." "Yes, Mr. Chen." The security guard dared not defy him, immediately nodded and rushed over to pin Bailina down and beat her up violently. Bailina continuously howled in agony, but Yi Chen completely ignored her, following Chen Zikai's respectful guidance into Buckingham Palace. Once in Chen Zikai's office, Yi Chen got straight to the point. "In a few days it will be my wedding anniversary with my wife. I want to book the entire Sky Garden. Is that possible?" Chen Zikai replied without hesitation, "Young master, to ensure fairness for all high-end members, the Sky Garden has always refused to be booked, even for high-ranking officials from the city. However, as long as you need, we can keep the Sky Garden open exclusively for you in the future." Yi Chen replied lightly, "That won't be necessary, just keep it reserved for that day. I need you to help me prepare a little surprise for my wife." Chen Zikai immediately said, "Rest assured, young master, I and all the staff of Buckingham Palace will follow your orders." After Yi Chen settled matters with Buckingham Palace, while taking the bus home, he noticed that nearly all the passengers were scrolling through various trending short video apps. Moreover, to his surprise, everyone was watching the same video. It was the footage of him spending 13 million cash in the Chui Guxian. The video started from Tang Sihai's Rolls-Royce convoy. A row of top-tier Rolls-Royce cars, a dozen black-clad security guards carrying black briefcases, and 13 million cash thrown on the ground, leaving the sales manager, who looked down on others, utterly humiliated. The entire process was uploaded online. However, the video failed to capture Yi Chen's face clearly. This video quickly went viral in Jinling, with countless people speculating who this super-rich person could be. Many young girls even dreamed of being Cinderella and the prince, longing for the day they could meet this low-key, super-rich individual. Yi Chen repeatedly confirmed that it was indeed hard to recognize himself in the video, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, returning home. At this moment, the atmosphere at home was one of great joy. Xiao Charan received a contract from the Dihao Group and was about to become the director of the Xiao Group, which naturally brought tears of joy to her parents. Having been looked down upon in the Xiao family for so many years, they could finally hold their heads high. With her in-laws overjoyed, they no longer viewed Yi Chen with disdain. Her mother-in-law cheerfully said, Today is truly a wonderful day. My daughter is indeed no ordinary person." After saying that, she looked at Yi Chen and smiled. "Yi Chen, you are also credited for inspiring Charan. Today you won't have to cook. Let's go to a restaurant for a meal." Xiao Charan smiled. "Then let's go eat Western food at the Kempinski." "Isn't that too expensive?" her mother-in-law blurted. Isn't that over 1,000 per person? Xiao Charan smiled and said, Mom, the director's salary is quite high, 1 million a year. Oh dear, her mother-in-law clapped her hands in excitement, saying, That's fantastic, absolutely fantastic. My daughter Charan has finally made it. However, you must give at least 70 of your salary to your mother. You young people do not understand the importance of financial management. Give the money to me, and I will keep it safe for you. It's definitely more reliable than keeping it yourself. Xiao Charan immediately nodded, smiling. Okay, Mom, I will give it to you every month, but we must agree that you can't always criticize Chen. After all, he is your son-in-law. Her mother-in-law immediately beamed. All right. For your sake, I will try to mention him less in the future. While a family of 4 dined at Kempinski, Zhang Wenhao sulked at home. He had also seen the announcement from Dihao Group and felt deeply frustrated. He had thought Xiao Charan could never possibly secure the contract with Dihao Group, yet within a single morning, she had effortlessly obtained a 60 million yuan deal. Recalling his harsh words at her home just yesterday, he felt utterly humiliated. Xiao Hailong even called to reproach him, starting with, Brother Wenhao, you're really letting me down. I've been creating opportunities for you to pursue my cousin all along, and now you help her secure a partnership with Dihao Group. You're making me look bad. Zhang Wenhao was utterly perplexed. What nonsense. He hadn't helped Xiao Charan at all. Just then Xiao Hailong asked again, Brother Wenhao, tell me the truth. Have you slept with my cousin? Zhang Wenhao found it hard to deny everything, as that would be admitting his own incompetence. So he hemmed and hawed. Yeah, sorry about that, Hailong. He'll make it up to you sometime. I knew it. Xiao Hailong sighed, then pressed on eagerly. Brother Wenhao, my cousin is still a virgin, isn't she? She never let that useless husband touch her. You've hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Wenhao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Excellent. Xiao Charan was still a virgin. He could just spread the word that she had slept with him, thereby driving a wedge between her and her husband. With this thought, he grinned and said to Xiao Hailong, Hailong, your cousin is indeed still untouched. It was incredibly satisfying, ha. Xiao Hailong replied bitterly, Then you must not forget to reward me well, Brother Wenhao. Don't worry. Zhang Wenhao agreed readily. After hanging up on Xiao Hailong, Zhang Wenhao's father suddenly called. The moment the call connected, he blurted out, Wenhao, trouble. Dihao Group has suspended all our partnerships. Have you offended anyone these past few days? Zhang Wenhao's heart plummeted like a stone into an icy abyss. Dihao Group had cut off all cooperation with the Zhang family. Didn't that mean immense losses for the family? He asked hastily, What's going on, Dad? I haven't offended anyone these days. Have you? Zhang Wenhao's father grumbled. I haven't either, damn it. I've been at the company all week and haven't gone out to offend anyone. Zhang Wenhao said nervously, Dad, could it be that the new chairman of Dihao Group is shaking things up? Very likely. His father realized with a start. I haven't had a chance to pay my respects to the new chairman yet. I've asked Wang Dongxue several times, but she always says the chairman isn't receiving visitors. Zhang Wenhao asked, What should we do then? His father thought for a moment and said, Oh right. The Xiao family is having a banquet tomorrow night, and they've reportedly invited the chairman of Dihao Group. Let's go together and try to meet him. All right. Zhang Wenhao immediately replied. We'll go together tomorrow. The next day marked the most glorious moment for the Xiao family, who everyone from top to bottom was brimming with excitement. After a night of buzz, the news that the Xiao family had secured the Dihao Group contract and invited its chairman to their family banquet had spread throughout Jinling. For this banquet, Chen put on his most expensive suit and headed to the hotel where the event was being held. Just as he arrived at the entrance and stepped out of the car, a Porsche screeched to a halt in front of him. Soon after, Zhang Wenhao, impeccably dressed in a branded suit with his hair perfectly styled, stepped out of the car. A receptionist immediately approached and greeted him warmly. Zhang Wenhao clearly noticed Chen, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He looked him up and down and sneered. Where did you get that knockoff suit? Dressed up like a dog, but still a mutt. Chen asked calmly, What business is it of yours? Zhang Wenhao curled his lip, a mocking smile on his face. I have nothing to do with you, but your wife now has something to do with me. Chen frowned slightly. What kind of relationship? The people around them also paused to listen. Since last night, a rumor had been spreading like wildfire in social circles. The rumor claimed that Xiao Charan had only secured the partnership with Dihao Group by giving herself to Zhang Wenhao. Otherwise, with her and the Xiao family's capabilities, how could they have landed such a deal? Now it seemed there might be some truth to it. Seeing the crowd gather, Zhang Wenhao pompously said to Chen, What do you think enabled Charan to get the Dihao Group contract? Chen looked at him coldly and asked what. Zhang Wenhao smirked. It was all because of me. Charan is my woman now, so I went out of my way to help her secure the deal with Dihao. If you're smart, you'll divorce her soon and do us both a favor. Although the onlookers had suspected as much, hearing Zhang Wenhao stated so bluntly still left them utterly astonished. So Xiao Chuan had indeed slept with Zhang Wenhao to get the Dihao Group contract. Because of you. Yi Chen heard this, and instead of getting angry, he laughed. You? You're not worthy. If I'm not worthy, then are you? Zhang Wenhao's eyes turned cold as he sneered. You're nothing but a useless piece of trash who can't even keep an eye on his own wife. Chu Ran is wasted on you. With me, she'd have everything she could ever want. Yi Chen's face hardened, his voice dropping to a chilling low as he said, I'll give you two choices. First, kneel before Chu Ran and apologize, swallow every word you've said in front of everyone. Second, it'll drive your family's conglomerate into bankruptcy. The choice is yours. Ha ha ha, are you fucking kidding me? Who the hell do you think you are to bankrupt my family's conglomerate? Zhang Wenhao laughed maniacally, looking at Yi Chen with contempt, clearly dismissing his words. Are you having a fucking daydream, you idiot? What could you possibly do to bankrupt my family's company? Do you even know its market value? You think you can just say the word, and it's bankrupt? Yi Chen's face remained expressionless as he stared at Zhang Wenhao like he was looking at a fool. After a moment, he pulled out his phone and dialed Tang Sihai. Within 3 minutes, I want Zhang Wenhao's family conglomerate in bankruptcy, liquidation, drowning in debt. 3 minutes to bankrupt a conglomerate worth billions. It was nothing short of a pipe dream. Zhang Wenhao's eyes turned vicious as he glared at Yi Chen and said, Damn, you sure know how to spin a tall tale. Do you think you're that super tycoon from the internet? Then Zhang Wenhao sneered coldly. You Wei, stop pretending. I'll give you two choices too. First, kneel and apologize to me, then divorce Chu Ran immediately. Second, I'll have a few men cripple you for good, and you'll watch me and Chu Ran live happily ever after. Your turn to choose. I'll give you 1 minute. Yi Chen glanced at his phone and said, You've got 1 minute left. Sure you don't want to reconsider? Get lost. You've got 30 seconds to think it over. If you don't kneel by then, it'll make you regret it for the rest of your life. Zhang Wenhao said dismissively. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Time's up. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You brought this on yourself, you useless piece of trash. Zhang Wenhao straightened his collar and beckoned to a few bodyguards ready to teach this waste a lesson. But just then his phone suddenly rang. Startled, Zhang Wenhao saw it was his father calling and quickly answered. Dad, I'm already at the banquet. Are you here yet? On the phone, Zhang Wenhao's father roared furiously. You useless piece of shit. Who the hell have you offended? What kind of trouble have you stirred up? All the shareholders are frantically dumping our stock. It's already dropped over 80%. Then his father bellowed, the bank just showed up demanding debt repayment. Every single partner has suddenly cut ties and stopped settlements. Our capital chain is broken. Bankruptcy, liquidation is the only way out. Listening to the voice on the phone, Zhang Wenhao's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. We're finished. Completely finished. He wanted to ask more, but then he heard sirens blaring through the phone, followed by the sound of a door being smashed in and officers demanding his father cooperate with an investigation. Suddenly his strength drained away. His phone slipped from his hand and shattered on the ground. His legs gave way and he collapsed to his knees before Yi Chen. A gust of wind blew past, leaving his body and heart utterly cold. The bodyguards witnessing the scene hesitated in shock and held back. Trembling with terror, Zhang Wenhao whispered to Yi Chen, Who are you? You did all this, didn't you? The onlookers were equally stunned. After just one phone call, Zhang Wenhao was kneeling before the Shao family's Livian son-in-law. What was going on? Yi Chen looked down at him, bent slightly, and said in a low voice, I gave you a chance to choose, but you made the wrong one. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please spare me. Chu Ren has nothing to do with me. I never touched her. The Imperial Group deal wasn't my doing either. Everything I said was made up. I beg you, let me and my family off. Zhang Wenhao kept kowtowing and apologizing, never dreaming that a Livian son-in-law of the Shao family could wield such immense power. One phone call and his family was ruined. When he looked up at Yi Chen's face, that ordinary visage seemed more terrifying than a demon. A man who could bring down his family in minutes was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Yi Chen shook his head and said, You should be grateful. At least I spared your life. Otherwise your whole family would have met a violent end. At these words, Zhang Wenhao's face went ashen, his body trembling violently. Yi Chen stared at him coldly and said, Truth is, I am that super tycoon from the internet. If you want to live, you'd better keep my identity to yourself. Otherwise you and your father won't see the light of tomorrow. With that, Yi Chen patted Zhang Wenhao's cheek, ignored him, and strode into the hall. Zhang Wenhao collapsed completely on the ground, utterly unable to resist even this ultimate humiliation. Seeing Yi Chen enter the hall, Zhang Wenhao scrambled to his feet and stumbled inside after him. Spotting Xiao Chuan, he crawled toward her, knelt at her feet, and kept bowing his head, sobbing. Chu Ran, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spread those rumors about you. The Imperial Group project had nothing to do with me. Please let me go. Startled by his actions, Xiao Chuan jumped back only to collide with a warm embrace. She turned around to find Yi Chun holding her. After entering the hall, Yi Chun had spotted Xiao Chen. Tonight she was meticulously dressed, shining like a radiant star amidst the crowd, dazzling and brilliant. As Zhang Wenhao lunged toward Xiao Chen, Yi Chun pulled her into his arms, first to keep her from falling, shooting a fierce glare at Zhang Wenhao. Terrified, Zhang Wenhao immediately rolled away, afraid of provoking Yi Chun's wrath. Xiao Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Holding her close, Yi Chun murmured, "He's probably having some kind of episode. Ignore him." Though they were married, they rarely had such intimate contact. Feeling the warmth of Yi Chun's embrace, Xiao Chen's ears turned crimson. She quickly pulled away from his arms and stammered, Chairman Yi of the Imperial Group should be here by now. I need to go see." As Zhang Wenhao fled in panic, Xiao Hailong entered, accompanied by his younger sister Xiao Weiwei and her fiancé Wang Yunfei. Beside Wang Yunfei stood a lavishly dressed young man who bore a resemblance to him. Bumping into Zhang Wenhao, Xiao Hailong hastily said, "Ah, brother Wenhao. I heard as I came in that something major happened to your family. Is it true?" Zhang Wenhao pushed him away in a daze, muttering, it's over, everything is lost." Xiao Hailong asked with concern, "Young Master Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Wenhao shook his head in terror, daring not say a word. He had no doubt that if he spoke anything improper, he would be found dead on the streets by tomorrow. Thus Zhang Wenhao broke free from Xiao Hailong's grip and ran out in despair. Xiao Hailong watched his retreating figure and sighed. Looks like the Zhang family is truly finished. Damn, that was fast. Yesterday, everything was fine, and today they're bankrupt. Then, spotting Yi Chun and Xiao Chen, Xiao Hailong conceived a malicious scheme and promptly called out, "Chen, let me introduce you to this distinguished guest. This is Wang Yunkai, Yunfei's cousin and the eldest son of the Wang family. Brother Kai, this is my cousin Xiao Chen," Xiao Hailong said obsequiously to Wang Yunkai. Since entering, Wang Yunkai's gaze had been fixed on Xiao Chen. Upon hearing this, he quickly extended his hand and said, "Hello, Chen. I've long heard that the daughter of the Xiao family is as beautiful as the moon and flowers. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Yi Chen's eyes flickered with displeasure. Having a beautiful wife was truly troublesome. One nuisance after another kept buzzing around, and it was utterly exasperating. So he stepped forward, grabbing Wang Yunkai's hand first, and said coldly, "Hello, I'm Chen's husband. You?" Wang Yunkai looked Yi Chen up and down with undisguised contempt, withdrew his hand, and said indifferently, "I didn't expect Chen to be married already. Truly a pearl cast before swine." Xiao Weiwei quickly added, "Brother Kai, this good for nothing married into our Xiao family. He has no job and no ability." Then she deliberately winked at Wang Yunkai and said, "Brother Kai, after Yunfei and I get married, we'll be family. We should keep in touch." Wang Yunkai understood her implication. She was urging him to pursue Xiao Chen, so he smiled and said, "Miss Chen is as beautiful as a celestial being. I would be more than happy to have more contact with her." Just then Yi Chen saw his mother-in-law Ma Lan and father-in-law Xiao Changquan approaching. Ma Lan hurried over and said to Xiao Chen, Ran, did you hear? The Zhang family is bankrupt." "Off." Xiao Chen asked in surprise, "When did this happen?" "Just now." Ma Lan sighed. "I thought that after you divorce Yi Chen you might end up with Zhang Wenhao. But now that's out of the question." Yi Chen felt deeply frustrated. Was this mother-in-law out of her mind? Did she not realize that her current son-in-law was the real golden catch? Seeing Ma Lan, Wang Yunkai quickly approached and introduced himself. "You must be Chen's mother." "Hello, auntie. I'm Wang Yunkai, Yunfei's cousin. You are truly beautiful. No wonder you gave birth to such a lovely daughter like Chen." Upon hearing that Wang Yunkai was Wang Yunfei's cousin and the eldest son of the Wang family, a wealthy heir, her eyes lit up and she said warmly, Yes, I'm Chen's mother. Are you friends with Chen?" Wang Yunkai nodded and smiled. "We are friends, but we just met today." Ma Lan beamed with joy and quickly nodded. "Let's all find seats and sit down. Young Master Wang, our Chen is not only beautiful, but also pure as jade. You young people should get to know each other better." "Mom." Xiao Chen called out in displeasure, stopping her mother from continuing. As Ma Lan was about to say more, Xiao Chen tugged at her, reminding everyone to look at the stage. At that moment, old Madame Xiao was already standing under the spotlight. She glanced around excitedly, then stood before the microphone and said with a smile, "First, on behalf of the Xiao family, I welcome all our dear friends and partners to our banquet. Next, let us welcome the vice chairman of the Dihao Group, Ms. Wang Dongxue." The spotlight instantly shifted, casting its beam on the front row seat. Wang Dongxue, clad in a black evening gown, fully revealed her perfect figure to the audience. Under the light, she shone like a fairy, and all the men in the room couldn't help but fix their gazes on her. Vice chairman of the Dihao Group. An unparalleled beauty. Each of these identities was enough to captivate everyone's attention. After standing up, Wang Dongxue merely nodded to the crowd, her gaze lingering briefly on Yi Chen before moving away. Then old Madame Xiao continued, "Today, I first want to thank the Dihao Group for entrusting such an important project to our Xiao family. We will spare no effort to live up to Dihao's trust. Secondly, we wish to introduce an outstanding younger generation of the Xiao family. Without him, we would never have secured this partnership with Dihao. After deliberation, we have decided to appoint him as the director of the Xiao Group, fully responsible for the collaboration with Dihao." Mother-in-law Ma Lan said excitedly, "Oh Ran Ran, it's your turn to go on stage." Although Xiao Charan had prepared herself to go on stage, she was still nervous. Yi Chun immediately cast an encouraging glance at her. Watching the excited Xiao Charan, Xiao Hailong curled his lips into a sneer. Old Madame Xiao's gaze also fell on their table, and she spoke with a smile. "Let us welcome the newly appointed director of the Xiao Group, Xiao Hailong." Xiao Charan froze on the spot. She looked to the side in disbelief, only to see Xiao Hailong striding confidently onto the stage with a smug expression. Yi Chen's eyes turned cold instantly. What a fine move of burning the bridge after crossing it. The Xiao family, after using Xiao Charan, abandoned her, without a second thought, disregarding her feelings entirely. Xiao Charan's eyes reddened, instantly tears welling up. Then she stood up and ran out the door without looking back. For her, the joy she felt upon arrival was now matched only by despair. Yi Chen watched her leave, his expression growing colder. "Bullying my wife? Are you asking for death?" At that moment, Xiao Hailong stood on stage and said proudly, "Thank you for the company's trust. I will do my utmost to be a good director, and I will perfectly complete the project entrusted to us by the Dihao Group." Old Madame Xiao nodded approvingly and took over, saying, "There is one more important matter at this banquet. We are honored to have the new chairman of the Dihao Group, Mr. Yi, here with us. Please give a warm round of applause to welcome Chairman Yi." Thunderous applause erupted. All the guests tonight had come to see the new chairman of the Dihao Group. Everyone was waiting to catch a glimpse of his presence. They looked around privately, eager to see who would step forward at this moment. Someone even said, "I suspect that the mysterious chairman of the Dihao Group is the same super tycoon who caused a stir at Siga Xian Online." "I think so too. That super tycoon's back view looked unfamiliar. He probably isn't from the Jinling circle. Oh my. If that's the case, wouldn't the chairman of the Dihao Group be the most powerful super-rich person in Jinling now? I can't wait to see his true face." Amidst the fervent applause and the eager gazes of countless people, Yi Chun, with a cold expression, slowly stood up. Amidst the utterly incredulous gazes of everyone present, Yi Chun slowly rose to his feet. All eyes in the banquet hall instantly converged upon him. "Yi Chun, what are you doing? Sit down at once." Ma Lan exclaimed in fright, hastily urging him. How could he not see what kind of occasion this was? With so many influential figures present, none dared to stand. How could you, Yi Chun, a worthless son-in-law, choose this moment to make a spectacle of yourself? Wang Yunkai and Wang Yunfei exchanged glances, both thinking to themselves, damn, could the chairman of Dihao Group really be him? But then they shook their heads in unison. Impossible. If he truly were the chairman of Dihao, how could he be so thoroughly berated by Ma Lan? "What are you a good-for-nothing doing? Sit down now." Xiao Hailong shouted from the stage, his face dark as thunder. Yi Chun cast him a cold glance, then walked straight over to Wang Dongxue, completely disregarding the shocked stares of the crowd, and whispered a few words in her ear. Wang Dongxue listened, nodding slightly. This scene made everyone's hearts tighten instantly. Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group, a renowned beauty of Jinling City. How could Yi Chun, a worthless son-in-law, know her? And by the looks of it, their relationship was quite amicable. After speaking, Yi Chun paid no heed to the onlookers and strode out of the hall to pursue Xiao Charan. Wang Dongxue, however, walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and amidst the bewildered gazes announced, "Hello, everyone, I am Wang Dongxue. Mr. Yi Chun encountered our chairman outside earlier, and the chairman asked him to deliver a message to me." Hearing that Yi Chun was not the chairman of Dihao, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yunkai relaxed and muttered disdainfully, "So he just happened to run into the chairman once, and now he's desperately trying to curry favor with the assistant. What a pathetic loser." Wang Yunfei shrugged with a smirk. "That's just how small-timers are." At that moment, Wang Dongxue on stage swept her gaze over old Madame Xiao, her expression turning cold. "The chairman instructed me to inform you all. From this moment on, Dihao Group terminates its cooperation with the Xiao family. All signed contracts are declared void." The crowd erupted into an uproar. No one had anticipated Wang Dongxue uttering such words. This abrupt turn of events left everyone utterly stunned. Old Madame Xiao's face instantly turned deathly pale. She asked urgently, "Vice Chairman Wang, why is this? Has our Xiao family done something wrong?" Today she had invited all the prominent figures of Jinling, hoping to use this opportunity to elevate the Xiao family's status. If the collaboration fell through in front of everyone, the Xiao family would be trampled underfoot by all. Wang Dongxue said, "This project was originally approved by our chairman out of recognition for Ms. Xiao Chen, but you took it upon yourselves to assign an irrelevant person to lead it. We do not accept this." With that, Wang Dongxue set down the microphone and walked out the door without looking back. Old Madame Xiao's face was ashen as she collapsed onto the stage in an instant. She never dreamed that her momentary cleverness would destroy this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Had she known the outcome would be like this, she would never have let Xiao Hailong replace Xiao Chen as the director. Xiao Hailong was also utterly bewildered. What was happening? It seemed Wang Dongxue was deliberately targeting him. He hadn't offended her. Xiao Hailong couldn't help but ask old Madame Xiao, "Grandma, the appointment of the director has been announced. You won't go back on it, will you?" Old Madame Xiao struggled to her feet and slapped him across the face, cursing furiously, "You bastard! You're still thinking about the directorship at a time like this. Come with me immediately to beg Chen." When Chen chased after her, he found that Xiao Chen hadn't gone far. She was just crouching in a secluded corner near the hotel, weeping in grievance. He approached slowly, took off his suit jacket, and draped it over her shoulders, saying, "Dear, don't be sad. The directorship of the Xiao family is hardly a treasure. It's not worth it. You don't understand. If I became the director, my parents could hold their heads high in the Xiao family. How could Grandma go back on her word?" Xiao Chen sobbed indistinctly. Chen continued to console her. "Maybe they'll come begging you to be the director in a little while. If you keep crying like this, you won't look pretty when you go on stage." Xiao Chen choked out, "Impossible. Grandma has already made her announcement. There's no turning back. You go inside. Let me be alone for a while." Just then old Madame Xiao and Xiao Hailong rushed out of the banquet hall. The elderly lady was gasping for breath from the exertion. Behind her streamed a large crowd, all following to watch the spectacle. Once outside, Xiao Hailong spotted Chen and Xiao Chen. He hurried over, looked down at the teary-eyed Xiao Chen, and blurted out, "Chen, go after Vice Chairman Wang right now. Ask her not to terminate our cooperation." Xiao Chen looked bewildered. "Terminate the cooperation? Why?" Xiao Hailong said angrily, "Don't play innocent with me. You must have put Vice Chairman Wang up to humiliating me publicly. If you don't fix this, I won't let you off." Slap. Old Madame Xiao furiously slapped Xiao Hailong again, scolding, "You scoundrel! How dare you speak to your sister like that? She is the director of our Xiao group." Xiao Hailong panicked, "Grandma, didn't we agree that I would be the director?" Old Madame Xiao roared, "If you hadn't fed me sweet talk, I would never have changed my mind. If you keep this up, get out of the Xiao family." Having been slapped twice by the old lady, Xiao Hailong was seething with rage, but dared not speak out, so he had to swallow his anger for the time being. Old Madame Xiao then turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Chen, Grandma is begging you. You are now the director of the Xiao family. Go and explain things to Vice Chairman Wang quickly, or our Xiao family is finished." Xiao Chen looked at Chen in confusion. Chen shrugged and said, "I told you they'd come begging you to be the director soon. You didn't believe me. See, your face is all tear-stained." Xiao Chen blushed, wiped her tears, and said, "Then I'll try contacting Dihao." With that, she dialed Wang Dongxue's number. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. After a moment, the call connected. Xiao Chen spoke, "Hello, Vice Chairman Wang. Grandma asked me to explain. I will be promoted to director of the Xiao family and will be in charge of the cooperation with Dihao. Could you please give us another chance?" Wang Dongxue chuckled and said, "If you are the director and are willing to take charge, then there is no problem. The cooperation can continue. But if it's anyone else, there is nothing to discuss." Vice Chairman Wang, "Thank you so much." Xiao Chen was deeply puzzled by the whole affair. From start to finish, Dihao Group seemed to be acting solely to help her. It was too unusual. Wang Dongxue laughed and said, "This is all our chairman's decision. If there's an opportunity in the future, the chairman will explain everything to you personally." Xiao Chen grew even more perplexed. Who was this chairman? She had never met him. Why was he helping her at every turn? "Then could I ask you to return to the banquet hall?" Xiao Chen asked nervously. The other party had left in anger, clearly provoked by the Xiao family. Asking her to come back now seemed a bit presumptuous. But to her surprise, Wang Dongxue agreed without hesitation. Soon everyone saw Wang Dongxue's car return to the hotel entrance. In that instant, the looks directed at Xiao Chen were filled with shock and awe. The crowd returned to the banquet hall where the old lady led Xiao Chen by the hand onto the stage. With an affectionate demeanor, she began, "I truly apologize for earlier. It was my foolish mistake. In fact, all credit goes to Chen. She is the outstanding descendant of our Xiao family. This collaboration with the Dihao Group was made possible largely through her efforts." Wang Dongxue, standing beside her, cast a disdainful glance and raised a hand to stop her. "Let me clarify, Miss Xiao Chen didn't just contribute significantly. She single-handedly brokered this partnership. No one else had any part in it." The words were blunt, but everyone was accustomed to it. Given Daheo's status, even if Wang Dongxue slapped the old lady in public, she wouldn't dare complain. The old lady quickly nodded. Vice Chairman Wang is right. All the credit belongs to Chen. From now on, Chen will be our Shao family's director. She will oversee the entire collaboration between the Shao family and Dihao Group. Wang Dongxue finally smiled and shook hands with Shao Chen. I hope we can work together harmoniously. Shao Chen was still dazed and could only nod. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience, their gazes fixed on her with burning intensity. Who had she managed to win over? Dihao Group held her in such high regard. Shao Chen was equally bewildered. She turned to look at Chen, realizing that everything had unfolded exactly as he had predicted. The old lady had returned the directorial position that was rightfully hers. Even after the banquet ended and she returned home, Shao Chen remained in a daze. Recalling Chen's earlier words, she couldn't help but feel puzzled. In recent days, Chen seemed different. There was so much about him she didn't understand, as if he were shrouded in layers of mystery. That night, Shao Chen's name became renowned throughout Jinling. Everyone knew that the Shao family had produced an exceptional descendant who had earned Dihao Group's unwavering support. With her around, the family's revival seemed imminent. The next morning, Shao Chen woke early, refreshed and eager, and headed to the company. It was her first day as director, and she was determined to give it her all. Chen, after waking up, began his usual household chores. Once he finished and was about to head to the market to buy groceries for lunch, he suddenly received a call from his mother-in-law Ma Lan. Answering the phone, he heard her frantic voice, "Chen, you must get to Ping'an Road within 10 minutes, or it'll make your life miserable when you get back." With that, she hung up. Puzzled, Chen wondered what urgent matter had arisen, as his mother-in-law had been missing since morning. Though he detested her, he dared not delay. After quickly tidying up, he hailed a taxi and headed to Ping'an Road. Upon stepping out, he saw a crowd of elderly men and women angrily gathered outside a tightly shut insurance company. His mother-in-law stood at the front holding a banner and shouting furiously, "Huaxin is a scam. Return our hard-earned money." Chen hurried over. "Mom, why did you call me here?" As he spoke, the chants of the crowd rang in his ears, their voices hoarse and deafening. Ma Lan grabbed Chen and shoved him into her spot. "Here, take over the shouting for me. I've been at it all morning and my throat is shot." Though confused, Chen joined the protest. While chanting, he asked an elderly man nearby what had happened and finally understood the situation. It turned out that Huaxin Insurance Company had been selling high-return insurance products. Drawn by the promise of huge returns, these elderly people had invested heavily in the company's products, becoming its clients. When the time came for dividends, they found the company's doors locked with only a few employees offering flimsy excuses. Realizing they had been swindled, they were furious. No wonder his mother-in-law had urgently called him to join the protest. Chen felt a headache coming on. "Mom, how much did you invest?" Ma Lan said anxiously, "They promised high returns, so I got carried away and poured all our savings into their products." Chen was stunned. "What? All our money?" Ma Lan snapped. "Do you have to shout? Trying to humiliate me further?" She continued berating him. "If you were worth anything, I wouldn't have bought their insurance. Do you think I can rely on a good for-nothing like you for retirement?" The useless man couldn't even support his own family, and now he was just watching the spectacle without a care. She then ordered, "Keep shouting the slogans for me, and don't you dare stop." Chen had no choice but to nod. "Yes, Mom." Several elderly women approached, eyeing Chen. "Sister Lan, is this your son-in-law?" They looked him over and sneered. "He looks so shabby, worse than my son-in-law. Yeah, his clothes are terrible, even worse than what an old woman like me wears." Their words were sharp and mocking. Chen paid them no mind. They were old folks who had lost their life savings. There was no point in arguing. Ma Lan, however, was seething. The more she looked at Chen, the more irritated she became. "Just you wait. They'll have my daughter divorce him in a few days. They'll find her a worthy son-in-law." Chen sneered inwardly. A worthy son-in-law. Even all of Jinling's wealthy heirs combined couldn't match a single finger of his. Ma Lan was frantic with worry. Chen was useless good only for shouting slogans. She needed someone capable to help recover her investment. Unfortunately, Zhang Wenhao, who had been pursuing her daughter, had gone bankrupt. Otherwise, she could have asked him for help. Suddenly, she remembered Wang Yunkai, the elder brother of Wang Yunfei, whom she had met at the family banquet. Given how attentive he had been to her daughter, he might be interested. Though the Wang family wasn't as wealthy as the Zhangs, they were still a notable clan. If she called him, he might have a solution. Fortunately, Wang Yunkai had given her his business card yesterday. She immediately took out her phone and dialed his number. The call connected quickly. Ma Lan spoke at once. "Hello, is this Yunkai?" "Yes, this is Shao Chen's mother." Wang Yunkai had been utterly captivated by Shao Chen's beauty since seeing her at the banquet, unable to forget her. He was troubled by the lack of opportunity to approach Shao Chen when coincidentally her mother called him. He surmised that Ma Lan must be in some predicament and certainly wouldn't miss this chance to curry favor. Thus he immediately inquired politely, "Aunt Ma, have you encountered some trouble? Well, there's a matter I need your help with." Ma Lan said hastily, "Yunkai, I bought some financial products with a few old friends from an insurance company called Huaxin. I've sunk all my savings into it, but now the company won't allow withdrawals. Can you find a way to get our money back?" Wang Yunkai was overjoyed upon hearing this, feeling his moment to shine had arrived. He said confidently, "And don't worry. They'll come to you right now and they'll definitely resolve this matter." Ma Lan was thrilled and said hastily, "Oh, that's so kind of you." After hanging up her gaze, turned to Yi Chun. She fumed, "Some people have no abilities whatsoever, utterly useless. Besides shouting a few slogans, what good are they?" Yi Chun sneered inwardly at this. His mother-in-law was truly both snobbish and blind. Calling Wang Yunkai for help. This company had likely swindled tens of millions or more. Those who dared to scam such sums must have formidable backing, perhaps even underworld bosses behind them. How could Wang Yunkai possibly force the swindlers to return the money? The Wang family's own power was quite mediocre. After their partnership with the Imperial Group was terminated, their influence had shrunk even further. With their background, intervening in such a large financial fraud was nearly impossible. In truth, such a trivial matter could be resolved instantly with a single call to Chen Zikai of Buckingham Palace. After all, he was the Yi family's representative in Jinling. Every entrepreneur and major figure from the legitimate world to the underworld had to show him due respect. However, his mother-in-law was truly despicable. Since she trusted Wang Yunkai, let Wang Yunkai handle it. Seeing Ma Lan beaming after a single phone call, people immediately gathered around asking if she had found some influential figure to help. Ma Lan said smugly to the surrounding elderly, "Don't worry, I've invited the eldest young master of the Wang family to help. He's incredibly capable. Getting our money back should be a piece of cake." Someone exclaimed, "The eldest young master of the Wang family. Sister Lan, you're amazing to have found such an important figure. Yes, that young Master Wang must have extensive connections. Resolving our problem is just a matter of a few words, isn't it? Sister Lan, since you know such an outstanding young man, why not marry your daughter to him? Instead, you married her off to that good-for-nothing." Ma Lan cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun and snorted, "This waste will be kicked out of the Shao family sooner or later." Yi Chun remained silent, planning to wait until Wang Yunkai arrived to see him hit a wall. Soon a black Porsche slowly pulled up before the crowd. A well-dressed, handsome young man stepped out of the car. Wang Yunkai had arrived. The elderly people around sighed. "Ah, now this is what you call a promising young man. Such a good son-in-law. I wonder which lucky girl will end up with him. Yes, if my daughter could marry him, I would die content. But stop dreaming. Even if you died, he wouldn't look twice at your daughter." At that moment, Ma Lan spotted Wang Yunkai and rushed over, her face full of eagerness. "Oh, Yunkai, you're finally here. I've been so anxious." The arriving person was indeed Wang Yunkai. Wang Yunkai said with a smile, "And I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Ma Lan said hurriedly, "Oh, Yunkai, you're far too polite. I've only been waiting for 10 minutes. You came so quickly." Wang Yunkai chuckled. "As soon as I heard you were in trouble, I drove over, immediately running several red lights along the way." Ma Lan looked smug but feigned concern. "Won't running so many red lights cause trouble?" "Not at all," Wang Yunkai said nonchalantly. "I know people at the traffic department. One phone call, and any violation can be cleared." Then he added, "Let's talk about your matter. How much money did you lose in total?" Ma Lan sighed. "Alas, I invested over $1 million in total. They promised a dividend of 200,000 this month, but now I can't even withdraw the principal." Wang Yunkai nodded and promised grandly, "Don't worry, leave this to me. With me handling it'll definitely get your money back." Having said that, he suddenly noticed Yi Chun standing behind Ma Lan, his expression shifting slightly. He hadn't expected that annoying good-for-nothing Yi Chun would be here too. Ever since meeting Shao Chen, Wang Yunkai had harbored intentions of winning her affections. After hearing from his younger brother Wang Yunfei that Shao Chen was likely still a virgin, his desire grew even stronger. Thus, seeing Shao Chen's worthless husband naturally filled him with contempt. He deliberately said with a smile, "Oh, brother Yi is here too. Do you perhaps have a way to help Aunt Ma recover her investment? How about you give it a try first? That way you can't blame me for stealing your thunder later." Ma Lan interjected hastily, "Let him try. A fat lot of good that would do. He's all talk, can only shout slogans. Ignore him, Yunkai." Wang Yunkai nodded and sneered. "Since brother Yi lacks the ability, I suppose he'll give it a shot." Yi Chen smiled faintly and uttered 5 words, "Good luck, Master Wang." Wang Yunkai let out a scornful laugh. At this moment, the elderly people around Ma Lan crowded and flattering her. "Ma Lan, we're all friends here. Ask this young gentleman to help us too. Our hard-earned savings are at stake." Ma Lan said arrogantly, "Oh, I can't decide that. Yunkai is doing this as a favor to me. He doesn't know you all." The others began pleading with Wang Yunkai. "Young Master Wang, please be merciful and help us too." Wang Yunkai was disdainful of the others, but sensing Ma Lan's greed for petty gains, he smiled and said, "Since you're all Aunt Ma's friends, I can help you out." As the crowd rejoiced, Wang Yunkai said haughtily, "However, I'm only doing this out of respect for Aunt Ma. So for every amount I recover for you, you'll give Aunt Ma a 10 commission. Is that acceptable?" The others quickly agreed, "No problem. Getting back 90 is infinitely better than getting nothing." Upon hearing this, Ma Lan was overjoyed. The total amount her friends had been swindled was over 10 million. If Wang Yunkai could indeed recover it, wouldn't she make a fortune of nearly 1 million? Just as Ma Lan was brimming with excitement, Wang Yunkai declared loudly, "Dear uncles and aunties, please don't rush. They'll go negotiate with them right now. Wait here for my good news." Ma Lan felt emboldened by Wang Yunkai's support and blurted out, "Yunkai'll go with you." Yichen quickly advised Ma Lan, "Mom, it's best you don't go there. If Wang Yunkai can't resolve this, you might end up in trouble." "But," Ma Lan snapped angrily, "You useless fool, how dare you question Yunkai's ability?" The other elderly folks were all counting on Wang Yunkai to recover their hard-earned money. Yichen's dissent naturally sparked their collective displeasure. Amid the torrent of accusations, Yichen said calmly, "Mom, you can wait here. It's best not to meddle." Ma Lan refused to listen and retorted, "Shut your stinking mouth. Who do you think you are to speak here?" Wang Yunkai's face was filled with arrogance as he mocked, "You have no real skill, but your jealousy is immense. Do you think I'm a useless fool who only shouts slogans like you?" Seeing that his mother-in-law wouldn't listen, Yichen stopped insisting and said indifferently, "Fine, I'll wait for young Master Wang's good news." Yichen couldn't stand his mother-in-law Ma Lan. She was far too snobbish and easily deceived by appearances. In short, a narrow-minded old woman. Today's incident seemed like a simple fraud case, but a closer look revealed murky depths. His mother-in-law, lacking discernment, insisted on wading into troubled waters. He could do nothing but let her learn a lesson. Ma Lan, oblivious to Yichen's good intentions, shot him a fierce glare before turning to Wang Yunkai with an apologetic tone. "Yunkai, don't mind what that useless fool says. Auntie absolutely believes in you." Wang Yunkai smirked smugly, "Don't worry, Auntie. I won't stoop to the level of a good for nothing." With that, he said spiritedly, "Auntie, let's go." "All right." Wang Yunkai led Ma Lan through the crowd to the entrance of Huaxin Insurance Company. The moment they arrived, he barked at the employees blocking the door, "Go tell your boss to refund these uncles and aunties their money immediately. Otherwise, I'll have my legal team and the police step in, and you and your boss will all be arrested." Ma Lan chimed in, "You scoundrels hear that? We've got backing now. If your scam company doesn't refund us, watch out. Young Master Wang will throw you all in prison." The young employee at the front grew nervous. "I'm sorry, I'm just a security guard. This isn't my responsibility." Wang Yunkai sneered, "Then call your boss and tell him Wang Yunkai of the Jinling Wang family is here. Tell him to come handle this himself or face the consequences." As he spoke, Wang Yunkai's face radiated arrogance. Though the Wang family wasn't top tier in Jinling, they were at least middle class. Surely the boss of a petty scam company would show him some respect after hearing his name. The young employee, intimidated, quickly called his boss. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Huaxin Insurance, boss Zhou Huaxin was fawning over a middle-aged man in his 40s. With a flattering smile, he pulled a bank card from his drawer and respectfully handed it over, saying, "Fifth Master, this card holds 30 million. The password is your birthday. It's your dividend this time. Please take a look." The middle-aged man, dressed in a tang suit, had a rugged appearance but an imposing, authoritative gaze. Anyone present would recognize him. He was Hong Five. In all of Jinling, everyone knew Hong Five was the underground king, untouchable. Hong Five looked at Zhou Huaxin with approval. "Xiao Zhou, you're quite savvy." "Not bad, not bad." Zhou Huaxin quickly asked, "Fifth Master, what about those old folks causing trouble downstairs?" Hong Five said dismissively, "A bunch of old fogies, don't worry about them. If they don't scram soon, I'll have my men teach them a lesson." Zhou Huaxin sighed in relief. "Thank you, Fifth Master." Hong Five chuckled, "From now on, go all out with such business. As long as it makes money, you'll have your back." Zhou Huaxin was overjoyed and said humbly, "Thank you, Fifth Master. With your word, I'll work even harder. Let's prosper together." Zhou Huaxin didn't have deep connections in Jinling, but he had one strength: a sharp mind for shady schemes. Running a fraudulent investment scheme, he knew he couldn't handle such large sums alone, so he sought Fifth Master's help, offering a cut of the illegal profits in exchange for protection. Hong Five, who wielded immense power in Jinling, could certainly keep him safe. With such a backer, Zhou Huaxin had no worries and ran his scam business with great success. Just as Zhou Huaxin was thrilled to have secured Fifth Master's patronage, his subordinate called, saying, "Boss, trouble. Some guy claiming to be young Master Wang Yunkai of the Wang family says we must refund the money immediately or he'll have you thrown in jail." "Damn, is that so?" Zhou Huaxin frowned and quickly said to Hong Five, Fifth Master, someone from the Jinling Wang family, is downstairs causing trouble with those old folks. He claims he's untouchable in Jinling and wants us to give back all the money we've swindled or he'll send us to prison. Zhou Huaxin deliberately exaggerated to provoke Hong Five. Then, bending over in supplication, he pleaded, Fifth Master, the Wang family has some influence in Jinling. If they target me, I can't afford to offend them. Please help your little brother through this crisis. The Jinling Wang family. Hong Five snorted coldly. In my eyes, that puny Wang family isn't worth a single feather. Even their head would have to bow before me. Now their junior dares to provoke me. He must be tired of living. With that, Hong Five pocketed the bank card Zhou Huaxin had offered and said icily, let's go. I want to see which fool thinks he can make me. Hong Five spit out the money I've taken. Wang Yunkai stood arrogantly at the entrance of Huaxin Company, fully aware that today was his golden opportunity to showcase his prowess before Xiao Chen's mother, a chance he must seize with unwavering resolve. Once he won over her mother, winning her over would be a breeze. The thought of claiming the renowned beauty of Jinling, Xiao Chen, for himself sent waves of exhilaration through his veins. Thus he declared loudly, rest assured, esteemed elders, the owner of this fraudulent company will soon arrive to refund your money. The crowd erupted into cheers and applause, their excitement barely contained. Only Yi Chun watched Wang Yunkai with a cold sneer, fully aware that this fool was far too conceited and would soon meet a fate he couldn't fathom. Just as Wang Yunkai Chen held high basked in the adulation of the crowd, the door of Huaxin Insurance Company swung open from within. Out stepped the owner, Zhou Huaxin, alongside a middle-aged man in a tank suit. Though slightly older, the man exuded an imposing aura. It was none other than Fifth Master Hong. Behind Fifth Master Hong followed several burly subordinates, his personal bodyguards, each possessing formidable skills. Fifth Master Hong's status was so elevated that many in Jinling had only heard of his fearsome reputation without ever laying eyes on him. Thus Wang Yunkai and the others failed to recognize him. Everyone only recognized Zhou Huaxin, the owner of Huaxin Insurance. The atmosphere among the crowd instantly ignited. Good heavens, Yunkai actually brought President Zhou here. He's truly remarkable. Yes, thanks to Sister Lan, our money stands a chance. Sister Lan, such an outstanding young man, is the perfect son-in-law material. Ma Lan, basking in the flattery of her old friends, felt an indescribable satisfaction. Today Wang Yunkai had truly made her shine before her circle of acquaintances. With this thought, her face bloomed with smiles, her gaze fixed on Wang Yunkai with boundless approval. Meanwhile, Wang Yunkai stepped forward, smugly adopting an air of superiority. He recognized neither Zhou Huaxin nor Fifth Master Hong. Observing Zhou Huaxin's deference toward Hong, he mistakenly assumed Fifth Master Hong was the boss. Thus, fixing his eyes on Fifth Master Hong, he declared arrogantly, "Are you the owner of Huaxin Insurance?" Fifth Master Hong replied with an enigmatic smile, "I'm not the boss, merely someone who works for him. But if you have something to say, you can tell me." Wang Yunkai sneered dismissively, "So you're just a lackey. A nobody like you isn't worthy of speaking to me. Get lost and bring your boss here." Yi Chen shook his head, staring at Wang Yunkai as if he were a fool. The man in the tang suit, with his formidable presence and entourage of subordinates, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Yet Wang Yunkai's arrogant provocation was nothing short of courting death. Ma Lan chimed in coldly, "Yunkai, don't waste words on this lackey. The one next to him is the real owner of Huaxin Insurance." Zhou Huaxin was stunned speechless. This Wang Yunkai and that old woman had audacity beyond belief. They dared to insult Fifth Master Hong as a lackey and order him away, clearly ignorant of the consequences. Who in all of Jinling would dare to insult Fifth Master Hong so recklessly? Even if someone did, they would be fed to the fish in a fit of rage. The moment Wang Yunkai's words fell, a burly subordinate behind Fifth Master Hong stepped forward, grabbed Wang Yunkai by the hair, and delivered several resounding slaps. "How dare you insult Fifth Master Hong? Have you grown tired of living?" With that, he seized Ma Lan and struck her across the face with a sharp slap, cursing, "You damned woman, daring to insult Fifth Master Hong. Do you want me to tear that filthy mouth of yours apart?" A thunderous shock struck Wang Yunkai and Ma Lan like a bolt from the blue. What? The man in the tang suit was none other than the legendary Fifth Master Hong of Jinling. And they had just insulted him with reckless abandon. At this realization, their faces turned deathly pale, cold sweat drenching them as terror seized their very souls. Quickest to react, Wang Yunkai dropped to his knees with a thud before Fifth Master Hong, kowtowing and weeping. "Fifth Master, I was wrong. I apologize. I was blind not to recognize you, and I should never have cursed you. These damned old folks demanding refunds have nothing to do with me. Please spare my life." Kneeling there, he slapped his own face and kowtowed in apology, sobbing uncontrollably. He had never imagined that the backing of this fraudulent company's owner was none other than the fearsome Fifth Master Hong of Jinling. Such a formidable figure was beyond the reach of even his entire family. Regret consumed him. He had only sought to curry favor with Xiao Chen's mother to get closer to her. But instead of achieving his goal, he had mortally offended Fifth Master Hong. If his father found out, he would surely beat him to death. The scene before them left the surrounding elders utterly stunned. They had pinned their hopes on Wang Yunkai to recover their money, never expecting him to kneel and beg forgiveness from the man in the Tang suit. And Ma Lan, who had been so smug moments ago, now bore the marks of slaps, looking as wretched as a beaten dog. Fifth Master Hong snorted coldly and ordered his men, "Since this fool has such a foul mouth, you'll take turns slapping him 10,000 times. Don't stop until every slap is delivered." Wang Yunkai was petrified with fear. 10,000 slaps would surely kill him. Just then one of Fifth Master Hong's subordinates pointed at the disheveled Ma Lan and asked, "Fifth Master, what about this old hag?" Fifth Master Hong cast a disdainful glance at Ma Lan and said flatly, 10,000 slaps for her too." Ma Lan dropped to her knees with a thud, trembling violently, nearly frightened to death. Offending Fifth Master Hong. Would she even survive? Several subordinates stepped forward, grabbing Wang Yunkai and Ma Lan, ready to commence the punishment. Yi Chen watched coldly from the crowd. When his mother-in-law was struck, he had hesitated to intervene. After all, her perpetual nastiness warranted some discipline. But if Fifth Master Hong's men delivered 10,000 slaps, she would be crippled or dead. How could he explain that to his wife? If her life were truly in danger, his wife would be devastated. He realized he had no choice but to act. Just as a burly man raised his arm to deliver a vicious blow to Ma Lan's weathered face, Yi Chen rushed forward and seized his wrist. Ma Lan was so terrified that she shrieked, her eyes already clamped shut, bracing for the blow. Yet suddenly she realized the fierce, heavy palm never descended. She opened her eyes and was instantly startled. Her worthless son-in-law Yi Chen had somehow stepped forward and blocked the incoming slap. Her mind went momentarily blank, unable to comprehend how Yi Chen, that good for nothing, had found such audacity. Master Hong Wu never expected anyone would dare stand up for that damned old woman. He demanded coldly, "Who are you? Do you wish for death as well?" Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, "Master Hong Wu, is it? Do me a favor. You may beat that dead dog over there all you want, but my mother-in-law is off limits." Master Hong Wu's face darkened. "This old hag is your mother-in-law. And what are you that you think you're worthy of my favor?" As he spoke, fury surged within him. In Jinling, he had always been revered by countless people, yet today he had been met with repeated disrespect. First there was that Wang Yunkai shouting in his face, and then that nauseating old woman babbling on the side. And now some young punk jumps out to boss him around. Did they really think Hong Wu was some stray dog anyone could provoke at will? With that thought, he erupted in rage and barked at his men, "Beat this reckless fool to death." Yi Chen, hearing this, smiled faintly and said, "Hold on. Let me make a call, and the person on the other end will speak with you." With that, he took out his phone and called Chen Zikai, the head of Buckingham Palace. As soon as the call connected, the other party respectfully said, "Young master, what are your orders?" Yi Chen asked casually, "There's a man called Master Hong Wu in Jinling. Do you know him?" Chen Zikai hurriedly chuckled and said, "Young master, this Hong Wu you speak of, I know him. Outsiders call him the underworld king of Jinling, but he's nothing but a petty thug." He added, "This bastard knows him from the Yi family and has been desperate to curry favor with me. He's begged me for the honor of a meal several times, but I've always ignored him. What's the matter? Do you know him, young master?" Yi Chen said casually, "Oh, this punk is trying to kill me now." Chen Zikai on the other end immediately exploded, "Damn it. That lowlife Hong Wu has a death wish. How dare he provoke even you, young master? Where are you? They'll bring people right now and cripple that bastard Hong Wu." Yi Chen said, "Give him the phone. You talk to him." With that, he handed the phone to Master Hong Wu and said, "Here, take it." Master Hong Wu was filled with shock and suspicion. What was going on? This guy didn't seem to be acting. Could he really have some formidable background? But he didn't look it. His clothes were ordinary, the whole outfit probably worth less than 500 yuan, and even his phone was a cheap model. What kind of power could he possibly have? Who could he possibly find to back him up? Despite his disdain, Master Hong Wu still instinctively took the phone and asked cautiously, "Hello, I'm Master Hong Wu. Who is this? Trying to stand up for this kid?" Chen Zikai on the phone cursed him out. "Hong Wu, are you tired of living? How dare you provoke our young master? Do you believe he'll have your entire family of 25 slaughtered tonight?" Master Hong Wu recognized the voice. Wasn't this Chen Zikai, the man he had been bending over backward to ingratiate himself with? He said he had offended his young master. Could it be this very young man standing before him? And the fact that Chen Zikai immediately mentioned his family of 25, had he already dug up all his secrets? He was the Yi family's representative in Jinling. The Yi family's power was immense. Killing him would be no different from crushing an ant. At these words, he was terrified out of his wits. He blurted out a plea for mercy. President Chen, please don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. The young master and I. Shut up. Chen Zikai cursed. Our young master's identity is top secret. If you blabber and leak it, it'll have your entire family killed. Master Hong Wu trembled violently, shaking worse than a Parkinson's patient, and stammered, President Chen, I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I will definitely handle this matter properly. A mere President Chen was enough to make him grovel, and above him, the Yi family of Yanjing was an ultimate existence beyond his reach, one he would spend his life looking up to. But now he had recklessly and directly offended the Yi family's young master. With that thought, Master Hong Wu's gaze fixed on Yi Chen. His legs instinctively gave way, and he knelt before Yi Chen, saying in terror, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. I didn't know she was your mother-in-law. I was foolish. I beg your forgiveness. Please forgive me. With that, his legs went weak, and he knelt before Yi Chen. Everyone present was dumbfounded, watching as Master Hong Wu knelt and apologized to Yi Chen, the so-called good for nothing. Even young Master Wang was a dead dog before Master Hong Wu, yet this young man could make Master Hong Wu kneel. Who on earth was he? Master Hong Wu's underlings were also terrified. Master Hong Wu was the underworld king of Jinling. What kind of young man could make him kneel? Yi Chen didn't want Master Hong Wu's life either. After all, his men had beaten his mother-in-law, not him. And honestly, Yi Chen found it quite satisfying to see his mother-in-law get a beating. So he said to Master Hong Wu, I can forgive you this time, but the money you swindled from my mother-in-law must be returned with interest. Master Hong Wu felt as if he had received a pardon. He never expected the young master to forgive him. Overwhelmed with relief, he quickly kowtowed and blurted out, Rest assured, he'll take care of it immediately. With that, he immediately barked at Zhou Huaxin beside him, Go and handle it at once. If you dawdle, it'll break your legs. Ma Lan was utterly stunned. Was this still her worthless son-in-law? Even the infamous Master Hong Wu knelt and kowtowed to him. In an instant, Ma Lan felt that Yi Chen's image had grown towering and even unfathomable in her eyes. Wang Yankai, who had taken several hard slaps, was also stunned. Wasn't Yi Chen known as a useless loser? How could even Master Hong Wu be so afraid of him? At that moment, Zhou Huaxin, pale-faced, approached, carrying a black leather suitcase. Trembling with fear, he said to Ma Lan, Annie, your principal of 1,300,000 plus the promised dividend of 200,000 totals 1,500,000. Here is 2 million. The extra 500,000 is a small token of our apology. Please accept it. Ma Lan was completely dumbfounded. When had her useless son-in-law ever wielded such power? The principal was returned, the promised 200,000 dividend was returned, and they even threw in an extra 500,000. 1,300,000 instantly transformed into 2 million, filling Ma Lan with uncontrollable joy and a hint of disbelief. Then, with a face full of surprise, she asked Zhou Huaxin, Is this 2 million really for me? Zhou Huaxin quickly nodded and said, Of course, it's all yours. Oh, that's just wonderful. Ma Lan immediately burst into excitement. Seeing Ma Lan obtain 2 million, a profit of 700,000 above the principal, the other elderly folks went wild with excitement. They believed that since her money had been returned, theirs would surely be refunded with interest as well. Thus, several people took the lead to ask, Manager Zhou, what about our money? Manager Zhou promptly looked towards Master Hong Wu. Although Master Hong Wu was reluctant to spit out the money he had already swallowed this time, he had incurred the wrath of the young Master Yi. If things went wrong, he might even lose his life, so he set aside his reluctance and blurted out, Refund. Refund, everyone. Out of respect for Mr. Yi, return all the money with interest. The crowd erupted in cheers of excitement. At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly spoke coldly, Master Hong, these people have nothing to do with me. What do you mean by saying it's out of respect for me? Are you trying to moralize me? Master Hong Wu was startled and blurted out, Mr. Yi, what do you mean by this? I'm too dull to understand. Yi Chen said, These people's money has nothing to do with me. Refund them if you wish, or not if you don't. But if you dare say you're refunding out of respect for me, don't blame me for turning hostile right now. These old folks had been jeering at him alongside Ma Lan just moments ago. Why should he help them recover their debts now? On the contrary, not only would he not help them, but he would also add fuel to the fire for Master Hong Wu, making it clear that refunding these elderly people would actually offend him. Master Hong Wu immediately understood and blurted out, Mr. You rest assured I get it. Then he said to Zhou Huaxin, Only refund, Mr. Yes, mother-in-law's money. No refunds for anyone else. Oh. The elderly folks who had been ecstatic moments ago went into a frenzy. Some even burst into loud sobs and wails. Some begged Yi Chen loudly for mercy, but he turned a deaf ear. A bunch of disrespectful old people. How had they mocked and insulted him earlier? Now that they realized he could control Master Hongwu, they wanted his help. Screw them. Seeing the elderly folks in an uproar, Master Hongwu bellowed, "Everyone shut the hell up. If anyone says another word and disturbs Mr. Yi'll take their damn life." The elderly folks immediately fell silent. Master Hongwu then glanced at the stunned Wang Yunkai and blurted out, "Mr. Yi, is this young Master Wang a friend of yours?" Yi Chen looked at Wang Yunkai, who hurriedly begged, Yi Chen, save me. Tell Master Hong that we're good friends. Please." Yi Chen snorted coldly and said to Master Hongwu, "I don't know this person. Go ahead and fulfill your promise. Beat him enough before letting him go." Master Hongwu understood at once and ordered his men, "Damn it, keep hitting him. This bastard son of a bitch pisses me off just looking at him." Wang Yunkai wailed in terror, "Yi Chen, I was blind not to recognize your greatness. I beg you to save me, I beg you." Yi Chen looked at him coldly and said, "I have no ties, no grudges with you, yet you repeatedly mocked me. And now you beg me to save you. Wake up, stop dreaming." Wang Yunkai broke down sobbing. "Yi Chen, I truly know I was wrong. Please save me." Seeing Yi Chen's grim expression, Master Hongwu shouted at his men, "Damn it, you idiots, why aren't you moving? Looking for death." The men were startled and quickly grabbed Wang Yunkai by the neck and hair, raining down a barrage of slaps. Soon Wang Yunkai's mouth was full of blood and several of his teeth were broken, but the slaps continued without pause, each one delivered with immense force. Master Hongwu smiled obsequiously and asked Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this handling?" Yi Chen nodded and said, "All right, that's enough. I need to leave." Master Hongwu quickly and respectfully handed his business card to Yi Chen, flattering him, "Mr. Yi, here is my contact information. If you ever need anything, just let me know and it'll be at your service anytime." Yi Chen grunted in acknowledgement and casually pocketed the card. Then he said to his mother-in-law Ma Lan, "Mom, it's getting late. Let's head back." Although Ma Lan had taken a few slaps, she had ultimately made 700,000, so she was grinning from ear to ear. She looked at Yi Chen with pride, feeling that her son-in-law had truly brought her honor. Yi Chen carried the money and prepared to leave with Ma Lan. The elderly folks crowded around him, flattering him eagerly. "Oh, Yi Chen, I misjudged you earlier. I never expected you to be so capable. Truly a promising young man." "Yes, Yi Chen, you're so handsome and outstanding. A dragon among men. My son-in-law can't hold a candle to you. Could you please talk to Manager Zhou for us and get our money refunded too? That's our hard-earned savings." Yi Chen frowned deeply and said coldly, "Why should I help you? Weren't you all so arrogant? If you can't get your money back, go ask your own son-in-law for help." With that, he strode away. Hearing this, everyone was filled with regret. It was all their fault for needlessly criticizing Yi Chen. Now, the chance to recover their life savings was completely gone. At the thought, some angrily slapped themselves twice, while others collapsed to the ground, utterly dejected, wailing for their lost funds. This was their coffin money. If it was gone, everything was over. Yet they had no recourse. If they had to blame anyone, it was their own sharp tongues and the fact that they didn't have a fine son-in-law like Yi Chen. On the way home, Ma Lan, with a fawning smile and full of delight, asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, how do you know that Master Hongwu? Why is he so polite to you?" Yi Chen evaded with a laugh, saying, "How could I know someone like him? I just called a classmate who had the pull to make Huaxin refund the money." Hearing this, Ma Lan felt a wave of disappointment. She had thought Yi Chen possessed some hidden great ability, but it turned out he had merely asked for a favor. Thus the warmth in her heart cooled considerably. Still, having recovered the money and gained an extra 700,000, she developed a somewhat better impression of Yi Chen. She said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, you must keep today's matter a secret. Don't tell anyone. I may be old, but I still have my pride, don't I?" Yi Chen gave a helpless smile and agreed, "I understand, Mom." After resolving his mother-in-law's troubles, she happily took the cash to the bank for deposit. Yi Chen then returned directly home. Upon entering, he saw his wife Xiao Charin's shoes by the door, knowing she had returned, so he went straight to the bedroom. As he entered the bedroom, he saw his wife Xiao Charin just hanging up the phone, her face full of surprise and excitement. He asked curiously, "Darling, who were you just talking to on the phone?" Xiao Charin said excitedly, "It was my good friend Dong Ruolin. Do you still remember her?" "I remember." Yi Chen nodded, saying, "She used to study in Jinling too, quite close to you. She seemed to be an heiress from a prestigious family in Yanjing, right?" "Yes," Xiao Charin said. "Ruolin's family is quite influential in Yanjing." Yi Chen asked with a smile, "What? Is she coming to see you in Jinling?" Xiao Charin said, "Not just to see me, she's coming to work in Jinling." Yi Chen asked in confusion, "She's an heiress from a major Yanjing family. Why would she leave her own family business to work in Jinling?" Xiao Charin said, "I'm not sure either. She said she's coming to work at the Dihao Group, but why she'd travel so far for it, I don't know." Yi Chen nodded but pondered inwardly. Although the Dong family was far inferior to the Yi family, they still had some influence in Yanjing. There was no need for Dong Ruolin to abandon her own family's business to work at his Dihao Group. Could this woman have some special purpose for coming to Dihao Group? Chen was puzzled but couldn't determine it for now. It seemed he could only wait until Dong Ruolin started working at Dihao Group, then have Wang Dongxue thoroughly investigate her background. Just then Xiao Charan seemed to remember something and tapped her forehead saying, "Oh Chen, I have a meeting with Dihao Group people tomorrow and can't get away. Could you pick up Ruolin from the airport for me and arrange a welcome dinner?" Chen agreed. "He'll make arrangements early tomorrow." Xiao Charan added, "Find a nice place, don't worry about spending money. Take my bank card." As she handed him her wallet, Chen quickly said, "No need. I know someone who runs a decent restaurant, he'll handle it." With that, Chen took out his phone to text Chen Zakai at Buckingham Palace asking him to arrange a banquet. But on second thought, Buckingham Palace was a surprise for his wife. Hosting Dong Ruolin there might not be ideal. So he sent a message to Hong Wu instead. "I need to host a dinner for a friend. Arrange a high-end hotel, but not Buckingham Palace." Soon Hong Wu replied, "Mr. You rest assured. I own Tianxiang Mansion, a top-tier restaurant in Jinling, rivaling Buckingham Palace. Tomorrow, I'll prepare the best diamond private room and finest feast for you." Chen replied with a single word, "Mm." The next day, Xiao Charan spent the whole day at Dihao Group busy with cooperation matters. Chen called Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of Dihao Group, to inquire about Dong Ruolin's upcoming employment. Wang Dongxue was surprised Chen knew about it. She said Dong Ruolin had applied for the position of administrative director, a mid-level management role. The group had accepted her based on her impressive resume, and she was set to start in a few days. Chen instructed her to keep a close watch on Dong Ruolin after she started and report any developments to him immediately. After arranging things with Wang Dongxue, Chen took a taxi to the airport in the afternoon to pick up Xiao Charan's best friend Dong Ruolin. As he arrived at the airport and headed for the arrivals hall, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class suddenly screeched to a halt right in front of him. Xiao Charan's cousin Xiao Hailong poked his head out the window, frowning as he looked at Chen, asking, "Chen, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to pick up one of Charan's friends." "What are you all doing here?" Chen frowned, noticing familiar faces in the car. Besides Xiao Hailong, there were Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Hailong said scornfully, "You mean Miss Dong? Well, take care of her. You're not needed. Get lost." Chen snorted coldly, "If you want to leave, do it yourself." With that, Chen ignored them and strode into the arrivals hall. Xiao Hailong was about to curse, but Xiao Weiwei quickly reminded him, "Brother, Miss Dong is almost here. Grandma reminded you to make a good impression. If you can win her over, your status in the family will be unmatched. Don't bother with this loser for now." Xiao Hailong snapped back to reality. He almost forgot today's main purpose. Actually, welcoming Dong Ruolin was secondary. The primary goal was to impress her and win her over. The Dong family had considerable power in Yanjing. If he could be with her, his prospects would skyrocket and the Xiao family would rise along with him. Suppressing his anger at Chen, he and the others quickly got out of the car and rushed to the arrivals hall. There, amid the crowd, a strikingly beautiful young woman appeared. She had long chestnut hair and wore a white dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Though she had sunglasses on, her porcelain skin, crimson lips, and stunning beauty were unmistakable. Upon closer look, her beauty rivaled Xiao Charan's. Each had their own charm. For a moment, the crowd at the exit focused entirely on her. Xiao Hailong was mesmerized. Even Wang Yunfei, who came along out of curiosity, was awestruck and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder she's a Yanjing heiress. Her aura is truly different." Just then Dong Ruolin spotted them and hurried over from the crowd waving, "Hailong Weiwei and Chen, long time no see." Xiao Hailong's heart raced as he eagerly said, "Long time no see, Ruolin. You've become even more beautiful." Chen smiled and also said, "Long time no see." Xiao Hailong quickly added, "Ruolin, knowing you were coming, I booked a private room at the best hotel in Jinling to welcome you. Let's head over now." Dong Ruolin glanced at Chen and said apologetically to Xiao Hailong, "Sorry, Hailong, I've already made plans with Chen and Chen. Let's catch up another time. They'll be in Jinling for a while, so there'll be plenty of opportunities." Hearing this, Xiao Hailong was furious. On such an important day, that loser Chen was ruining things for him. It was infuriating. So he deliberately said, "Ruolin, to welcome you, I booked the most famous Tianxiang mansion in Jinling with the gold private room that has a minimum spend of 300,000. He then sneered at Chen, "I wonder what kind of dinner my brother-in-law, the Livian son-in-law, has arranged. If it's too low class, wouldn't that be an insult to you?" Upon hearing that Xiao Hailong had reserved a table at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, Chen was somewhat surprised. What a coincidence. Hadn't Hong Wu said that Heavenly Fragrance Mansion was his establishment? Hadn't he also prepared a banquet for himself there? At this moment, Wang Yunfei exclaimed in astonishment, "Hailong, you actually managed to book the gold VIP room at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion. That's not something just anyone can secure." Xiao Hailong boasted with a smug grin, To be honest, aside from the top-tier Diamond VIP room at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, which I truly can't book, everything else is no big deal. Though he said this, it was merely Xiao Hailong's bragging. In truth, to secure this gold VIP room, old Madame Xiao had to personally intervene, paying a considerable price and enlisting the help of several connections just to succeed. Dong Ruolin, who had heard of Heavenly Fragrance Mansion's reputation even in the imperial capital, hastily said, "We're all friends here. There's no need for such extravagance." Xiao Hailong flattered, "You are a distinguished guest, not an ordinary friend." With that, he turned to Yi Chen and asked, "Brother-in-law, where did you book your banquet?" Yi Chen replied indifferently, "What a coincidence. I also booked at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion." Ha ha ha. Xiao Hailong burst into unrestrained laughter. "Yi Chen, aren't you afraid of breaking your back with all that boasting? A nobody like you can't even book the lowest bronze VIP room at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, yet you dare to brag here." Yi Chen smiled calmly and said, "Whether I'm boasting or not, what business is it of yours? I'm not inviting you to dinner, so why are you meddling so much?" Xiao Hailong sneered. From the look of you, you can't even step through the gates of Heavenly Fragrance Mansion." Dong Ruolin, seeing Yi Chen being targeted, felt a pang of sympathy. She knew that Yi Chen was a Livian son-in-law without money or status in the Xiao family. It was unrealistic to expect him to host a welcome banquet at a top-tier hotel. She guessed that Yi Chen had said this merely to save face. Unwilling to let Yi Chen suffer further embarrassment, she spoke up to smooth things over. "Oh, there's no need for such arguments. Since we've all booked at the same place, why don't we just go together?" Xiao Hailong taunted Yi Chen. "Fine for Roland Sake, I'll let you freeload off my meal today and show you what a high-end restaurant looks like." Yi Chen let out a scoffing laugh and ignored him. Even Master Hongwu knelt before him. What was a restaurant he owned in Yi Chen's eyes? It was a pity that a loser like Xiao Hailong was simply blind to the truth. Heavenly Fragrance Mansion was a Chinese-style hotel exuding classical charm with decor and style steeped in traditional elegance and extreme luxury. Even its signboard was crafted from premium rosewood. Yi Chen looked at the interior decorations of Heavenly Fragrance Mansion and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Master Hongwu's restaurant to be quite impressive. Perhaps he could bring his wife here to try it out sometime. Dong Ruolin looked around and marveled. "I've heard of Heavenly Fragrance Mansion's fame even in the imperial capital. It truly lives up to its reputation." Xiao Hailong chuckled. "When you come, Ruolin, we naturally have to entertain you at the best restaurant." Then glancing at Yi Chen, he sneered, "Unlike some people who, if not for your presence, would probably never have the chance to step into such a high-end establishment in their lifetime." Xiao Weiwei deliberately asked, "Yi Chen, didn't you also book a VIP room at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion? Which one is it? Take us to see it and broaden our horizons." Yi Chen said flatly, "I can't recall the exact room. I just sent a text to the owner asking him to arrange it. Let me check the message history." Xiao Hailong scoffed disdainfully. "Do you even know who the owner here is? Spouting such nonsense here. The owner is the renowned Master Hongwu. If he hears your big talk, he might crush you with a single finger." At that moment, Yi Chen pulled out his phone and glanced at the text Master Hongwu had sent him the previous night. He said calmly, "He said he reserved the Diamond VIP room for me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Hailong immediately burst into mockery. "Ha! The Diamond VIP room. Yi Chen, are you trying to kill me with laughter? Do you even know who's qualified to enter the Diamond VIP room? In all of Jinling, fewer than 10 people are worthy of setting foot in the Diamond VIP room. Who the hell do you think you are?" Dong Ruolin remained silent, but inwardly, she couldn't help thinking that this Yi Chen was far too obsessed with saving face. Given his status, how could he possibly secure the Diamond VIP room? She had previously thought him poor, powerless, and somewhat spineless, but she hadn't expected him to be such a vain and superficial person. How disappointing. Yi Chen smiled without a word. In his eyes, every single one of these people mocking him was nothing but a fool, judging by appearances. Still, he couldn't be bothered to stoop to their level. Wang Yunfei also sneered. "Yi Chen, even my father isn't qualified to dine in the Diamond VIP room. You really have the nerve to spout such nonsense." Xiao Weiwei chimed in, "Brother Fei, a person like him isn't even worthy of eating the leftovers from the Diamond VIP room." Yi Chen looked at Wang Yunfei and let out a cold laugh. "You fool, Master Hong just beat up your brother yesterday, and you still dare to come to his restaurant." So he deliberately asked, "Brother Yunfei, I heard your elder brother had some trouble yesterday." Wang Yunfei frowned. "How do you know?" Wang Yunfei added, "My brother was attacked yesterday and is still unconscious. We're investigating who injured him, and when we find out, we'll skin him alive. Do you have any leads?" Yi Chen shook his head, feigning ignorance. "I don't know. I just heard something happened to him, but I have no idea what." "Umph." Wang Yunfei said contemptuously, "You worthless trash, don't you dare gossip about the Wang family's affairs behind our backs. If it happens again, it'll make you regret it." Yi Chen smiled and didn't bother to respond. Truly fools of a feather flock together. He didn't even know that his brother had been knocked unconscious by Master Hongwu. How amusing. Just then a man in black clothes strode directly toward the group. Chen found him somewhat familiar and recalled that he was one of Master Hongwu's bodyguards. The man recognized Chen at once, his face brimming with eagerness and fawning, and he nearly bowed to greet him. Chen quickly shook his head at him. The man in black stopped himself, thinking that Mr. Yi probably didn't want to draw attention. So he simply said, "Honored guests, please follow me. The VIP room has been prepared for some time." Xiao Hailong was taken aback. Since when did the gold VIP room at Heavenly Fragrance Mansion offer such attentive service? He hadn't even announced his name, yet someone had come personally to welcome him. What an honor! Wang Yunfei exclaimed, "Hailong, you really have impressive pull. He looks like one of Master Hong's men. It seems Master Hong holds you in high regard. Do you know him? You've never mentioned it. You're quite low-key." Xiao Hailong laughed heartily, his face brimming with smugness. "There's no need to flaunt such things. Better to keep a low profile." Ha ha. Dong Ruolin felt a flicker of surprise. She hadn't expected Xiao Hailong to have such connections in Jinling. Far more impressive than Chen. It seemed that if she grew closer to him in Jinling, her daily life would become much more convenient. The black-clad man with utmost respect led the group to the door of the Diamond VIP room. Then he produced a form and handed it directly to Chen, saying softly, "Sir, please sign here." This Diamond VIP room was reserved exclusively for Chen and required his confirmation signature. Chen took the pen and paper with a smile, about to write his name, when Xiao Hailong's voice suddenly rang out. "Damn it, put that pen down." Xiao Hailong approached with a grim face, snatched the pen and paper from Chen's hand, scribbled his own name, and barked at Chen, "Have you no shame? Who booked this room? Don't you have any self-awareness? What right do you have to sign this?" The black-clad man was stunned, glancing at Chen with a questioning look, as if to ask if he needed to teach this bastard a lesson right then. Chen said calmly, "It's fine, let him sign if he wants." In front of Dong Ruolin, Chen didn't want to make things too awkward, as she was his wife's best friend. Soon everyone sat down inside the room. Xiao Hailong arranged for Dong Ruolin to take the seat of honor, while Chen sat alone in a corner, with only Dong Ruolin occasionally exchanging a few words with him. Before long, exquisitely prepared dishes and fine wine were served by the waitstaff. Every ingredient was meticulously chosen. Top-tier abalone and a 10-pound Australian lobster were mere accompaniments. Even the wine was a century-old national vintage, with a single half-gene bottle costing over 100,000. Dong Ruolin, a woman of considerable experience, was also stunned by the extravagance of the meal. Wang Yunfei exclaimed, "Hailong, what's the standard for this meal?" Xiao Hailong replied smugly, "This meal is a 300,000 standard." Wang Yunfei gasped, "This isn't just a 300,000 standard, or just these bottles of wine alone cost more than that." Xiao Hailong's heart pounded with unease, sensing something amiss. Recalling the black-clad man's earlier attitude toward him, could it be that Boss Hongwu had given him some special treatment? But he didn't even know him. Dong Ruolin's eyes sparkled as she regarded Xiao Hailong with newfound respect, and said, "Hailong, thank you." Hearing Dong Ruolin's words, Xiao Hailong beamed with delight, and said, "Not at all, it's only right." Then he turned to Chen with a smirk. "Chen, you've never had food this good in your life, have you?" Chen sneered, "What gives you that confidence?" Xiao Hailong retorted disdainfully, "You eat my food and still run that mouth of yours. If you'd ever had the chance to eat something this good before, I'd chop off my head and let you kick it around like a ball." Chen smiled faintly. His childhood had been filled with unimaginable luxury. A meal like this would have been mere servant's fare in the Yi household. Xiao Weiwei, seeing Chen's stubbornness, fumed. "Chen, you useless piece of trash, how dare you talk to my brother like that? Believe me, he'll kick you out right now. You're mooching a meal and still acting ungrateful. You're nothing but a pathetic loser." But at that very moment, the door to the VIP room was kicked open with force, and a menacing voice roared, "Which bunch of idiots are you? Who the hell let you into this room?" As the voice faded, a man stepped in, clad in an Armani suit, sporting a thick gold chain with a scar, like a centipede crawling from the corner of his eye down to his chin. He held a form in one hand and a club in the other, his face twisted with fury. Behind him, a dozen burly men with tattoos and scars lined up, encircling everyone. Everyone was frozen in terror, utterly bewildered. What was happening? The leader, known as Brother Biao, was Boss Hongwu's right-hand man, a notorious figure in Jinling from the early days of his rise. Boss Hongwu had instructed him to prepare the Diamond VIP room at Tianxiang Pavilion for the esteemed Mr. Yi, ensuring everything was in order. But when he checked the room's usage, he found that some lowlife named Xiao Hailong had signed for the Diamond VIP room. Enraged and anxious, he stormed over. His anger burned at Xiao Hailong for occupying the room reserved for the honored guest. His fear was that only one top-tier feast was prepared for the Diamond room, and if the royal guest arrived to find it gone, what then? Just then Xiao Hailong stood up and said, "What are you doing? I booked this room. Why are you barging and causing trouble?" Brother Biao pointed at him and demanded, "You're Xiao Hailong." Xiao Hailong nodded arrogantly. "That's me." Brother Biao said coldly, "Drag him over here." Two burly men grabbed Xiao Hailong and hauled him over. "What are you doing? Let me go. Shut the hell up." One of the men kicked him in the knee, and Xiao Hailong, wincing in pain, knelt before Brother Biao. Brother Biao's cold gaze swept over Xiao Hailong like a blade, sending chills down his spine. With a sharp slap, the signing form was flung onto Xiao Hailong's head. Brother Biao cursed him harshly. "Who gave you the right to use this room?" Xiao Hailong forced a calm demeanor and said, "It's a misunderstanding. I booked the gold VIP room in advance and paid the 300,000 deposit." Wang Yunfei chimed in, "What are you doing? How long booked this room? Don't you have any rules?" Brother Biao spat and slapped Xiao Hailong. "Gold VIP room. This is the diamond VIP room reserved for our honored guest. You trash think you deserve it." At this, everyone was stunned. Diamond VIP room. No wonder the room was so extravagantly luxurious with top-tier dishes and wines. It was never the gold VIP room. Wang Yunfei broke out in a cold sweat. The diamond VIP room was so exclusive that people of their status had no right to even enter, let alone use it. Xiao Weiwei quickly urged, "Brother, don't you know Boss Hong Wu? Explain to them." Xiao Hailong groaned inwardly and snapped, "Shut up. What nonsense are you spouting? How could someone like me know Boss Hong Wu?" Xiao Weiwei said, "But you just said." Dong Roland observed the siblings' reactions and realized that Xiao Hailong had been bragging all along. A wave of disappointment washed over her. Brother Biao sneered, "You dared to invoke Boss Hong Wu's name. You've got a death wish." With that, Brother Biao stood up and ordered his men, "Hold his hand down. I'm going to teach him a lesson." Xiao Hailong was immediately pinned down, unable to move. The next second, Brother Biao gripped the club and brought it down without hesitation. "Ah, my hand. My hand is ruined." Xiao Hailong screamed in agony, drenched in cold sweat. A foul stench rose from his crotch as he fainted in utter disgrace. Seeing this, Wang Yunfei and Xiao Weiwei turned pale with terror. The once triumphant Xiao Hailong had been reduced to this in an instant. Who wouldn't be afraid? Dong Roland was also terrified, trembling all over as she hid behind Yi Chen, stammering, "What do we do? Are they going to kill someone?" Yi Chen patted her shoulder reassuringly and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will touch you." Dong Roland looked at Yi Chen with gratitude. Though she knew he couldn't possibly resolve such a crisis, his words still brought her a sliver of comfort. Brother Biao kicked Xiao Hailong, who lay like a dead pig, and cursed, "What a coward." Then he turned his gaze to Wang Yunfei. "And you? Was it you who said I had no rules? Come here, you bastard." Wang Yunfei was scared out of his wits, trembling as he said, "Brother Biao, I'm from the Wang family." "The Wang family?" Biao sneered. "What the hell is the Wang family?" Biao disdainfully spat and kicked Wang Yunfei to the ground coldly, saying, "Fifth master just taught a fool from the Wang family a lesson yesterday, having him slapped 10,000 times, and you still dare to mention the Wang family to me?" "Huh." Wang Yunfei was stunned with fear. He thought his brother had been robbed by thugs, but he never expected it was Fifth Master Hong who had beaten him. Just as he was terrified out of his mind, Biao directly raised his club and fiercely swung it down on his head. With a thud, Wang Yunfei felt the world spinning, a buzzing in his head, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, and his consciousness instantly blurred. Xiao Weiwei shrieked in terror. Wang Yunfei was her fiancé, her only chance to marry into the Wang family. If anything happened to him, her life would be over. "Ambulance, call an ambulance." Xiao Weiwei shouted in panic, trembling as she took out her phone, but was too scared to press anything, only able to scream incessantly. Biao frowned and cursed, "Damn it, what are you screaming for? Slap that bitch's mouth shut so she stops yapping." "Yes, Brother Biao." Upon hearing this, the underlings revealed cruel smiles. What they enjoyed most was destroying beautiful women, especially a fierce and wild one like Xiao Weiwei. Xiao Weiwei panicked instantly, frantically trying to retreat, but behind her was a wall with no escape. "Come here, bitch." A one-eyed brute viciously grabbed Xiao Weiwei's hair and yanked her up forcefully. Then he swung his arm and slapped her face repeatedly. These underlings were ruthless men who had followed Biao for years, and they fought to the death. In just a few slaps, Xiao Weiwei's face swelled like a pig's head, blood and saliva streaming down. For a woman to be beaten like this, even with timely treatment, her face would bear indelible scars. It was practically disfigurement. Dong Roland, seeing Biao's brutality, trembled again and leaned against Yi Chen's back. The two of them pressed closely together. At that moment, Biao spotted Yi Chen and Dong Roland in the corner and ordered, and those two beat them to death. "Daring to take the diamond VIP room I reserved for my honored guest, you deserve to die." An underling, showing no mercy, reached out to grab Dong Roland. "Who dares to touch her?" Yi Chen's gaze turned icy cold as he kicked the burly man to the ground. Seeing this, Biao's face darkened, and he barked, "Who the hell are you?" Yi Chen said calmly, "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with. Kid, you're asking for death." Yi Chen shook his head and directly dialed Fifth Master Hong's number. "Fifth Hong, I'm in the Diamond VIP room. Get down here and see me immediately." After saying this, Yi Chen hung up and coldly stared at Biao. Dong Ruolan's face turned pale. Just now Xiao Hailong had bragged about knowing Fifth Master Hong, and look how miserably it ended. For Yi Chen to speak so disrespectfully in front of Biao might cost him his life. Xiao Weiwei, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, was terrified when she heard Yi Chen's words. Was this fool still trying to show off at a time like this? Was he trying to get everyone killed? Biao sneered mercilessly, "Daring to offend Fifth Master in front of me, I think you've lived long enough." With that, he waved at his underlings and viciously ordered, "Kill him." Suddenly, Fifth Master Hong's furious roar came from outside the room. "Damn it, Biao, do you want to die? How dare you lay a hand on Mr. Yi? He'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs, believe me." Biao shuddered as if struck by lightning. Fifth Master was here. Mr. Yi. Who was Mr. Yi? The next second, Fifth Master Hong walked in, trembling with fear, and kicked Biao to the ground. "Are you blind? You can't even recognize Mr. Yi. He'll kill you." Fifth Master Hong cursed and kicked Biao wildly. The once arrogant Biao was now nothing but a pathetic dog in the water. Dong Ruolan was dumbfounded. What was happening? The underlings were also panicked. This young man was actually Mr. Yi. They had just been about to attack him. It was practically suicide. Fifth Master Hong cursed the others, "And you useless bastards, what are you standing there for? Kneel down and apologize to Mr. Yi immediately." "Mr. Yi, I was blind and nearly offended you. Please spare our worthless lives." The underlings knelt in unison, kowtowing frantically. Biao, also terrified, knelt on the ground, slapping his own face and begging him, "Sorry, Mr. Yi. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once." Fifth Master Hong also slapped himself and said nervously, "Mr. Yi, it's my fault for not handling things properly, letting my subordinates offend you and your friends." Yi Chen glanced at Dong Ruolan and said calmly, "I was just treating my wife's best friend to dinner." Then he looked at the others and said coldly, "They are not my friends." Dong Ruolan was utterly shocked. So Yi Chen hadn't been bragging at all. He had indeed reserved a room at Tianxiang Mansion, and it was the top-tier Diamond VIP room. More importantly, this room was personally reserved for him by Fifth Master Hong. Remembering how she had looked down on Yi Chen before, Dong Ruolan's face flushed with shame. At this point, Xiao Hailong, hearing their conversation, was trembling all over. What was going on? Yi Chen, that useless guy, was actually a friend of Fifth Master. Xiao Weiwei was also stunned. Yi Chen actually knew Fifth Master, and Fifth Master was so polite to him. Looking at her fiancé Wang Yunfei, he was now unconscious with blood all over his head. Fifth Master, wiping cold sweat from his forehead, assured Mr. Yi, "Rest assured this will never happen again. From now on, you can come to Tianxiang Mansion anytime and dine in the Diamond VIP room. If any of my men fail to recognize you again, I'll gouge out their eyes." Yi Chen hummed in acknowledgement, then turned to Dong Ruolan and said, "Ruolan, we've eaten. It's so chaotic here, why don't we just leave?" Dong Ruolan snapped back to reality and asked instinctively, "What about the others?" Seeing the miserable state of Xiao Hailong, Wang Yunfei, and Xiao Weiwei, she felt a bit worried. Yi Chen said flatly, "Let Fifth Hong handle it." Fifth Master immediately said, "Mr. Yi, rest assured, I'll arrange for an ambulance to take them to the hospital for treatment." Yi Chen nodded. "In that case, we'll be going now." Dong Ruolan was a bit dazed and followed Yi Chen out of Tianxiang Mansion. After leaving Tianxiang Mansion, Dong Ruolan's mind was in turmoil. Looking at Yi Chen, who seemed unfazed, she felt as if he was shrouded in a mist, mysterious and profound. "Yi Chen, about today." Before Dong Ruolan could finish, Yi Chen interrupted her and said calmly, "Ruolan, please keep today's events a secret. If Chen finds out that I associate with underground figures like Fifth Master Hong, she'll be angry." Dong Ruolan could only nod. "Okay, I understand." After Yi Chen and Dong Ruolan left, Fifth Master Hong arranged for an ambulance to take the group to the hospital. Xiao Weiwei's face was beaten so badly that her jawbone was deformed, essentially disfigured. Xiao Hailong's hand was almost crippled and would take a long time to recover. As for Wang Yunfei, he suffered severe concussion. Although his life was saved after emergency treatment, the after-effects would torment him for the rest of his life. Dong Ruolan's official onboarding date with the Dihao Group, arranged by Wang Dongxue, was set for the following day. After departing Tianxiang Mansion, Yi Chen escorted her to the hotel where she was staying before taking his leave. Still reeling from the evening's dinner invitation, Dong Ruolan contemplated her future path. Though outwardly she had come to Jinling to join the Dihao Group, she carried a far weightier family mission. Her father had revealed classified intelligence the Yi family, one of Yanjing's most eminent aristocratic clans, had located their long-lost young master and as a gesture of patronage acquired the Dihao Group solely for his cultivation of business acumen. In other words, this Yi family heir was currently residing in Jinling, and he was none other than the Dihao Group's chairman. Though the Dong family held considerable prestige in Yinjing, the capital teemed with hidden masters and formidable lineages, thus they ranked only among the second tier, dwarfed utterly by the Yi family's towering stature. Accordingly, the Dong family entrusted Dong Ruolin with a delicate task to establish contact with the Yi heir before his identity became public, ideally forging a bond, or even an alliance through marriage, that would elevate their entire lineage. Though instinctively resistant to such arrangements, Dong Ruolin bore the weight of her family's resurgence upon her shoulders and dared not falter. She had journeyed thousands of miles to Jinling precisely to infiltrate the Dihao Group, not merely for employment, but to gain proximity to its enigmatic chairman and in time capture his attention. In Yinjing's elite circles, Dong Ruolin was widely regarded as one of the most exceptional beauties, radiant, erudite, accomplished, and untouched by worldly compromise. Should she truly wed him, the Dong family would ascend unambiguously, propelled into the very apex of Yinjing's aristocracy. At this thought, anticipation shimmered within her for tomorrow's onboarding. Simultaneously, she felt a quiet thrill at the mystery surrounding the Yi heir, wondering in hushed curiosity how old he was and what countenance he bore. Was he elegant and commanding, tall and striking? She pulled out her phone and opened her video app, navigating to a heavily viewed clip saved in her favorites. The clip depicted Chen humiliating the sales director at Xian with stacks of cash. She had long analyzed this footage, confirming its setting as Jinling, and noting its alignment with the rumored timeline of the Yi heir's rediscovery. Thus, she deduced that the legendary tycoon in the video must be the Yi heir himself, the very chairman of the Dihao Group. She studied his backlit silhouette, intently scrutinizing every nuance, searching for revelation. From the grainy footage, he appeared to be in his mid-20s, slim and tall, though his face remained obscured. His physique, however, was undeniably refined, rivaling even the most celebrated Korean idols. With such bearing, his features surely possessed equal distinction. Yet an odd dissonance stirred within her. This man somehow evoked the faintest echo of Yi Chen, but logic dismissed it instantly. Yi Chen was a son-in-law of the Shao family, a house whose influence paled insignificantly beside even a single hair of the Yi family's might. If he were truly the Yi heir, why would he dwell beneath the Shao family's modest roof? Surely she was overthinking it. The next morning, Dong Ruolin arrived early at the Dihao Group headquarters, where Vice Chairman Wang Dongxue personally processed her onboarding. Wang Dongxue guided her through the administrative department, outlining her responsibilities, then added warmly, "Ruolin, if anything remains unclear, feel free to ask me directly, or visit my office anytime." Dong Ruolin nodded gratefully, then ventured cautiously, "Vice Chairman Wang, may I inquire whether I might have the honor of meeting the chairman?" "After all," she continued, "as I'll oversee corporate administration, it would be unfortunate should I inadvertently overlook or slight him." At these words, Wang Dongshue's guard rose sharply. Yi Chen had instructed her just 2 days prior to observe Dong Ruolin closely, and now barely arrived, she was already seeking the chairman. Indeed, she was no ordinary recruit. What then was the true purpose behind this beautiful woman's 1,000-mile pilgrimage to the Dihao Group? Wang Dongxue replied evenly, "Our chairman rarely visits the office, but should he appear, I will inform him. If he consents to meet you, I shall notify you immediately." Disappointment flickered across Dong Ruolin's expression, though she smiled politely. "Thank you, Vice Chairman Wang." Back in her office, Wang Dongxue promptly reported the exchange to Yi Chen. Upon hearing that Dong Ruolin had requested an audience mere hours after arriving, Yi Chen's vigilance intensified. So, she had indeed come for him. But what was her aim? To harm him, or to ensnare him? Whichever it was, the very notion unsettled him. He resolved, therefore, to minimize all contact with her, and above all, to conceal his true identity completely. That same evening, Dong Ruolin's first day at the Dihao Group, Yi Chen's wife Xiao Charan reserved a table at an upscale hotel to host her for dinner. As Xiao Charan's husband, Yi Chen was obliged to attend, leaving him mildly disgruntled. He had just resolved to keep his distance, only to find himself seated across from her at dinner that very night. Yet resignation yielded to duty, and he accompanied Xiao Charan to the restaurant, only to discover upon arrival that she had booked the Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace Hotel. The Sky Garden banquet hall, reserved exclusively for elite patrons, never offered private bookings. Yet Yi Chen had secured it for his wedding anniversary, marking the first such exception in the hotel's storied history. 3 days remained until the anniversary. A bold notice stood before the Buckingham Palace Hotel entrance: "The Sky Garden is reserved for a distinguished guest 3 days hence. All other reservations are respectfully suspended during this period." Every passerby stared in disbelief. Someone had secured the Sky Garden, an unprecedented feat, given its strict policy against private hire. Rumors claimed even the children of municipal leaders had been denied wedding bookings here, who then possessed such extraordinary influence to command the Sky Garden's full exclusivity. Xiao Charan too noticed the sign and exclaimed in astonishment, "Goodness, the Sky Garden has been reserved. How utterly astonishing." Yi Chen chuckled lightly. "What's so astonishing? A banquet hall is meant to be reserved, isn't it? You don't understand." Xiao Charan replied earnestly, "Buckingham Palace isn't a local enterprise. It's a globally renowned luxury chain. Its Sky Garden is a signature venue reserved solely for elite guests. Were they to permit private bookings, today's magnate and tomorrow's dignitary would monopolize it, leaving no space for regular high-tier patrons. Hence they prohibit such arrangements entirely." She sighed awestruck. "I wonder what kind of background this person has to secure the Sky Garden. Truly extraordinary." Yi Chen smiled playfully. "Perhaps it's simply a man deeply devoted to his wife, planning a wedding celebration for her." Xiao Charan gasped, "A wedding here? Then he must love her beyond measure, and she truly blessed. Indeed, she must be profoundly cherished." Hearing his wife say this, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy. It seemed the place he had chosen would surely satisfy her on their wedding anniversary. The couple arrived at the Sky Garden and took their reserved seats. Dong Ruolin soon arrived as well. "Charan, Ruolin." The two best friends embraced, their joy overflowing. Then hand in hand, they chatted about old times for a long while before gradually calming down. Dong Ruolin said, "Charan, you're being too extravagant choosing to dine at the Sky Garden." Xiao Charan smiled and replied, "Since you're here, I have to go all out." Dong Ruolin giggled, "Truly my best friend." Xiao Charan said, "To be honest, I'm not even qualified to book a table here. I had to ask Wang Dongxue, the vice chairman of the Imperial Group, to reserve this spot using her membership card." Dong Ruolin sighed. "The Sky Garden seems to have extremely high requirements, like being a diamond member, right?" Xiao Charan nodded, saying, "Honestly, this is my first time up here." Dong Ruolin laughed. "Thank you so much, my dear Charan." Then she added, "Oh, by the way, when I came up, I saw a notice outside saying the Sky Garden is booked out for a private event in 3 days. "Yes," Xiao Charan said. "It's strange. The Sky Garden never used to accept private bookings. I wonder what's happened." Dong Ruolin nodded and casually remarked, "A while ago there was a video on a short video platform about a super-rich man in Jinling who bought a necklace with over a dozen Rolls-Royces, dozens of black-suited men, and more than 10 million in cash. Did you see it?" Yi Chen shook his head while Xiao Charan said, "I saw it. It was quite a spectacle." Dong Ruolin said, "Everyone's guessing who he really is." Xiao Charan said, "What's there to guess about?" Dong Ruolin chuckled, "It's gossip. Everyone wants to know who's so domineering. Some say it's the new chairman of the Imperial Group." Yi Chen's expression froze for an instant, but quickly returned to normal. Dong Ruolin continued, "Today the Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace was booked out again. I feel the person who booked the Sky Garden and the one who bought the jade in the video are the same person." Xiao Charan sighed helplessly. "It's been so long, and you're still such a gossip." Dong Ruolin laughed. "Gossip is a woman's motivation to live." Then Dong Ruolin added, "I'm going to come here in 3 days to see who has the influence to book the Sky Garden." Hearing this, Yi Chen felt a headache coming on. He only wanted to surprise his wife and make up for the wedding they never had back then. But he didn't want to be the center of everyone's attention all at once. However, he seemed to have underestimated the Sky Garden's influence. He figured many people in Jinling were thinking the same as Dong Ruolin, all wanting to see who had booked the Sky Garden. This was a bit tricky now. He would have to notify Chen Zikai in advance and make thorough preparations to ensure his identity was not revealed under any circumstances. During the meal, Dong Ruolin said to them, "Since I'm in Jinling, I've also contacted some of our old classmates. They're thinking of organizing a class reunion. What do you two think?" Yi Chen immediately replied, "You go ahead with the reunion. I won't be joining." "Why not?" Dong Ruolin asked. "Even though we weren't classmates for 4 years, we still shared a year of friendship. Back then, when old Master Xiao took Yi Chen in, he sent him to Jinling University to study alongside Xiao Charan for a year in their senior year, so they could get to know each other in advance. After graduating, they got married immediately. But Yi Chen had only been classmates with them for a year, and most of them had always looked down on him. They had little connection, so he had no interest in a class reunion. Xiao Charan wasn't keen on attending either, so she said, "Yi Chen and I won't go. I've lost touch with most of our classmates since graduation." Dong Ruolin quickly said, "The reason for this reunion is that Wang Daoquan from our class has opened a restaurant. It opens tomorrow, and he's inviting everyone to come and show support and have a meal together." Then she added, "It wouldn't be right not to go for his grand opening, would it?" Just then, all 3 of their phones buzzed with a WeChat message. Soon a flurry of messages popped up. They each pulled out their phones and saw that Wang Daoquan had created a class group which quickly grew to over 30 members. In the group, Wang Daoquan said, "Dear old classmates, the small restaurant I've invested in will officially open tomorrow at noon. It's in Jinling, so I hope those of you in Jinling can come by and join us. Let's treat it as a class reunion." Perfect timing. One of our class 2 beauties, Dong Ruolin, has also come to work in Jinling. She'll be attending the gathering too. Word has it that Ruolin is still single, so all you bachelors in the group, now's your chance. Immediately a flood of replies followed. Wow, congratulations. Oh, Ruolin is in Jinling. Why didn't we hear about it? They'll definitely be there. What about our other beauty, Xiao Churin? Is she coming? I heard Churin ended up with that transfer student Yi Chun. I heard Yi Chun married into the Xiao family. I've heard that too, but I don't know if it's true. We haven't seen them since graduation. I heard their marriage is just a formality without substance. Is that true or false? Seeing these messages, Xiao Churin said to Yi Chun, "Don't take it to heart." Yi Chun smiled slightly. "It's fine. What they said is the truth. I'm used to it." Dong Ruolin quickly typed in the group, "Stop gossiping about them. I'm having dinner with them right now. They're a loving couple." "Oh, it's Ruolin." A swarm of sycophants immediately gathered around. Then someone Yi Chun in the group. It was the group owner Wang Daoquan. "Yi Chun, even though you were with us for a short time, we had a good relationship back in school. You and your wife must come tomorrow." Yi Chun had a decent impression of Wang Daoquan. He was a genuinely good person, friendly to everyone, and never mocked or ridiculed others. He was one of the few classmates Yi Chun got along with. Since Wang Daoquan had put it that way, Yi Chun replied, "All right, I'll definitely come to show my support tomorrow." Wang Daoquan immediately responded, "That's great. We'll have a wonderful gathering tomorrow." Upon learning that Yi Chun had agreed to attend the class reunion, Xiao Churin reminded him, "Wang Daoquan's restaurant is opening, so we must prepare a gift and not arrive empty-handed." Yi Chun nodded and said, "They'll go buy a gift for him tomorrow morning." "All right," Xiao Churin replied. "It just so happens I need to visit the Emperor Group tomorrow morning as well." Dong Ruolin asked in surprise, "You're coming to the Emperor Group tomorrow morning? Then come find me after you're done, and I'll hitch a ride with you to Wang Daoquan's restaurant for lunch." Xiao Churin chuckled. "Well, you've miscalculated. I don't have a car. I usually take a taxi or the bus, and sometimes Yi Chun picks me up on his electric scooter." "What?" Dong Ruolin blurted out. "You're a director now, and you still haven't bought a car." Xiao Churin said, "I haven't been working long, and I haven't saved much money. Yi Chun and I cover our daily expenses, and I also have to pay my mother a living allowance. After all that, I only have a few thousand yuan left each month. Nowhere near enough to buy a car." Then she added, "Honestly, I think the bus is pretty convenient, and when the weather is nice, riding on Yi Chun's scooter is enjoyable too." Dong Ruolin said earnestly, "You know, sometimes you need to think about appearances. You're now a director at Xiao Group and the partner directly liaising with the Emperor Group. If you don't even have a car, people will talk." Yi Chun felt Dong Ruolin was right. His wife had always been too frugal, and most of her earnings went to her mother-in-law, so she had always shortchanged herself. His mother-in-law was like a greedy creature that only took in and never gave out. She had saved over 1,000,000 yuan and invested it in some unreliable financial scheme, yet she wouldn't spare 20 or 30,000 to buy her daughter a car. Thinking this over, he decided he should buy his wife a car. That way she could get around more easily for work and would have more prestige when negotiating business deals. Having made up his mind, he resolved to visit a 4S dealership first thing in the morning. After dinner, the couple bid farewell to Dong Ruolin and took a taxi home. The taxi driver was listening to a novel on the radio when suddenly a news report broke in about the private booking of the Buckingham Palace Sky Garden. Even the radio hosts were discussing the event on their program. The host exclaimed, "This is the first time in history that Buckingham Palace has made an exception to rent out the entire Sky Garden. I'm really curious. Who could have such influence?" The taxi driver chimed in, "If you ask me, the person who booked the Sky Garden must be that legendary tycoon from the short video platform." Yi Chun didn't respond, but he was quite surprised. It seemed the news that the top-floor Sky Garden at the Buckingham Palace Hotel had been privately reserved had indeed caused a stir throughout Jinling. That night, the matter continued to brew across Jinling, quickly becoming a storm that swept through every corner. Everyone knew that the Buckingham Palace Hotel operated on a membership system, and only premium members could use the Sky Garden. As for booking the entire venue, that was unthinkable. Even Diamond members didn't have that privilege. So who had rented out the Sky Garden became the burning question on everyone's mind. Rumors spread. Some said the one who booked the Sky Garden was the super-rich tycoon famous nationwide on short video platforms. Others claimed it was an overseas billionaire. Still others whispered that it was a mysterious man of hidden identity who had taken the venue to host a grand and romantic wedding. As expected, the third rumor was the most convincing. For a time, the public was once again stirred into a frenzy. Countless women heard the news and were filled with envy and jealousy. Everyone speculated about which woman was so fortunate that someone would spend millions overnight to rent the entire sky garden and profess their love to her. Many eagerly awaited the day to arrive, hoping to come and see the truth for themselves. To avoid revealing his identity, Chen instructed Chunzakai to carry out a special renovation of the entire sky garden. Meanwhile, he secretly looked forward to the arrival of their wedding anniversary. He planned to give Chen a magnificent wedding on their anniversary. The next morning, Chen left early to head to the 4S dealership. He still had a 10 billion yuan bank card that he had barely used. This time he intended to buy Chen a luxury car that would be presentable. His initial thought was to go all out and get her a Rolls-Royce. But after careful consideration, he feared it would be hard to explain such an expensive car. Moreover, Chen had always been low-key. Even if she had such a luxurious vehicle, she probably wouldn't want to drive it. So he decided to buy his wife a business sedan worth around 500,000 yuan. Something with prestige, but not too flashy, practical enough that a scratch or dent wouldn't cause too much heartache. With that in mind, he planned to get her an Audi A6. Business people nowadays often drove A6s. It had plenty of face value, and the extended executive version would suit his wife well. Arriving at the Audi 4S dealership, he parked his electric scooter at the entrance and strode inside. Several sales consultants saw a customer approaching, and two of them began to step forward. But a woman behind them quickly said, "Oh, he came on an electric scooter. He's probably just here to freeload the air conditioning or Wi-Fi. Don't bother with him." Upon hearing that he had arrived by scooter, the others instantly lost interest. With the recent heat wave, there were always penniless people coming early to enjoy the free AC, sometimes shamelessly sitting in the display cars and refusing to get out, forcing security to remove them, much to the sales staff's annoyance. Chen, riding a scooter and dressed in cheap street market clothes, indeed stood out as someone unlikely to afford an Audi. Unfazed by the lack of attention, he went straight to the A6 display area. He noted that the car's price ranged from 300,000 to over 600,000 yuan, with the top-tier model being the extended executive version at over 600,000. Honestly, the car looked quite impressive. The price of over 600,000 wasn't too steep, and Chen should be able to accept it. So he called out, "Do you have a new top-tier A6 in stock? I want to take it now." The sales consultant stared at him as if he were a fool. One sneered, "Have you checked the price? Did you miss a zero?" Chen frowned at him. 618,000 yuan. "I saw it." The man chuckled coldly. "You saw it, and you're still shouting. Can you even afford it? When the invoice is drawn up and you have to swipe your card in front of everyone, won't that be embarrassing?" Chen snapped, "Are you insane? Did you forget to take your medicine this morning? Should I call an ambulance to haul you away?" The man snorted, "Cut the crap. Don't get cocky with me, or I'll have security throw you out. A broke loser here to mooch AC and Wi-Fi, and you're putting on airs." Chen, instead of getting angry, laughed and asked him, "If you sell this car, how much commission would you make?" The other sneered, "I could make 10,000 yuan." Chen nodded, "Very well, you just lost 10,000 yuan. With that, Chen turned and walked out just as the manager of the store entered. The manager's badge read Sales Manager Wang Haiba. So Chen asked him, "Are you the person in charge here?" "Yes," Wang Haiba nodded. "What can I do for you?" Chen pointed at the previous salesman and said, "You'd better fire him. He's only hindering your 4S store's business." Hearing this, the salesman rushed over, exclaiming, "Manager Wang, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is crazy. He's just a loser here for free Wi-Fi and air conditioning." Chen smiled. "Whether I'm a loser or not, just wait and see." He then walked out and headed directly to the BMW showroom next door. Once inside the BMW dealership, Chen spotted the most luxurious car there, the BMW 760, the top-tier model of the 7 Series, and the most expensive BMW without exception. The BMW 760 boasted a 12-cylinder engine with immense power and an opulent interior. He was somewhat defiant. Did those fools at Audi look down on him? Fine, I'll buy a top-tier BMW to show them. After all, I have plenty of money. So he directly called over a BMW saleswoman and asked, "Can I take this 760 right now?" The young woman was stunned. "Sir, this car just arrived at the showroom today. Are you sure you want to buy it?" "Yes," Chen nodded. "I'm sure. Take me to swipe the card." "Huh. This car costs 6 million yuan. She was utterly bewildered. Having sold cars for a while, she had never seen a customer walk in and immediately ask to pay without saying anything else. Could this guy be messing with me? Chen laughed. "I know, I saw the price. Just tell me, are you selling it or not?" Yes, of course I'm selling." The young woman said happily, "This way, please." Chen followed her, swiped his card, paid, and picked up the car in one smooth process. When the BMW 760, worth over 6 million yuan, drove out, everyone in the Audi store was dumbfounded. Chen drove the BMW 760 directly to the entrance of the Audi store, opened the trunk, loaded his electric scooter inside, and then drove off nonchalantly. The salesperson who had looked down on Yi Chun was stunned. Manager Wang Haiba with a cold face said, "Go to HR and settle things. You're fired." "Manager, get out." The other employees in the Audi store were terrified. Damn, no one had expected that the guy on the electric scooter would be so audacious buying a 2.6 million yuan car on a whim. The salesperson who had despised Yi Chun was filled with regret. Not only had he lost a major client and thousands in commission, but he had also lost his job. If he had known, he would never have judged by appearances. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, having driven out the BMW 760, felt he had been a bit impulsive. It wasn't that he cared about the money, but the car was too expensive. How was he going to explain it to Xiao Chuan? 2.6 million yuan. It wasn't like it fell from the sky, right? Thinking it over, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Then he drove to a roadside repair shop, paid 20 yuan, and had the owner replace the BMW 760 emblem with a BMW 521. The BMW 5 Series and 7 Series look quite similar with differences mainly internal. It's hard for the average person to tell them apart from the outside, relying mainly on the rear badge. The 520 is the lowest trim in the 5 Series with average power and handling. The 760 is the highest trim in the 7 Series with exceptional power and handling. Both are strong in their own ways. Driving the 760 with the 520 badge, Yi Chun mused that Xiao Chuan wasn't very knowledgeable about cars, so telling her it was a BMW 520 should fool her. The repair shop owner clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself, this guy looks honest, but is quite sly, deliberately changing a top-tier 760 into a 520. He must be planning to play the wolf in sheep's clothing. After buying the car, Yi Chun remembered that today was the opening of Wang Daoquan's restaurant, so he needed to prepare a gift. Recalling that Wang Daoquan was one of the few classmates who had treated him well during college, he drove directly to a large art consignment store and spent 0 yuan on an early painting by Qing dynasty artist Huang Shun. Huang Shun wasn't very famous, so most people wouldn't recognize his work. The reason he bought this ancient painting was twofold. He wanted to give Wang Daoquan a meaningful gift, but he also didn't want others to know its true value. He figured that if anyone asked, he could just casually say it cost a few thousand yuan and get away with it. After buying the painting, it was nearly noon, so Yi Chun called his wife, Xiao Chuan, to tell her he would pick her up in Dongruolan at the Dihao Group. But when they met, Xiao Chuan was shocked to see Yi Chun driving a BMW 5 Series. She stared at him wide-eyed, asking in surprise, "Where did this car come from?" Yi Chun smiled, "I bought it for you." "You bought it?" Xiao Chuan was even more astonished. "Where did you get the money?" "From my private savings." Yi Chun said, "Look, I've been living with your family for so long, and I didn't spend a penny on our wedding. I've been eating, living, and using your family's things all these years. Isn't it natural for me to save some private money?" Xiao Chuan said, "But you could have kept the money for yourself. Why buy such an expensive car? It must have cost 4,000 yuan, right?" Yi Chun laughed, "You're my wife. Who else would I spend my private savings on? A mistress. Besides, now that you're a director, you need a decent car, or people will laugh at you." At that moment, Dong Roland chimed in, "Chuan, you really do need a more business-like car. This one suits you perfectly. Yi Chun has you in his heart. You should be happy." Xiao Chuan nodded, deeply moved, and said, "Yi Chun, thank you." Yi Chun gently held her hand and smiled. "Why be so formal with your husband?" Then he called out to both, "Let's head straight to Wang Daoquan's restaurant." Xiao Chuan quickly asked, "Did you buy him a gift?" "Yes," Yi Chun said. "I bought him a painting." "A painting?" Xiao Chuan asked curiously, "What kind of painting?" Yi Chun said, "It's one of those ancient paintings from the antique street. It depicts a pomegranate, symbolizing many children, wealth, and blessings. It seemed nice, so I bought it." Xiao Chuan asked, "How much did it cost?" "A few thousand yuan." Xiao Chuan nodded and smiled. "You might have been ripped off. You can't get a real ancient painting for a few thousand yuan." Yi Chun laughed. "It doesn't matter. It's the thought that counts. The gift is light, but the sentiment is heavy." Xiao Chuan nodded in agreement. "You're right. It's all about the sentiment. Let's head over now." Wang Daoquan's newly opened restaurant was situated in the development zone of Jinling City. The area was far from the city center and sparsely populated, leaving Yi Chun somewhat puzzled as to why Wang Daoquan had chosen to establish his eatery there. However, according to Xiao Chuan, several large manufacturing enterprises, including giants like Foxconn, were set to move into the development zone soon, promising to invigorate the area. Thus, Wang Daoquan's decision to open the restaurant here was actually quite astute. His establishment stood along a wide new street, boasting a considerable size with 2 floors. The restaurant was named Uli Restaurant, evoking a certain poetic charm. As Yi Chun pulled up to the entrance, a row of cars was already parked there, with a few individuals lounging by a golden BMW, smoking and chatting. Yi Chun recognized these people as former classmates from university, though he shared no close bond with any of them. At the forefront was a man named Wang Tengfei, a well-known rich kid in the class who had always harbored feelings for Xiao Churin, though she never reciprocated his interest. At that moment, Wang Tengfei leaned against his golden BMW, basking in the flattery of his classmates. Several male students appraised his newly purchased BMW, exclaiming, "Fei, you're truly a winner in life. It's only been a short while since graduation and you're already driving a BMW. Looks like a BMW 540, right? The top-tier 5 Series." Wang Tengfei laughed heartily, saying, "Ah, the 540, just a runabout worth 7 or 800,000. Nothing special." "Damn, a 540. That's the most expensive imported 5 Series. Sigh, I can't even afford the down payment on a 200,000 BMW 1 Series. I'm so far behind, Fei." "Fei, your car must have incredible power, right?" Wang Tengfei replied with a smirk. "It's decent. Quite powerful, usually unrivaled on the streets." "That's awesome. If only I could own a BMW. My girlfriend nags me every day about not having a car. It's driving me crazy." Just then someone with sharp eyes spotted another BMW approaching and said in surprise, "Oh, is that BMW also from one of our classmates? Holy crap, isn't that Chen the loser? And isn't that Xiao Churin in the passenger seat? Damn, that freeloader is driving a BMW now. Must be riding on Xiao Churin's coattails." Wang Tengfei also spotted Chen in the car, his expression darkening as he muttered, "So it's that waste. Damn, he sure is lucky." Someone then asked, "Hey, what series is that BMW?" As Chen pulled up nearby and reversed into a parking spot, Wang Tengfei glanced at the 520 badge on the trunk and sneered contemptuously, "TCH, a 520. The cheapest base model of the 5 Series. Only losers trying to save face drive that." A companion immediately nodded, saying, "Fei, yours is the top-tier 5 Series. His is the most basic. It must be worlds apart, right?" Wang Tengfei snorted, "Mine could buy 2 of his." Fei is truly awesome. By then Chen had parked, and Xiao Churin and Dong Roland stepped out first. The male students stared mesmerized and flocked over to greet them. "Oh, our class 2 beauties have arrived together." Xiao Churin and Dong Roland politely returned the greetings, while Wang Tengfei, observing Xiao Churin's even more stunning appearance, felt a deep sense of resentment. Damn it, why? He had pursued Xiao Churin relentlessly in college, but she had never paid him any attention. Now she had married a Livian son-in-law, a freeloading waste. Heaven must be blind. With that thought, he sneered sarcastically. "Oh, Chen, it seems life as an in-law in Churin's family treats you well. You're even driving a BMW now. Did Churin's family buy it for you? You truly are a role model for us men taking shortcuts." Xiao Churin's expression soured at his words, but Dong Roland quickly interjected, "Wang Tengfei, you're mistaken. This car wasn't bought by Churin's family. Chen bought it himself." "Oh." Wang Tengfei pursed his lips. "Impressive, you're driving a BMW 5 Series now." Then, deliberately provoking Chen, he said, "Say, Chen, this development zone is quiet, and the main road is wide and straight. How about we race to see who's faster?" Chen frowned, a flicker of irritation rising within him. "Why pick a fight with me? We have no connection or grievance. Besides, race me. My car is a BMW 760, the most expensive and fastest BMW model. Pitting against him would feel like bullying a child." Wang Tengfei, misinterpreting Chen's hesitation as fear, taunted, "Oh, Chen, why are you still as cowardly as in college? What's there to fear in a race? Afraid to waste a bit of gas? They'll even buy you a full tank." Dong Roland protested indignantly. "Hey, Wang Tengfei, what's your game? Your car is a BMW 540, and Chen's is a 520. There's a huge gap in performance. Is it fair to compare speeds?" Wang Tengfei shrugged. "It's all about skill. A good car doesn't guarantee speed. It takes technique and guts. I wonder if Chen has the nerve to take me on. If he's too scared, fine, we all know he's never been one to shine anyway." A few others chimed in. "Yeah, just say you're scared. No shame in that." Chen, instead of getting angry, smiled and said, "Wang Tengfei, we can race, but let's not just talk about it. How about we add some stakes to make it interesting?" "Fine." Wang Tengfei, who had been worried Chen wouldn't take the bait, was thrilled to hear him mention stakes, convinced Chen was digging his own grave. He blurted out, "How about this? The loser kneels and kowtows to the winner as an apology. What do you think?" Chen shook his head. "We're adults now. Let's not play childish games." Just then Wang Daoquan, dressed in a suit, emerged carrying a large string of firecrackers. Seeing Chen, he rushed over excitedly. "Chen, you're here." Chen nodded and smiled. "Congratulations on your new store, Daoquan." Wang Daoquan laughed. "Thanks, brother." Wang Tengfei cut in coldly. "Chen, don't change the subject. What stakes do you suggest?" Wang Daoquan asked curiously, "What's going on?" Chen smiled slightly, looking at the firecrackers in Wang Daoquan's arms, and asked, "Daoquan, how many firecrackers is that string?" 30,000. Wang Daoquan replied cheerfully, this string wasn't cheap. Full ground red cost over 600. Yi Chen nodded and turned to Wang Tengfei. How about this, we race, and the loser sets off this string of firecrackers inside their own car. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Wang Tengfei's heart raced with excitement he could barely contain. His car was a 540, while Yi Chen's was a 520. Even if Yi Chen drove himself to exhaustion, there was no way he could win. How dare he wager such a high stake? Lighting a string of 30,000 firecrackers inside the car would render it completely ruined. The interior seats and dashboard would all be blasted to pieces. Since Yi Chen was practically begging for his own downfall, this was a golden opportunity to humiliate him. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Tengfei nodded and shouted, everyone bear witness. He'll race Yi Chen to see whose car is faster, and the loser must set off this string of firecrackers inside their vehicle. Then he added, if anyone backs out or cheats, may their entire family perish. The nearby male classmates immediately began to stir up excitement. Hearing the commotion, students from upstairs also poured out, and about 20 or 30 people gathered at the entrance eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Everyone thought Yi Chen was a fool. How could a 520 challenge a 540? This was a straight road. Speed depended entirely on the car's performance, not driving skill. Even if Schumacher were behind the wheel of a 520, it could never surpass a 540. It seemed Yi Chen's brand new BMW 520 was about to be written off. Xiao Charan kept trying to dissuade Yi Chen, saying, Yi Chen, don't let him provoke you. He's doing it on purpose. We don't have to race him. Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied, don't worry, my dear. Your husband never loses. Wang Tengfei burst into laughter. Oh, Yi Chen, I have to say I admire your guts. Ha, since that's the case, let's skip the nonsense and just race. Fine. Yi Chen nodded and asked, how do you want to do this? Wang Tengfei pointed to the intersection at the end of the road and said, we start at the same time. Whoever reaches that intersection first turns around and comes back. First one back wins. What do you think? Yi Chen chuckled, no problem. Great. Wang Tengfei exclaimed excitedly. Everyone be our witness. We're starting the race right now. With that, he climbed into his BMW 540 and drove onto the main road. Ignoring Xiao Charan's protest, Yi Chen pulled his car up beside Wang Tengfei's, aligning their front bumpers. Just then a mischievous male classmate laughed and said, I'll count you down. Fine. Wang Tengfei grinned. Get ready and well, start. Yi Chen nodded and activated the sport mode on his BMW 760. The BMW 760 was equipped with a 6.6-liter, 585 horsepower engine. In contrast, the BMW 540 beside it had a 3.0-liter, 340 horsepower engine. Its displacement was half that of the 760, and its power was a staggering 245 horsepower less. A difference like heaven and earth. But Wang Tengfei had no idea that Yi Chen's so-called 520 was actually a top-tier 760. He still believed victory was firmly in his grasp. The classmate in charge of the countdown shouted excitedly, ready. 3, 2, 1. The moment the words left his mouth, Wang Tengfei floored the accelerator. He knew Yi Chen was doomed, but he wanted to make the defeat even more humiliating. So he aimed to drive as fast as he possibly could. But to his astonishment, a dark shadow shot out from his right instantly, leaving him far behind in the dust. It was Yi Chen's BMW 520. Wang Tengfei could hardly believe his eyes. Damn it! How was this possible? This was absolutely impossible. His BMW 520 had only 184 horsepower, while his own car boasted 340 horsepower, nearly double. How could he overtake him so effortlessly? The onlooking students were also stunned. No one had expected that Yi Chen, whom everyone thought would lose, would shoot forward like an arrow from about, instantly surpassing Wang Tengfei and leaving him far behind. Before Wang Tengfei had even reached the halfway point, Yi Chen had already turned around at the intersection at the far end. Just as Wang Tengfei was about to make his turn, Yi Chen had already driven back to the starting point. Yi Chen had won, and he had won by an overwhelming margin. When Wang Tengfei finally turned around and saw Yi Chen already at the finish line, he was nearly broken. What the hell was going on? How could a BMW 520 ever be twice as fast as a BMW 540? No, this couldn't be right. That bastard must have modified his car. Damn it. Using a modified car to cheat me. Unforgivable. He drove back to the crowd, gritting his teeth, only to find Yi Chen already high-fiving Xiao Charan in celebration of his victory. All the surrounding classmates were dumbfounded, still unable to fathom how Yi Chen's 520 could be so fast. Wang Tengfei parked his car, stormed out, and roared, Damn it, Yi Chen. You tricked me with a modified car, didn't you? This round doesn't count. How can we compete when your modified car has so much more power? Yi Chen sneered. Hey Wang Tengfei, just a moment ago you said power didn't matter, that skill and guts were what counted. Now that you've lost, you're going to renege. I did not. Wang Tengfei's expression flickered with panic as he blustered, "You cheated me. I'm not backing out." Dong Ruolin said disdainfully, "Wang Tengfei, a man who doesn't keep his word, is truly disgusting. Don't forget the oath you just made. May your entire family perish if you don't honor the bet." Exactly. Many classmates who had initially come to see Yi Chun humiliated now felt a growing resentment toward Wang Tengfei. It was clear he couldn't handle losing. A grown man who couldn't even follow through on a challenge he himself had initiated. Someone spoke up, "Wang Tengfei, this is really unbecoming. We're all witnesses here. You were the one who challenged Yi Chun, saying power didn't matter and that if you lost and backed out your whole family would die. Now you want to renege. Does that mean you'd rather see your entire family perish than honor the bet?" Exactly. A female classmate added, "Wang Tengfei, we all used to think you were a man of your word, but I never imagined you'd be such a two-faced coward." Another person remarked, "Now I see what kind of person Wang Tengfei really is. He's a hypocrite. If Yi Chun had lost, he would never have let him off so easily. But now that he's lost, he's acting like a sore loser. Pathetic." Wang Tengfei's face alternated between pale and flushed. To be honest, he had bought this car less than a month ago for over 700,000. If he actually threw a string of 30,000 firecrackers inside and lit them, the car would be completely destroyed. This was his beloved vehicle. He wouldn't even allow the tiniest scratch or speck of dust on it, so how could he bear to toss firecrackers inside and set them off? But with so many classmates watching, he had already lost their respect. If he continued to stubbornly refuse to honor the bet, none of them would ever want to associate with him again. They would spread the word about how he had lost a bet and then reneged, willing to let his entire family die rather than fulfill his promise. At this thought, his resolve began to waver. If he didn't light that string of firecrackers, his reputation would be ruined forever. Just then Yi Chun suddenly spoke up. "Wang Tengfei, we're all classmates here. A little joke shouldn't be taken too seriously. Your car is quite expensive. If you can't bear to set it off, then don't." Wang Tengfei breathed a sigh of relief. But the surrounding classmates immediately started murmuring, "Wow, Yi Chun is really magnanimous. Look at Wang Tengfei, what a disgrace." Exactly. Yi Chun can see he can't handle losing, so he's giving him a way out. Wang Tengfei's pride suddenly exploded and he roared, "Who the hell said I can't take a loss? Give me the firecrackers. Since I dared to make the bet, I can damn well afford to lose." A sly smile of triumph curled at the corner of Yi Chun's mouth. Wang Tengfei had completely lost his sanity. He refused to be overshadowed by that loser, Yi Chun, in front of their classmates. Thus he steeled himself, took the firecrackers from Wang Daoquan, and tossed them directly into his own car. Then he picked up a lighter, seized the fuse of the firecrackers, and said coldly, "You all watch closely. I'm not someone who can't take a loss. And I don't need Yi Chun's pity." With that, he immediately ignited the lighter. The firecrackers were set off in an instant, exploding with a crackling roar inside the car. At first, the flames were visible within the vehicle, but soon it was filled with thick, white smoke. The relentless explosions of the firecrackers made Wang Tengfei's heart bleed, yet they thrilled the onlooking classmates. Many students had already taken out their phones to record the entire spectacle, planning to upload it to short video platforms later so netizens could witness this rare and absurd stunt. The 30,000 firecracker string continued to explode, swiftly shredding the seats of the BMW 540. The seats were packed with foam, a highly flammable material, which, fueled by the gunpowder from the firecrackers, quickly ignited into open flames. No one had anticipated that the firecrackers would set the car ablaze, and with the interior filled with white smoke, the fire was completely hidden from view. But once the firecrackers had mostly burned out and the smoke began to clear, the flames suddenly burst forth, violently engulfing the entire cabin in a sea of fire. The classmates on site let out screams of shock. Wang Tengfei, terrified, blurted out, "Damn it, put out the fire. Hurry, put out the fire." He had assumed that the firecrackers would at most damage the seats and ruin the interior trim. At worst, he figured he could spend tens of thousands, or even over 100,000, to have the car completely refurbished, restoring it to its former glory. But he had never imagined that the firecrackers would ignite a massive blaze inside the car. He shouted for help, but no one could extinguish the flames with their bare hands. In a panic, he dialed 119 and stood there in despair, watching his beloved car burn with increasing intensity until it was finally consumed by a sea of fire. By the time the fire trucks arrived, the BMW 540 had been reduced to nothing but a charred frame. Looking at the wreckage, one couldn't even tell it had once been a BMW. Wang Tengfei collapsed to the ground, staring in despair at his cherished BMW as it turned to ashes, his heart filled with agony. If he had known this would happen, he would never have provoked Yi Chun or challenged him to a contest. Not only had he lost face, but he had also lost his car. Wang Daoquan's face remained expressionless, but inwardly, he found the situation amusing. He secretly gave Yi Chun a thumbs up. Then he said to Wang Tengfei, "Tengfei, don't be too upset. It's about time. Why don't we head inside for dinner? Wang Tingfei initially wanted to find an excuse to leave, but on second thought, that would let that bastard Yi Chen off too easily. Regardless, his car was destroyed because of Yi Chen, so he had to get his revenge no matter what. So he stood up and said with feigned calm, what's there to be upset about? I lost fair and square. A few classmates who fawned over him chimed in, Brother Fei is so rich, what's a BMW to him? Exactly. For Brother Fei, it's just an ordinary car. Knowing Wang Tengfei valued his pride, everyone dropped the subject and followed Wang Daoquan inside for the opening ceremony. Inside the restaurant, several banquet tables were set up in the hall. On the small stage up front hung a banner celebrating the class reunion and the restaurant's grand opening. Many classmates presented their gifts. Yi Chen, holding the antique painting he had bought, approached Wang Daoquan and said, Congratulations, Daoquan. This is a small opening gift from my wife and me. Xiao Chuan also smiled and said, Wang Daoquan, congratulations. May your business flourish. Thank you, thank you. Wang Daoquan quickly expressed his gratitude, then leaned in close to Yi Chen, grinning mischievously. I can see you're quite close with the class beauty. It's not what the rumors say. When are you two having kids? Xiao Chuan overheard their whispering and blushed. Yi Chen laughed and said, Don't be so nosy. When it happens, I'll let you know. You won't get out of the gift money. Of course, of course. Wang Daoquan nodded repeatedly. He'll definitely give your kid a huge red envelope. Just then a heavily made-up woman of ordinary appearance came up to Wang Daoquan and asked Daoquan, Who are these two? This is my college buddy, my best friend Yi Chen. And this is our school beauty Xiao Chuan, who is now Yi Chen's wife. After introducing them, Wang Daoquan introduced the woman beside him. This is my fiancée Lu Lily. Oh, so he's the one who's been live. Lu Lily blurted out, but quickly realized her mistake and corrected herself with a smile. I've heard Wang Daoquan talk about you two so much. You're truly a perfect match. Yi Chen pretended not to have heard and handed the antique painting to Lu Lily. This is a small token of our appreciation. Lu Lily said with a smile, Oh, you didn't have to bring anything. Yet she quickly took the gift box. Yi Chen said, You two go ahead and attend to your guests. We'll find a place to sit. All right. Wang Daoquan said apologetically, Sorry, Yi Chen. There are so many classmates to greet. As soon as Yi Chen and Xiao Chuan left, Lu Lily eagerly opened the gift box Yi Chen had given her. Finding a scroll inside, she frowned. What kind of gift is this from your classmate? Wang Daoquan said, Can't you tell? It's a painting. Uffed. Lu Lily curled her lips in disdain, unrolled the scroll, and glanced at it. What a piece of junk. It's old and tattered. I bet it's worth only 100 or 200 yuan. Wang Daoquan said seriously, Why do you care about the price? It's a gift from a classmate. It's the thought that counts. Lu Lily retorted, Spare me. I'm telling you, keep your distance from classmates like this. Two people giving such a crappy gift. It's not even worth the cost of the meal they're eating. Wang Daoquan's face darkened. Lu Lily, are you always this materialistic? Lu Lily immediately flared up. Wang Daoquan, how dare you speak to me like that? Immaterialistic. If I were truly materialistic, would I have settled for a poor loser like you? Don't forget my father invested most of the money for this restaurant. Wang Daoquan's expression turned awkward, and for a moment he was at a loss for words. Just then Wang Tingfei approached them. He had somewhat recovered from the car burning incident and was once again putting on an air of arrogance. Standing before them, he handed over a thick red envelope. Daoquan, I didn't know what to get you for your restaurant's opening, so I figured I'd just give you a big red envelope. Lu Lily thanked him profusely while eagerly taking it. By the feel of it, she knew it contained at least 8 to 10,000 yuan, so she immediately said fawningly, Oh, thank you so much. Wang Tingfei waved his hand and asked her, I saw Yi Chen gave a gift too, didn't he? What did he give? Lu Lily snorted with a laugh. A painting. Who knows which flea market he dug it up from. I'd say it's worth 100 or 200 yuan at most. Wang Tingfei sneered. A loser will always be a loser. Yi Chen, Xiao Chuan, and Dong Ruolin took their seats together, and Wang Tengfei followed, sitting beside Dong Ruolin. As he sat down, he smiled and asked Dong Ruolin, Ruolin, I heard you've come to Jinling this time to work at the Dihao Group. Dong Ruolin nodded. I just started. Wang Tengfei chuckled. What a coincidence. My father is a deputy general manager in a department at Dihao Group. They'll ask him to look after you. At this, several people at the table exclaimed, Brother Fei, your father is a deputy general manager at Dihao Group. Yes, Wang Tingfei nodded. He was promoted last year. Someone quickly flattered him. A deputy general manager's annual salary must be several million, right? That's incredible. No wonder your family is so wealthy. Wang Tingfei smiled. Several million is just his salary. My father has considerable authority and some other income. The group is currently working on a hotel project. Once it's done, he'll earn at least 10 to 20 million. A male classmate sitting opposite him eagerly asked, Brother Fei, I want to join Dihao Group too, but I've sent several resumes with no reply. Could you ask your father to put in a word for an internal referral? Wang Tingfei nodded generously. Sure, send me your resume on WeChat later, and I'll talk to him. Yichen couldn't help but frown. He had no idea that Wang Tengfei's father was a senior executive at Dihao Group. This was quite interesting. He decided he would send Wang Dongxue a message later to have Wang Tengfei's father fired. So he deliberately asked, Wang Tengfei, if your father is so influential at Dihao Group, why hasn't he gotten you in? Wang Tengfei sneered disdainfully. What do you know? Joining Dihao Group would be pointless for me. Our father-son relationship can't be hidden and I'd be watched constantly. Then with an air of arrogance he added, so I never considered Dihao Group. I've set up a construction materials company and will collaborate with the group through my father taking on their material supply orders. Damn, someone exclaimed. Aren't you going to make a fortune? Wang Tengfei snorted with a laugh. It's all right. I should make around 10 million a year. He then deliberately looked at Yi Chen and asked, Yi Chen, what are you doing now? Have you been nothing but washing clothes and cooking since you married into the family? The others at the table burst into laughter. Yi Chen said calmly, besides washing clothes and cooking, I also drive my wife to work, give her massages, and rub her back. Life is endlessly blissful. Wang Tengfei was nearly furious. This bastard actually spoke with such a matter-of-fact tone. His skin was truly thick. Suppressing his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to live off your wife without any shame. And why not? Yi Chen replied shamelessly, I haven't stolen or robbed. I'm living off my wife through my own skill. Why shouldn't I be at ease? The classmates around were stunned. They had seen shameless people before, but never anyone this shameless. Yet deep down, everyone was envious. After all, Xiao Chen was extraordinarily beautiful. Being able to live off a goddess like her was a dream for many. Jealousy and resentment ran deep. If given the chance to serve a beauty like Xiao Chen, what did being a Livian's son-in-law matter? It would still make one a winner in life. Wang Tengfei was choked into silence. Just then Wang Daokin's wife Lu Lily suddenly stepped onto the stage. With a smile, she thanked everyone for their attendance and said, Today I want to express our gratitude for all the gifts you've given us. Daokin and I are deeply moved. To show our appreciation, we'll announce the gift list here and thank you once again. Since this was the opening ceremony, the gift announcement segment was inevitable. Wang Daokin hadn't wanted to do it, but he had little say and could only let Lu Lily have her way. However, many classmates weren't surprised, as people always have a tendency to show off and compare. Everyone would see what each person gave, judging how well their old classmates had fared in society. Then Lu Lily began to call out names. Thank you, classmate Zhang Jia, for a red envelope of 1,000 yuan. Thank you, classmate Wang Bei, for a pair of gold ingots. Thank you, classmate Suo Yoyu, for a jade picio. Thank you, classmate Wang Tengfei, for a red envelope of 10,000 yuan. The previous gifts, whether red envelopes or items, were mostly worth around 1,000 yuan. Suddenly, Wang Tengfei gave a red envelope of 10,000 yuan, stunning the entire class. For an opening ceremony, to give a 10,000 yuan red envelope. What a grand gesture. Many gazed at Wang Tengfei in awe, praising his generosity. Wang Tengfei looked smug, knowing he had effortlessly outshone everyone. Just then Lu Lily added, Thank you, Yi Chen and Xiao Chen, for an old painting. This remark drew a wave of ridicule. An old painting? Could it even be worth 100 yuan? Were they that stingy? Wang Daokin had prepared such a lavish banquet for the opening. Just the food cost hundreds per person. And this couple came to freeload with an old painting. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at? Wang Tengfei sneered sarcastically. Yi Chen, you can afford a BMW 520 and pay for modifications, yet you give such cheap junk to an old classmate's opening. Yi Chen smiled faintly. You don't know its story, so why call it junk? Wang Tengfei scoffed. Don't think I don't know your game. You bought some shabby fake antique to pass off as something valuable, so no one can tell its real worth. He pressed on aggressively. Tell the truth, how much did you pay for that old painting? 100 or 80? Yi Chen smiled. That painting is worth more than everything everyone here has given combined. Ha ha ha. Wang Tengfei led the laughter. You sure know how to talk big without batting an eye. I gave a 10,000 yuan red envelope, and there are over 20 classmates here. Even if each gave 1,000, that's over 20,000. Are you saying your painting is worth more than 30,000? Yi Chen chuckled. You've underestimated it. Huh. The entire class burst into laughter. Everyone thought Yi Chen was just showing off. He gave some random thing and dared to spout nonsense. An antique painting worth tens of thousands. Who was he trying to fool? At that moment, Lu Lily on stage was also disdainful. She asked curiously, Classmate Yi Chen, may I ask which artist's painting you gave? Is it really worth tens of thousands? Yi Chen said calmly, a Qing dynasty painter not very famous. Lu Lily laughed heartily. What a coincidence. My father is an antique appraiser and very authoritative. His name is Lu Yuesheng. Anyone into antiques should know him, right? Dong Ruolin exclaimed, Lu Yuesheng. The antique expert Lu Yueshing. I remember him. He's been on CCTV. He's your father. Lu Lili smiled. Yes, he's my father. He's upstairs right now. Shall I ask him to come down and appraise this old painting from classmate Yi Chun? Wang Tengfei stood up and declared loudly. Then please Lily ask your father to come down and appraise it for us. If Yi Chen's painting is really worth more than all the gifts today, I Wang Tengfei will eat this table on the spot. Upon hearing that Lu Lily's father was an antique appraiser, the classmates present cast looks of contempt and pity at Yi Chun. They thought Yi Chun was incredibly unlucky. Trying to show off only to have an expert present, wasn't that just asking to be humiliated? If Lu Lily's father Lu Yueshing came down, wouldn't he lose face terribly? Xiao Charan felt a bit embarrassed and whispered to Yi Chun. Yi Chun, with so many classmates watching, don't be so stubborn or you'll embarrass yourself even more. Before coming, Yi Chun had mentioned buying a painting, but he said it wasn't worth much. Now he claimed it was worth tens of thousands, leaving Xiao Charan uncertain and suspecting he might be lying to save face. But Yi Chun didn't care at all. He said, since none of you believe me, let a professional appraise it. Then he added, by the way, don't forget classmate Wang Tengfei is incorrigible and has sworn again. This time he'll eat the table. Wang Tengfei, recalling how his car had just been burned, gritted his teeth and cursed. Yi Chun, stop your gloating. That race just now, you cheated me. I've already accepted my loss. This time I'll accept it too. If that painting you gave is really worth tens of thousands, I'll eat this table on the spot. If it's not, will you eat it? Yi Chun nodded and said, fine, if it's not worth it, I'll eat it too. Although the painting wasn't a renowned masterpiece, it was indeed a work by the Qing dynasty painter Huang Shun. The antique shop was a national chain with authentic guarantees and a tenfold refund for fakes, so the painting couldn't be counterfeit. Xiao Charan wanted to stop Yi Chun, but before she could react, he had already agreed. Left with no choice, she could only sigh to herself. Dong Ruolin was also surprised. How could Yi Chun be so confident? In truth, upon closer thought, this man was quite mysterious. That day at Tianxiang Mansion, the renowned Hong Wu had bowed and scraped before him. Why? She had never figured it out. Yet she was certain that Yi Chun harbored secrets. Wang Tengfei, sensing an opportunity to turn the tables, immediately blurted out, fine, everyone witnessed this. Let Lu Lily invite her father down to appraise it. Lu Lily, in front of everyone, dialed her phone and said, Dad, come down for a moment. Daekin's classmate brought a painting and wants your appraisal. A minute later, an elderly man slowly descended the stairs from the second floor. This was the renowned antique appraiser of Jinling, Lu Yueshing. Today was the grand opening of the restaurant owned by Lu Yueshing's daughter and future son-in-law. He had also invited an old friend for a small gathering in a private room upstairs. Upon hearing about a painting needing appraisal, his professional curiosity piqued, and he hurried down to take a look. Lu Yueshing strode over and stepped onto the stage. Lu Lily quickly handed him the gift box containing the painting and said, Dad, please appraise this painting. Someone says it's worth tens of thousands. As she spoke, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chun. A freeloading loser giving away antique paintings worth tens of thousands. Who would believe that? Without guessing, the painting must be fake. Everyone else thought the same. No one believed Yi Chun could actually afford to give away a painting worth tens of thousands. Lu Yueshing took the gift box, and under everyone's watchful eyes, he removed the scroll and carefully unrolled it. The painting was old and yellowed, looking quite unremarkable. Many classmates, quick to judge by appearances, remarked, oh, it doesn't look like anything special. Yeah, I'd say it's worth about $50. Probably not even as valuable as the box. That might be worth 70 or 80. Lu Yueshing studied the painting carefully for a few minutes before asking with a smile, did Daekin's classmate give this? Yes, Lu Lily replied. He was a good buddy from college. As she said this, Lu Lily thought to herself, Yi Chun, you're good friends with Wang Daoquan, yet you give a piece of junk worth less than $100. Soon my father will expose you in front of everyone. But to everyone's astonishment, Lu Yueshing exclaimed, truly a good friend indeed. Only a true friend would give such a precious gift. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What? Precious? This shabby thing is precious. Wang Tengfei thought, precious my ass. I could buy a fake flower from the antique street, piss on it to age it, and it would look more authentic than this. At that moment, Lu Yueshing said seriously, this is an authentic work by the Qing dynasty painter Huang Shun. Although not an extremely famous painter, he was one of the most outstanding, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou. Then he added, I estimate this painting's market value to be around 200,000 yuan. 200,000. Lu Lily was dumbfounded. She had thought it wasn't worth 100, but now it turned out to be worth 200,000. Wang Daoquan was also stunned and blurted out, oh my. Yi Chun, how could you give me such an expensive gift? This is too much. Yi Chun said calmly, Daoquan, it's just a token of appreciation. Don't dwell on its price. Wang Daoquan was deeply moved. He never expected his college buddy to be so generous. Wang Tengfei was utterly bewildered. What? This piece of junk is worth 200,000. Looking like that and worth that much. Damn, this is a ripoff. The classmates were also stunned. From then on, no one dared to look down on Chen anymore. After all, he was someone who casually gave away antique paintings worth 200,000. Everyone was incredibly envious of Wang Daoquan. Amazing. Receiving such an expensive gift for the opening. What a huge profit. At this point, Lu Lili was also shocked and immediately changed her view of Chen. She knew her father's expertise well. If he said the painting was worth 200,000, then it was. Heavens! Wang Daoquan's classmate gave such a lavish gift. This was no small gesture. Thinking of this, her gaze toward Chen sparkled with admiration. Xiao Charan asked in confusion, Chen, how much did you actually pay for this painting? Chen smiled faintly and said in a low voice, actually, I didn't spend much. The seller was an acquaintance who had picked it up as a bargain, so he sold it to me cheap. Xiao Charan couldn't help but say, a painting worth 200,000 sold to you for a few thousand. Such luck exists. Chen replied indifferently, many people don't value money that much. Am I not the same? Otherwise, I wouldn't have given this painting to Daoquan. Xiao Charan nodded gently. What Chen said was true. If he valued money highly, he wouldn't give away such an expensive gift. It seemed her husband, though unremarkable in many ways, possessed extraordinary magnanimity. At that moment, Chen stood up, looked at the panicked Wang Tengfei, and asked with a smile, Classmate Wang Tengfei, how would you like to eat this table? Will you bite into it directly, or should I chop it into pieces for you to eat one by one? Wang Tengfei felt like dying. Damn it! What was happening? Had he forgotten to check the almanac before going out today? How could he be humiliated by that worthless Chen time and again? He never imagined the painting was real and actually worth over 200,000. But he had already made his bold claim. What was he supposed to do now? Was he really supposed to eat the table? Impossible. The car could be burned and he could buy another, but how could anyone swallow a table? Wouldn't that kill him? The other classmates started teasing him. Oh, Wang Tengfei, you said you'd eat the table. You're not backing out now, are you? Yeah, we're all waiting for your performance. Someone slapped the table. Brother Tengfei, let the show begin. Wang Tengfei's face turned extremely ugly. We're all classmates here. Do you have to kick me when I'm down? Kick you when you're down, Chen said with a smile. You started this yourself. Everyone's just urging you to keep your promise. How is that kicking you when you're down? Wang Tengfei knew he couldn't get out of this mess. Suppressing his rage, he muttered gruffly, I was impulsive just now. I failed to recognize your greatness. I apologize to Chen and to everyone. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing him suddenly cave, everyone was astonished. Was this really Wang Tengfei? When had he ever backed down? But Wang Tengfei had no choice. What else could he do? If he didn't back down, he'd have to eat the table. There was no way he could actually do that. If he reneged, he'd incur everyone's wrath, and they'd mock him endlessly. So the only option was to give in. Only by surrendering could he get past this hurdle. Sure enough, as soon as he conceded, a classmate said, well, it's not easy for Wang Tengfei to admit his mistake and apologize. Besides, no one would really force him to eat a table. Let's just drop it. That's right, let it go. Eating a table is impossible. We haven't eaten yet, so let's just start the banquet. Chen knew Wang Tengfei would never eat the table, but his surrender was enough. He had achieved his goal. Let him show off and he'd get what he deserved. But this was far from enough for such arrogance. This was just the beginning. Worse was yet to come. So he said, since classmate Wang Tengfei has admitted his mistake and apologized, well, forget about the table. Today is the grand opening of Daoquan restaurant. Let's not steal the spotlight. Wang Tengfei breathed a sigh of relief. But in his heart, he wished he could kill Chen to vent his hatred. Chen wasn't about to let him off. He sent Wang Dongxue a text, check if there's a vice president surnamed Wang whose son is called Wang Tengfei. Wang Dongxue quickly replied, there's a vice president named Wang Donghai, and his son is Wang Tengfei. What's your order, chairman? Chen replied, fire him. Let him go right now. Got it. Wang Tengfei had no idea his father was being dismissed from Dihao Group and was going through the termination process. Having barely survived the ordeal, he breathed a little easier, but secretly vowed to find a chance to take revenge on Chen. More importantly, he had to regain his dignity in front of his classmates. After being humiliated by Chen twice, how could he ever show off again? Just as he was wondering how to save face, a commotion erupted at the restaurant entrance. Everyone turned to look. A group of vicious-looking young thugs barged in, covered in tattoos and wielding baseball bats and galvanized pipes, clearly not to be trifled with. Seeing them storm in, everyone's face changed, especially Wang Daoquan and Lu Lili, whose eyes were filled with fear. The scar-faced leader scanned the hall, then pointed at Wang Daoquan with a sinister grin. Boss, opening such a big business without giving us a heads up. Are you looking down on us, brothers? Lu Lili, pale-faced, forced a smile. What do you want? Before the opening, Lu Lily had heard that local thugs collected protection money here. The previous owner of this restaurant was supposedly driven out by these ruffians and had to transfer the place. But Lu Lily thought that in this bright and open world, would those thugs really dare to rob in broad daylight? So she took the place cheaply, planning to run it well. Unexpectedly, right at the opening, these thugs showed up. The scar-faced man grinned. Doing business here means you have to pay respects to our brother Biao. We don't ask for much. Just give us 20% dry shares of your restaurant, and we'll have your back if anything happens. Then he added coldly, if you don't blame me for being rude. You'll shut down today. Hearing the price, Wang Daoquan and Lu Lily gasped. 20% dry shares right off the bat. This was outright robbery. You have 1 minute to think. Wang Tingfei suddenly felt his chance to shine had come. He stepped forward. Who are you working for? The scar-faced man sneered. Who the hell are you? Why would I bother telling you? Wang Tingfei laughed. Let me tell you, my father has connections in both the underworld and official circles in Jinling. He'll call the development zone leader right now. The scar-faced man eyed him warily. You know the development zone leader? Of course. Wang Tingfei snapped. Get lost if you don't want trouble. The scar-faced man frowned. Fine. If you can find someone with authority, he'll never come to this place again. But if you can't, don't blame me for being harsh. Lu Lily said nervously, Brother Fei, please help us contact someone, I beg you. Wang Tingfei smiled faintly. Don't worry, he'll call the development zone leader. The Dihao group had a project in the development zone managed by Wang Tingfei's father, so the leader knew him well and was acquainted with Wang Tingfei. Wang Tingfei called the top leader directly, deliberately raising his voice. Uncle Li, why are there thugs collecting protection money in the development zone? They've come to my classmate's shop. The other side paused. Tingfei, what's going on? Wang Tingfei said, a friend's restaurant is opening and some troublemakers are demanding protection money. I wanted to ask District Chief Li if you'll look into it. The other side hesitated, then said with some difficulty, sorry, Tingfei, these matters aren't under my jurisdiction. I'm in a meeting now, I have to go. Before Wang Tingfei could respond, the call ended. Wang Tingfei was dumbfounded. What was happening? Hadn't District Chief Li always fawned over his father, hoping to attract more investment from Dihao Group? Why was he giving him no face now? Little did Wang Tingfei know that news of his father's dismissal from Dihao Group had already spread throughout Jinling's leadership. Wang Tingfei, unaware of the reason, was inwardly furious. With so many classmates watching, he could only grit his teeth and seek other connections. Wang Tingfei made another call to the second-in-command of the development zone, a man who had a good relationship with his father. As soon as the call connected, Wang Tingfei said, Mr. Chen, it's me, Wang Tingfei. I've run into some trouble in the development zone. He then recounted the incident. The other party replied awkwardly, Tingfei, the other side is one of a Biao's men, and a Biao works for Master Hongwu. You'd better not get involved in this. Wang Tingfei asked, can't you do something about it? The other party said you should know Master Hongwu's status. A bit flustered, Wang Tingfei said, but you could at least put in a good word for us, right? The other party chuckled awkwardly. I'm afraid I can't use my influence here. Sorry. Wang Tingfei grew angry, saying, Mr. Chen, I recall you were hoping the Dihao Group would donate a batch of supplies to you. Don't you want that anymore? The other party dropped the pretense of politeness and said coldly, Wang Tingfei, your father has been fired by the Dihao Group. Didn't you know? Fired? When did that happen? Half an hour ago. The other party added, you'd better figure things out first. With that, he hung up. The scar-faced man saw his stunned expression and sneered, what? Can't find anyone to help. Wang Tingfei was about to speak when the scar-faced man slapped him across the face, sending him staggering and knocking over a row of tables and chairs. The entire room erupted in shock. Everyone's face turned pale, but no one dared to stop the scar-faced man. How dare you hit me? Wang Tingfei covered his face, his fair features twisted with deep fury. What if I did? The scar-faced man chuckled grimly, then kicked Wang Tingfei in the stomach, sending him to the ground, and proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Wang Tingfei howled in pain, but at that moment no one could help him. Soon his face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in blood, a horrifying sight. Terrified, Wang Tingfei wept and begged, brother, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Wrong. The scar-faced man snorted coldly, think that's enough. You dared to act tough with me. If I don't beat you to a pulp, how can I hold my head up? He then called to his men, beat him hard. The group rushed forward, raining punches and kicks on Wang Tingfei. Some even struck him with baseball bats, creating a gruesome scene. Seeing Wang Tingfei half dead, the scar-faced man approached Wang Daoquan and threatened coldly, your friend tried to act tough with me. The original 2% is now 4%. If you don't agree, his fate will be yours. Wang Daoquan's heart pounded with fear, but giving up 40% of his shares would mean working for these thugs. Summoning his courage, he said, if you want 40%, you might as well kill me. The scar-faced man frowned and said coldly, fine. Then I'll grant your wish. He pulled a gleaming knife from his pocket. Everyone was terrified, and the female students even screamed. Seeing the scar-faced man about to attack Wang Daoquan, Yi Chen immediately shouted, "Put the knife down." The scar-faced man turned, cursing, "Who else wants to die?" When he turned and saw Yi Chen, his eyes first showed confusion, then deep terror. He dropped to his knees with a thud. Before anyone could react, the scar-faced man had already discarded the knife and was slapping himself, repeatedly confessing, "I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. I was blind not to recognize you here." Yi Chen raised an eyebrow looking at him and asked, "You know me?" The scar-faced man nodded frantically, saying, "Mr. Yi, I work for Brother Biao. I saw you at Tianxiang Mansion." Yi Chen suddenly understood. So that was it. That day at Tianxiang Mansion, it was Master Hong Wu's underling Biaozi who had troubled Wang Yunfei and Xiao Hailong. This man was Biaozi's subordinate. No wonder he was so terrified of him. Even Master Hong Wu's legs went weak in front of Yi Chen, let alone the subordinate of his subordinate. The classmates were all stunned. Lu Lili was also lost in a dream. None of them could understand why a fierce gangster who dared to beat Wang Tingfei would kneel before Yi Chen, the Livian son-in-law. And why did he seem so afraid of Yi Chen? Xiao Chuan was also dumbfounded, asking Yi Chen, "What's going on? Do you know him?" Fearing she might think he was connected to the underworld, Yi Chen quickly said, "I don't know him at all." The scar-faced man chimed in, No, we don't know each other. I don't know Mr. Yi, and he doesn't know me. I've only heard of his great name and admire him from afar." Such flattery. Admire Yi Chen. Everyone found it hard to accept this surreal reality. The scar-faced man hurriedly said to Wang Daoquan, "Since you're Mr. Yes, friend, he'll take care of your restaurant from now on. No protection fees. If anything happens, he'll handle it for you." These words stunned the entire room. Lu Lili was so overjoyed she could cry. The contrast was overwhelming. Because of Yi Chen's influence, she was spared from giving up 40% of her shares. More importantly, the scar-faced man, eager to curry favor with Yi Chen, offered to protect her hotel for free. Now she could run the business without worry. Yi Chen had saved her. Wang Daoquan was also immensely grateful, saying sincerely, "Yi Chen, I can't thank you enough for this." Yi Chen smiled, "You're thanking me. That's too formal between us." The scar-faced man, now looking at the unconscious Wang Tongfei, said with a fearful expression, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi, I beat up your friend." Yi Chen said indifferently, "It doesn't matter. He's not my friend, just an acquaintance with no real bond." He added, "Take him to the hospital. Don't let him ruin the opening ceremony here." The scar-faced man nodded quickly, "Well, take him to the hospital right away. Please continue, Mr. Yi. We won't disturb you any longer." With that, he signaled his men to carry the unconscious Wang Tongfei and fled in a panic. The looks directed at Yi Chen shifted from contempt to astonishment, and from astonishment to awe. No one knew why he held such power. This Livian son-in-law seemed to have transformed into a different person entirely. At the banquet, many came to flatter Yi Chen, including Lu Lili, who had earlier looked down on him. Lu Lili now treated Yi Chen like a deity, thanking him profusely and even offering him free meals for life. Yi Chen didn't care much about that. He had only stepped in to save face for Wang Daoquan and help him resolve a minor issue. But in others' eyes, his actions today had taken on a mystical aura. Everyone wondered what had happened to this dependent son-in-law who lived off his wife's family. Xiao Chuan was also curious about the day's events. First, why was Yi Chen's BMW 520 twice as fast as Wang Tingfei's BMW 540? Then there was Yi Chen's antique painting worth hundreds of thousands. And also, how did Yi Chen know people from the underworld, and why did they show him such respect? On the way back, Yi Chen explained to Xiao Chuan that the BMW 520 was a modified test drive car from the 4S dealership, tweaked to give customers a false impression of its power. Xiao Chuan, not well versed in cars, naively believed him. As for the painting, he had already explained that a friend had sold it to him at a low price out of friendship, and he had gifted it to Wang Daoquan for the same reason. However, the matter of Scarface was tricky. The man had addressed him as Mr. Yi with such fawning enthusiasm that Yi Chen found it hard to explain. In the end, he could only say that Scarface's boss was a relative of a friend, and they had met at a gathering. The respect shown was merely out of consideration for that friend. Xiao Chuan felt something was off, but seeing Yi Chen's assured tone, she knew pressing further would be futile, so she asked no more. Dong Ruolin had been observing Yi Chen all along, increasingly convinced that he was no ordinary man. She decided to keep a closer eye on him to uncover his secrets. Wang Tingfei, it was said, was in a dire state, unconscious by the time he reached the hospital. His father was fired by the Emperor Group, and upon being found guilty of embezzlement was sued by the legal department and immediately arrested by the authorities. In short, the Wang family was utterly ruined. However, they held no prominence in Jinling, and no one cared about their fate. What truly captured everyone's attention was the mysterious tycoon on the short video platform and the enigmatic VIP who had booked out the entire Sky Garden at Buckingham Palace. Everyone was eager to know who they were, and whether they were the same person. Soon the day of the wedding anniversary arrived. Having promised Xiao Chuan a surprise, Yi Chun insisted she change into an elegant white evening gown before they left. Xiao Chuan reluctantly agreed, murmuring, "It's just a dinner out. Why must I dress so formally? Even if it is our anniversary, isn't this a bit too much?" Yi Chun smiled warmly. "Today marks our 3rd anniversary, so it deserves some formality. I've already booked the place and I promise tonight's arrangements will satisfy you." His secrecy over the past few days had been impeccable, arousing no suspicion from his wife. Xiao Chuan smiled, gently, deeply moved. In the previous 2 years, they had celebrated their anniversaries modestly at home. Though unremarkable back then, even penniless Yi Chun would always prepare heartfelt little gifts to please her. But this year his unusual air of mystery left her guessing what surprises her Livian husband might have in store. Soon they changed and hailed a taxi heading straight to the Buckingham Palace Hotel. Yi Chun stepped out of the car, gazing at Xiao Chuan beside him with indescribable tenderness. "Chuan, tonight we celebrate our 3rd anniversary here. What do you think?" Xiao Chuan's expression turned puzzled. The restaurant Yi Chun had booked was here. She asked instinctively, "You're not joking, are you?" Yi Chun smiled. "Of course not." He added, "I reserved a spot here days ago. If you don't believe me, we can check inside." Xiao Chuan shook her head. In 3 years of marriage, Yi Chun had never deceived her, especially not on such an important day. "No need, I trust you." Then she asked, "You didn't book a spot in the Sky Garden, did you? I heard some VIP has rented it out today." Yi Chun quickly said, "I booked a seat next to the Sky Garden with a clear view inside. We can see who this big shot is that's taken over the place. What do you say?" Xiao Chuan laughed. "I'm not as nosy as you." Then they walked into the Buckingham Palace Hotel. As they were about to head upstairs, a woman's exclamation rang out. "Oh, my campus beauty, Xiao, what are you doing here?" Xiao Chuan looked up to see a young couple approaching. The man was dressed in an expensive suit, clearly a wealthy scion from some family. The woman was adorned in designer labels with flashy makeup, her brows arched with arrogance, her style somewhat vulgar and coquettish. Xiao Chuan recognized the woman, Zhao Liqing, her former college roommate. Though they shared a dorm, they weren't in the same class. Despite being roommates, their relationship was strained mainly due to Zhao Liqing's self-righteousness and intense jealousy. She had always felt that Xiao Chuan was unworthy of the title campus beauty and that she herself should hold it. In reality, she fell far short in looks, figure presence, and depth. However, the woman had a knack for seducing men, having latched onto many wealthy suitors in the past. All her expenses during college were covered by them. Xiao Chuan frowned, but for the sake of their shared history, forced herself to be polite as they drew near. Liqing, long time no see. My husband and I are here for dinner. What about you? Zhao Liqing exclaimed in surprise. Oh, what a coincidence. My husband and I are here to dine too. Then, feigning curiosity, she asked, by the way, which spot did you book? A regular booth, a premium booth, or a luxury booth? Xiao Chuan, clueless about Yi Chen's arrangements, could only reply, I'm not sure, my husband made the reservation. It was then that Zhao Liqing noticed Yi Chen. Covering her mouth with a laugh, she said, Oh, so this is your Livian husband, Yi Chen. He was quite famous in school as the king of spongers. Her words carried a biting sneer. Xiao Chuan looked deeply embarrassed. Zhao Liqing quickly feigned apology. Oh, sorry. I'm too blunt, Chuan. Don't mind me. Yi Chen's brow furrowed slightly. This Zhao Liqing seemed to have ill intentions. Zhao Liqing, oblivious to Xiao Chuan's expression, smugly pulled the man beside her closer and announced, Let me introduce you all. This is my husband, Zheng Hao. She then boasted, He's the eldest son of the Zheng family and Jinling, heir to a fortune worth hundreds of millions. Xiao Chuan nodded politely. Yi Chen's expression darkened. He had brought his wife here to celebrate their wedding anniversary, only to be ambushed by such an obnoxious character. Zhao Liqing continued to flaunt. Oh, and my husband is a platinum member here. He has a lot of privileges. I bet Yi Chen only booked an ordinary room, right? Why don't I have him upgrade you to a luxury suite? Xiao Chuan was about to decline when Yi Chen chuckled and said, The spot I booked is fine. Let's just drop it. Little did she know he had reserved the top-floor Sky Garden to host a grand wedding ceremony for his wife. What was there for a mere platinum member to brag about? Moreover, the entire Buckingham Palace Hotel belonged to his family. Taking his wife to a luxury suite fit only for a platinum member would be beneath their status. Zhao Liqing then said discontentedly, Chuan, look at your Livian husband. He doesn't know how to appreciate a favor. How do you manage him? She hooked her arm through Zheng Hao's, resting her head on his shoulder, and laughed. Yi Chen's demeanor doesn't suit such an elegant setting. He should learn some aristocratic etiquette from my husband, who studied in England. Zheng Hao glanced disdainfully at Yi Chen and smirked. Honey, don't assign me such an impossible task. Mr. Yi is far too unconventional. Teaching him aristocratic manners would be like scaling the heavens. Zhao Liqing nodded and sighed, addressing Xiao Chuan. If you ask me, you should just divorce him. Spending your life with a poor wretch like Yi Chen, how degrading. She spoke without any pretense, completely disregarding Xiao Charen's feelings. Xiao Charen could no longer hold back and snapped, "Zhao Liqing, what do you mean by that? My husband is none of your business." Zhao Liqing covered her mouth with a laugh. "I never liked you in college. If it weren't for your family's money back, then how could you have been voted campus beauty? Now that you've married poorly, I can't even mention it." Yi Chen's heart churned with displeasure. This Zhao Liqing had been frivolous since her school days, relying on her passable looks to latch onto wealthy men. Now that she had luckily married into money, she actually believed she was a high society lady. And she dared to mock his wife. She was practically courting death. Rage surged within him. He pulled out his phone and sent a text to Chun Zikai, the owner of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. "I need the complete file on Zhao Liqing, daughter-in-law of the Jinling Zheng family, within 3 minutes. Seeing Yi Chen silently staring at his phone, Zhao Liqing mocked further. "Look at your husband. I'm insulting you, and he doesn't even dare to defend you. How pathetic, ha!" Just then Yi Chen received a reply from Chen Zikai. "Young master, the information on Zhao Liqing has been sent to you." Yi Chen glanced at the lengthy message, then looked at Zhao Liqing and her husband Zheng Hao, asking with a smile, "I've got some interesting information here. Care to hear it?" Zhao Liqing frowned. "What information?" Yi Chen announced loudly. "Zhao Liqing, female, 26 years old, graduated from Jinling University. During her freshman year, according to records, she checked into hotels no fewer than 100 times with 8 different men, including Li Huma Fei and Du Xiaoping." Zhao Liqing's face turned pale as she stammered, "You're talking nonsense. I'll sue you for defamation." Beside her, Zheng Hao frowned deeply, visibly shocked. Yi Chen continued, "Oh, and hey, race, a juicy one. You even had a few threesomes with 2 men, Dong Bin and Dong Jie, who happened to be brothers. Quite the trio, weren't you?" Zhao Liqing shrieked in panic. "You're lying. You're lying." Yi Chen pressed on. "And during your sophomore year, you were kept by a vice president of Shanghua Group for 30,000 a month. That arrangement lasted 3 years, during which you had 4 abortions at Jinling Women's Hospital. The last one left you permanently infertile." He then turned to Zheng Hao with curiosity. "Mr. Zheng, if I'm not mistaken, you two still don't have children, do you?" Zheng Hao's expression turned grim as he glared at Zhao Liqing, demanding, "What is this all about?" Sweating profusely, Zhao Liqing stammered, "I don't listen to him. I gave you my first time. You know that." Yi Chen laughed. "Don't rush. There's more." Zhao Liqing frantically tugged at Zheng Hao, trying to drag him away, saying, "Stop. Honey, let's go. We'll be late for dinner." Zheng Hao furrowed his brow, but stood firm, asking Yi Chen, "What else?" Yi Chen smirked. "Listen closely. After graduating, Zhao Liqing underwent a complete cosmetic surgery. A month later, she joined the Zheng family company and deliberately scraped Zheng Hao's Bentley to get his attention, thus meeting the eldest son of the Zheng family." He looked up at Zheng Hao. "Am I right?" Zheng Hao was stunned. He knew those details were true, so that meant everything else was true too. Zhao Liqing's face had turned ashen, and she trembled uncontrollably. She begged Yi Chen. "Yi Chen, I'm begging you, please stop. Please." Yi Chen sneered. "Now you're begging me. Sorry, it's too late." He added, 2 weeks after meeting Zheng Hao during a business trip to Haicheng, she had a hymen repair surgery at a clinic there. After returning, she officially became Zheng Hao's girlfriend and married him 6 months later. Zhao Liqing collapsed to the floor, utterly devastated. She had no idea how Yi Chen had unearthed all her secrets, laying bare her entire past to her husband. Furious beyond measure, Zheng Hao turned to Zhao Liqing and roared, "So that night you lied and said it was your first time, when in reality, it was your 100,000th tenth. Am I right?" Zhao Liqing quickly denied it. "No, it's not true. How I was your first." Yi Chen chuckled. "Don't worry, I can find her medical records from the repair surgery. Go to the hospital and verify it yourself." Zheng Hao grabbed Zhao Liqing by the collar and slapped her hard. "Still not telling the truth. If you don't come clean once I confirm it, I'll throw you out on the street. You, your parents, your brother, all of you out of my villa. Your brother won't work for the Zheng family anymore. He'll make your entire family homeless." Zhao Liqing broke down in tears, kneeling and begging, "Honey, please don't be angry. I was young and foolish back then. I made mistakes. But I turned over a new leaf and have been devoted to you ever since." Yi Chen delivered the final blow. "Don't believe her. Even after marrying you, she had a few farewell flings with her sugar daddy, who filmed them as souvenirs. If you want, I can find those videos and send them to you for your viewing pleasure." Zheng Hao's face was extremely ugly, a ghastly pallor. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to have a vast grassland atop his head. When he could no longer endure it, he went mad and slapped Zhao Liqing countless times, cursing, "You treacherous whore, you've been deceiving me all along. Cuckolding me, I'll beat you to death. Beat you to death." Zhao Liqing screamed in pain, her hair disheveled, as she collapsed into hysterical sobs. Zheng Hao continued hitting her while shouting, "Divorce. You leave with nothing. Otherwise, I'll have your parents and brother killed and dumped in the river." Zhao Liqing was utterly broken. She had schemed with every means to marry into the Zheng family, dreaming of a lifetime as a wealthy matron, but today that dream shattered completely. All of this was because of Yi Chun. She loathed him with every fiber of her being, yet at that moment, Yi Chun merely sneered and said to Xiao Chuan, "Darling, let them fight like dogs. Let's go." With that, he took Xiao Chuan's hand and headed for the elevator. Xiao Chuan's beautiful eyes trembled. She was stunned with disbelief. How did Yi Chun know so much of Zhao Liqing's dark past? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but look at Yi Chun and ask incredulously, "Did you have all that investigated? How could I have that kind of ability?" Yi Chun laughed it off, saying, "There was a former classmate who was deeply hurt by Zhao Liqing. He's been digging up her dirty secrets, and it turned out to be useful now." As he spoke, Yi Chun had already led her into the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the top floor. Xiao Chuan quickly asked, "Yi Chun, did you press the wrong floor? Isn't the top floor the Sky Garden?" Yi Chun smiled faintly. "Darling, the place we're heading to is precisely the Sky Garden on the highest floor." These words struck Xiao Chuan like a thunderbolt. The Sky Garden? How is that possible? Everyone in Jinling knew that the Sky Garden had been reserved by a mysterious figure tonight. Even if Yi Chun had extraordinary abilities, he couldn't possibly have booked a spot in the Sky Garden to celebrate their third wedding anniversary. But the next moment, a bold thought suddenly emerged in Xiao Chuan's mind. Could it be that Yi Chun was the mysterious man who had reserved the entire Sky Garden? Although it seemed utterly fantastical, what other explanation could there be at this moment? With this thought, Xiao Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Yi Chun, did you reserve the Sky Garden?" Yi Chun smiled gently and said, "Yes, I'm going to give you the greatest surprise today. A grand wedding that no one can ever replicate." Huh? Xiao Chuan felt her mind go blank. If this was truly the immense surprise Yi Chun had prepared for her, then tonight wouldn't she be the happiest woman in all of Jinling? At this thought, Xiao Chuan's breathing grew rapid, and she lost all capacity for rational thought. Just as her inner world was in turmoil, the elevator reached the top floor of the Buckingham Palace Hotel. A service staff member at the entrance bowed slightly and said with a smile, "Miss Xiao, on behalf of the Buckingham Palace Hotel, I extend our sincerest blessings to you and Mr. Yi on your wedding anniversary tonight." Yi Chun waved his hand and said to her, "You may all withdraw." Instantly, all the staff departed, leaving only Xiao Chuan and Yi Chun in the entire Sky Garden, a world for two. Xiao Chuan felt as if she were in a dream. Before her eyes lay a vast, luxuriously styled space. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling cast a clear light, making the entire Sky Garden appear elegant and serene. Soft piano melodies filled the entire Sky Garden, gradually enveloping one's heart, making it hard to feel tension or anger. Fresh high-end flowers airlifted from abroad exuded a subtle fragrance, neither strong nor cloying, gently altering one's mood with an indescribable sense of peace and beauty. Then, as the piano piece changed, the most classic wedding march, A Midsummer Night's Dream, suddenly began to play, its melodious notes lingering endlessly. Just as Xiao Chuan was overwhelmed by the beautiful scenery, Yi Chun had changed into a well-fitted suit and was walking toward her, holding a bouquet of flowers. With each step, he took a series of vibrant, gorgeous red hearts rippled across the floor, made of crystal glass. As if these hearts were dancing gracefully to the piano music, they delivered a powerful visual impact. At that moment, outside the Sky Garden, countless people gazed through the crystal glass walls and floor, looking in awe at everything happening inside. The only pity was that all the glass of the Sky Garden was slightly frosted, so onlookers could only see a young couple inside clusters of flowers and the exquisite beauty. And those red hearts continuously appearing on the floor. Countless women said with longing, "This is so romantic. I've never seen anything so romantic in my whole life. If I were that woman, I'd be willing to die right now. Oh my God, that man's silhouette looks just like the mysterious wealthy man. Too bad we can't see his face. Ah, this is torture." The scenes within the Sky Garden completely captivated the onlookers outside, drawing them in beyond their control. Tens of thousands of people were filled with longing and envy at that moment, their eyes full of blessings as they gazed at this grand garden suspended in midair. Countless women had tears in their eyes and irrepressible envy rising in their hearts. They were so captivated, so jealous, that they wished they were the heroine of this grand wedding tonight. Even though the onlookers couldn't see the couple's true faces clearly, they could still feel how happy the heroine was at that moment. Yi Chun walked step by step toward her, pointing at the nightscape of Jinling outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, and said with profound love, "Chuan, I love you. I couldn't give you a wedding back then. I hope you'll like this one just for the two of us." Xiao Chuan came to her senses, covering her mouth with her hand, but tears streamed down her face like pearls, falling and shattering on the ground, continuously rolling down her delicate cheeks. Hearing these words, Xiao Charan could no longer hold back the surging emotions within her. She stepped forward and threw herself into Yi Chen's arms, crying like rain. I love it. I really love it. Thank you, Yi Chen. Thank you. As she spoke, Xiao Charan was choked with tears. At this moment, she felt that all the grievances of the past 3 years were worth it. No matter how Yi Chen had managed all this, at least now she was incredibly happy, and tonight, she was the happiest woman in all of Jinling. Through the hazy frosted crystal glass, the entire Jinling witnessed this incredibly grand wedding. Countless people filled with envy speculated about the identities of the couple getting married in the Sky Garden. Moreover, these two individuals were too mysterious. Their wedding was attended solely by themselves with not a single friend or relative present, not even a witness. On the crystal stage, Yi Chen held Xiao Charan's hand and took out a jade necklace that had long been prepared. Charan, this is your wedding anniversary gift. I hope you like it. Xiao Charan looked at the translucent jade necklace and exclaimed this. This can't possibly be the treasure of Chui Xian Pavilion, right? Yi Chen, where did you get this? As she spoke, Xiao Charan was shocked. Could it be that Yi Chen was the legendary wealthy man from the video? Otherwise, how could this jade necklace be in his hands? But this is illogical. Yi Chen was well aware of who he was. How could he possibly be a legendary wealthy man? He didn't seem to have anything in common with the term wealthy. At this moment, Yi Chen noticed Xiao Charan's astonishment and felt an impulse to reveal his true identity to her, to tell her that he was a descendant of the Yi family from Yinjing, the heir to $1 trillion fortune. However, the next moment, he suddenly remembered something very serious. He was unclear about the current situation of the Yi family. As far as he recalled, he had seen uncles and aunts when he was young, meaning there was more than just his father in the previous generation of the Yi family. Since there was more than just his father, his uncles and aunts likely had offspring as well, and these people would certainly view him as a thorn in their side. If he recklessly revealed his identity before understanding everything and without the ability to protect himself and Xiao Charan, it might bring her a calamity. The means of competing for wealth among wealthy families are extremely ruthless, and he genuinely did not want his beloved wife to suffer because of his recklessness. Thinking this, he deliberately lied, saying this necklace looks exactly like the treasure of Chui Xian Pavilion, but I paid someone to have it replicated. Although it uses pretty good jade, it's still far from the real one. I only spent a few thousand on it. Saying this, Yi Chen nervously asked Xiao Charan, Charan, you don't dislike it, do you? Xiao Charan sighed in relief. This made much more sense. So she hurriedly smiled and said, silly, how could I dislike it? I'm more than touched by everything you've done. Yi Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and quickly put the jade necklace around Xiao Charan's neck. He looked sincerely at Xiao Charan and emotionally said, Charan, in these 3 years of marriage you've suffered a lot. But from today on I promise that no one will ever bully you again. Xiao Charan nodded, repeatedly realizing at that moment that her husband was finally ready to stand tall and be a man. After the wedding, Yi Chen quietly took Xiao Charan away from the exclusive elevator of the Sky Garden. Countless spectators outside felt a sense of loss. Are the male and female leads really leaving just like that? They came here mysteriously to shower the world with dog food, and then just ran away. Suddenly, the whole city was discussing this unprecedented grand wedding. However, no one knew who the male and female leads of the wedding were. Yi Chen drove the modified BMW 520, carrying his wife, Xiao Charan, back home. On the way, Xiao Charan was still lost in immense happiness and couldn't help but ask Yi Chen, how did you manage to book the Sky Garden? It seems that it has never been open for private bookings, right? Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, to be honest, a senior executive at Buckingham Palace is a good friend of mine from the orphanage. We went through tough times together, sharing everything, so when I asked him for help, he was quite generous. Xiao Charan gently nodded and said, so that's how it is. I never heard you mention it before. Yi Chen replied, I have too many friends from the orphanage to finish sharing in 3 days and nights. I thought you might not be interested, so I never mentioned it. Xiao Charan said, seriously, you are my husband. I am naturally very interested in your past and want to know more. Yi Chen smiled and said, then he'll share more with you in the future. Okay. Arriving at the community, Yi Chen parked the car downstairs. Just as they parked and got out of the car, they happened to encounter her father and mother returning home. Upon seeing them, her mother immediately exclaimed, Ran, where did this BMW sedan come from? Her father also stared at the car with shining eyes. Wow, a BMW. Ran, did you buy it? That's quite a splurge. Xiao Charan hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, it's not me who bought it, it's Yi Chen. Yi Chen. Her father frowned and asked Yi Chen, where did you get the money to buy this car? Did you use our Ran's money? Yi Chen quickly replied, no, Dad, I bought this with my own savings. Her mother pulled her father around the car and scoffed him. Always eating and living off us, and you don't even know to honor us while buying a BMW. What an ingrate. Xiao Charan hurriedly said, Mom, please don't say that about Yi Chen. Her father, envious and jealous, said, buying a BMW 520, Is Chen really worthy of such a good car? Wouldn't a BMW 3 Series be enough for him to show off? Her mother coldly said, let me tell you, your father still doesn't have a car. Half his body is almost in the ground, and if we don't let him enjoy himself now, he might not get the chance later. Saying this, her mother ordered, how about this, let your father drive this car, consider it a gift from you two to him. Xiao Charan looked at Chen and tentatively asked, Chen, what do you think? Chen thought to himself it could work, but this isn't a BMW 520, it's a 760. To be honest, my father-in-law is just a henpecked loser who isn't favored by the old lady, and for him a 760 would be too extravagant. Thinking this, he hurriedly flattered, oh dad, this is a BMW 520, the lowest model in the 5 Series, nicknamed the beggar version. If you drive this car out, people will laugh at you. Her mother's eyebrows furrowed. What? You don't want to give it to me? Chen quickly waved his hand. No, how could I not wanna? I just thought you shouldn't be driving a beggar version. How about this, I won't give you this 520 and I'll buy you a 530 instead. The 530 is a step up from the 520, so you'll look good driving it. Her mother frowned and asked, do you have money to buy a 530? Chen replied, I only paid a little down payment for this car. I still have some money left. Don't worry, I'll go buy you a car first thing tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that Chen would buy them an even better car tomorrow, the father-in-law and mother-in-law immediately beamed with joy. Little did the father-in-law know the car he missed out on was a tapophthalene BMW 760. Xiao Charan felt a bit worried. After returning to the room and finishing her wash, she quietly asked Chen, do you still have money to buy a car? I have some savings, maybe you can use it to buy one tomorrow. Chen quickly waved his hand, no need, I have enough. Xiao Charan said apologetically, I'm really sorry, I didn't expect my parents to act like this. Chen smiled and replied, what are you saying? Your parents are my parents too. We're family, it's only right to honor them. With that, Chen lay down on his small floor mat and chuckled, don't worry, you'll go buy another one first thing tomorrow morning. Xiao Charan said, touched, Chen, thank you. Chen laughed heartily, you're welcome, dear. Xiao Charan's face flushed slightly as she asked, won't you be cold sleeping on the floor at night? Chen blurted out, no, not at all. Don't worry, I'm fine. Xiao Charan suddenly scolded, if you're not cold, then go to sleep, you pig-headed fool. She had barely entertained the thought of letting him sleep on the bed, but this blockhead was completely oblivious. Chen suddenly realized he might have missed something. So he quickly said, oh dear, the floor is so cold. I'm shivering. Xiao Charan said crossly, if you're cold, add another blanket. Chen was instantly disheartened. After a long pause, he asked stubbornly, honey, it seems the temperature has dropped. I'm freezing. Xiao Charan ignored him and kicked down a blanket, huffing. How cold can it be on a summer night? If you're still cold, I'll find a down jacket for you. Chen was despondent, realizing his wife truly wouldn't let him sleep on the bed tonight. The next day, Xiao Charan prepared to go to work early. Chen made her breakfast and handed her the BMW keys, saying, drive to the company today. Xiao Charan couldn't help but say, you bought the car, it doesn't feel right for me to drive it to work. Chen said, what's wrong with that? You're my wife, and I bought the car for you, not for myself. Xiao Charan nodded gently and said gratefully, thank you. With that, she took the BMW keys from his hand. The father-in-law looked on with envy and blurted out, Chen, you haven't forgotten about buying me a car, have you? Of course not. Chen quickly said, I'll go buy it for you soon. Just wait at home for the new car to arrive. The father-in-law's face lit up with joy, then I'll be waiting. BMW 530, as you said yourself, don't get the wrong model. Chen found it amusing, but nodded, don't worry, Dad, I'll get you the BMW 530 today. After saying that, he went downstairs with his wife, pulled his electric scooter out of the BMW 760's trunk. Xiao Charan drove the BMW 760 to work, while Chen himself rode his electric scooter to the BMW 4S store again. As he neared the BMW 4S store, he passed by the Audi dealership. The Audi staff spotted him first, and a salesperson blurted out, damn, that guy who bought the BMW 760 is back on his electric scooter. Shit, even if we have to kneel today, we've got to stop him and sell him a tapophthalene Audi A8. You're right. In an instant, a swarm of Audi salespeople rushed out and surrounded him. Sir, come check out our latest tapophthalene Audi A8. Sir, our A8 has incredible power with a W12 engine that's even better than the BMW 760's V12. Chen asked curiously, is it really that amazing? Absolutely. An Audi salesperson quickly explained, brother, let me tell you, our W12 engine can shut down half its cylinders. Close 6 out of 12, and you get 6 cylinders, saving fuel. Chen said disdainfully, are you crazy? If I want to save fuel, why buy a 12-cylinder car and shut down 6? Why not just buy a 6-cylinder? Well, that, The salesperson realized his mistake, and his face turned bright red. Chen sneered at them. I know what you're thinking. You were upset yesterday when I bought the BMW 760, and today you want to keep me as a customer, right? The group nodded eagerly. Chen snorted, let me tell you. It's too late. Yesterday you ignored me, today I'm out of your league. With that, Chen pressed the horn on his electric scooter. Beep beep. Move aside. Your big brother is going to the BMW store to buy a car. The BMW salespeople also ran out fuming. You Audi bastards, what are you doing? Stealing our customer, are you? Can't you see our customer isn't interested in you? If you keep crowding our VP, he'll call the TV station to expose you. The Audi staff humiliated slunk away. The BMW 4S store manager personally came to greet Chen, asking respectfully, Mr. Yi, are you here to buy a car again today? Chen nodded. Do you have a BMW 530 in stock? I want to drive it away today. Yes, we do. The manager was thrilled. Buying a BMW 760 yesterday and a BMW 530 today. This was truly a big customer. So he quickly said, please follow me, sir. Let me show you the display car. Chen grunted in acknowledgement and followed him into the showroom. There was a BMW 530 on display. Chen sat inside to feel it and found that although it looked similar to the 7 Series, the interior was vastly inferior. Still, for his middle-aged, somewhat mediocre father-in-law, it was already high-end. He was about to swipe his card to buy the car when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar coquettish voice say, oh darling, I really love the BMW X6. Will you buy me an X6? Chen looked toward the voice from inside the car and was stunned to see Lu Lily, the fiancée of his college best friend Wang Daoquan, clinging to a strange man, her expression intimate and flirtatious. Chen frowned, deeply thinking, Lu Lily called him darling. Could this woman be cheating on Wang Daoquan? He felt a surge of anger as he despised women who lacked moral integrity and were unfaithful in relationships. Moreover, Wang Daoquan was diligently working on his career, and she was out here cuckolding him. What a despicable woman. Just then he heard the man ask lecherously, if I buy you the X6 now, how will you explain it to that Wang Daoquan? Wang Daoquan, Lu Lily said with disgust, don't mention that loser. He's a waste, no money, no talent. The only reason I'm with him is that he seems honest and dependable. The man chuckled, pinching Lu Lily's face, and asked, now that you're my woman, are you still planning to stay with him? I Zhao Dong don't allow other men to touch the women I've been with. Lu Lily quickly said, Brother Dong, rest assured, ever since we got together, I haven't let him touch me. I find him dirty. My body belongs only to you, Brother Dong, and it's meant only to serve you. She then explained, actually, I planned to break up with him right after the restaurant opened, but I didn't expect that a classmate he knows had some connections and helped me deal with Scarface from the development zone's underworld. I wanted to wait until the business stabilized before telling him to leave and kicking him out of the restaurant. Zhao Dong laughed heartily. Just a Scarface, what's the big deal? If you told me earlier, one call from me would have his boss come apologize to you. Lu Lily giggled. Oh, Brother Dong, you're so formidable. It was urgent at the time, and I didn't get a chance to call you. Plus that Wang Daoquan was there, and I was afraid you'd be upset seeing him. Zhao Dong pinched her waist and smiled. You're quite sensible. Lu Lily quickly rubbed her body against his arm, saying, Brother Dong, are you really willing to buy me a BMW X6? Zhao Dong chuckled. All right, hey, race the plan first, come to my place, and let me enjoy you a few times. Then you go break up with that loser, and tomorrow I'll buy you the BMW X6. Lu Lily asked with surprise, Brother Dong, are you serious? You'll really buy me the X6 tomorrow? Have I ever lied to you? Zhao Dong sneered, but you have to satisfy me first. Lu Lily's eyes immediately turned seductive. Brother Dong, rest assured, once we're at your place, he'll take good care of you. The two of them then turned and left the 4S store. Furious at the pair, Chen immediately pulled out his phone and called Wang Daoquan. As soon as Wang Daoquan answered, he excitedly said, Chen, what are you up to? Why the sudden call? Chen replied calmly, just checking in on you. What are you busy with? Wang Daoquan said, I'm helping out in the restaurant kitchen. It's almost noon, and customers will be coming soon, so I'm lending a hand. Chen asked, you work at the restaurant every day? Wang Daoquan replied, yeah, the restaurant just opened, so there's a lot to do. Besides, most of the money came from Lily's dad. If I don't work hard, her family will look down on me. Chen asked, how much did you contribute? I put in 100,000, all my savings since graduating college. Chen pressed on, who owns the restaurant? Wang Daoquan said, it's me. Chen asked, is the business registration under your name? Wang Daoquan said, no, it's under Lily's dad's name. Lily and I aren't married yet, and since he put up the money, it wouldn't be right to put it in my name. Then he added, but her dad said that after we get married, he'll transfer the actual ownership of the restaurant to me. Chen shook his head in disbelief. This fool was being used without even realizing it. Lu Lily treated him like a beast of burden, making him run the restaurant in the development zone while she sneaked around with a wealthy man planning to dump him. Now the restaurant's business registration had nothing to do with Wang Daoquan. Once Lu Lili turned on him, he would be left with nothing. Not only would all his efforts be in vain, but his 100,000 would also be lost. At this thought, his disgust for Lu Lili grew, and he directly asked Wang Daoquan, "What's Lily doing now?" Wang Daoquan laughed. "She's getting her hair done." "Why?" Yi Chen sneered. "Getting her hair done. Is that what she said?" "Yeah. And you just believe her?" Wang Daoquan asked with confusion. "Yi Chen, what are you getting at? Just say it straight, no need to beat around the bush." Yi Chen grunted. "Fine, I'll be direct. I saw Lu Lili at the BMW 4S store cuddling with a man named Zhao Dong, calling him darling. You might have been cheated on." "Impossible." Wang Daoquan blurted out. "Lily is not that kind of person. Are you sure you didn't mistake her?" Yi Chen affirmed. "I didn't mistake her. It was her." "I don't believe it." Wang Daoquan's tone turned cold. "Yi Chen, we're good friends, but you can't badmouth my wife just because of our friendship." Yi Chen snapped. "Wang Daoquan, wake up. Your wife is already with another man. That Zhao Dong promised to buy her a BMW X6. She's gone home with him, now planning to break up with you tonight. As an old classmate, I'm advising you to prepare yourself." Before Wang Daoquan could respond, Yi Chen continued. "You'd better move that painting I gave you first. Keep it, and you'll still have a chance to bounce back. But if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Wang Daoquan grew agitated. "Yi Chen, stop spouting nonsense here. Lily is my fiancée, and I know her character best. She would never betray me. If you keep slandering her, I'll cut ties with you." Yi Chen frowned and said calmly, "Fine, as a friend, I've given you the warning I should. If you don't believe me, I can't help it. Good luck." With that, Yi Chen hung up the phone. What a fool, blinded by love. He should have secretly recorded a video to send him. Just then, the BMW store manager knocked on the car window and asked, "Sir, are you satisfied with this 530? Yi Chen nodded. "It's fine. They'll take this model. Get me a new one from the warehouse." The manager beamed with joy. "Please wait a moment. He'll arrange for someone to bring the car over." Soon a black BMW 530 was driven over by a salesperson. Yi Chen swiped his card, paid, and took the car. He folded his electric scooter, stuffed it into the trunk, and drove off nonchalantly. On the way back, his father-in-law and mother-in-law called repeatedly asking if he was coming home. When Yi Chen arrived downstairs, he found them already waiting. Seeing that Yi Chen had indeed bought a BMW 530, the couple beamed with joy. His father-in-law circled the car several times, exclaiming, "What a great car. A great car. I never imagined I'd get to drive a BMW." Yi Chen smiled. "Dad, maybe one day you'll drive a Rolls-Royce." His father-in-law laughed heartily. "That depends on you." His mother-in-law was also overjoyed. Her attitude toward Yi Chen noticeably improved. After taking the car for a test drive, his father-in-law returned and said, "The car is truly wonderful and comfortable to drive, but it's a bit long and hard to maneuver. Yi Chen, be my driver this afternoon. I've arranged to go check something out with someone." Yi Chen nodded. "Sure, Dad." His mother-in-law excitedly said, "Later you can drive me to afternoon tea with my friends. Let them see that I'm now a person who gets chauffeured in a BMW." "Sure, Mom." After lunch, his father-in-law Xiao Chongquan had already dressed neatly and urged Yi Chen, "Get ready quickly. Drive our new car and take me to the antique street. A shop just got a Tang Dynasty official kiln vase, and I want to go appreciate it." Yi Chen couldn't help but advise, "Dad, are you getting into antiques again? Our family doesn't have much money. Isn't buying antiques a bit too extravagant?" Xiao Chongquan had no real talent for making money, but he harbored countless dreams of striking it rich. He loved wandering through Antique Street, always dreaming of finding a hidden gem. However, over the years, he had mostly been cheated. He had calmed down for a while, but now not only had he not completely stopped, but his obsession had flared up again. Xiao Chongquan, seeing that Yi Chen dared to criticize him, snorted coldly and said, "Stop all your nonsense. Just take me there quickly." Yi Chen had no choice but to comply. He drove his father-in-law to Antique Street. On the way, Xiao Chongquan sat in the newly bought BMW, feeling immensely proud. He didn't sit in the passenger seat, but instead lounged in the spacious back seat, crossing his legs. He directed Yi Chen on driving and even made him play his favorite treasure-hunting audiobook on the stereo. In his own words, he was getting old and reading strained his eyes, so he just listened every day. That was one thing, but as Yi Chen listened along, he discovered that in the story, the protagonist could bet 10 yuan on a rough jade stone and win one worth 1 billion. Hearing this, Yi Chen understood why his father-in-law dreamed of getting rich every single day. Xiao Chongquan, however, was utterly engrossed. As he listened, he couldn't help but sigh. "Ah, when will old Xiao hit such a jackpot? Spend 10 yuan on a stone and make 10 billion. Well, forget 10 billion UID, be satisfied with 100 million. Yi Chen coughed awkwardly and said, "Dad, stop thinking about gambling on rough stones. It's all a scam." Xiao Chongquan pouted. "What do you know?" As the car arrived at Antique Street, he quickly ordered, "Find a parking spot right away. Don't make me late for the appointment. I'm made to see the goods." Jinling, a city of historical fame, housed Antique Street outside the scenic area. It had a modest reputation nationwide, attracting antique dealers and treasure hunters from all over the country. The local tourism department seized the opportunity, investing heavily to renovate Antique Street and turn it into a tourist attraction. Arriving at Antique Street, Xiao Chongquan navigated to the entrance of an antique shop with practiced ease. He told the receptionist he had an appointment, and the staff invited both of them to a VIP room at the back to examine the goods. As Chen was about to follow, Xiao Chongquan turned back and said, "Don't bother coming in. You wouldn't understand anyway. Just wait for me outside the VIP room." Chen nodded. "I understand, Dad." Xiao Chongquan, with his hands behind his back, followed the staff into the VIP room, while Chen sat down in the waiting area. A few minutes later, Chen suddenly heard a crisp crash from the VIP room. Then he saw his father-in-law Xiao Chongquan rush out with a panicked expression. He muttered to himself, "It's over, it's over. This is the end." Chen quickly stepped forward and looked behind his father-in-law. On the floor lay a tall, slender ceramic vase broken into two pieces, surrounded by tiny shards. From the fragments, it was barely discernible that the broken piece was a Tang Dynasty Yuhucheng vase. Having grown up in the Yi family, Chen was well-versed in such matters. He could tell at a glance that this vase was a genuine antique, likely worth several million on the market. It seemed his father-in-law had really gotten himself into serious trouble. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man said with a dark face, "Mr. Xiao, we acquired this Yuhucheng vase for over 5 million. Now that you've broken it, you must compensate us in full." This man was Zhou Liangyan, the manager of Jiqing Hall. Xiao Chongquan pulled Chen over and said, barely concealing his panic, "This is my precious son-in-law. Do you know how much money he has? Not just 5 million, even 50 million is nothing to him. Discuss the compensation with him. I have things to do. I'm leaving." With that, Xiao Chongquan shoved Chen forward and bolted out. Chen was dumbfounded. His father-in-law was utterly shameless, clearly trying to make him take the fall. Zhou Liangyan looked at Chen and asked coldly, "Sir, the total is 5,380,000. Will you pay by card or transfer?" Chen spread his hands. "I have no money." It wasn't that he couldn't afford it, but he wanted his father-in-law to learn a lesson, to stop dragging him to Antique Street every day. "No money." Zhou Liangyan gritted his teeth. "You break something in our Jiqing Hall and think you can just get away with a claim of being broke." Chen said helplessly, "I'm not trying to run away, but I really have no money. Besides, I didn't break this vase. Why should I pay for it?" Zhou Liangyan fumed. "Isn't he your father-in-law?" Chen nodded. "Exactly, he's my father-in-law, not me. Whoever broke it should pay for it. That's called the wrongdoer must answer for his deed, and punishment should not fall on his family. Don't you understand that?" Zhou Liangyan was furious, but he had to admit Chen had a point. If he forced Chen to pay without reason, word would spread and ruin Jiqing Hall's reputation. So he quickly ordered his men, "Go and catch that old man right now." Chen watched them scramble to chase his father-in-law, smiling silently to himself. He could have easily paid with his card, but that would only let his shameless father-in-law off the hook. It was better to let the old man suffer a bit. Otherwise, if something like this happened again, he would just keep using Chen as a scapegoat. With all the staff from Jiqing Hall out, chasing his father-in-law, Chen had nothing to do, so he looked at the vase broken in two on the floor. The vase was about half a meter tall, now shattered into two halves and a pile of fragments. It was truly a pity. However, he suddenly noticed that something seemed hidden in the bottom of the lower half. He quickly reached in and pulled out a small wooden box. He never expected such a secret hidden inside the vase. The Yuhucheng vase had a narrow mouth and a wide body. This wooden box was obviously 2 or 3 times wider than the mouth, meaning it wasn't stuffed in later, it must have been placed inside when the vase was made. This suggested the wooden box was also from the Tang Dynasty. He held the box in his hands, examined it carefully, then applied some force, and opened it with a snap. As the box opened, an exquisite fragrance wafted out. Chen inhaled, feeling instantly refreshed. Looking closely, he saw an ancient book inside, smaller than the palm of a hand. Chen picked up the tiny ancient book and saw 4 ancient seal script characters on the title page, 9 profound heaven scripture. This name is quite interesting. I wonder what it records. Chen opened the book and leafed through it. The first chapter was the medical arts chapter, which contained numerous cases and treatment methods. Chen frowned slightly. He had some exposure to traditional Chinese medicine and knew its basic theories, but the content of this book was clearly far more advanced than current practices in the medical field. Some diagnostic and treatment methods were completely unheard of. At the end of the medical arts chapter, Chen even found alchemy techniques with descriptions of pills whose effects seemed to transcend reality. Intrigued, Chen sat on the floor and continued flipping through the pages. To his surprise, the 9 profound heaven scripture also contained content on feng shui divination, as well as miraculous arts like treasure appraisal and restoration, along with many other strange and wonderful things. Chen read for a long time, feeling as if every word in the book was drilling into his mind. His heart churned like boiling water. A hidden gem. This was a peerless treasure. Under great joy, Chen immediately prepared to tuck the 9 Abyss heavenly canon into his bosom. However, the book instantly turned to dust and vanished. Yet every word within the book was clearly engraved in Chen's mind. At that moment, the fleeing father-in-law was roughly dragged back by several burly men. Seeing his face swollen and bruised, it was evident he had been caught and beaten. Chen looked at his disheveled appearance and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This old fellow causing trouble, yet trying to shift the blame onto himself, is truly outrageous. Letting him suffer a bit serves as a fitting punishment. At that moment, his father-in-law Xiao Chongquan was exceptionally disheveled. He had just run desperately and was utterly exhausted. However, without the car keys and being older and overweight, he couldn't run fast at all, far from being a match for these young men. So it wasn't long before he was caught, bound, and had received several slaps. It was a truly miserable situation. After capturing Xiao Chongquan, manager Zhou Lianyun gritted his teeth and said, "Old man, you think you can smash our bottle and run away? You should inquire about the background of our Jikingtang." Xiao Chongquan replied in terror, "I didn't do it on purpose, the bottle was just too slippery." Zhou Lianyun coldly retorted, "Stop the nonsense. I will give you an afternoon to raise the money. If you can't pay, I will report you for deliberately damaging someone else's property. The case value is over 5 million, enough for you to rot in jail." Xiao Chongquan trembled in fear, looking at Chen as if he had seen a lifeline. "Chen, my good son-in-law, you cannot just stand by and do nothing." Chen helplessly replied, "That I don't have that much money either." Xiao Chongquan quickly blurted out, "Then you should go to jail in my place. The Xiao family has raised you for so long, it is time for you to show some gratitude." Chen thought to himself, how could he have the face to say such a thing? Just as he was about to refuse, a middle-aged man interjected, "There is a head for every grievance and a master for every debt. Our Jikingtang values credit above all. You broke the bottle, so you must compensate." After speaking, he turned to Chen and said, "You can leave, but it would be best if you help him raise the money. Otherwise, after this afternoon, I will send him to the police station." Chen nodded slightly. Xiao Chongquan was terrified, crying, "Good son-in-law, you cannot leave. What will I do if you go?" Seeing him so frightened, Chen couldn't help but laugh. However, he certainly couldn't show it on his face. He was just thinking of finding an excuse to leave and let his father-in-law suffer a bit. But then he suddenly remembered that the 9 Abyss heavenly canon had ancient methods of porcelain restoration, so he thought, "Manager Zhou, if I can restore that jade pot spring bottle, will you let my father-in-law go?" Zhou Lianyun sneered, saying, "Who do you think you are? You want to restore antiques? To be honest, I have already sent the photos to an expert in Jinling antiques, and they said it was shattered like this. It is no longer possible to restore it." Chen shook his head. "The bottle is already broken, and it is useless to keep it. I will try, and I won't lose anything." Zhou Lianyun scoffed. "All right, you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River, right? Fine. I want to see what skills you possess." Chen said, "Prepare a piece of rice paper, a brush, and 5 eggs. They must be raw eggs." Zhou Lianyun, waiting to see what joke Chen would make, didn't hesitate and quickly brought him a basket of raw eggs. However, he couldn't help but taunt, "Using eggs to restore antiques. I've never seen such a method. I warn you, don't pull any tricks. Either you pay in cash, or we will take your father-in-law to court. 5 million is enough for him to spend a lifetime in prison." Chen nodded. "What if I really restore it?" Zhou Lianyun coldly huffed. "If a professional confirms that it has indeed been restored and can recover most of the loss, then you can leave." "Good." Chen nodded. "It's a deal." After saying this, he immediately stopped talking to him, picked up the brush, and outlined the shape of the jade pot spring bottle on the rice paper. Then he gently cracked open an egg, dipped his fingertip in the egg white, and spread it on a shard of the bottle, pressing it onto the paper model. He then picked up another shard and pressed it down, gradually covering the paper model with the shards of the antique. Everyone held their breath, afraid to disturb his restoration process. Soon half an hour passed. When Chen straightened up again, what appeared before everyone was a newly revived Tang Dynasty jade pot spring bottle. He smiled at Zhou Lianyun and said, "You can take a look and see if there are any flaws left." Zhou Lianyun picked up the bottle, examining it closely before disdainfully saying, "Are you kidding me? You used egg liquid to smear it once and call that restoration. If I broke your leg and smeared it with egg liquid, would that work? Don't touch that bottle." Just then a crisp and urgent voice suddenly came from the doorway. Following that, a stunning beauty in a white casual suit stepped in. She had a lovely face and a perfectly tall figure, nearly 1.7 meters tall, exuding a noble aura. Her beautiful eyes looked into the room filled with a cold arrogance like an ice queen. Upon seeing this woman, Zhou Lianjian's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly bowed respectfully, saying, "Miss, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than the actual owner of Jikingtang, the young lady of the top family, in Jinling, the Song family, Song Wanting. She coldly snorted, her face filled with anger. "If I don't come, you might ruin this place. What is going on here?" Zhou Liangyun awkwardly smiled and quickly replied, "A customer accidentally broke the bottle while looking at it. His son-in-law tried to restore it with eggs, and I was just about to say that this restoration is worthless and discuss compensation with them." Song Wanting approached the jade pot spring bottle, observed it for a moment, and her expression suddenly changed dramatically. She then immediately turned around and angrily scolded Zhou Liangyun, "Put it down now. Who told you to touch it recklessly without understanding?" Zhou Liangyun was instantly dumbfounded. "Miss, what do you mean?" Song Wanting angrily replied, "This is a recently restored antique. Besides the restoration expert, no one else should touch it for now. Do you not understand this basic rule?" Zhou Liangyun hesitantly said, "But it was just smeared once with egg liquid. It doesn't count as restoration, right?" Song Wanting's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she scolded, "You fool. This bottle, once restored, would at least double in value, yet because you touched it, it has lost at least 2 million. You pack your things and don't come back tomorrow." She had previously seen a porcelain plate from the same period as the jade pot spring bottle at an auction in Hong Kong. That porcelain plate had an intriguing history. It was a Tang Dynasty porcelain piece that was broken during the Song Dynasty, and then a skilled craftsman from the Song Dynasty restored it using the same method. Because this restoration method was extremely rare and had long been lost to history, the final auction price of that porcelain plate was 13 million, far exceeding its actual value. Now, since Chen restored the jade pot spring bottle using this lost method, the value of this bottle would undoubtedly soar. Zhou Lianjian's face turned pale. He never expected that merely touching the jade pot spring bottle would lead to such a huge loss and cost him his job. Song Wanting then asked, "Where is the master who restored this jade pot spring bottle? Quickly take me to meet him." Zhou Liangyun was astounded. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the bottle repaired with an egg had become an even more precious treasure. Hurriedly, he pointed at Chen and said, "Miss, it was this gentleman who restored it." Song Wanting cast a glance at Chen, a flicker of doubt stirring within her. He was far too young to possess such a lost technique of artifact restoration. With a gentle smile, Song Wanting politely inquired, "I am Song Wanting of the Song family. How should I address you, sir? And may I ask which master of cultural relics you studied under?" Her father-in-law, Xiao Changkuan, who had been trembling in fear, was struck speechless upon hearing Song Wanting's name. The Song family. The Song family was the most elite clan in all of Jinling. Though their power paled in comparison to the super families of Yinjing within Jinling, they were an unassailable titan. He never thought he would encounter the eldest daughter of the Song family here. Meanwhile, Chen was unimpressed by Song Wanting's status. The Song family, though formidable, was merely a clan with assets in the hundreds of billions, a far cry from the Yi family's trillions, a gap of immeasurable proportions. He said indifferently, "My name is Chen, but I have no formal master." Then he added, "My father-in-law broke your Yuhuchun vase, and I repaired it. Please assess its value and tell me if we still owe compensation." Song Wanting shook her head with a smile. "After your restoration, this vase far exceeds its original worth. Logically, it is our Jiqing Hall that owes you." Chen smiled faintly. "No need for such courtesy. Since everything is settled here, my father-in-law and I should take our leave." Song Wanting's large eyes sparkled as she said with a grin, "Sir, may I ask your surname and how I should address you? Could you leave a contact for future communication?" She pulled out her business card and handed it over. "Sir, this is my card. Please keep it." Chen nodded, accepted the card, and said flatly, "My surname is Yi, but I have no card." "No matter," Song Wanting said. "Would Mr. Yi be willing to share his phone number?" Chen felt that knowing more people couldn't hurt, and Song Wanting appeared polite and humble, not the domineering type which he found agreeable. Thus he exchanged phone numbers with Song Wanting. She then asked, "Mr. Yi, shall I arrange a car to take you both back?" Chen waved his hand. "No need, I drove here." Song Wanting nodded. "Then let me see you out." Afterwards, she escorted them to the BMW 530, watched Chen drive away, and then slowly walked back into Jiqing Hall. As Chen drove back, his father-in-law couldn't help asking, "Chen, who taught you the craft of artifact restoration?" Chen naturally couldn't reveal that he had discovered a miraculous tome, the Nine Heavens mystic scripture, inside the broken vase. The book was too extraordinary, its contents needing gradual digestion, and such matters could not be shared with anyone. So he casually replied, "I learned it from an old janitor at the orphanage." His father-in-law nodded and sighed. "What a stroke of luck. If not for your skill, I might be in jail now." He then urged, "Oh, and don't breathe a word of this to your mother or Charon, understand?" Chen nodded. "Got it, Dad." His father-in-law finally relaxed, rubbed his face, and said ruefully, "If I'd known you had this talent, I wouldn't have bothered running. I exhausted myself, got slapped several times. Damn it, what bad luck." He then asked Chen, "Can you still see the marks on my face?" Chen replied, "There's still a bit of redness." The older man grunted, "When we get home, if your mother asks, tell her I accidentally hit a lamppost." Once home, Chen busied himself with going to the market to buy groceries and cook. He called his wife Xiao Charan to ask what she wanted to eat, but she replied that she would be meeting Wang Dongxue that evening to discuss the construction plans, and Wang Dongxue would host her at the Dihao group. Shortly after, Wang Dongxue also texted him saying, "Young master, the young mistress project is about to start, so she may be quite busy recently. Please don't mind." Chen, being reasonable and understanding the importance of work, replied, "Make sure she's well fed at the company. No boxed meals." Wang Dongxue immediately responded, "Rest assured, I'll arrange for the executive dining room to prepare the finest dinner for the young mistress." Good, well done. Since his wife wasn't coming home for dinner, Chen kept it simple, bought some ingredients, and cooked a home-style meal for his father-in-law and mother-in-law. After dinner, the older couple went out to dance in the square, leaving Chen alone at home, his mind still pondering the profound contents of the Nine Heavens mystic scripture. Just then he received a call from Wang Daoquan. Chen was reluctant to answer. The guy was utterly bewitched. He had kindly warned him only to be rebuffed, which was infuriating. But thinking of his pitiable state, Chen answered anyway. "What's up?" On the other end, Wang Daoquan sobbed indistinctly. "Chen, my good brother, I'm sorry. I was wrong to blame you." Hearing him cry so bitterly, Chen softened. "So you know the truth now?" Wang Daoquan wept. "After you told me, the more I thought about it, the more something felt off. I used the location on her iPhone to find a villa in a gated community. I barged in to catch them in the act, but that man, his driver, and his butler beat me up badly. Then an ambulance took me to the hospital." He broke down. "Chen, I was blind and wronged you. Please don't be mad. You're my only true friend. If you turn on me too, I'll have nothing left in Jinling." Chen sighed. "I don't blame you. Which hospital are you in?" "The People's Hospital," Wang Daoquan said. "They broke my leg with a baseball bat. The doctor says I can't get out of bed for a while. I had that painting you gave me with me when I went to catch them. Could you pawn it for me? I sank all my money into the restaurant, and now I'm broke. Can't even afford treatment." Chen immediately demanded, "Didn't those thugs pay your medical bills?" "No." "Did you call the police?" "I did, but it was useless. The cops said I trespassed, so their beating was self-defense." "Outrageous." Chen seethed with anger. "Wait there, I'm on my way." At the People's Hospital, Wang Daoquan lay on the emergency ward bed, his body covered in bruises and his right leg encased in plaster, a pitiful sight. Chen felt a pang of sympathy for the man who had been deceived by a woman, leaving his heart shattered and his body battered. As Wang Daoquan saw him enter, his eyes swollen like eggs streamed with tears. "Chen." He choked out, unable to control his sobs. Chen approached and said calmly, "Enough. She's just a despicable woman, not worth your grief." Wang Daoquan wept. "I chased her for 3 years, groveled for her, lost all my dignity. I thought if I licked her boots long enough I'd have everything. But in the end I had nothing. That bitch not only dumped me, but wants me to leave with nothing. All the money I earned these years I spent on her. The only savings I had, 100,000, went into the restaurant. And now she won't even give that back. I was blind to fall for such a venomous woman." Chen comforted him. "Daoquan, a man must know when to hold on and when to let go. You've fallen, but you can get back up. Where's the painting I gave you?" "That painting can fetch at least 200,000, enough for you to start a small business." Wang Daoquan nodded. "It's in my pocket. Thanks to your reminder, I brought it along. Otherwise, she'd have taken it too." Chen said, "Good that it's still here. Lie down and calm yourself. They'll get you some fruit and pay the hospital fees." Wang Daoquan wept with gratitude. "Chen, you're a true brother. Thank you so much. I swear I'll pay you back someday." Chen replied indifferently, "Enough, we're brothers. No need for words." With that, he left the ward. Having arrived in haste without bringing anything, Chen felt pity for Wang Daoquan's pitiful state. So he bought some fruit and prepaid 100,000 in hospitalization fees with his card. On returning to the ward, Chen found the door pushed open. Inside, Lu Lily, arm in arm with Xiao Dong, stood before Wang Daoquan's bed. Wang Daoquan demanded, "What are you doing here? Come to mock me?" Lu Lily sneered, "Who'd bother with a pathetic wreck like you?" She spat on the floor and continued, "I'm here for that painting. Where did you hide it? Hand it over." Wang Daoquan fumed. "Lu Lily, that painting was a gift from my brother. On what grounds do you demand it?" "A gift?" Lu Lily snorted. "Get it straight, you idiot. Why did Chen give that painting?" "It was a congratulatory gift for the restaurant's opening." "And whose restaurant is it?" "My father's." Wang Daoquan couldn't believe her audacity. His voice trembled with rage. Lu Lily, don't go too far. Your family's restaurant includes my 100,000 investment. You must return that money. As for the painting, it was a gift from my brother, do you hear me? A gift to me. Lu Lily sneered, stop your nonsense. The restaurant has nothing to do with you. I won't give you a cent. That painting belongs to the restaurant. If you don't hand it over, I'll call the police and claim you stole it. Zhao Dong chimed in with a cold smile. Kid, I advise you to be smart. My connections in Jinling are beyond your reach. If you don't give up the painting, one word from me to the police, and you'll be locked up. With a value of 200,000, that's enough for 10 years in prison. Tears streamed down Wang Daokin's face as he confronted Lu Lily. I gave you everything I had all these years. Even if you don't appreciate it, do you have to kick me when I'm down? Lu Lily sneered, appreciate? Who do you think you are? I never liked you, you loser. You're not worthy of my affection. Only a man like Dong Ge deserves my love. Zhao Dong laughed. Let me tell you, Lily and I are quite harmonious in bed. You wouldn't believe how loud she moans. She almost blew the roof off. Lu Lily feigned shyness. Oh, Dong Ge, why say that? I'm so embarrassed. Embarrassed. Zhao Dong roared with laughter. How about we shut the door and give this loser a live demonstration? Show him how you serve me. Oh no, that's too shameful. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Daoquan hurled a pillow at them, cursing, you shameless pair. Get out. Zhao Dong caught the pillow and sneered. I warn you, if you don't hand over the painting, you'll break your other leg and throw you in jail. Yi Chun, who had been listening outside, strode into the ward and thundered, dare to touch my brother. You're asking for death. Zhao Dong turned and demanded, who are you? Lu Lily said, this is Yi Chun, the one who gave the painting. Zhao Dong burst into laughter. Oh, I thought it was someone important. It's that useless freeloader. His reputation is known throughout Jinling. Zhao Dong glared at Yi Chun. He'll give you 3 seconds to get out. He'll pretend you were never here and let it slide. Yi Chun sneered, make me leave. Who do you think you are? Zhao Dong gritted his teeth. Still putting on airs in front of me, Zhao Dong. Yi Chun said coldly, I don't care if you're Zhao Dong, Zhao Shi, or Zhao Diarrhea. You've pissed me off today. I'll give you a chance, kneel before my brother kowtow 3 times and let him break one of your legs. Otherwise, you'll die a miserable death. At this, Zhao Dong let out a few mocking laughs, then his expression hardened. Kid, what did you say? Make me Zhao Dong kneel. Are you tired of living? Lu Lily couldn't help but taunt. Yi Chun, what kind of idiot are you? Acting tough with Dong Ge. You want to die young. Yi Chun snapped, shut your filthy mouth, you slut. I can't stand your stench. You? Lu Lily was furious. Dong Ge. He insulted me. Call your men to kill him. I want his mouth torn apart. Zhao Dong growled. You ungrateful bastard. They'll call someone to finish you off. Just wait. Yi Chun suddenly smiled. Fine. If you can't finish me off, both you and that slut will die a horrible death. Zhao Dong immediately made a phone call, speaking loudly. 7th brother, I'm at the People's Hospital. Bring a few brothers here. I want to cripple a kid. Yi Chun didn't make a call, but sent a text message to Hong Wu. Come to the People's Hospital. Someone wants to kill me. Hong Wu quickly called back and asked, Mr. Yi, who is the blind fool? Yi Chun replied indifferently, stop wasting time. Just come over. Hong Wu immediately responded, rest assured, Mr. Yi, I'm on my way. Seeing Yi Chun on the phone, Zhao Dong sneered, what? You can call people too. Yi Chun coldly retorted, I told you I will make you suffer greatly. Zhao Dong laughed scornfully, what are you even worth? In Jinling, no one who could make me suffer greatly has even been born. On the hospital bed, Wang Daoquan struggled to sit up and anxiously said, Yi Chun, you should leave quickly. Don't provoke this guy. You can't afford to mess with him. Yi Chun walked over and pressed him back down onto the bed, saying calmly, just lie there and be good. Wang Daoquan urgently said, you don't know Zhao Dong's background. His family is quite powerful in Jinling. Yi Chun peeled an orange and stuffed it into his mouth, saying, the person I can't afford to provoke hasn't been born yet. Lu Lily laughed heartily. Oh my, you really can brag. Do you know what Brother Dong's family does? Yi Chun replied, I don't know what his family does. I only know that his future will be that of a disabled person. After saying that, he added, oh right, you will be the same. Lu Lily's face immediately darkened. Fine, since you're looking for death, just wait. Yi Chun then asked Wang Daoquan, does Lu Lily's father Lu Yuesheng know about you getting beaten? He knows, Wang Daoquan replied. I called him. Yi Chun nodded and asked, what did he say? Wang Daoquan's expression was filled with anger as he said he can't manage our young people's affairs. That means he wants me to not look for him. Yi Chun asked again, what about the 100,000 you invested in the restaurant? Did you ask him for it back? I did. Wang Daoquan's expression grew even more furious as he gritted his teeth and said, that old man actually said my 100,000 wasn't an investment in the restaurant, but a tribute as a future son-in-law, and that I don't qualify to ask for it back. He won't return it. What nonsense. Yi Chun snorted coldly. No wonder he has such a despicable daughter. Turns out he himself is scum. What did you say, Yi Chun? Lu Lily immediately became furious and shouted, "Dare to insult my dad. You must be tired of living." After saying that, she hurriedly shook Xiao Dong's arm, pleading, "Brother Dong, he actually dared to insult my father. You should beat him." Xiao Dong was just a playboy, not very tall, with average physical fitness. Standing in front of Yi Chun, he was a whole head shorter. Moreover, Yi Chun did various chores at home every day, waking up early and going to bed early, maintaining excellent physical condition. If he were to fight Yi Chun, he would simply not be able to win against him. Furthermore, Yi Chun had learned Wing Chun from his father when he was young. After his parents passed away, he never stopped practicing in the orphanage. It was precisely because of the skills he developed early on that he could avoid being bullied in the orphanage. So if it really came to blows, not to mention one Xiao Dong, even 5 Xiao Dongs would not be Yi Chun's match. Xiao Dong himself was very aware that if he acted now, he would gain nothing and might even get beaten. So he comforted Lu Lily, saying, "Don't worry, baby, 7th brother is already on his way. He will be here soon. Once 7th brother arrives, I will take his life." Yi Chun then sent a text message to Chun Zikai at the Baijin Han Palace. "What is Xiao Dong's background in Jinling?" Chun Zikai quickly replied, "His family is in business, mainly dealing in jade stockholders, pawnbroking, and auctions. Their power is just so-so. Did he provoke you?" Yi Chun replied, "Yes. I've already sent Hong Wu over. Also help me with something else." Chun Zikai hurriedly said, "Please speak, young master." Yi Chun said, "I want you to bring Xiao Dong's father to the People's Hospital, and also bring that old guy Louis Weshing who deals in cultural relic identification in Jinling." Chun Zikai immediately said, "All right, young master, I will personally escort them to meet you." Yi Chun replied, "You don't need to show your face. Oh, just send someone to do it. I don't want people to know we know each other." "All right, young master. Should I have someone teach those 2 old men a lesson?" Yi Chun said, "Capture them first, give them a beating, then bring them over tied up tight." "Understood, young master. Everything is according to your arrangement. I will instruct them right away." Putting away his phone, Yi Chun looked at Xiao Dong and Lu Lily coldly and said, "They say a child's lack of education is the father's fault. Soon I will have your fathers come here to speak face to face about how they educated you 2 scum." Xiao Dong darkened his face and said, "Kid, I advise you to stop while you're ahead. Otherwise, when my people arrive, you might really lose your life." Yi Chun chuckled coldly. "Tell your people to hurry. I can barely wait." Just as Xiao Dong was about to open his mouth to insult Yi Chun, the door of the ward was kicked open, and a burly guy with a face full of flesh stormed in with 7 or 8 people. Xiao Dong immediately pointed at Yi Chun and said, "7th brother, it's this kid. Help me kill him." The 7th brother frowned and said coldly, "So you provoked my brother?" Yi Chun smiled indifferently and nodded, saying, "What? Are you going to stand up for him?" 7th brother looked at him, suspiciously unsure of who this kid was, but why was he not afraid of him at all? So he tentatively asked, "Kid, where do you come from?" Yi Chun replied, "I come from home." Xiao Dong hurriedly added, "7th brother, this guy is Olivian's son-in-law living off his wife." After saying that, he whispered in his ear, "7th brother, this kid has no background. Feel free to beat him up. If anything happens, I will take the blame." Living off his wife. 7th brother sneered, saying, "Good, I will break his bird, and let's see what he has left to live off." Without waiting for Yi Chun to respond, he immediately waved his hand to the brothers behind him. "Damn it, kill him for me." Xiao Dong looked at Yi Chun with a cold smile. "Yi, do you have any last words?" Yi Chun ignored him and looked at 7th brother, saying coolly, "Kneel down, and I might spare your life." 7th brother was stunned, rubbed his ears, and frowned, asking, "What did you just say?" "Repeat that, and I guarantee you won't survive tonight." Just then an angry shout came from outside. "Shao Chi, mister. Yi told you to kneel down. Are you deaf?" 7th brother's expression changed, and Hong Wu actually arrived. The moment the words fell, Master Hong Wu led a Biao and several dozen brothers surging in with overwhelming force. As soon as he entered, he immediately instructed a Biao seal the door. No unauthorized persons are allowed inside. A Biao nodded at once. "Understood, Master Hong." 7th brother stared in astonishment at Master Hong Wu, his mind completely blank. Master Hong Wu, the underworld king of Jinling City. 7th brother was merely one of many minor local bosses, but Master Hong Wu was the sovereign of the local underworld. Everyone in the underworld had to pay homage to Master Hong Wu. He never dreamed that coming to help Xiao Dong with a trivial matter would alarm Master Hong Wu. Xiao Dong didn't recognize Master Hong Wu. Seeing 7th brother's dumbfounded expression, he frowned and asked, "7th brother, what's going on? Who is this old man?" At these words, 7th brother trembled with fear. He grabbed Xiao Dong by the hair and slammed a fierce punch into his face, shattering his nasal bridge. As blood gushed from both nostrils, 7th brother cursed through gritted teeth, "Xiao, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. This is Master Hong Wu." Oh, Xiao Dong was terrified out of his wits. Master Hong Wu, the underworld king of Jinling City. Why was he here? Master Hong Wu, his face dark as thunder, strode over and kicked seventh brother in the groin. The excruciating pain forced seventh brother to his knees, his face deathly pale. Master Hong Wu fixed his gaze on him and said coldly, "You dare to offend Mr. Yi. Have you grown tired of living?" With that, he immediately bowed to Yi Chen and said remorsefully, "Mr. Yi, I arrived late. Please punish me." Master Hong Wu's deferential attitude toward Yi Chen left everyone present utterly astounded. Only then did Zhao Dong realize the kind of figure he had provoked, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Chen nodded at Master Hong Wu and pointed at seventh brother, asking, "Do you know this man?" Master Hong Wu replied, "Yes, he's just a junior. He was blind enough to offend you, Mr. Yi. Whatever punishment you desire, just say the word, and he'll carry it out immediately." Yi Chen nodded and said, "He's quite arrogant. He came in and wanted to cripple me. A man like that is a menace to society. Cripple him so he spends the rest of his life in a wheelchair." Seventh brother was scared out of his mind. He made his living through violence and intimidation. If he became a helpless cripple confined to a wheelchair, how could he ever survive in the underworld? His whole life would be ruined. He crawled on his knees to Yi Chen, weeping, "Mr. Yi, I was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me this once. He'll never dare to offend you again." Yi Chen said coldly, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." Seventh brother recalled Yi Chen's earlier words, "Kneel, and he'll spare your worthless life." At the time, he thought Yi Chen was courting death. Now he realized it wasn't Yi Chen, it was him. Panic-stricken, he immediately banged his head on the floor, sobbing, "Mr. Yi, please give me another chance. Spare this worthless life of mine." Yi Chen ignored him and turned to Master Hong Wu, demanding, "What are you waiting for? Get on with it." Master Hong Wu's expression stiffened, and he quickly said, "Men, smash his kneecaps to pieces." Immediately, several underlings rushed forward and pinned seventh brother spread-eagled on the floor. A Biao pulled out an iron rod and strode over. Seventh brother tried to beg for mercy, but a Biao raised the iron rod above his head and brought it down with savage force. Crack! Seventh brother's right kneecap was shattered into powder. Such a comminuted fracture would never heal. Seventh brother howled in agony, but Yi Chen said, "That's not enough. You've only crippled one leg. He can still use crutches. I want him in a wheelchair for life." A Biao nodded at once, raised the steel rod, and smashed it down hard on seventh brother's left knee. Seventh brother writhed on the ground in unbearable pain, on the verge of going into shock. Master Hong Wu said to a Biao, "Stuff something in his mouth so he doesn't disturb Mr. Yi." "Yes, Master Hong." A Biao promptly shoved several gauze pads into seventh brother's mouth, leaving him curled up on the floor like a dying dog. Zhao Dong's face had turned ashen with terror. He finally understood the kind of existence he had provoked. Before Yi Chen could act, he knelt on the ground voluntarily, kowtowing repeatedly. "Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken rudely to you. Please be magnanimous." Lu Lily was also dumbstruck with fear. Seeing Zhao Dong begging for mercy on his knees, she quickly knelt and kowtowed in apology. Yi Chen said coldly, "You shameless pair. Do you really think he'll let you off just because you beg? How naive and foolish you are." The two trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, several men in black led in two middle-aged men, tightly bound, their hands tied behind their backs. The two middle-aged men were already battered and barely conscious. The men threw them to the floor and bowed to Yi Chen, saying, "Mr. Yi, we've brought the people you requested." Zhao Dong and Lu Lily took one look and nearly fainted from shock. Lying on the ground were Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, and Lu Lily's father, Lu Yuesheng. Yi Chen had cold water splashed on Zhao Haifeng and Lu Yuesheng's faces, rousing them. Then he demanded of Lu Yuesheng, "Lu, your daughter is fickle and cuckolded her fiancé. Did you know about this?" Lu Yuesheng was terrified. Having already been beaten before arriving, he knew his daughter had provoked a formidable foe. To save himself, he shook his head frantically. I didn't know." Yi Chen nodded and said, "You didn't know? Then that's a failure of oversight and responsibility on your part as a father." A Biao smashed his left kneecap, just like that dead dog earlier. "Got it." A Biao immediately said to his men, "Hold him down." Lu Yuesheng screamed in terror, "No! Help!" Lu Lily also cried out, "Dad!" Without any hesitation, once his men pinned Lu Yuesheng's leg, a Biao swung the steel rod and struck down with brutal force. Lu Yuesheng felt a pain so intense he wished for death. His kneecap was completely shattered, likely beyond any hope of recovery for the rest of his life. Then Yi Chen asked again, "I'll ask you one more time. Your daughter is fickle and cuckolded her fiancé. Did you know about this?" Lu Yuesheng wept as he said, I know. It was my failure to discipline her. I'll make sure to teach her properly from now on." Yi Chen snorted coldly. "Since you knew, why didn't you stop her? Knowing your daughter was wrong, yet doing nothing. That makes you a father with twisted values and accomplice to her wrongdoing." With that he roared at a Biao cripple his other leg too. Lu Yuesheng never imagined that admitting his mistake would still not be enough. Yi Chen was still unwilling to let him off. The sheer terror caused him to faint instantly. However, the steel rod in a Biao's hand jolted him back to consciousness with excruciating pain. Lu Yuesheng had lived most of his life without ever suffering such torment. Tears streaming down his aged face, he wept in despair. Mr. Yi, I truly know my wrongs now. From now on I will strictly discipline this unfilial daughter and never allow her to commit such heinous acts again. Yi Chen sneered dismissively. You're quite good at shifting the blame. These words sent a violent tremor through Lu Yuesheng's body. Yi Chen pressed sternly. Lu, let me ask you this. My brother invested 100,000 yuan in your restaurant. Why did you refuse to return it? Why did you claim it was a tribute from him to you? Lu Yuesheng's face turned ashen as he hastily pleaded. I was wrong. It was my greed, my shamelessness. I truly know my wrongs now. It was my greed, my shamelessness. I truly know my wrongs now. After speaking, he looked at Wang Daoquan, who lay on the bed with a furious expression, and blurted out in supplication, Daoquan, I was blinded by greed. Rest assured I will return that 100,000 yuan with interest. Please put in a good word for me with Mr. Yi. These old bones of mine can't take much more. Yi Chen turned to Wang Daoquan and demanded, Are you going to plead for him? Wang Daoquan shook his head resolutely and declared, No, I won't plead for any of them. Good. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. At least you're still a man. Turning to the utterly despairing Lu Yuesheng, he said, Not only have you failed to teach your child properly, but you've also lost all decency in your old age trying to seize all my brother's savings from years of hard work. How is that any different from outright robbery? Lu Yuesheng trembled with fierce sobbing and wailing, Mr. Yi, am a scoundrel. Am not human. I deserve to die. Please spare me, I beg you. From now on, I'll be your servant, I'll call you grandfather. Grandfather, you please spare me. Spare you? Yi Chen sneered coldly. It seems you may be ugly, but you certainly have a vivid imagination. With that, he ordered a Biao, break his right hand. Let's see if he dares to take what belongs to others again. Lu Yuesheng cried out in desperation, No, Mr. Yi, please no. A Biao struck without hesitation. On my hand. My hand. Yi Chen instructed a Biao gag him and drag him aside. Got it. A Biao quickly gagged him and threw him next to seventh brother. Lu Lili was nearly driven mad with fear. Zhao Dong was in the same state. So was Zhao Dong's father Zhao Haifeng. Glaring at Zhao Dong, he slapped him in fury and cursed, You bastard. Who told you to mess around outside? You're going to ruin me. Yi Chen studied Zhao Haifeng with a hint of a smile and asked, What's this? Your son got involved with my brother's fiancée and cuckolded him, and you as his father had no idea. Zhao Haifeng was so terrified he began to cry. He didn't know how to answer, for the fate of Lu Yuesheng was a stark warning before him. If he said he knew his right leg would be broken, if he said he didn't, his left leg would be shattered. Seeing his hesitation, Yi Chen directly told a Biao, This old fox thinks he can avoid punishment by keeping silent. A Biao break both his legs. Yes, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen looked at the panicked Zhao Haifeng and said coldly, Blame your son for bringing this upon you. Moments later, with two despairing screams, Zhao Haifeng's legs were completely shattered. Watching his father being crippled, Zhao Dong felt a loss of control below his waist, and soon a pale yellow foul-smelling liquid seeped through his pants. He had wet himself in terror. Yi Chen sneered, Excellent. It seems you really can't control that thing. Everything today happened because of your lack of restraint. I see no use in keeping it. Turning to a Biao, he ordered, Make sure he can never be a man again. A flicker of horror crossed a Biao's face. As a man, hearing that command made him instinctively tense below. Fifth Master Hong growled, What are you waiting for? Carry out, Mr. Yes, orders. A Biao snapped back to reality and instructed his men, Spread this bastard's legs. Zhao Dong, utterly desperate, wailed, Mr. Yi, grandfather, you please spare me. You can break my hands and feet, but please don't make me lose my manhood. Yi Chen laughed. You think this is a choice between breaking your limbs and that thing? You're wrong. It's a multiple choice question and you won't escape either. Then a Biao raised his foot and stomped down hard. Zhao Dong was completely unmanned. But it wasn't over yet. Following Yi Chen's instructions, a Biao also broke his hands and feet. Zhao Dong, who had cuckolded another man, beaten him into the hospital, and behaved arrogantly, had become a cripple in every sense of the word. Yet no one pitied him. Everything he suffered today was his own doing. Now only Lu Lili remained unscathed. By this point, Lu Lili was nearly losing her mind. She crawled on her knees to the hospital bed, grabbed Wang Daoquan's hand, and sobbed. Honey, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have betrayed you. I truly love you, but that Zhao guy assaulted me once and took nude photos of me. I had no choice but to obey him. Zhao Dong cursed angrily. Lu Lili, you slut, how dare you slander me? The truth is you and your father came to my pawnshop that day. Seeing my family's wealth, you made the first move and seduced me. Otherwise, I would never have gotten involved with you. Mister, you don't believe this bitch. I have chat records. She added me on WeChat, confessed her love, and sent me several nude and explicit photos to seduce me. They're all in my album. You can check my phone. Lu Lily's face turned pale as she snarled, Zhao, didn't you promise to delete those photos after looking at them? Zhao Dong ground his teeth. You venomous snake. Good thing I didn't listen to you and kept the photos, or you'd have ruined me. Lu Lily quickly turned to Wang Daoquan. Honey, I was just foolish. Please, for the sake of our years together, forgive me. Yi Chen asked Wang Daoquan, what do you think? Wang Daoquan glanced at Lu Lily, pushed her away, and said, I don't know this woman. Lu Lily collapsed into hysterical sobs. Yi Chen said, in that case, break her legs and disfigure her face so she can never seduce another man. Yi Chen felt no sympathy for a woman as venomous as Lu Lily. A Biao followed his orders, breaking her legs, scarring her face, and even cutting off her hair with surgical scissors. Thus, all 5 individuals paid a grievous price. Yi Chen ordered the 5 men to be dragged up and said coldly, Today I spare your worthless lives, but if any of you dares to leak a single thing that happened here, I will take your lives. Do you understand? The 5 men nodded frantically. Being able to escape with their lives at this moment was already a stroke of great fortune. How could they dare to defy Yi Chen's will? Seeing that the 5 were completely subdued, Yi Chen nodded with satisfaction and said to Lu Lily's father, Lu Yueshing, You wronged my brother, so you must pay the price. Tomorrow, transfer the restaurant to my brother, and you and your daughter get out of there. Do you understand? Lu Yueshing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. He'll be out tomorrow. Yi Chen then said to Zhao Dong's father, Zhao Haifeng, Your son cuckolded my brother and beat him severely. Tomorrow you will compensate my brother 2 million in damages, not a cent less. Do you understand? Zhao Haifeng quickly replied, Mister, Ye'll transfer the money to your brother tomorrow. Yi Chen was satisfied and said to Hong Wu's men, All right, throw this trash out. The men immediately escorted the 5 out. After they were taken away, Yi Chen said to Abayo, you did well this time. Abiao's face lit up with joy, and he hastily said, Mister, Yi, it was my duty. Yi Chen said flatly, They'll have 2 million transferred to your account as a reward. Abayo was overjoyed and bowed, Thank you, Mister Yi. Although he made a decent amount following Hong Wu, the latter was never as generous as to hand out 2 million at once. Yi Chen sent a text message to Chun Zikai asking him to help transfer the money to Abayo. Although his own card had plenty of funds, it was inconvenient to operate at the moment. A minute later, the money arrived in Abiao's account. Abayo was ecstatic and bowed repeatedly to Yi Chen. Yi Chen then said to Hong Wu, you probably don't care about 2 million. Hong Wu quickly replied, Mister Yi, it's my honor to share your burdens. Yi Chen grunted in acknowledgement and said, I'll remember this favor. It'll give you a chance to rise to prominence in the future. Upon hearing this, Hong Wu immediately knelt and kowtowed to Yi Chen with a thud. For Hong Wu, what he desired was not money, but a step up in the world. However, for a man of his ilk, advancing to a higher level was nearly impossible. Chun Zikai was someone he had always wanted to curry favor with, but Chun Zikai had always looked down on him due to his lowly and tainted origins. Now a single word from Yi Chen might prompt Chun Zikai to give him a leg up, and thus his future could truly ascend to new heights. After dispensing rewards and punishments, Yi Chen turned to Wang Daoquan and asked, Are you satisfied with today's events? Wang Daoquan was utterly stunned. He truly couldn't understand why Yi Chen had become so formidable. Even the underground king of Jinling had to kneel before him. He was dazed for a long time before coming to his senses and hurriedly said, Satisfied. Very satisfied. Yi Chen said, I've avenged you, secured the restaurant for you, and obtained 2 million in compensation. From now on you must walk your own path. Wang Daoquan immediately declared, Yi Chen, I will serve you like a beast of burden to repay your kindness. Whatever you ask of me, I will do without a second thought. Yi Chen nodded and said, First recover from your injuries. Once you're healed, manage the restaurant well. If there's anything I need you to do, I'll let you know then. Wang Daoquan repeatedly said, I await your orders at any time. Yi Chen added, Oh, and don't tell anyone about today. I don't want others to know my identity. Understand? Wang Daoquan nodded hastily and said, I understand. Rest assured, even if I die, I won't breathe a word. Yi Chen grunted and said, I'll arrange for 2 caregivers to look after you. Heal well. I'm leaving now. Upon returning home, Yi Chen did not tell his wife Xiao Charan about the day's events. He didn't want her to know too much, for her the less she knew, the safer she would be. The next day, while he was out buying groceries, he suddenly received a call. When he picked it up, he saw it was from Song, wanting the owner of Jiqing Hall and the heiress of the Song family. Yi Chen felt a flicker of curiosity. What could Song want with him? When he answered, her voice came through. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to disturb you. Please forgive the intrusion. Yi Chen asked instinctively, is there another problem with the Yuhu Chun vase I repaired? Song Wanting quickly replied, no, not at all. I'm calling about something else. Yi Chen grunted and said, go ahead. Song Wanting said, it's like this, I've recently taken a liking to an item, but I'm not quite sure about it. Since you have profound expertise in antiques, I'd like to invite you to appraise it for me. For a fee, of course. Would you be interested? Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested in appraising antiques, but he was still in need of treasures imbued with spiritual energy, so he continued, can you tell me what it is? Song Wanting replied, it's an ancient jade. According to the seller, wearing it can calm the mind and ward off misfortune. A thought suddenly struck Yi Chen. The accidentally acquired Nine Heavens mystic scripture seemed to contain some records about spiritual objects. Such treasures imbued with spiritual energy were immensely beneficial to people. He was eager to know if such treasures truly existed in the world, so he agreed, all right, I'll go with you. Song Wanting said, thank you, Mr. Yi. They'll pick you up at 8 tomorrow morning. Okay. After hanging up, Yi Chen fell into contemplation. The wealthy held such antiques believed to regulate feng shui, calm the mind, and ward off misfortune in high regard. He thought he might interact more with them in the future to see if any opportunities arose. The next morning, Song Wanting arrived punctually to pick up Yi Chen. After he got in the car, she said, Mr. Yi, there will be several other people from Jinling at the auction for this ancient jade today. The competition might be fierce. Yi Chen nodded and said calmly, the number of people doesn't matter, what matters is the quality of the item. If it's good, the crowd won't be an issue. I believe in your strength, Miss Song. If you truly desire a treasure, others shouldn't be able to stop you. Song Wanting smiled slightly and said, you flatter me, Mr. Yi. As the saying goes, there's always a mountain beyond a mountain, a person beyond a person. Even in this small patch of Jinling, there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers, many stronger than me. Yi Chen asked with feigned surprise, really? Isn't the Song family the largest in Jinling? Song Wanting chuckled and said, that's just on the surface. For instance, the new chairman of the Digo group alone is worth more than our entire Song family. That person's power is truly unfathomable. She then sighed. I'd really like to get to know this big shot, but unfortunately he's too mysterious. I can't find any way to reach him. Song Wanting spoke from the heart. She genuinely believed that the new chairman of the Di Hao group was an enigma. The ability to casually acquire a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions without revealing himself suggested that his assets extended far beyond just the Di Hao group. In comparison, the Song family fell somewhat short. Yet she remained oblivious to the fact that the chairman she so desired to befriend was seated right beside her at that very moment. Yi Chen, naturally maintaining a low profile, offered a few perfunctory words of agreement while divulging nothing. Song Wanting drove with both speed and steadiness. Soon the car arrived at a small courtyard by the river. Secluded and elegant, its exterior was unpretentious, but within lay a scene of Jiangnan Watertown charm. A small bridge overflowing water, a Suzhou-style elegant garden, pavilions and terraces stood in close array. After parking, someone specifically welcomed them inside. They crossed the courtyard and entered the main hall. In the Chinese-style decorated hall, a round mahogany table was set surrounded by several armchairs. Upon seeing them enter, an old man with white hair stood up and greeted Song Wanting, young mistress, you've arrived. Song Wanting's expression showed some awkwardness as she nodded and said, Master Qi, why are you here too? The old man smiled slightly and replied, the master heard you were coming and sent me to oversee things. Song Wanting nodded and introduced to Yi Chen, Master Qi is our family's antique appraiser sent here by the family to ensure there are no mistakes. Yi Chen nodded, understanding that his youth might make the Song family uneasy. Master Qi cast a disdainful glance at Yi Chen and said, so this is the appraiser the young mistress has brought. So young, has he ever studied appraisal? A middle-aged man with a pallid complexion beside him let out a derisive snort and said, you're bringing a mere boy to make the call. Is the Song family so short of talent? Need me to lend you a few appraisers? Ha ha. Song Wanting's expression turned cold as she retorted, Li Tailai, this is Jinling, not your Haiqing. You have no place to speak here. Li Tailai shrugged nonchalantly and said, the Song family's little girl has quite a temper, doesn't she? Enough. A middle-aged man seated to the direct east of the round table frowned. We're all here for business, not for arguments. Everyone calm down. And this young man, please take a seat as well. Song Wanting snorted softly before slowly sitting down. Yi Chen also took his seat, and Song Wanting leaned close to whisper that Li Tailai is the richest man in Haiqing. The one beside him is Guoming, a formidable feng shui master. The one who spoke just now is Qin Gang, the head of the Qin family in Jinling. Their family recently. Yi Chen then noticed an old man in a cyan tang suit seated beside Li Tailai. The old man had silver hair exuding an ethereal aura and radiated an air of aloofness. He kept his eyes closed, not even opening them when Yi Chun and the others arrived. At this point, Song Wanting fell silent. Although Yi Chun was curious, he refrained from asking further. Once everyone was seated, a portly man dressed in luxurious attire on the other side of the table chuckled. Since the quarrels are over, let's take a look at the goods. You are all from prominent families. A trifling item worth a few hundred million isn't worth endless deliberation. Qin Gang snorted coldly and said, as long as this thing can truly regulate feng shui and calm the mind as you claim, a few hundred million is nothing to me. The fat man glanced at him before placing an antique wooden box on the table. Inside lay a piece of blood-red jade with an ancient style. As soon as it was taken out, everyone felt a warm and cozy atmosphere fill the hall. Qin Gang and the others' eyes immediately lit up. Song Wanting turned to ask Master Qi, what do you think of this jade? Master Qi gazed at it for a moment, then nodded. It should be genuine. It's a blood-streaked jade from before the Tang dynasty, and it appears to have been long nurtured by an accomplished monk. Song Wanting nodded, then turned to Yi Chun and asked, what does Mr. Yi think? Yi Chun curled his lips dismissively and said, it's a fake. Master Qi snorted and reprimanded, young man, who gave you the audacity to spout nonsense in front of so many people? The old man Guoming beside Li Tailai also opened his eyes, looked at the ancient jade, and asked, may I handle it? The fat man sneered disdainfully. Master Guo, are you joking? Don't you know the rule of never passing jade hand to hand? Even ordinary jade shouldn't be passed around. If my Zhou dynasty bloodstreak jade gets dropped or damaged, who's responsible? Guoming paused for a moment before saying, I was too forward. He then moved closer to the ancient jade, examining it carefully. After a while, he closed his eyes again and finally nodded. I don't know if the jade is from the Zhou dynasty, but the claims about it regulating feng shui and calming the mind seem to be true. Hearing this, everyone's hearts burned with desire. For them, the jade's history mattered little. What was important was its function. Master Qi smiled and said, Master Guo is a man of discerning eye, unlike those who lack skill yet put on airs. Song Wanting felt a pang of disappointment toward Yi Chun upon hearing this. It seemed he was still too young. Perhaps he had some talent in artifact restoration, but in antique appraisal, he was far behind these seasoned experts. Seeing this, Yi Chun merely shook his head slightly. Since these people were willing to fall for the trick, there was no need for him to stop them. The fat man, seeing that the appraisal was complete, closed the box and said with a smile, now that the item has been examined, shouldn't we start bidding? Before he finished speaking, Qin Gang was the first to speak. I bid 100 million. 130 million, Li Tailai followed. Seeing that Song Wanting hadn't spoken, the fat man asked, and what about Ms. Song? Seeing Song Wanting hesitate, Master Qi quickly whispered in her ear, young mistress, this is definitely a treasure. It should be worth around 300 million. If we can secure it for 200 million, it's a sure profit. Song Wanting felt a wavering in her heart. She turned to glance at Yi Chun, but saw his expression was calm, neither pleased nor displeased, which made her hesitate. Master Qi cast a cold, sinister look at Yi Chun, knowing that Song Wanting's hesitation was due to his influence. He then spoke, just now this Mr. Yi said the ancient jade was fake. I'm very curious to know on what basis Mr. Yi reached that conclusion. Let us witness Mr. Yes, expertise. If Yi Chun were to spout nonsense, Song Wanting would naturally realize his words were false and would then feel confident enough to bid. The others sneered contemptuously. What does a greenhorn like him know? Don't embarrass yourself. Exactly who does he think he is to speak here? If you don't want to buy, then don't waste everyone's time. Amidst the taunts, Yi Chun merely stared at Master Qi with interest and asked calmly, are you sure you want me to speak? Of course. Just say it. Old Qi sneered and said, I also want to see how you charlatans usually swindle people. Yi Chun shrugged and said, I didn't really want to expose your scam, but since you insisted, I couldn't refuse. Scam? Kid, are you saying we all misjudged? Guoming, who had been calm and ethereal, suddenly chuckled and said. Yi Chun glanced at him and sneered, you're the dumbest of them all. Kid, you're asking for death. Guoming immediately flared up. Yi Chun ignored him and said, the jade is real, at least you frauds have some conscience. Then he added, but this jade is not the blood-streaked jade of the Zhou dynasty, nor has it been worn by an enlightened monk. It's just a piece of top-grade yellow jade from Hetian. The quality is decent, but the market price is at most 500,000. Nonsense. Can't you see it's red? Old Qi interjected angrily. Yi Chun continued, the red color is due to erosion by manganese or containing permanganic acid. You don't really think it's from the blood of a monk's corpse, do you? Then what about the warm feeling we felt? Qin Gang frowned and asked urgently. Yi Chun shook his head and said, that's even less sophisticated. It's from the roots of jela grass from Africa, ground into powder, dissolved in water, and the jade soaked in it for about half a year. That naturally produces the effect. It's not really a warm atmosphere, but a hallucinogenic effect. To dispel it, just burn the jade with fire. Kid, how dare you spout such nonsense? The fat man slammed the table and stood up. Li Tailei's face darkened as he looked at the fat man and said, "Let's take out the jade and test it with fire, shall we?" The fat man was sweating profusely and said, "What test with fire? This kid is clearly pretending to be smart. Don't listen to his nonsense." Chen Gang tapped the table with his fingers and said, "After the fire, if the effect remains, he'll pay for it. But if it's gone, you know the consequences. Our Chen family may have some troubles lately, but we won't let anyone walk all over us." Song Wanting also nodded and said, "If Mr. Yi is wrong, testing it with fire won't matter. Jade can't be burned. But if Mr. Yi is right, you'll have to answer to us today." The fat man was instantly drenched in cold sweat. None of these three families were ones he could afford to offend. The whole scheme was orchestrated in collusion with Old Chi to swindle Song Wanting out of money and then split the spoils. Unexpectedly, Yi Chun had appeared out of nowhere and exposed all the secrets. In truth, Yi Chun had never known much about Jade before. The reason he could see through the Jade's flaws was entirely due to the Nine Heavens mystic scripture. For some reason, the moment he saw the Jade, the answers had already appeared in his mind. It seemed that appraising antiques in Jade was one of the abilities granted by the Nine Heavens mystic scripture. Seeing the fat man silent, Yi Chun suddenly sneered, "What's the matter?" Guilty conscience. Too scared to speak. The fat man's face turned pale and flushed, but he refused to say whether he would agree to the fire test. Yi Chun then roared, "Fatty, do you think staying silent will work? You must know this is Jinling. The people you've tricked here are all wealthy and powerful. With just a snap of their fingers, they can make you die without a burial place in Jinling. I advise you to be sensible and confess the truth quickly, or no one can save you." Song Wanting knew Yi Chun was applying psychological pressure, so she immediately played along, her face darkening as she said, "Our Song family holds considerable prestige in Jinling. If anyone dares to deceive the Songs, we must teach them a harsh lesson. If we show weakness, it will tarnish our family's reputation." The fat man was terrified. He knew the Song family's high status. If Song Wanting was truly angered, he would likely die in Jinling. Panicking, he turned to Old Chi and shouted in despair, "Old Chi, save me. This isn't just my doing." Old Chi's face changed drastically, and he roared, "You! What nonsense are you spouting? You dared to deceive the Song family, and now slander me. I'll kill you." With that, Old Chi pulled a dagger from his pocket, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he lunged at the fat man. The fat man's eyes bulged with rage as he cursed, "Damn it, you change your face faster than turning a page. It was you who told me that the Song family's appraisal relied entirely on your word. If you said it was good, it would sell. You bastard, you set me up." Song Wanting coldly glanced at the two, then said to Yi Chun, "Forgive the spectacle, Mr. Yi. Thanks to you today. Let's leave now. My family will send people to deal with them." Yi Chun nodded slightly and said, "All right, let's go back." With that, they both stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing Song Wanting about to leave, Old Chi was startled. Forgetting to silence the fat man, he knelt on the ground and said, "Young mistress, spare me. For the sake of my years of loyal service to the Song family, let me off this once." Before Song Wanting could speak, Li Tailai stood up and sneered, "You old fool, you're asking for death. You tried to set a trap for me and your own master, and for 200 to 300 million. Do you think the Song family will forgive you?" Old Chi's face turned ashen, and he slumped to the ground. Li Tailai continued, "Even if the Song family spares you, Li Tailai will never forgive you." Old Chi broke down in tears, completely shattered. Song Wanting shook her head slightly and said to Yi Chun, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. My family made a mistake in hiring him. You must find this amusing." Yi Chun said calmly, "Treacherous scoundrels are everywhere. Miss Song need not apologize." At that moment, Li Tailai from Haiqing, along with Guoming and Chen Gang from the Chen family of Jinling, also walked out. Seeing Yi Chun, Li Tailai immediately stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Master Yi, thanks to you today. Otherwise, I would have been deceived by that scoundrel." Guoming also said with some shame, "Master Yi is indeed a prodigy. I failed to see through their tricks on the jade. How embarrassing." Chen Gang also cupped his hands and said, "Mr. Yi, thanks to you today. Otherwise, we would have fought over a fake, losing a fortune and becoming a laughingstock." Yi Chun smiled faintly and said calmly, "No need to be so polite, everyone. I came at Miss Song's invitation to appraise the item, so it was my duty." After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Chun and Song Wanting got into the car. Behind them, the courtyard fell silent. But Yi Chun noticed that as soon as they left, several men in black suits quickly entered. It seemed Old Chi and the fat man were doomed. On the way back, Song Wanting's expression was exceptionally cold. To her, having such a traitor in her own family was already infuriating enough, but what made it worse was that this Uncle Chi had actually tried to set a trap for her in front of so many outsiders. If she had fallen for it today, given the money, and Uncle Chi had disappeared, she would have lost face upon discovering the deception, and the entire Song family's reputation would have been ruined as well. Fortunately, Yi Chun was there timely pointing out the truth and sparing her and her family from loss. So she took a bank card from the glove compartment of the car, handed it to Yi Chun, and said, "Mr. Yi, there's 1 million in this card. The password is 6/8. It's a small token of my gratitude. Please accept it." As she spoke, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that Yi Chun seemed to possess genuine talent and knowledge. Why would he choose to marry into a minor family? If he started his own antique appraisal business, he could amass considerable wealth in a few years. Yi Chun looked at the card in her hand, hesitating slightly. 1 million was no small sum, but to the Song family, it was just a drop in the bucket. Yi Chun didn't really care for the million, considering he had over 9.9 billion yuan in his own account. This million was but a hair from 9 oxen. What was the point of accepting it? But on second thought, his identity wasn't that of a trillionaire. He was the son-in-law of the Shao family. A Livian son-in-law who showed no interest in a million would surely arouse Song Wanting's suspicion. So he simply took the card and said, "Thank you, Miss Song." Song Wanting smiled slightly. "You're too kind, Mr. Yi." Then she asked, "Where are you headed next, Mr. Yi?" Yi Chun chuckled. "Drop me off at the market. I need to buy groceries and cook dinner." Song Wanting was taken aback, then couldn't help saying, "I've heard about your situation, Mr. Yi. To be honest, with your abilities, there's no need to be tied down by the status of a Livian son-in-law. Why not come work as my chief appraiser at Jiqing Hall? They'll give you a base salary of 1 million a year. What do you think?" Yi Chun waved his hand, laughing. "I have a weak stomach and am used to soft food." Song Wanting paused, then sighed. It seemed the rumors were true. Yi Chun was indeed a Livian son-in-law living off his wife. She had thought he was just a good-for-nothing, and a good-for-nothing eating soft food was understandable out of necessity. But now it seemed he wasn't a good-for-nothing, he willingly degraded himself to be one. That was something she truly couldn't accept. Her attitude toward Yi Chun shifted slightly. Yi Chun knew she would look down on him, but that was for the best. Letting everyone misjudge him would allow him to have the last laugh. Passing by the market, Yi Chun got out, bid farewell to Song Wanting, and bought some groceries before heading home. As soon as he entered, he heard his father-in-law laughing wildly and shouting, "Ha ha ha! Come, take a look at the treasure I found." Xiao Charan had just gotten off work and was sitting on the sofa reviewing documents. She stood up and said to the beaming Xiao Chongquan, "Dad, you nearly scared me to death. Take a look at this." Xiao Chongquan, oblivious to Xiao Charan's expression, gleefully held up a pair of palm-sized bronze cups, showing them off proudly. "I got these from the antique market today, a pair of bronze wine vessels. I heard they were dug out of some emperor's coffin by grave robbers. They're worth over 500,000. Over 500,000. Xiao Charan shot up. "Dad, where did you get that kind of money?" Yi Chun was utterly exasperated. His father-in-law had just shattered a Yuhuchun vase that morning, and now, while he was out, had gone back to the antique street. This was a classic case of once bitten, twice shy. Except he wasn't. At that moment, Xiao Chongquan chortled triumphantly, a mysterious look on his face. "I didn't say I spent 500,000 on these cups. I said they're worth 500,000. Guess how much I paid for them?" Xiao Charan hesitated, then ventured, 300,000. "Wrong. Guess again." Xiao Chongquan waved his hand. 200,000. Still wrong. "Keep guessing." Yi Chun glanced at the bronze cups and immediately saw they were fakes. He thought, these cheap things are tin plate copper with green patina smeared on. Even $20 would be a ripoff. If you took them to the tobacco shop at the market corner, the owner wouldn't swap them for a pack of cigarettes. Just then Xiao Chongquan stopped being coy and said with immense pride, "Let me tell you, I got this for 5,000. Impressive, huh?" Xiao Chongquan laughed excitedly, unable to contain his joy. Xiao Charan's eyes widened in shock. "Dad, are you saying these cups are worth hundreds of thousands, but you only paid 5,000? Ma Lan, the mother-in-law, heard the commotion and came out of the kitchen asking eagerly, "Oh my, is that piece of junk really worth that much? Are you sure it's not fake?" Xiao Chongquan laughed confidently. The seller was an idiot who had no idea what he had. "I had an expert appraise it. These are genuine bronze artifacts, as real as can be." "Really?" Ma Lan's face lit up with joy. She rushed over, carefully picked up a cup and squinted to examine it closely. Yi Chun stood to the side, shaking his head with a silent laugh at their words. He had already seen that both cups were modern crafts, but seeing his father-in-law's ecstatic expression, he decided not to spoil the fun. Xiao Chongquan held the cups, beaming with excitement. "These cups originally came as a set, and we don't have the complete set yet. But the seller said he has the rest and will bring them tomorrow. If I can get my hands on all of them, our family will be rich." Yi Chun frowned and immediately intervened. "Dad, with antiques, you mustn't be greedy. It's easy to get scammed. Besides," Xiao Chongquan glared at him and snapped, "What besides? Are you a good-for-nothing going to lecture me now?" Yi Chun smiled helplessly. "Besides, you know it's illegal to trade bronze artifacts, right?" Xiao Chongquan's expression froze. He stammered, "Illegal? What law?" Criminal law, Chen said sternly. You've been into antiques for years. Surely you know this basic fact. The state prohibits the trade of bronze artifacts. Violators face up to 5 years in prison or detention plus fines. And both buyer and seller are equally guilty. Bloody hell. Xiao Changkun's legs turned to jelly as his face drained of color. Then I've already broken the law, haven't I? Want the police come to arrest me? If I'm sentenced at my age, what would I do in prison? With that, Xiao Changkun hurriedly turned to Chen, his face pleading. Good son-in-law, how about you help out? If the police come knocking, just say these 2 bronze wine vessels are yours and take the fall for your old man. You're young anyway, a couple of years inside, and you'll only be 30. Xiao Charan immediately retorted, Dad, you got yourself into this mess. Why should Chen take the blame? If the police really come for you, you can go to jail yourself. Chen was utterly speechless. This father-in-law of his was truly insufferable. Had already tried to frame him once this morning, and now he was at it again. If these 2 bronze wine vessels had been real, he'd surely have tried to shift the blame onto him if trouble arose. With that thought, Chen said helplessly, Dad, you're overthinking it. Even if you wanted to go to jail, the police certainly wouldn't arrest you. Xiao Changkun was taken aback. Why? Do you know someone on the force? Chen sighed. It's not about knowing anyone. The thing is, these bronze wine vessels aren't real. The police aren't going to arrest you for buying fakes. What a... Xiao Changkun exclaimed. Are you saying these 2 wine vessels I bought are fakes? Chen nodded. As fake as they come. Xiao Changkun immediately grew indignant. Now listen here, Chen, you can question my character, but never my judgment. These 2 bronze wine vessels are absolutely genuine. Ma Lan chimed in with irritation. Chen, you useless fool, can't you stand to see our family do well? Would it kill you to see us out of poverty? Chen, exasperated, grabbed one of the wine vessels, and before Xiao Changkun could react, slammed it hard against the floor. Xiao Changkun cried out in alarm. Hey Chen, what are you doing? That's an antique. Just then a crack rang out as one of the vessel's legs snapped off, revealing a silvery white fracture. Chen held the broken piece up to him. Take a look. This isn't bronze at all. It's tin melted and poured into a mold. The same stuff they used to make toy swords for kids. Xiao Changkun's jaw dropped. Even in his denseness, he realized something was off. How could bronze be green on the outside and silver within? Seeing this, Ma Lan knew Xiao Changkun had been duped, and their dreams of riches had shattered. She fumed. Xiao Changkun, you spent $5,000 on these 2 counterfeit pieces of junk. Cold sweat beaded on Xiao Changkun's brow as he stammered, Thighs can't be right. Damn it, that bastard dared to trick me, Xiao Changkun. He must have a death wish. They'll go find him at the antique street first thing tomorrow. Ma Lan cursed furiously. Find him. He's already taken your money and vanished. You're even more useless than Chen. At least he doesn't waste money. You just threw away $5,000 like it was nothing. That's enough for me to get several facials at the beauty salon. Xiao Changkun was deeply frustrated but dared not talk back to Ma Lan. He quickly turned to Chen. Chen, come with me to the antique street tomorrow to find that swindler. If you want refund my money, you break his legs. Don't worry. Even if you get locked up, it's no big deal. A couple of years and you'll be out. Chen couldn't be bothered with his affairs, but he didn't want to refuse outright. He casually agreed. All right, I'll go with you tomorrow. The next day happened to be the weekend. At the crack of dawn, Xiao Changkun roused Chen in a panic, and they drove straight to the antique street. The old man was grinding his teeth, all the way itching to tear the swindler limb from limb. As soon as they arrived, Xiao Changkun leaped out of the car and charged inside, scouring the area for the con artist. Fearing he might get into trouble, Chen followed close behind. After searching for a while, Xiao Changkun finally spotted a vendor. His eyes blazing with fury, he pointed and shouted at Chen, Chen, get over here. That's him. Chen looked over and saw a shrewd-looking middle-aged man bragging to a customer at his stall. Seeing Xiao Changkun approach, the man wasn't fazed at all. He grinned slyly. Well, old pal, back for another bargain. Xiao Changkun cursed angrily. Bargain, my ass. You bastard tricked me with modern knockoffs. Give me back my 5,000. Who tricked you? The vendor shrugged dismissively. If you're accusing me, you'd better have proof. Proof, huh? Xiao Changkun furiously pulled out the 2 cups and threw them at the man's feet. Take a look yourself. Is this bronze? This is tin wrapped in copper. The vendor sneered. Are you here to shake me down? Everyone knows bronze antiques can't be traded these days. Why would I sell you bronze? Do I have a death wish? Xiao Changkun retorted. Then why did you say they were bronze? Did I? The vendor looked scornful. Just because you say I said it doesn't mean I did. I could just as easily say I've never even seen you before. Besides, in the antiques trade, once a deal's done, it's done. You made a mistake and now you're running around barking at people. That's on you. Mark my words, every vendor on this street will remember your face. They'll steer clear of you. A guy like you doesn't deserve to play with antiques. Go buy some walnuts from the market and play with those instead. Yi Chen found the man glib and thick-skinned, but he wasn't angry. After all, he was targeting his clueless father-in-law. Yi Chen was content to enjoy the free show. Seeing the vendor not only deny selling fakes, but also mock him mercilessly, Xiao Chongquan trembled with rage. He grabbed the vendor and roared, "You bastard, give me my money back now. Let go of me. Let go or I'll call the cops." The vendor struggled as he spoke, but Xiao Chongquan refused to release him, gripping his clothes tightly. Just then the vendor's collar tore open, revealing a collection of trinkets hanging around his neck: jade plaques, amber beads, and Buddhist prayer beads. Yi Chen's gaze was drawn to one of them, a grayish-white Hetian jade plaque. The plaque was unremarkable in appearance. Even if it were genuine Hetian jade, it would only be considered low-grade and not worth much. But as Yi Chen looked at it, his brow furrowed slightly. He could sense a unique energy within the jade, one that only he could perceive. This energy stirred a desire within him to draw near and possess it. Yi Chen realized this must be the spiritual energy recorded in the Nine Heavens mystic scripture. Spiritual energy was a long-lost mysterious power capable of completely transforming one's physical constitution and elevating one's cultivation to an extraordinary transcendent realm. Yi Chen's heart raced with excitement, yet he deliberately feigned nonchalance as he stepped forward to mediate. All right, stop arguing. Can't we resolve this peacefully?" Xiao Chongquan immediately flared up in anger, cursing, "Yi Chen, you worthless fool, why are you siding with an outsider?" Yi Chen leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Dad, let me handle this. You can rest assured." Hearing this, Xiao Chongquan assumed he had a clever plan, so he temporarily calmed down, waiting to see what Yi Chen would do. Yi Chen walked over to the vendor, put an arm around his shoulder, and led him aside, speaking in a low voice. "Boss, my father-in-law was indeed fooled by his own lack of judgment. It's not your fault. Don't take it to heart." The vendor was stunned and asked instinctively, "Bro, is he really your father-in-law?" Yi Chen replied, 100% genuine. The vendor looked puzzled. "Then why are you siding with me instead of him?" Yi Chen chuckled. "When we're out in the world, we should stand on the side of reason, not family. Don't you agree?" I. The vendor was at a loss for words. In all his years of swindling, he had seen relatives come to settle scores, but never one who took the swindler's side. Yi Chen then spoke up. "All right, I know you're confused. Let me be straight with you. I don't care about the money. I just can't stand losing face. Hey, race the deal, do me a favor, and I'll transfer you 5,000. Then you give the money to my father-in-law, and we call it even. How about that?" The vendor's eyes lit up, and he agreed without hesitation. "Deal? That works perfectly." Yi Chen added, "But I'm a man of dignity and need to save face. That Hetian jade pendant around your neck doesn't look like it's worth much. Sell it to me. Later tell my father-in-law you refunded the money and gave me the pendant as an apology." The vendor quickly asked, "What price are you offering for the jade pendant?" He perked up, boasting, "You've got a sharp eye. Out of all these fakes, you spotted the genuine one at a glance. To be honest, though it looks fake, this pendant was worn by Zhu Yuanzhang himself, a token of love from Empress Ma." Yi Chen had no time for his fabricated story and waved him off. "Cut the crap. It's just a cheap jade piece. The material's worth $1 a pound, and the craftsmanship, say $20. That's $20 and change. He'll give you 200. Take it or leave it. If my father-in-law calls the cops, I'm done." Yi Chen turned as if to leave. The vendor quickly grabbed him and said through gritted teeth, "Fine. It's fate between us. 200, it's yours." Yi Chen nodded and said softly, "Show me your QR code. He'll transfer the money. Coming right up." The vendor hurriedly pulled out his phone, received the 5,200 from Yi Chen, and said, "All right, just watch." Then he turned to Xiao Chongquan and said, "Old man, let me be honest. With a father-in-law like you, your son-in-law deserves better." Xiao Chongquan cursed, "What the hell do you mean? Not refunding my money and now insulting me? Believe me, I'll call the cops right now." The vendor couldn't be bothered and sneered, "Stop your whining. I've agreed to refund your son-in-law. Show me your QR code, and he'll transfer the 5,000. But if you call the cops, the money's off the table. Let the police sort it out or take me to court. If the court says I owe you 50 million, I'll pay it." Hearing this, Xiao Chongquan immediately backed down. He knew this was a civil dispute that would likely end up in court. Hiring a lawyer and dragging it out for months would cost a fortune in unnecessary expenses. Now that the other party was willing to refund, had better take the money and run. So he grumbled, "Fine. Refund the money and we'll call it even." The vendor curled his lip. "I'm not just refunding you. I'm also giving your son-in-law a Hetian jade pendant. Nothing else. I just respect the guy." Xiao Chongquan was taken aback and asked instinctively, "What do you mean?" "Nothing," the vendor snorted. "Before I change my mind, show me the QR code." Xiao Chongquan didn't dare delay. He quickly opened his QR code and received the 5,000 yuan transfer. Then the vendor took off the jade pendant from among the many trinkets around his neck and handed it to Yi Chen, saying earnestly, "Bro, you should find yourself a new father-in-law. This one's not worthy of you, I swear. Yi Chun smiled faintly, took the jade pendant, and held it in his hand. He immediately felt the surging spiritual energy within it, filling him with delight. Xiao Chongquan was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand how a worthless guy like Yi Chun could not only get the vendor to refund the money, but also receive a gift. Just as he was about to ask, a domineering voice rang out from nearby. Whoa, this jade pendant is interesting. I've taken a liking to it. Hand it over. Hearing this voice, Yi Chun furrowed his brow involuntarily and lifted his head to look in the direction of the approaching person. The newcomer was a young man bizarrely dressed in a tang suit and cloth shoes paired with flared trousers, a chain hanging from his waistband. He seemed trendy yet adorned with antique trinkets, retro, yet exuding a roguish air, and with a crooked smirk, he looked every bit a rapper. Before this young man, he led a massive black Tibetan mastiff, its drool trailing on the ground, clearly a formidable beast. Behind him followed 6 burly bodyguards. The group and the dog charged forward recklessly, scattering the terrified onlookers in their path. The stall owner hurried over upon seeing the young man. Young Master Chen, what brings you here? The young man waved dismissively, glanced at the jade token in Yi Chen's hand, pointed at his own Tibetan mastiff, and said to the stall owner, Mao, that jade token looks decent. My dog here is just missing a nameplate. Wrap it up for me. He'll take it. This stall owner was named Zhang Mao, but on the antique street, everyone called him Mao out of habit. Well, the stall owner said with a smile, young Master Chen, I'm terribly sorry, but I've already given that jade token to this young friend here. Are you messing with me? The young man sneered disdainfully. You're so money-grubbing that even a train couldn't drag you out of a coin pile, and you expect me to believe you gave something away for free. I find that hard to swallow. The stall owner quickly said, Oh, young Master Chen, don't mock me like that. I really did give the item to this brother. If you like this kind of loin-hitian jade, I'll get you 10 or 8 pieces tomorrow and deliver them to your home. Young Master Chen grew displeased and said coldly, Who do you think you're talking to? I've set my mind on this jade token. It's perfect for my dog's collar. Cut the crap, I'll give you 50,000. Wrap it up and take it away, understand? Hearing this price, Zhang Mao's heart stirred. Selling it to Yi Chun for 200, but to young Master Chen for 50,000. Only a fool wouldn't know which choice to make. So he whispered to Yi Chun, brother, let's make a deal. Give this jade token to young Master Chen, and we'll split the 50,000 half and half. How about that? Yi Chun snorted coldly, frowning. Do I look like someone who's short of 50,000? Xiao Chongquan upon hearing this grew anxious and blurted out, Yi Chun, who are you trying to impress? This is 50,000. Why don't you just take it? This is 50,000. Why don't you just grab it? Young Master Chen was also annoyed. He spat disdainfully and said, I've seen plenty of people who try to act tough with me, but you're the first to claim you don't need the money. They'll ask you one last time, 50,000. Are you giving it or not? Yi Chun chuckled casually, not for 50,000, not even for 50 million. Damn it. Young Master Chen fumed, are you refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? Yi Chun smiled. The kind of face you offer isn't even worth a dog's acceptance. Damn it. A murderous glint flashed in young Master Chen's eyes, his face dark as a storm cloud. The onlookers were astonished. First, that Yi Chun had obtained a jade token for free that was worth 50,000, and second, that he refused to sell it even at that price. Seeing so many people pointing and whispering, young Master Chen cursed angrily, since you want to take the hint, don't blame me for being rude. With that, he released the dog's leash and shouted at the Tibetan mastiff, shown to bite him. The mastiff, upon hearing its master's command, immediately bared its teeth at Yi Chun. Yi Chun roared, if humans have no eyes, do dogs have none either? Get lost. The Tibetan mastiff, initially ferocious, was inexplicably terrified by Yi Chun's shout. Not only did it lose its earlier aggression, but it turned and bolted into the crowd, as if fleeing for its life. Seeing his dog scared off, young Master Chen tried to chase it, but the dog moved at lightning speed and vanished in an instant. The surrounding crowd of onlookers blocked his path, making it impossible to give pursuit. Furious at losing his dog, he stomped the ground in rage, venting all his anger on Yi Chun. You're really asking for it. Today you'll not only hand over that jade token, but also compensate me for my dog. Yi Chun laughed. Compensate you for your dog? Your dog ran off on its own, and you want me to pay up? Your dad didn't come out with you today. Should I compensate you with a father too? Young Master Chen trembled with fury, gritting his teeth. You're really courting death. Beat him up. Young Master Chen waved his hand behind him. The bodyguards instantly surrounded Yi Chun in a tight circle. The crowd, sensing a fight was about to break out, scattered in all directions. Xiao Chongquan was also too terrified by young Master Chen's demeanor to move. The Chen family. The Chen family of Jinling. They were an even tougher and more arrogant noble clan than the Wang family. 6 bodyguards formed a circle around Yi Chun and Xiao Chongquan, each wearing a menacing scowl. Xiao Chongquan began to panic, shrinking behind Yi Chun and whispering, Yi Chen, a wise man knows when to bend. Just give it to him, and we'll still make a profit. Yi Chen's expression remained indifferent as he swept his gaze over the bodyguards one by one. Suffer a loss. With trash like this, even dogs are better. How could they make me suffer? Chen Aodong was so enraged he could barely stand straight, clutching his chest and cursing, beat him. Beat him to death. At the command, a group of bodyguards immediately prepared to swarm forward. Yi Chen showed no fear, but the vendor, fearing trouble, quickly stepped forward to stop them, pleading, Young Master Chen, my dear young Master Chen, is it really worth it over such a trivial matter? You are a man of status. If this really ends up at the police station, you wouldn't have the upper hand either. Chen Aodong furrowed his brows slightly. He too knew he wasn't in the right today. He had wanted to buy a jade pendant for his dog to let the animal share in his glory, which was why he tried to snatch the jade pendant from Yi Chen's hand. But unexpectedly, his usually obedient dog bolted away the moment it was let loose. Since he was already in the wrong, if he ended up injuring Yi Chen severely, he would have a hard time explaining himself if they ended up at the police station. So gritting his teeth, he said to Yi Chen, since this kid is pleading for you, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me, and this matter is over. Yi Chen laughed. You want to buy my things I refuse to sell, and now I have to kowtow to you. Then if I want to buy something from you now, will you sell it? Young Master Chen curled his lip. It's not that I look down on you, but with your shabby appearance, you want to buy something from me. Can you even afford it? As he spoke, he revealed a bracelet from his wrist and sneered, see this? A bracelet made of bloodstone bought for over 5 million. They'll sell it to you. Can you afford it? Yi Chen glanced at the bloodstone and sneered. Even if I could afford it, I wouldn't spend 5 million on a fake. That piece of junk of yours isn't even worth 50 bucks. Bullshit. Young Master Chen roared. If you've never seen anything good, shut your mouth. What makes you think it's a fake? Suddenly a voice from the crowd said, this bloodstone is indeed fake. What? Young Master Chen turned to see an old man speaking and angrily cursed. Old fool, are you blind? Such a fine piece and you call it fake. What do you know? Immediately someone in the crowd shouted, hey, show some respect. This is President Su of the Jinling Jade Association. He is the largest bloodstone collector in Jinling. When it comes to appraising bloodstone, no one in Jinling is more authoritative. At these words, many in the crowd began to scold young Master Chen for failing to recognize a true master. Young Master Chen was struck speechless. He then realized the old man did look somewhat familiar. It truly was the president of the Jade Association. President Su, however, remained unperturbed and said calmly, everyone, please don't blame this young man. Spending 5 million on such a fake would make anyone emotional. We should sympathize with him, not blame him. Damn. Young Master Chen was devastated, holding up the bracelet. Is it really fake? President Su nodded. To be honest, it couldn't be more fake. It's been acid washed and dyed. When you first wore it, didn't your wrist get irritated? Damn. Young Master Chen was on the verge of tears, blurting out, the bastard who sold it to me said that top-grade bloodstone reacts with the skin, turning it red. He said it was a necessary step for the bloodstone to recognize its owner, and if it didn't turn the skin red, it was a fake. The onlookers all covered their faces. Who would have thought such a fool existed in the world? President Su said helplessly, young man, I've seen many who've been duped, but you're the first to be duped so thoroughly. The acid solution is highly corrosive. Wearing it constantly will not only irritate your skin, but also cause your body to absorb toxins, harming your health. Young Master Chen was utterly crushed, never imagining he'd spent 5 million on trash that was also toxic. Seeing his expression worse than if he'd eaten filth, Yi Chen teased, oh my, even if you sold this junk to me for $5, I wouldn't take it. Burning with hatred but clinging to his pride, young Master Chen snorted disdainfully. Who in the antique business hasn't been duped before? It's only 5 million, nothing to me. They'll just consider this bracelet as garbage I bought for fun. With that, he pulled out a wolf tooth strung on a red cord from his waistband and said arrogantly, that one doesn't count. Look at this wolf tooth. It's the only authentic Mo-Gene charm left in the world capable of warding off evil and turning misfortune into good luck. There's absolutely no way it's fake. Chen Aodong was utterly confident in this Mo-Gene charm. He had previously consulted many experts, all of whom confirmed the wolf tooth was an artifact from the Three Kingdoms period. Yi Chen laughed heartily, then snorted coldly. You're courting death without knowing it. Treating such a supremely mean and evil object as a talisman to ward off evil. Aren't you a fool, eh? What the hell are you talking about? Nonsense. Chen Aodong roared, clenching his fists so hard his nails dug into his flesh. Yi Chen remained relaxed, smiling faintly. Wearing such an extremely mean and evil object close to your body and still being alive. You must be incredibly lucky. Chen Aodong's face flushed red, but after the previous incident, he couldn't be sure whether Yi Chen truly had knowledge or was just bluffing. Stiffening his neck, he asked, What's your basis for saying that? Take a good look at that so-called wolf tooth of yours. Yi Chun said coldly. When you saw this wolf tooth, didn't you notice it's a size smaller than a normal wolf tooth? Qin Outong forced himself to stay calm and retorted, so what if it's smaller? The best things come in small packages. Maybe this wolf king was just short in stature. Seeing Qin Outong stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, Yi Chun chuckled mockingly. Not only is your wolf tooth smaller than usual, but the base of a normal wolf tooth is full and round. Now look at yours. Qin Outong examined his wolf tooth with suspicion. After a moment, he said weakly, so what? Mine may not be full, but it's a rare original Mo gene charm. Wolves from the Three Kingdoms period were smaller than today's. An expert told me that. Although he had been in the antique business for years, he had never truly applied himself to learning about antiques. He simply bought whatever looked good or whatever others recommended as collectible, then used them to show off. An incurable fool. Yi Chun snorted coldly. Wolves eat meat and gnaw bones, so the roots of their teeth are very round and smooth. Humans, being omnivores, have teeth roots that are not round and show little wear. That so-called wolf tooth of yours was actually pried from a dead man's mouth. What? Qin Outong felt as if struck by a thunderbolt, disbelief plastered across his face. Are you messing with me? How can a human tooth be this long? Seeing that Qin Outong was utterly stubborn, Yi Chun shook his head and scoffed. It seems you've been thoroughly deceived. After death, a body dehydrates, causing the roots of teeth normally hidden to become exposed and appear longer than usual. Combined with the silver setting, they look even more elongated. You've been wearing this dead man's tooth all this time. Have you never noticed the decay at its base? Qin Outong stared at the silver band encircling the tooth's base and the hint of blackness seeping through its crevices. Unable to bear it any longer, he retched and vomited onto the ground. This treasured item he adored so much was nothing but a dead man's tooth. What made Qin Outong even more nauseated was that he had not only handled it with his hands, but sometimes to show off even held it between his lips. Wasn't that akin to kissing a corpse? A French kiss no less. The crowd around him wore expressions of disgust. Some even snickered among themselves. That fool Qin Outong had bought himself a dead man's tooth as a treasure. How terribly unlucky. Yi Chun sneered. I suspect this tooth came either from an ancient tomb's occupant or a grave robber. Regardless, it has lain in that tomb for countless years, absorbing vast amounts of yin and baleful energy. You claim it wards off evil and ghosts. Impossible. Wearing it will instead draw all manner of sinister forces into your body. If you don't believe me, and keep this tooth by your side within half a year, you'll surely meet a violent end and die a miserable death. Before he even finished speaking, the crowd shuffled back, en masse, fearful of being tainted by even a trace of the tooth's malevolent aura. Zhang Ermao, who had been fawningly clinging to Qin Outong, hastily retreated to the outermost edge, even losing a shoe in the process. Though he dealt in fakes, anyone in the antique trade had dealings with grave robbers. He knew Yi Chun's words were absolute and held no error. Qin Outong's face turned deathly pale, trembling with fear rooted to the spot. Yi Chun gave a cold snort and asked impassively, haven't you been plagued by car accidents this year? Do you feel like you're getting injured and bleeding every few days? Qin Outong pressed his lips together, too afraid to respond. Just as Yi Chun had said, this year had been nothing short of disastrous for him. A few months ago, he went drinking with some buddies, and they urged him to pop open a champagne bottle. The cork shot up to the ceiling, bounced back, and broke his nose. Last month, someone introduced him to a respectable married woman. He planned to have a fling at her place while her husband was away on a business trip. But the husband's flight was canceled due to air traffic control, forcing him to reschedule for the next day. Dejected, he returned home, caught them in bed, and gave Qin Outong a brutal beating. Even worse, half a month ago, he drove his sports car to meet friends in another city. On the highway, a large truck missed its exit and stopped abruptly. Qin Outong's car plowed straight under the truck. Fortunately, his car was low enough that the truck's undercarriage just grazed the top of his head. Had he been in any taller vehicle, he would have died on the road. Recalling these harrowing experiences, Qin Outong trembled violently. He yanked the cord of the Mojin talisman, snapping it, and hurled the talisman far away. Fearing contamination from the dead man's tooth, the crowd scattered far along its trajectory. Seeing Qin Outong's terrified expression, Yi Chun sighed inwardly. If he hadn't spotted the problem with the Mojin talisman, Qin Outong likely wouldn't have lived to see next year. So Yi Chun said, it's already too late for you to discard that tooth. If I'm not mistaken, its baleful aura has already seeped into your home. Your entire family will suffer its consequences. At best, financial loss, at worst, ruin and death. Qin Outong erupted in fury. Damn you. You curse me, and now you curse my whole family. At this moment, he felt no gratitude for Yi Chun's life-saving advice, only indignation and shame. Seeing his ingratitude, Yi Chun said flatly, I have no time to waste on you. May fortune favor you. As Yi Chun turned to leave, Qin Aodong shouted, "Seize him. You think you can act tough and just run off? Not so easy." The 4 bodyguards behind him immediately surrounded Yi Chun, while the other 2 lunged at Xiao Chongquan. Xiao Chongquan stumbled backward in terror, but the 2 bodyguards pressed on relentlessly. With no escape, he closed his eyes, bracing for the blows. Just as the fists were about to land on Xiao Chongquan, Yi Chun swiftly stepped forward, punched one bodyguard to the ground, then dashed to Xiao Chongquan's side. He raised his leg and kicked the other bodyguard. Ever since obtaining the 9 Heavens mystic scripture, Yi Chun felt his mind flooded with combat memories, as if he had long mastered them. Coupled with the spiritual energy infused into his body by that jade token, his overall strength had surged instantly. At that moment, the bodyguard was about to grab Xiao Chongquan, but Yi Chun's kick caught him square in the stomach. It felt as if a train had slammed into him. He flew back over a meter, clutching his abdomen, curled up like a shrimp, unable to rise. The other bodyguard, seeing Yi Chun dare to fight back, quickly drew a dagger from behind and lunged at him. "Ah!" Xiao Chongquan dodged frantically and shouted a warning. "Yi Chun, watch out." Before his words faded, Yi Chun moved like a dragon, slipping past his side as the dagger grazed harmlessly by. In the next instant, Yi Chun seized the bodyguard's wrist, holding the dagger, and twisted it violently outward. With a clang, the dagger fell. With a crack, the wrist bone shattered. Xiao Chongquan was stunned. When had Yi Chun become such a fighter? Was this still the meek Livian son-in-law at home? Yi Chun stomped on the dagger's hilt, sending it arcing into his hand. He brandished the blade with a grin. "Anyone else want to try? Hurry up. Come at me all at once." The crowd fell into dead silence, everyone holding their breath. Zhang Ermao swallowed hard and muttered, "Brother, you're way too fierce." Thank goodness he hadn't provoked Yi Chun, otherwise that same treatment would have cost him his arm right there. Xiao Chongquan finally let out a long sigh of relief and asked Yi Chun in astonishment, "Yi Chun, how did you become so skilled? Have you been secretly learning martial arts?" Yi Chun rubbed his nose and chuckled, "That I don't have much to do at home. When Sharon goes to work, I just watch TV and videos. Some channels have fighting shows, so I practiced along and picked it up gradually." The onlookers marveled. Such impressive prowess. Able to take on 5 or 6 of Qin Aodong's bodyguards alone, and had learned it all by himself. His martial talent was simply astonishing. Meanwhile, Qin Aodong was overwhelmed with terror. In both knowledge of antiques and physical prowess, he was utterly crushed by Yi Chun. Those 6 bodyguards, each hired at a high price as experts, couldn't even last a single move against Yi Chun. What a bunch of useless fools. Yi Chun twirled the dagger and beckoned to Qin Aodong. "Got any more tricks up your sleeve? Better use them quick. If not, it's my turn." With that, he strode toward Qin Aodong. Qin Aodong stumbled backward in panic, yelling, Don't come near me." Just then, a white Bentley luxury car turned the corner and stopped outside the crowd. The driver stepped out, opened the rear door, and helped the passenger alight. Spotting the car, Qin Aodong waved frantically and cried for help, "Sis, save me." Yi Chun looked up to see the crowd parting to make way for a woman in a black form-fitting tracksuit walking toward him. The tight sportswear accentuated her flawless figure, and her angry expression added a touch of fierce elegance. "That's Qin Aodong's sister, Qin Aoshua." Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock, followed by a wave of murmurs. Qin Aodong shouted, "Sis, this punk hit me. Beat him up good." Qin Aoshua approached, glanced at the bodyguards lying on the ground, and fixed her cold gaze on Yi Chun. "Did you do this?" Yi Chun replied calmly, "Yes, so what?" Qin Aoshua sneered, "Nothing. Apologize to my brother right now. And if I refuse, then he'll beat you until you do." Before she finished speaking, Qin Aoshua lashed out with a whip kick aimed straight at Yi Chun's cheek. Yi Chun was somewhat surprised. This woman's skill far surpassed the bodyguards from before. Her kick was powerful and swift. She was clearly a trained martial artist. Watching this, Qin Aodong thought, "Damn, my sister's a fighting expert. Shall kill him." His sister had trained in martial arts for years, mastering ancient combat and kickboxing. Even seasoned masters were no match for her. But the next moment, Qin Aodong's eyes bulged in disbelief. Yi Chun muttered, "Too weak." Then, as he dodged Qin Aokshu's attack, he raised his leg and kicked her squarely on her firm rear, sending her flying through the air. Qin Aodong's jaw nearly dropped. He stared dumbfounded, whispering, "How is this possible?" Qin Aoshua was even more enraged and humiliated. Since she began training, she had never been so insulted, and the spot he kicked was utterly shameful. Burning with fury, she scrambled to her feet and charged at Yi Chun, vowing inwardly to make this bastard pay. "Aoshua, stop. Don't disrespect Master Yi." Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed over and grabbed her. Qin Aokshu's pretty face twisted with rage as she yelled, "Dad, let go. He'll kill him." In her mind, she cursed, "Bastard. How dare you kick my ass? Don't you know how to treat a lady? That hurt like hell." "Silence." The man glared at her and barked. Then, with humble deference, he approached Yi Chun, took a deep breath, and said respectfully, Master Yi, we meet again. I apologize on behalf of my worthless daughter and nephew. When we get home, I'll have them reflect on their actions. Qin Aoshue and Qin Aodong stood frozen, staring in disbelief. Their father was a prominent figure in Jinling City. Why was he so courteous to this young man? Yi Chen recognized the middle-aged man. He had seen him before at an antique appraisal with Song Wanning. His name was Qin Gang. President Qin? Yi Chen nodded. Your nephew indeed needs stricter discipline. Qin Gang nodded repeatedly, then glared at Qin Aoshue and the others. Come and apologize to Master Yi. I want to apologize to a bastard who kicked my butt. Qin Aoshue pouted, fuming. Qin Gang's face reddened with anger. Apologize? Now. Immediately. Qin Aoshue deflated instantly. Biting her lip in frustration, she murmured, I'm sorry. But Qin Aodong was indignant. Uncle, this punk humiliated me and beat up sis. Instead of dealing with him, you make us apologize. If you can't handle it, I'll call more people to finish him off. Slap. Qin Gang delivered a heavy blow to his face. You bastard. Kneel before Master Yi. The slap left Qin Aodong seeing Star's blood trickling from his mouth. He covered his face in terror, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend how things had turned out this way. But kneeling in public. This would bring utter disgrace to the Qin family. How could they maintain any prestige in Jinling City? Qin Gang clenched his teeth and roared, you fool. If Master Yi hadn't spotted the problem with your Mojin talisman, not only would you have been killed, but the entire Qin family would have been ruined. He continued angrily. No wonder the Qin family has been plagued by bad luck lately, with one business setback after another. It's all because of this cursed trinket you brought home. If your grandfather finds out, he'll break your legs. Hearing his uncle's grave words, Qin Aodong's legs gave way in terror, and he thudded to his knees. Apologize to Master Yi. Qin Gang barked. Sorry. Qin Aodong, utterly terrified, stammered his apology to Yi Chen, his eyes filled with fear. Qin Gang then asked respectfully, Master Yi, are you satisfied with this resolution? Yi Chen said coolly, forget it. Since he's knelt, I'll let it slide. Qin Gang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked, Master Yi, I have one more question. After discarding the Mojin talisman, can the Qin family's fortune return to normal? Yi Chen sneered, you're too optimistic. The baleful aura of that dead man's tooth is extremely potent and has already spread beyond Qin Aodong alone. As I see it, within a year the Qin family will likely face total ruin and death. Qin Gang was startled by Yi Chen's words. Ruined family. Was the price really that devastating? Qin Gang's face turned pale, and after a long silence he sighed. I have never committed any wrongdoing in my life, practicing good deeds daily. How could I end up like this? Yi Chen smiled and said, so your attempt to buy that yellow jade last time was also for this matter? Qin Gang nodded. Over the past year he had tried every possible method, but none worked until he met Yi Chen. Last time he thought Yi Chen was merely knowledgeable about antiques and paid little attention. But today Yi Chen identified the extreme and sinister aura with a single word, making him realize that Yi Chen was no ordinary man. The hope of saving the Qin family might lie with him. Immediately he cupped his hands and pleaded, Master Yi, please lend us your aid. After speaking, he whispered a few words to his assistant, who promptly left. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, President Qin, your family's affairs are best resolved by yourselves. He had no close ties with the Qin family, having only met Qin Gang once before. Moreover, this Qin Aodong had offended him. Beside him, the astonished Qin Aoshue was quite beautiful, with a stunning figure and a fiery personality somewhat like a little chili pepper. But beauty or not, what did it have to do with him? She wasn't his wife, nor would she share his bed. Thus Yi Chen had no reason to help the Qin family. Yet Qin Gang refused to give up this golden opportunity to save his family. He bowed deeply and said, I beseech you, sir, to show me the way. Qin Gang looked at Yi Chen with almost devout reverence, bowing at a 90-degree angle in a most humble posture. But Yi Chen remained unmoved. Seeing Yi Chen indifferent, Qin Gang steeled himself and dropped to his knees with a thud. At that moment, Qin Aoshue, witnessing this, also knelt without hesitation. She knelt before Yi Chen and pleaded earnestly, Master Yi, I was rash and offended you earlier. Please don't take it to heart. The fate of my entire Qin family lies in your hands. I beg you to save us. After speaking, she turned to the stunned Qin Aodong and slapped him across the face, scolding, Qin Aodong, this is all your fault. You brought that cursed thing home, dragged the family into this, and even offended Master Yi. Kowtow to him now. Beg Master Yi to intervene. Qin Aodong was truly terrified. He never imagined that the Qin family's recent misfortune and his own looming disaster were all caused by that tomb-raiding talisman. Now unable to shirk responsibility and having angered the only one who could resolve everything, he feared being beaten half to death by his family upon returning home. So he tremblingly knelt and kowtowed to Yi Chen, pleading, Master, I was wrong, Master. I was blind, reckless, and ungrateful. Please forgive me and help our Chen family. I kowtow to you. With that, Chen Aodong banged his head against the concrete floor, producing loud thuds. At that moment, Chen Gang's assistant returned, handing him a gift box. Chen Gang quickly took it and respectfully presented it to Yi Chen, saying humbly, Master Yi, this is the most expensive jade bracelet from Xian, priced at over 6 million. Please accept it. Yi Chen glanced coldly at the gift. A top-grade old pit ice jade bracelet, excellent water quality, crystal clear, like glass. Though not as fine as the jade necklace he had previously given his wife Xiao Charan as a bracelet, it was nearly top tier. The surrounding crowd stared wide-eyed. Everyone knew this was the most expensive bracelet at Xian, priced at 6 million. Yet Chen Gang had his assistant buy it and offer it to Yi Chen, even begging him to accept it. This showed how desperately he sought to please Yi Chen. Who exactly was this Yi Chen? Yi Chen's father-in-law was utterly dumbfounded, never having encountered such an unbelievable situation in his life. Yi Chen looked at the jade bracelet without taking it, smiling wryly at Chen Gang. President Chen, how do you know I can definitely dispel this aura? Chen Gang said devoutly. If Master Yi cannot, then no one in this world can. Yi Chen smiled faintly. Chen Gang was right. He did have a solution. The Nine Heavens mystic art recorded this kind of evil aura and clearly described how to break it. Yi Chen glanced at the jade bracelet and casually accepted it. The bracelet was crystal clear and exquisite. It would look stunning on his wife, Xiao Charan's wrist. As for Chen Gang, to be honest, he wasn't a bad person. He merely failed to discipline his descendants properly, and his crime was not worthy of death. Since he begged so sincerely, helping him wouldn't hurt. So Yi Chen said, all right, since you ask, I'll grant you this favor. With that, he pocketed the bracelet. Seeing Yi Chen accept it, Chen Gang was overjoyed and bowed again. Master Yi, the Chen family can barely hold some sway in Jinling. Once the evil aura is dispelled, if you ever need the Chen family's assistance in the future, I will do my utmost to serve you. The crowd was astounded. The Chen family was going all out. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and said, in that case, I'll help you once. Your family's fate isn't sealed yet. Chen Gang kowtowed heavily and said excitedly, please, Master Yi, act. Yi Chen nodded. Prepare yellow paper, cinnabar, and brush. Moments later, Chen Gang's secretary brought the items and handed them to Yi Chen. Holding the brush, Yi Chen lightly dipped it in cinnabar, took a subtle breath, and let strands of spiritual energy flow through his meridians, infusing the brush. His brush moved like a dragon, sweeping from one end of the yellow paper to the other. After finishing, he gently blew on the paper and handed it to Chen Gang. This talisman is specifically for breaking evil, the ultimate yang force in the world. Use it to wrap the tomb raiding talisman. Offer 3 sandalwood sticks daily, and after 36 days, the celestial number, the evil aura on that tooth, will be completely dispelled. During these 36 days, no bloodshed, no killing, no meat or fish in the household. Family members must bathe at noon sharp each day. Remember this. Thank you for the guidance, sir. I will not be negligent in the slightest. Chen Gang's expression was reverent as he received the talisman, with both hands, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He felt immense gratitude toward Yi Chen. Without his help, the Chen family would have had no way out. He carefully wrapped the talisman layer by layer around the tomb raiding talisman, fearing any damage might affect its efficacy. The moment the talisman fully enveloped the tomb raiding talisman, Chen Aodong suddenly exhaled deeply, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. His earlier agitation vanished, and his mind felt refreshingly clear. Chen Gang also sensed a change within himself. He felt more lucid and at ease than before. He knew Yi Chen's method was working. This filled him with ecstasy. Had he not found Yi Chen, the Chen family would have been doomed after today. Zhang Ermio, watching in awe, saw Chen Gang finish and approached Yi Chen with a flattering bow and a grin. Big brother, can you tell my fortune? When will I find a beautiful wife? Yi Chen frowned and shook his head. If you want a beautiful wife, get plastic surgery first. Qin Aoshua, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, Zhang Ermio was too ugly, no girl would fancy him. But this Yi Chen, he was actually quite handsome. Chen Gang spoke with respectful deference, a smile plastered on his face. Master Yi, the Chen family will forever remember your immense kindness. Today was rather rushed, and I was unprepared. Might I invite Master Yi to the Chen residence tomorrow? I shall prepare a feast to honor you personally and express our gratitude. Yi Chen shook his head coolly. No need. I have other matters to attend to. I only intervened today because of your charitable deeds. I don't wish for this to be publicized. Understood. Chen Gang was taken aback, but quickly nodded repeatedly. I understand. If Master Yi ever requires the Chen family's assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. With that, he hastily handed over a gilded business card bearing his private mobile number. Chen accepted it without a glance, turned, and left with his father-in-law. Only after their figures had vanished did Qin Gang glare fiercely at Qin Aodong. From now on in Jinling, bow respectfully and greet Master Yi whenever you see him. Do not court disaster. Qin Aodong whined. How was I supposed to know I'd offend a master just by buying things on the street? Beside him, Qin Aoxu's face was cold as she gritted her teeth, watching Yi Chen's retreating back. Though she admired Yi Chen, she clearly still harbored resentment over him, kicking her rear. To a proud young woman, such an offense was utterly unforgivable. Qin Gang sighed and consoled her, Child, don't seek revenge on Master Yi. Our family's hopes rest on him now. Can he really be trusted? Qin Aodong muttered skeptically. Qin Gang snapped. Another word, and he'll break your legs. Qin Aodong shrank back, daring not to speak further. Qin Aoxua stamped her foot in fury. I understand, father. I won't provoke him. Yet the lingering ache in her body made her seethe with indignation. What a pity. Qin Gang sighed, shaking his head. Qin Aoxua asked in surprise, What's a pity? Qin Gang glanced at her before replying. It's a pity Master Yi is already married. Otherwise I'd say you two would make a fine match. Father. What nonsense. Qin Aoxua fumed, utterly embarrassed. On their way back, Xiao Chongquan remained utterly astounded. The patriarch of the Qin family had shown such deference to his Livian son-in-law. Yi Chen, were those words you said to Qin Gang true? Xiao Chongquan asked doubtfully, increasingly convinced his son-in-law was a charlatan. Yi Chen chuckled. Half true, half false. Isn't that how all swindlers operate? With a bit of mystique. Xiao Chongquan panicked, scolding him in a fluster. Damn it, you dare deceive the Qin family and accept such a precious bracelet. If they find out, what then? Don't drag our family into this. Yi Chen shook his head. They'll just return the bracelet if it comes to that. It's a society governed by law. They can't kill me, can they? Xiao Chongquan sighed, deeply consumed by worry. Yet with no other recourse, he could only gamble that Yi Chen's trickery might somehow work. Back home, Yi Chen entered the bedroom and retrieved the peace and prosperity stone he had acquired from Zhang Ermao. In that instant, a surge of energy rushed from the stone into his body. A wave of warmth enveloped him, bringing indescribable comfort to his chest and abdomen. Soon layers of cold sweat mixed with black impurities oozed from his skin, leaving his body feeling remarkably light. Moments later, Yi Chen sensed an energy coursing through him. This he realized was spiritual energy, qi. When he examined the stone again, its spiritual energy had vanished, making it appear as ordinary as any other rock. Even after activating the cultivation method from the Nine Heavens mystic art, he could no longer extract any energy from it. Yi Chen could only pocket the stone, intuitively sensing its extraordinary nature. Since he could not unravel its mystery, now he resolved to wait until his cultivation advanced further. Feeling sticky all over, Yi Chen rushed to take a shower. By the time he finished, it was past 5 in the afternoon. His wife, Xiao Charan, called him. Over the phone, Xiao Charan told him she was at the Imperial Group discussing project details. The BMW 760 he had bought her disguised as a 520 was subject to traffic restrictions that day, so she hadn't driven. She asked him to take his father-in-law's 530 to pick her up. When his wife called, Yi Chen naturally obliged. He immediately asked for the car keys from his father-in-law and drove to the Imperial Group building. Once there, he pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Charan. She didn't answer, but quickly replied via WeChat. Yi Chen, am still in a meeting with the project team. Could you wait downstairs for a while? Thanks for coming. All right, I'll wait for you down here. After replying, Yi Chen stepped out of the car to smoke while waiting. Just then Wang Dongxue, the vice-chairman of Imperial Group, called him. Young master, have you arrived at the Imperial Group? Yi Chen asked curiously, how did you know? Wang Dongxue replied, I can see your car from my office window. Yi Chen looked up and smiled. Is there something you need? Wang Dongxue said, the young madam is still in her meeting, which might take a while. I was wondering if you had time to discuss recent work with me. Yi Chen thought for a moment. He hadn't been involved with Imperial Group's affairs lately and needed to stay informed. All right, wait for me. He'll come up now. Wang Dongxue said, please go directly to your office. He'll report there. Good. Hanging up, Yi Chen strode into the building, took the elevator, and headed straight for the chairman's office on the top floor. As he stepped out of the elevator and walked toward the office, a door behind him suddenly opened. Dong Ruolin, who had been heading to the restroom, was startled to see a familiar silhouette. She didn't recognize it as Yi Chen, but was struck by its resemblance to the mysterious tycoon from the short video platform. Could it be that the elusive chairman she had been longing to meet had finally arrived? Dong Ruolin's heart raced with excitement. After all, her entire purpose in coming to Jinling and joining Imperial Group was to get close to this enigmatic chairman. She aimed to become his woman, thereby elevating the Dong family to new heights. This was the mission entrusted to her by her family, their hope pinned on her success. Yet Dong Ruolin was deeply frustrated. She had been here for days without even catching a glimpse of the chairman. How could she possibly forge a lasting relationship with him? Now seeing the chairman's back, she was ecstatic. She quickened her pace, following closely behind, Yi-Chun eager to catch up, greet him, and introduce herself. Yi-Chun heard footsteps behind him. Catching a glimpse in the nearby glass, he realized that the person following him was none other than Dong Ruolin. Damn it! If Dong Ruolin recognized him here, she would surely connect him to the identity of the Emperor Group's chairman. Even worse, she might deduce that he was the young master of the Yi family. That would be disastrous. So seeing Dong Ruolin about to catch up, he quickened his pace, slipped into the chairman's office, and locked the door behind him. Dong Ruolin hadn't expected him to speed up. By the time she reacted and tried to pursue, he had already entered the office. Seeing Yi-Chun disappear into the office, Dong Ruolin felt a pang of disappointment. She muttered softly, "Strange, why does this chairman seem to be deliberately avoiding me?" Still unwilling to give up, she stepped forward and knocked on the door. "Hello, Chairman. I'm Dong Ruolin, the new administrative director. I have something to report." Yi-Chun deliberately lowered his voice. "Have you reported to Wang Dongxue? Don't you know that bypassing the chain of command is not allowed in this company?" "I'm sorry, Chairman, I forgot." Dong Ruolin was startled, thinking, this chairman is so stern. Is he angry about my bypassing protocol, or does he simply not want to see me? However, Dong Ruolin dared not linger outside Yi-Chun's office. She had no choice but to leave. Hearing her footsteps fade away, Yi-Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. She almost recognized him. Realizing he would inevitably visit the Emperor Group often, and that Dong Ruolin, now the administrative director, had her office on the same floor. The chances of bumping into her in the future were far too high. Just then Wang Dongxue came to report on work. Yi-Chun said to her, "Dongxue, I need you to arrange something." Wang Dongxue nodded. "Young master, please tell me." Yi-Chun replied, "Transfer Dong Ruolin to a different position." He then asked, "In our company, which roles don't require staying in the office all day?" "Sales and business development," Wang Dongxue answered. "These positions often require going out for meetings and are rarely in the office." "Good," Yi-Chun nodded. "Then transfer her to sales director." "No problem. They'll start arranging it as soon as I get back," Wang Dongxue agreed. After that, Wang Dongxue reported on the company's recent situation. Currently, the Emperor Group's new 6-star hotel project had already commenced. The site was at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, surrounded by beautiful scenery and an elegant environment. Once completed, this hotel would become Jinling's first 6-star hotel, exuding the utmost luxury. The hotel-related operations were progressing smoothly. It was expected to be finished within 2 years and operational 2.5 years later. By then, the Emperor Group's revenue capacity would reach a new level. Yi-Chun instructed her, "If my wife is doing well and has the capacity, allocate some business from the Emperor Group to her." Wang Dongxue immediately replied, "Young master, rest assured I will." Seeing that his wife was about to finish her meeting, Yi-Chun said to Wang Dongxue, "Call Dong Ruolin to your office now, so I can slip away." Wang Dongxue nodded and returned to her office to call Dong Ruolin. Upon hearing that Wang Dongxue needed her, Dong Ruolin promptly went to her office. Meanwhile, Yi-Chun hurried downstairs. As he reached the ground floor, he saw Xiao Chen walking out looking exhausted. Clearly worn out from the partnership matters, she said helplessly, "There's so much to do now. I can't keep up." Yi-Chun asked with concern, "Do you want to delegate some of the work? Or just stop altogether?" "Absolutely not," Xiao Chen replied. "I've only recently become a director. My position isn't stable yet. I need to work harder, or my cousin will take advantage of the situation." Thinking of Xiao Hailong, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel irritated. He was incredibly annoying, always opposing her, and delighting in doing things that harmed others without benefiting himself. On the way back, Xiao Chen rested with her eyes closed in the car, while Yi-Chun focused on driving, not disturbing her. At that very moment, in Wang Dongxue's office, Wang Dongxue informed Dong Ruolin of the new appointment. Dong Ruolin was somewhat surprised. She had only recently taken on the role of administrative director, and now she was being transferred to sales. "Why?" Wang Dongxue explained, "I believe you are highly capable. Keeping you in administrative work would be a waste of your talent. Besides, looking at your resume, you majored in business management and marketing. Sales is the most suitable role for you. It's also more critical to the company. If you excel here, your future will be even brighter." Wang Dongxue wasn't lying. The sales position was far more important than administration. Sales was the department that truly generated revenue for the company, while administration was merely a steward handling trivial matters. Dong Ruolin didn't overthink it. Instead, she felt that if she could excel in sales and bring real profits to the company, the chairman would surely take more notice of her in the future. So this was a good thing for her. Overjoyed, she left Wang Dongxue's office and immediately called her best friend Xiao Chen. As soon as the call connected, she exclaimed excitedly, "Chen, I've been promoted to sales director." "Really?" Xiao Chen also became thrilled. "That's fantastic. You're a natural in sales. Administration was a waste of your talent." Now you have more room to shine. You'll achieve great results in no time. Dong Ruolin, was overjoyed. How about we celebrate with dinner tonight? Bring Chen along too. Xiao Chen hesitated. We're almost home, and honestly am exhausted today. Can we celebrate another time? Knowing how hard Xiao Chen had been working, Dong Ruolin quickly replied, all right. You've been really busy lately with all the overtime and meetings. Go home and rest. We'll get together once you're free. Okay, Xiao Chen said. Once I get through this busy period, we'll have a great time eating and drinking. Dong Ruolin laughed. It's a deal. After hanging up, Dong Ruolin felt a twinge of loneliness. She had few true friends in Jinling, and her only close friend was Xiao Chen. Now that she had been promoted to sales director with a bigger stage to prove herself, she found herself without anyone to celebrate with. Just as she was sighing, her phone suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Xiao Hailong. Seeing that the call was from Xiao Hailong, Dong Ruolin didn't want to answer. She had no good impression of him and could see his motive, nothing more than trying to get close to her to win her over. However, she had no interest in such a person, so she directly hung up. But Xiao Hailong persisted, calling repeatedly until Dong Ruolin reluctantly answered and asked coldly, Hailong, is there something you need? Xiao Hailong quickly said, Ruolin, I heard you transferred to sales director. Dong Ruolin asked in surprise, how are you so well informed? Xiao Hailong chuckled, I happen to have a few friends working at your Dihao group. They told me about the new appointment the company announced. Dong Ruolin said, I did transfer to sales director. Congratulations, congratulations. Xiao Hailong exclaimed excitedly. This position is truly powerful, full of potential. You've really hit a stroke of luck this time. Dong Ruolin replied indifferently, thank you. Xiao Hailong continued, Ruolin, you've been in Jinling for a while now. That incident at Tianxiang Mansion was quite unpleasant. To make amends, I'd like to invite you to dinner again. Today, with your promotion to sales director, it's a joyous occasion worthy of celebration. What do you think? Dong Ruolin politely declined, but I might have to work late tonight. Xiao Hailong said, Ruolin, a happy event should be celebrated promptly or the joy fades by tomorrow. You don't have many friends in Jinling. How about just the two of us find a place to celebrate without anyone else, peaceful and quiet? What do you say? Dong Ruolin felt a slight temptation. Honestly, she really wanted to celebrate. But since Xiao Chen couldn't make it, she didn't know who else to invite. Now that Xiao Hailong had called, it gave her an option. Though he was somewhat insincere, celebrating with someone was better than being alone. With that thought, Dong Ruolin said, then send me the address. All right, I've reserved a spot at Jinling Hotel. Just give my name when you arrive. Dong Ruolin nodded. Okay, I'll head over shortly. Dong Ruolin left the company and took a cab to Jinling Hotel. Though not as prestigious as Tianxiang Mansion, it was still one of Jinling's top restaurants. Xiao Hailong stood at the entrance dressed in a suit with slicked-back hair, looking refined as he waited for Dong Ruolin. However, the bandage on his hand completely ruined the atmosphere he had tried to create. Dong Ruolin wore a casual top and jeans exuding youthful vitality. The moment she stepped out of the car, all eyes were drawn to her. Xiao Hailong felt a sense of pride and quickly approached, saying, Ruolin, you look stunning today. Please come in, everything is ready. Thank you, Dong Ruolin replied with a polite smile. They took their seats, and soon the dishes were served. Xiao Hailong had the waiter bring a top-tier red wine and flattered, Ruolin, today is a momentous occasion. We must have a drink to celebrate. Dong Ruolin quickly said, no alcohol, let's just have some beverages. How can that be? Xiao Hailong had originally planned to get her drunk and see if he could make a move, but her immediate refusal to drink left him deeply disappointed. Dong Ruolin waved her hand. Sorry, Hailong, I'm not feeling well. I really can't drink. Maybe another time. In truth, Dong Ruolin could roughly guess Xiao Hailong's intentions, and her self-protective instincts were strong. She resolved not to drink with him tonight. Seeing he couldn't persuade her, Xiao Hailong felt frustrated but dared not show it. All right, no drinking then. Beverages are fine too. Dong Ruolin nodded. Thanks for understanding. At that moment, a refined-looking young man at the next table was staring intently at Dong Ruolin. Ever since she entered, he had been captivated by her beauty and aura. In his eyes, she was incredibly gorgeous and extraordinary, like a celestial maiden descending to earth. After observing for a while, and realizing she didn't seem to be the man opposite's girlfriend, the young man decided he couldn't let this chance slip away. A moment later, he stood up, walked over to Dong Ruolin and Xiao Hailong's table, and said to Dong Ruolin, Miss, from the moment you entered the restaurant, I was smitten. Would you be willing to share your contact information? Dong Ruolin was taken aback. She never expected to be approached while dining. Xiao Hailong was also furious. Damn it, where did this idiot come from? Can't he see him trying to pick her up? And he dares to hit on my girl. He's asking for trouble. So before Dong Ruolin could respond, he said coldly, Who are you? Why are you blabbering at our table? The young man replied calmly, I'm speaking to this lady. What's it to you? Then turning to Dong Ruolin, he said, Miss, I've been watching you for a while. I didn't want to intrude, but am too captivated to let this chance pass. Please forgive my boldness. Xiao Hailong exploded. What the hell? Who does this bastard think he is trying to steal my woman? He immediately cursed. I'm warning you, get the hell out of here if you know what's good for you. If you say one more word or sneak another look, you'll gouge out your dog eyes. The young man turned to Dong Ruolin and asked, your boyfriend? Dong Ruolin shook her head. The young man then looked at Xiao Hailong and said, since you're not her boyfriend, my confession to this beauty has nothing to do with you, does it? Xiao Hailong sneered. I don't like you looking at her, so you can't look. The young man frowned. You seem pretty tough, huh? Xiao Hailong sneered again. Kid him from the Xiao family. Get lost if you know what's good for you, or you'll bring trouble on yourself. Dong Ruolin felt a pang of disgust. She disliked both the young man's direct confession and Xiao Hailong's arrogant attitude. At that, the young man's expression darkened. He glared at Xiao Hailong and said coldly, what the hell is the Xiao family? And what the hell are you? I'm warning you, stop acting tough with me, or I'll make sure you walk in here and get carried out. Xiao Hailong gnashed his teeth, seething with rage. Now even nobodies dared to act tough with him. The first time he invited Dong Ruolin to dinner, he had already lost face. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson and lose face again in front of her, winning her over would be even more hopeless. With that thought, he grabbed a bottle from the table without a second word and roared, why are you still blabbering here? Looking for death, are you? With that, he smashed the bottle over the young man's head. With a loud crash, blood gushed from the wound. Struck by the blow, the young man was instantly dizzy and nearly lost his footing. The people around were also startled by the sudden smash of the bottle. Xiao Hailong stared at the young man, whose face was covered in blood, and sneered, if you don't scram now, I'll break your legs too. The young man gritted his teeth, covered his head, and said, fine, you've got guts. Just you wait. With that, the young man, clutching his bleeding head, hurriedly ran out. Xiao Hailong let out a disdainful laugh and said, idiot, a worthless piece of trash dares to threaten me. Don't you know who I, Xiao Hailong, am afraid of? He then turned to Dong Ruolin with a smug expression and said, Ruolin, there are flies like this everywhere. Don't let him bother you. Let's continue eating and ignore him. Dong Ruolin was not in a good mood after the commotion. She nodded silently without a word. During the meal, Xiao Hailong tried several times to lighten the atmosphere, but Dong Ruolin completely ignored him. In her eyes, Xiao Hailong was not only incompetent, but also overly reckless. A man like that was simply not worthy of her attention. Xiao Hailong had thought that by confronting that idiot in front of Dong Ruolin, she would be impressed by his manliness. To his utter surprise, she seemed to have developed a sense of aversion and rejection toward him instead. This left him feeling extremely frustrated. Who would have thought that Dong Ruolin disliked men who resort to violence? Wasn't this like shooting himself in the foot? The meal left Xiao Hailong feeling utterly dejected. As soon as they finished eating, he had planned to chat more with Dong Ruolin to foster their connection. However, Dong Ruolin frowned and said, it's getting late. I need to go. Thank you for the meal. Xiao Hailong, disheartened, replied, let me drive you home. Dong Ruolin shook her head. No need. He'll take a taxi. At that moment, she just wanted to cut ties with Xiao Hailong as quickly as possible. Xiao Hailong, though seething inside, said, let me at least see you into a taxi, or I won't feel at ease. Dong Ruolin didn't refuse, nodded, and stood up to leave. Xiao Hailong hastily followed. He was fuming with anger. He had planned a romantic date to confess his feelings to Dong Ruolin, but that bastard had ruined everything. Not only did he miss his chance, but he also seemed to have left a bad impression on her. What rotten luck. Don't let me run into that scumbag again. If I do, I'll kill him, Xiao Hailong cursed bitterly. At that very moment, Chen had just finished his meal and was clearing the dishes. At this time, Xiao Chen anxiously asked, Chen, there's a supplier quotation document in my bag. Have you seen it? Chen shook his head. I haven't touched your bag since I got back. Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then slapped her forehead. Oh no. The document must be in the meeting room at Dihao Group. I need it first thing tomorrow morning. Could you drive me to get it? Chen smiled. You're exhausted. Rest for now. He'll go get it for you. Xiao Chen sighed. I really am worn out. Thanks for the trouble. The document number is GY20191101. Chen waved his hand. It's no trouble for my wife. With that, he drove off to Dihao Group. Meanwhile, Xiao Hailong and Dong Ruolin had just left the restaurant and reached the roadside. Dong Ruolin was about to hail a taxi when suddenly over a dozen burly men jumped out of 3 white vans parked by the roadside and charged at them menacingly. All of them were masked with black cloth and armed with steel pipes. It was clear they were there for revenge. Oh no. Xiao Hailong was terrified at the sight of so many men rushing toward him. Dong Ruolin also saw this and turned pale with fright. She guessed that these men were sent by the young man from earlier to settle the score. Judging by the scene, it could turn deadly. Sure enough, a young man with a bandaged head stepped forward and yelled, damn it, get him. At his command, the group lunged at Xiao Hailong. I'm the young master of the Xiao family. How dare you touch me? Xiao Hailong panicked, but tried to sound tough. A burly man sneered and swung a steel pipe at him. Xiao Hailong, paralyzed with fear, nearly wet himself. In his panic, he suddenly shoved Dong Ruolin forward. She screamed as he pushed her toward the assailants. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Hailong sprinted to his car, jumped in, and sped away without a second thought. Dong Ruolin was furious. That Xiao Hailong was an absolute scoundrel. He had caused this mess, yet at the critical moment a grown man shoved a woman in front of him as a shield and fled. Could there be another despicable scumbag like him in this world? Seeing Xiao Hailong escape, the young man cursed furiously. That bastard! Running away and leaving a woman behind. What a coward! He then glared at Dong Ruolin and said coldly, "Beauty, call that bastard back, or don't blame me for being rude." Dong Ruolin blurted out, "I'm not close to him. Please don't drag me into your feud." The young man pointed at his bandaged head and snarled, "Damn it, I got 16 stitches on my head. I can't even eat until I get my revenge. If he doesn't come to save you, you're coming home with me. Let me have a good time with you tonight as compensation." Dong Ruolin exclaimed, "How can you do this? This is illegal." "Law." The young man sneered. "My word is the law. After I'm done with you, you'll know what real law is." A chill ran through Dong Ruolin's heart, drowning her in fear and despair. She quickly said, "I'll call him right now." She pulled out her phone and dialed Xiao Hailong. Xiao Hailong was speeding away, wanting to put as much distance as possible between himself and the scene. When he saw Dong Ruolin's call, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, he had shoved her away to save his own skin. She must hate him now, right? Damn it, what rotten luck. He had wanted to charm her and secure a connection with the Dong family to elevate his own. Now he had thoroughly offended her. But how could he dare to answer the call? It was obvious she would ask him to come back. Only a fool wouldn't see that. But going back would cost him his life. Those men were armed with steel pipes and looked vicious. Even if they didn't kill him, they would probably cripple him for life. Women are important, but life is more important. So he decided to keep driving and ignore her. Dong Ruolin was in utter despair when her call went unanswered. She begged the young man, "I can pay you compensation. Please let me go. This has nothing to do with me." The young man leered. "I don't want your money. I want your body. I want to pin you down and have a good time." Dong Ruolin was terrified. She knew that if she didn't do something, he would never let her go. So while he wasn't paying attention, she gritted her teeth and kicked him hard in the groin. Caught off guard by her resistance, the young man howled in pain as the kick landed. He instinctively let go and slashed at her with a knife. Dong Ruolin tried to run, but felt a sharp pain in her thigh. She screamed and collapsed to the ground. A sharp dagger was embedded in her leg, blood gushing out. "You bitch." Trying to run. The young man, enraged, grabbed her by the hair and sneered, "Congratulations. You successfully pissed me off. Tonight my brothers and I are going to take good care of you. We'll make you feel ecstasy." Hot tears of despair streamed down Dong Ruolin's face. She had already pronounced her own death sentence in her heart. She knew this man wouldn't let her go, as she might truly die at his hands. In this situation, there was no one who could save her. She didn't notice that a black BMW was slowly approaching. Behind the wheel, Chen spotted her instantly and furrowed his brow. Dong Ruolin collapsed onto the ground, clutching the wound on her leg, and closed her eyes in despair. The young man crouched down, pinched her chin, and observed her disheveled hair, and defiantly turned face, his desire to torment her growing stronger. His fingers traced ambiguously across Dong Ruolin's cheek as he ordered, "Take her to my car. Let me have my fun first." The onlookers, seeing her pitiful allure, chimed in. "Wei Xiao, such a stunning beauty is rare. Don't forget us, brothers." The young man laughed heartily. "They'll have my turn first, then you'll get yours. What's the rush?" Listening to their unabashed vulgarity, Dong Ruolin's face turned pale. As the young man reached for her, tears streamed down her face, and a resolve to die took hold. Just as she steeled herself to bite her tongue, agonized screams erupted. "Someone's here." A gust of wind swept from behind as the young man spun around, meeting a roaring fist. He felt an overwhelming force blast him away. Staggering back, he fell to his knees and spat blood. His companions already lay unconscious on the ground. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Dong Ruolin looked up with tearful hope. "Are you here to save me?" A sense of survival flooded her heart. The man in black, masked like a celestial savior, seemed to her like a god descending. The black-clad figure remained silent, his cold gaze pausing briefly at her disheveled state. "Damn it! Kill him!" Several masked men snapped out of their stupor, gripping their weapons to charge. Before Dong Ruolin could panic, the man effortlessly lifted her and sprinted away. She leaned softly against his chest, trembling fingers wrapping around his neck. The shouts in pursuit behind her no longer stirred fear. Who was this man instilling such a sense of safety? After a day of extreme highs and lows, Dong Ruolin wearily closed her eyes, a thought drifting through her mind. It was strange. His presence felt familiar, as if she had encountered him before. Yet she never knew this mysterious man was Chen, her best friend's husband. Yi Chun had driven past and witnessed Dong Ruolan's predicament. Donning a mask, he intervened to save her from harm. After his body was transformed by the spiritual energy from the Hetian Jade token, Yi Chen's agility and speed had vastly improved. Navigating the maze of alleys, he quickly shook off the pursuers. Carrying Dong Ruolan, he ran until they reached a secluded, quiet spot. As dusk fell, the dense vegetation offered concealment. He set her down, frowning at her blood-soaked pants. Despite significant blood loss, Dong Ruolan remained faintly conscious. Pale-faced, she whispered, "Thank you for saving me." "Who are you?" Yi Chen's gaze was cold. He offered no reply. She had always looked down on him with arrogance, leaving little chance for future connection. He had saved her only out of regard for Xiao Chen. Thus, he chose not to reveal his identity. Sensing his reluctance to speak, Dong Ruolan understood he wished to remain anonymous. Yet she was someone who repaid kindness and avenged grievances. Frustrated, she pondered how to repay such a monumental debt without knowing his identity. As she contemplated, the man suddenly leaned down and tore open her pants. Feeling the chill on her thigh, Dong Ruolan flushed with shock and anger. "What are you doing?" she demanded. She had thought him a heavenly hero, but now he seemed another lecher, even worse than the thugs. How could he tear her pants like this? But with her injury and his formidable strength, escape seemed impossible. Tears streaming, she choked out, "If you force yourself on me, he'll die." Yi Chen sighed helplessly. "Your wound is deep and you're losing too much blood. You might faint before reaching the hospital. I'm just saving your life." As he skillfully tended to her wound, Dong Ruolan realized her misunderstanding. Yet her upbringing taught her the impropriety of such proximity. Her thigh was nearly exposed to the root, cradled in a stranger's arms for treatment. Mortified, she wished she could vanish into the ground. Blushing deeply, she lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet his eyes. "Thank you. And sorry for the misunderstanding," she murmured. In response to Dong Ruolan's gratitude, Yi Chen remained indifferent. With a calm gaze, he precisely pressed an acupoint on her left leg. A wisp of spiritual energy seeped from his finger into the wound, immediately alleviating the bleeding. As his fingertip grazed the base of her thigh, Dong Ruolan's cheeks burned intensely, her heart racing even faster. She lowered her head, daring not to meet Yi Chen's eyes. Though a tantalizing sight lay before him, Yi Chen's eyes remained fixed on the wound, never straying elsewhere. In truth, had he applied the acupressure techniques strictly according to the Nine Heavens mystic art, not only would the bleeding have stopped, but Dong Ruolan's wound might have already healed rapidly. However, Yi Chen chose not to do so. Stopping the bleeding was sufficient to save her leg. The rest, such as bandaging, could be left to the hospital. Dong Ruolan felt his warm fingers tap her foot and leg a few times before hearing the man say, "It's done." She turned in surprise and indeed saw the wound had stopped bleeding and the pain had subsided significantly. How could he be so skilled at everything? Dong Ruolan's heart pounded as she gazed at the man before her, her eyes brimming with an admiration she herself hadn't noticed. "You can stand now. Give it a try." Hearing this, Dong Ruolan, with Yi Chen's support, found she could indeed walk freely. She never expected that the traditional medicine she had always looked down upon could be so remarkable. After a moment's thought, Dong Ruolan forcefully removed her bracelet and handed it to Yi Chen. "Since you refuse to reveal your name, I won't insist. But please accept my token of gratitude." Seeing Yi Chen about to shake his head, Dong Ruolan pressed the bracelet into his hand stubbornly. "This was a gift from my family. It holds great significance to me. If you don't accept it, I won't be at ease." Yi Chen initially intended to return it, but upon touching the jade bracelet, he sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy within it. Thus, he refrained from refusing further. Yi Chen glanced at his phone. "The ambulance should arrive in about 5 minutes. You don't need to worry about those who were chasing you. I've already dealt with them. I'll take my leave now." Hey. Dong Ruolan felt a pang of inexplicable loss as he turned to leave without hesitation. But then Yi Chen suddenly turned back, took off his coat, and draped it over her. The man's coat was large, falling almost to her knees when draped over her. "Here, take this. The situation was urgent earlier, and I tore your clothes." Having said this, Yi Chen nodded and turned to leave once more. "This person is quite considerate," she murmured. The distant wail of an ambulance reached her ears. Dong Ruolan stared absently at the man's retreating figure, but suddenly felt that this familiar silhouette overlapped with that of the chairman of the Degeo group. Could it really be him? A conjecture surfaced in Dong Ruolan's mind, but watching the man's figure grow smaller in the distance, she sighed. She didn't even know his name or face, leaving her with no way to verify. Dong Ruolan took a few steps toward the approaching ambulance, but suddenly felt something under her foot. Bending down to pick it up, she found it was a gray-white Hetian jade pendant. It must have fallen when the gentleman knelt to treat her. Dong Ruolan clutched the jade pendant joyfully, as if holding onto the possibility of meeting again. Dong Ruolan was quickly taken to the emergency room. After a series of examinations, the doctors arrived at an astonishing conclusion. The tendon that had been severed by the knife had miraculously healed on its own. A doctor exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Dong, you are incredibly fortunate. Given the size and location of this wound, it would have been extremely difficult to stop the bleeding with first aid. A delay of even half a minute could have been life-threatening. May I ask what emergency measures you took?" Dong Ruolin understood in her heart, but shook her head. "I didn't take any measures. A kind person saved me." The doctor nodded with a smile. "It seems the person who saved you must be a highly skilled healer. You are truly fortunate." Then the doctor added, "By the way, I have notified the police. They will be here shortly, and you can tell them the details of the attack." Dong Ruolin nodded gently. The police arrived quickly. An armed assault in a downtown area, especially involving a high-ranking executive of the Degeo group, was treated with utmost seriousness. Among the arriving officers, someone recognized the Xiao family and knew she was their guest, so they notified the Xiao family. At that moment in the Xiao family villa, the entire family was discussing what to do. Xiao Hailong had told them Dong Ruolin was in trouble, but omitted that it was his fault. The old Madame Xiao thought this was a perfect opportunity for the Xiao family to shine. She wanted to find Dong Ruolin, rescue her, and then have Xiao Hailong play the hero to win her heart. Upon learning she was already in the hospital, the old madam was greatly disappointed. She sighed. If only Hailong could have seized this chance to be the hero saving the beauty. Then she immediately said to everyone, "Let's go. We must hurry to the hospital." Xiao Hailong felt very uneasy inside, but had no choice but to steel himself and accompany his family to the hospital. On the way, Xiao Hailong had already concocted an excuse, but he wasn't sure if Dong Ruolin would buy it. Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing Dong Ruolin, Xiao Hailong's face instantly lit up with feigned delight. He hurried over solicitously. "Ruolin, are you all? I was just about to call my father and gather some men to come rescue you." "Rescue me?" A trace of sarcasm flickered across Dong Ruolin's cold face. She said flatly, "You nearly got me killed." Xiao Hailong quickly explained, "Ruolin, please don't misunderstand. I was trying to divert their attention. After all, they were after me, not you. I didn't think they would harm you." Dong Ruolin snorted coldly too, disgusted to argue with him. She had seen his true colors clearly and only wished to stay far away from him in the future. Seeing that Dong Ruolin didn't blame him further, Xiao Hailong assumed she believed his story. He then looked her over and noticed she was wrapped in a man's coat from the waist down. Frowning, he asked, "Ruolin, where are your pants? Did they do anything to you?" Filled with revulsion, Dong Ruolin refused to acknowledge him and replied coldly, "It's none of your business." The old Madame Xiao's shrewd eyes scanned Dong Ruolin, focusing on the man's coat she wore. She stepped forward and asked, "Ruolin, you can tell Grandma anything. Did those people harm you?" Dong Ruolin replied expressionlessly, "They stabbed me. Fortunately, a passing young man saved me. Because my leg was injured, he treated me. My pants were torn, so he took off his coat and gave it to me. What is there a problem?" "A young man." The old Madame Xiao was shocked. A young man had saved Dong Ruolin. This was bad news. If Dong Ruolin developed feelings for that young man, wouldn't her precious grandson, Xiao Hailong, lose his chance? Xiao Hailong, now jealous, asked, "Ruolin, how did he treat you? Did he take your pants off to treat you?" Dong Ruolin let out a cold laugh and said sarcastically, "Whether he took my pants off or not, what business is it of yours?" Xiao Hailong felt a buzzing in his head as a surge of jealousy rushed through him. He had never even touched Dong Ruolin's hand, yet here she was being undressed by a strange man who was touching and pressing on her thigh, perhaps even more intimate places. How could he possibly accept this? Xiao Hailong, burning with jealousy and completely ignoring Dong Ruolin's profound disappointment, ground his teeth and said, "I think this man isn't trying to save you at all, but rather taking advantage of the situation to assault you." The moment Xiao Hailong finished speaking, all the Xiao family members fixed their gazes on Dong Ruolin, their thoughts aligning with his. A stunningly beautiful woman, disheveled and lying before a stranger, allowing him to touch her. The implications were deeply suggestive. Dong Ruolin, trembling with rage, was utterly disillusioned with Xiao Hailong. Not only had he fled first, but now he maliciously speculated about her in front of everyone. This was not just dishonorable and unjust, it was utterly shameless. Dong Ruolin said coldly, "Xiao Hailong, the man who saved me, did nothing improper. I took off my own pants. It has nothing to do with you." She then cursed through gritted teeth, "And you, Xiao Hailong, you started all of this tonight. When the men came for revenge, you ran so fast, leaving me behind to get stabbed. And now you have the nerve to say such things." Xiao Hailong choked, his face flushed as he was left speechless. Dong Ruolin didn't even look at him. She immediately got up, left the hospital room, hailed a taxi, and returned to her hotel. The Xiao family was stunned, never expecting the truth to be so different from what they had imagined. So it was Xiao Hailong who had caused the trouble and abandoned Dong Ruolin, leading to her being stabbed. As soon as she left, the old Madam Xiao slapped Xiao Hailong across the face in fury. Stunned by the blow, Xiao Hailong heard the old madam scold. How have I taught you? I told you to win Dong Ruolan's favor, and this is how you repay me. You abandoned her to save your own skin. How could she ever like you after such a beastly act? Grandma, I was wrong. Xiao Hailong covered his burning cheek, finally realizing his mistake, and filled with regret. At that moment he understood that he and Dong Ruolan would never have a chance. Chen returned home without telling his wife about the night's events, and she remained unaware of Dong Ruolan's ordeal. After all, Xiao Chen and her family had always been ostracized by the old madam, so they had no place in the Xiao family villa and no way to learn of such matters. The next morning, just as Xiao Chen woke up, she received a call from the old madam. The old madam said, Chen, go to Tianhao Building Materials Group today and try to negotiate with their boss. See if we can get 10 million worth of materials on credit and well pay after settling accounts with Dihao Group. Xiao Chen hurriedly replied, Grandma, Tianhao Building Materials Group is a major player. They have strong leverage and never offer credit. The old madam said there's no choice. The Xiao family is facing a cash flow problem. We can't afford to advance so much cost and loans are hard to come by. We have to find a way with Tianhao. She continued, Chen, the family is beset by internal and external troubles. Your cousin has let me down. Now it's up to you. Talk to Zhou Tianhao, the boss of Tianhao Building Materials Group. If he agrees, we have a chance. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly agreed, Grandma, I'll give it a try. Good. The old madam sighed in relief. I believe you can do it. After hanging up, Xiao Chen felt a bit troubled. Chen asked, what's wrong? Xiao Chen briefly explained the situation. Chen nodded and said, why not ask Dihao Group to prepay 20 million in project funds? Xiao Chen quickly said, how can we do that? It's already a great honor to cooperate with Dihao Group. Asking for an advance would make us look bad. Chen wanted to say that Dihao Group belonged to her husband, so what was 20 million? Who would dare look down on her? But Xiao Chen didn't know. She said, let me go talk to Mr. Zhou. Chen said, I'll go with you. That's not appropriate. Xiao Chen said, bringing your husband to a business meeting would seem unprofessional. Then she added, stay home. If you're bored, go out for a walk. There's nothing to do here. Seeing her firm stance, Chen didn't insist. He knew his wife was independent and preferred to achieve things through her own efforts. So he decided to let her try. If she failed, he could always step in discreetly. After breakfast, Xiao Chen made an appointment with Zhou Tianhao, the boss of Tianhao Building Materials Group, and drove there alone. Tianhao Building Materials Group was one of the largest building materials conglomerates in Jinling and even Jiangnan, specializing in various aluminum alloy products and serving as an essential supplier for large real estate projects. Zhou Tianhao came from humble beginnings, but he was fortunate to marry a woman from a powerful family, which helped him build his business step by step. However, Zhou Tianhao was henpecked. Although his wife was extremely unattractive, he never dared to fool around outside. Thus, he had a good local reputation as a man who never forgot his wife in their time of hardship. Tianhao Building Materials Group was located on the outskirts, occupying thousands of acres of factory land. Xiao Chen arrived and parked in front of the office building. Zhou Tianhao had been waiting in the lobby for some time. Seeing her arrive, he immediately put on a warm smile, walked up to Xiao Chen, extended his hand, and said, President Xiao, your visit today is a great honor. Forgive me for not greeting you properly at the door. Xiao Chen extended her hand for a polite handshake and smiled. You're too kind, President Zhou. Then she tried to withdraw her hand. But she found Zhou Tianhao gripping her hand tightly, and his hold only grew firmer. Xiao Chen finally pulled her hand free, her expression wary. President Zhou, what is this? Zhou Tianhao quickly scratched his head and laughed. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've always heard that President Xiao is breathtakingly beautiful, but seeing you today left me momentarily stunned. I was too forward. Please forgive me. Xiao Chen felt somewhat reassured by his frank apology. Then Zhou Tianhao gestured for her to enter, saying with a smile, President Xiao, please come to my office for a chat. Zhou Tianhao led Xiao Chen into his office. The moment the door closed, a gleam of fervor flashed in his eyes. He discreetly locked the door before inviting her to sit on the sofa. Xiao Chen appeared somewhat uneasy, wringing her hands as she sat across from him. Zhou Tianhao asked with a smile, President Xiao, may I ask what collaboration you wish to discuss with me today? Xiao Chen said with some embarrassment. To be honest, President Zhou, the cash flow of our Xiao Group has been tight lately. I was wondering if you could allow us to procure building materials on credit first. On credit? Zhou Tianhao said with a troubled expression. President Xiao, you must know the policy of our Tianhao Building Materials Group. We never do business on credit, nor do we ship materials before payment. It's always payment first, then delivery. I know, Xiao Chen said apologetically. I truly have no other choice. But rest assured the company we're partnering with is the Emperor Group, the largest enterprise in Jinling. They will never default on our project payments. Once we receive the settlement, we'll pay you for the materials immediately. Zhou Tianhao gave a dry laugh and said, "That's what they all say, President Xiao. No offense, but do you know why I established the no-credit rule?" Xiao Churan shook her head. "Why, oi?" Zhou Tianhao said, "I used to be very accommodating. When clients wanted goods first and payment later, I agreed to expand business and maintain relationships. Every client promised to pay me as soon as their own clients settled. But what happened? I lost over 300 million in receivables that I still haven't recovered. So much." Xiao Churan was stunned by the figure. The total assets of the entire Xiao Group amounted to just over 100 million. She never imagined Zhou Tianhao had over 300 million in unrecoverable receivables. Zhou Tianhao sighed. "There's no helping it. Those defaulting partners all used the same excuses. They'd pay me soon right away, but time passed, and they never paid." With that, Zhou Tianhao shook his head and lamented, "In the end, I had no choice but to halt all credit-based cooperation channels. You can take goods. I have plenty, but payment must come first." Xiao Churan's expression fell with disappointment. It seemed this deal was off. Yet she understood that since he had this principle, she had no right to ask him to abandon it. So she stood up and said, "I'm sorry to have troubled you, President Zhou. I'll inform my grandmother and do our best to raise funds for future cooperation." Seeing her rise to leave, Zhou Tianhao immediately said, "Oh, don't rush, President Xiao." He quickly stood up and continued, "What I said earlier applies to ordinary partners. But for you, President Xiao, it's a different matter." Xiao Churan asked, puzzled, "President Zhou, what do you mean?" Zhou Tianhao narrowed his eyes, gazing at her greedily. Truth be told, Xiao Churan was breathtakingly beautiful, so stunning that it took Zhou Tianhao's breath away. For years he had been stuck with his frumpy, withered wife at home, a woman incomparably inferior to Xiao Churan. Xiao Churan was flawless in appearance and possessed a figure that was irresistibly alluring. Such a woman was truly a gem. Why couldn't he have the fortune to indulge himself with a woman like her? Why had such an exquisite woman married the city's most notorious good for nothing? Was her worthless husband any match for him? At this thought, Zhou Tianhao felt as though countless ants were crawling inside him. He felt that all these years he had never had the chance to stray or touch a stunning beauty. Half his life was gone, and he was still fulfilling his marital duties to that repulsive hag. Today was his best opportunity to break free from the shackles of fate. Yes, he would try his luck with Xiao Churan, the super beauty who drove every man in the city wild. With that in mind, he smiled and said, "Well, President Xiao, since you have this need, we can certainly talk it over. I, Zhou Tianhao, am not as difficult to deal with as you might think." Believing there was hope, Xiao Churan quickly sat back down and asked eagerly, "President Zhou, are you willing to supply us with materials on credit?" Zhou Tianhao deliberately avoided a direct answer, speaking ambiguously. "If it were anyone else, I'd refuse outright. But for you, President Xiao, I can consider it." Xiao Churan hurriedly said, "Our cooperation with the Emperor Group is very close. If you extend credit to us, we'll pay you as soon as we receive the first settlement from them." Zhou Tianhao nodded and said, "Wait a moment, let me brew some tea so we can chat leisurely." He rose and retrieved a teapot from the cabinet. With his back to Xiao Churan, he put tea leaves into the pot while pulling a box of sleeping pills from his pocket. These pills were for his own insomnia. The doctor had prescribed strong ones. A single pill could ensure a full day of deep sleep. Zhou Tianhao planned to take advantage of Xiao Churan in his office, so he added 6 pills to the water. That way 1 cup of tea would be equivalent to taking a pill. Once the drug took effect, she would be completely at his mercy. He could sleep with her, record explicit videos and photos on his phone, and then use them to blackmail her. If she ever thought of reporting him to the police or telling anyone, he would threaten to release the photos and videos, ensuring she could never hold her head high again and would be the subject of endless gossip. He was certain that Xiao Churan would never dare to go to the police or spread the word. At that point, he would hold all the cards. He could summon her for sexual encounters whenever he wished. If she refused, he would use the videos and photos to force her compliance. Wouldn't that be pure bliss? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. After steeping the tea, he composed himself and returned to the sofa. Pouring a cup for Xiao Churan, he said, "President Xiao, don't rush. Have some tea and we'll talk slowly." Without a second thought, Xiao Churan, feeling parched from all the talking, picked up the cup and took a large gulp. Zhou Tianhao was ecstatic. His eyes burned with desire as he fixated on her slender, shapely legs, her delicate waist, her perfect figure, and her lovely face. This woman exuded an irresistible charm that ignited a fire within him. What a godsend today was. The mere thought of soon indulging in this flawless woman made Zhou Tianhao feel as if he were ablaze. Seeing Xiao Churan drink the tea, Zhou Tianhao felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. Now all he needed to do was wait for the effects of the drug to take hold. Suddenly, she realized something felt off. Her head felt a bit dizzy and heavy. What was happening? She was utterly shocked. Could it be that Zhou Tianhao had drugged the tea? Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan was terrified to the core. She wanted to get up, but her legs felt so weak that she could barely move. At this rate, escaping on her own would be nearly impossible. While her consciousness was still intact, she quietly unlocked her phone and found Yi Chen's chat on WeChat, pressing the voice button. As she sent the voice message, she said to Zhou Tianhao, "Mr. Zhou, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Is there something wrong with this tea?" Zhou Tianhao laughed heartily. "No problem at all. This tea is top-notch Biluakun, over 10,000 yuan per pound. It's delicious. Would you like another cup, Miss Xiao?" Xiao Chuan replied, "No more, Mr. Zhou. I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you please have someone take me out?" Zhou Tianhao chuckled a few times, originally sitting beside Xiao Chuan, but now he got up and sat next to her. Gazing at the anxious Xiao Chuan, Zhou Tianhao smiled and said, "Miss Xiao, everyone says you are the top beauty in Jinling. Having the honor to meet you today, it truly lives up to the reputation. I admire you greatly." Seeing him come closer, Xiao Chuan shifted to the other side and shook her head. "Mr. Zhou, could you please keep your distance?" Zhou Tianhao replied, "What's wrong, Miss Xiao? We're all partners in business. It's fine to be a bit closer, isn't it?" As he spoke, Zhou Tianhao leaned even closer to Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan wanted to move away again, but she had already reached the edge of the sofa, forcing herself to curl up tightly to avoid Zhou Tianhao's touch. Zhou Tianhao kept inching closer to her, his gaze constantly sizing her up. Everyone could see through his intentions. Xiao Chuan's mind grew heavier, and as her grip loosened, the voice message was sent to Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was at home doing chores when he suddenly received a voice message from his wife. He instinctively opened it, and his entire body tensed up. "Damn it! This damned Zhou Tianhao dares to target my wife. He must be tired of living." He immediately took out his phone and called Chen Zikai, his face dark with anger. "Gather all available personnel to Tianhao Building Materials Group. I want to flatten it today." Chen Zikai asked in surprise, "Young master, what happened?" "Zhou Tianhao's wife has some influence. Her family is a small clan affiliated with us. If we rashly demolish Tianhao Building Materials Group, we would have a hard time explaining it to other small clans." Yi Chen coldly asked, "That Zhou Tianhao wants to violate my wife. Tell me, is flattening him rash?" "Huh?" Chen Zikai immediately stiffened. He initially thought Zhou Tianhao had inadvertently angered the young master, but it turned out he had set his sights on the young mistress. Anyone daring to have such outrageous thoughts must be punished. He immediately said, "Young master, I will gather the personnel and head over right away." "Good. I'm heading there now." Chen Zikai quickly replied, "Where are you, young master?" "He'll send a helicopter to pick you up. It will be faster." "All right." Moments later, a top-tier heavy-duty civilian helicopter roared to life. Inside the helicopter sat Chen Zikai and 10 experts in black. His expression was extremely grim. Damn it, in this little place of Jinling, someone actually dared to lay hands on the young mistress. They were truly seeking death. The helicopter was incredibly fast, and in no time it arrived above Xiao Chuan's home. Yi Chen rushed to the rooftop, climbed onto the helicopter, and immediately told Chen Zikai, "Get us to Tianhao Building Materials Group at top speed." At this moment, within Tianhao Building Materials Group, Zhou Tianhao saw that Xiao Chuan was already too weak to struggle and laughed excitedly, immediately reaching out his hands to try and remove Xiao Chuan's clothing. At that moment, the front door was suddenly kicked open by several people. An outrageously ugly but imposing woman burst in, accompanied by men who looked like bodyguards. Seeing Zhou Tianhao about to strip Xiao Chuan, the woman was furious and exclaimed, "Zhou Tianhao, how dare you cheat on me behind my back?" Zhou Tianhao was immediately dumbfounded. How did this old hag find him? Little did he know, nearly all the people around him had been bought off by his wife. Wherever he went, whoever sought him, his wife was always well informed. Upon learning that Xiao Chuan was looking for Zhou Tianhao, his wife immediately grew suspicious. Xiao Chuan was famously the top beauty in Jinling. His wife, hating beautiful women due to her own looks, rushed over as soon as she heard Xiao Chuan had arrived. Sure enough, upon arriving, she discovered that her husband was actually trying to get together with Xiao Chuan. Zhou Tianhao was terrified and hurriedly said, Wife, let me explain. It was all her seduction." The ugly woman saw Xiao Chuan's flushed face and disheveled clothing and was instantly enraged, cursing, "Damn it. You two adulterers. No one is escaping today." After saying this, she immediately told her bodyguards, "Grab both these adulterers." Several bodyguards rushed forward, firmly grabbing Zhou Tianhao and pinning Xiao Chuan's hands behind her back. The ugly woman first rushed in front of Zhou Tianhao, slapping him several times and angrily scolding, "You bastard. We the Feng family treated you well. Without our family, you wouldn't even know where to dig for dung in some public toilet. How dare you betray me?" While saying this, the ugly woman furiously slapped him, trembling with rage. Zhou Tianhao cried out in pain, sobbing, "Wife, it's not my fault. You can't blame me. It's all that vixen surname Xiao's fault. She seduced me. The ugly woman coldly questioned. You better explain to me what exactly happened. Zhou Tianhao hurriedly explained this. Xiao Charan had cash flow problems at home and wanted to come to me for 1,000,000 yuan of credit in building materials. Our factory never gives credit, and you know that I never give anyone the chance to defer payments. As he spoke, Zhou Tianhao angrily pointed at Xiao Charan, cursing this shameless vixen. When I rejected her, said she would sleep with me hoping I would extend credit for her building materials. I didn't. Zhou Tianhao cried bitterly. I was just confused for a moment, but nothing really happened between us. The ugly woman was furious and stepped up to Xiao Charan, looking at her dazed expression, and slapped her hard across the face, shouting, "You dare to seduce my husband. Watch me not kill you today. Not only will I kill you, but I will also ruin your shameless face." A sallow-faced woman slapped Xiao Charan across the face, jolting her back to clarity. Clutching her cheek, she stared at the vicious woman before her and asked instinctively, "Who are you? What do you want?" The sallow-faced woman gritted her teeth and said, "What do I want? I want to beat you to death, you slut." With that, she shouted to the bodyguard beside her, "Where's the knife? Give it to me. I'll slash that slut's face to ribbons." "Yes, miss." The bodyguard immediately pulled out a sharp blade and said respectfully, "Miss, this kind of trash isn't worth dirtying your hands. Let me do it." The sallow-faced woman raised her hand and slapped him across the face, snatching the knife from his hand, and cursed, "Fuck you. Who told you to speak now?" The bodyguard immediately knelt on the ground terrified and said, "Miss, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The sallow-faced woman kicked him away and roared, "Get the hell away from me." With that, she brandished the knife, ready to slash Xiao Charan's face. Xiao Charan trembled with fear, struggling to break free, but her body was held down by the bodyguards, completely immobilized and too weak to muster any strength. At this critical moment, a sudden roar rang out, "Put the knife down." The sallow-faced woman turned her head to see a young man charging in with 10 men in black. "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Do you know who I am?" Chen gritted his teeth and said, "I don't give a damn who you are." With that, he dashed forward and kicked the woman flying. Seeing Chen, Xiao Charan broke down in tears, crying out, "Husband, save me." Chen channeled the 9 heavens mystic art, gathering all the spiritual energy within him into his fists, and suddenly punched the 2 bodyguards restraining his wife. Boom. The 2 men were instantly blasted away, crashing into the wall and falling unconscious. Freed from their grasp, Xiao Charan's legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Chen rushed forward and caught her in his arms. Seeing the slap mark on her face, his heart ached, as if bleeding. "Charan, don't worry. Your husband will avenge you." Xiao Charan sobbed uncontrollably, clinging tightly to Chen, and cried, "Husband, take me home." Chen patted her back and reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll take you home right now. No one can hurt you." As he spoke, he channeled a stream of true qi into her, sending her into a deep slumber. Chen laid Xiao Charan on the nearby sofa and said to Chen Zikai, "Protect my wife." Chen Zikai nodded and declared sternly, "Rest assured, young master. If the young madam suffers any harm under my watch, I'll present my head to you." Chen then turned his gaze to the sallow-faced woman he had kicked away. He grabbed her off the ground and punched her hard in the face. "Was it you who hit my wife?" Her face covered in blood, the sallow-faced woman screeched, "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? I'll kill you." She then screamed to her bodyguards, "Kill him. Kill him. Whoever kills him gets 1,000,000. A few bodyguards, stirred by the offer, charged forward immediately. Chen said flatly to Chen Zikai's men, "Kill them all. Spare no one." The men in black instantly pulled out dark pistols and pulled the triggers at the bodyguards. These bodyguards never dreamed that this group of men in black would all be armed. Moreover, their marksmanship was impeccable. Every shot struck the bodyguards squarely in the crown of their heads. In an instant, all of the sallow-faced woman's bodyguards lay dead. The sallow-faced woman was stunned by the sudden turn of events. Who are you people?" Chen sneered, "Am Xiao Charan's husband." Zhou Tianhao, standing nearby in shock, trembled violently. You are that Livian son-in-law." How? Chen smiled and asked him, "What? Are you curious how a Livian son-in-law like me could have such a powerful background?" Zhou Tianhao nodded repeatedly. The sallow-faced woman composed herself and blurted out, "Let me tell you. My name is Feng Shui. I'm the heiress of the Feng family in Haiqing. Have you heard of the Feng family? Our master is the Yi family of Yanjing. If you cross me, no matter how strong your background is, our Feng family won't let you off. The Yi family will never let you off." "Oh." Chen let out a cold laugh and said to the sallow-faced woman, "Listen carefully. I am the young master of the Yi family in Yanjing. I am your master. My name is Yi Chen." Boom. These words struck Feng Shui like a bolt of lightning. She stared at Chen with wide eyes as if she had seen a ghost. You are the young master of the Yi family. Impossible. How could the young master of the Yi family be in a small place like Jinling? At that moment, Chen Zikai suddenly strode over and bellowed, Feng Shui, you're at death's door and still dare to be stubborn. This is our young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun. Only then did Feng Shui see Chen Zikai. Chen Zikai. This was the Yi family's representative in Jinling. The very man her father had been desperately trying to curry favor with. What was he doing here? Could it be? Could this young man really be the young master of the Yi family? The sallow-faced woman instantly broke down, falling to her knees and kowtowing frantically. Young master, I was wrong. Please forgive me, young master. I truly know my mistake, young master. If I had known she was your wife, I wouldn't have dared to lay a finger on her even if it killed me. Zhou Tianhao was so terrified he wet himself. He fell to his knees with a thud, weeping and pleading, young master, please spare me. Yi Chen's expression turned icy. You plotted against my wife, and you still expect me to forgive you. With that, Yi Chen shouted to the men in black, do it. Two men in black, both trained martial artists, stepped forward and delivered a fierce punch to Zhou Tianhao's lumbar spine. Crack! Zhou Tianhao felt an excruciating pain, but it lasted only a second. The next second, Zhou Tianhao realized he had lost all sensation from the neck down. High-level paraplegia. Would he have to spend the rest of his life lying down, unable to even turn over or control his bodily functions? A fate worse than death, a living corpse. Zhou Tianhao was consumed by utter despair, wishing he could smash his head against something, but he no longer even had the strength to end his own life. The man in black looked at Yi Chun and asked, young master, what should we do with this sallow-faced woman? Yi Chun said coldly the same. Let them become a pair of living dead spouses. Feng Shui went mad with terror, clutching her hair and screaming non-stop, begging for mercy. But Yi Chun would not give her a chance. Anyone who dared touch his reverse scale would face only death. No, a single bullet would be too merciful. A lifetime of suffering worse than death. That was the only fitting end. With a crisp crack, Feng Shui's spine snapped as well. Another one. Both husband and wife were left completely paralyzed from the waist down, with no hope of recovery ever. Chen Zikai stepped forward and spoke respectfully. Young master, the 300 heavy excavators I've mobilized have arrived. With just one word from you, we can raise the entire Tianhao building materials group to the ground. Good. Yi Chen nodded and said coldly, notify all workers to evacuate within 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, level this entire place. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were terrified out of their wits. Was this the end of their lives' work? They were finished themselves, doomed to be living corpses. Without money, who would take care of them? Yi Chen paid them no heed. He had someone sound the fire alarm, and the entire factory began evacuating immediately. Then Yi Chen picked up the already sleeping Xiao Charan and had several men in black carry the paralyzed Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui. As they walked out of the office building, the factory was almost entirely evacuated. The workers, thinking there was a fire, were all scrambling to escape. At that moment, 300 excavators had already surrounded the factory. The 1,000 men Chen Zikai had summoned were on the periphery, herding all the workers away. Standing in the square, Yi Chen said to Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui, I want you to witness with your own eyes how your lives' work turns to ashes. With that, he immediately ordered Chen Zikai, bring in the excavators. Demolish everything. 300 excavators rumbled in with a thunderous roar. The buckets and hydraulic breakers on the excavators created a tremendous din, like 300 heavy tanks tearing apart the factory's several buildings, then leveling them, leaving nothing but a field of rubble. Zhou Tianhao and Feng Shui were plunged into utter despair. This was all their hard work. Every brick, every tile, every beam of these buildings was the result of half a lifetime of effort. One could say the factory was like their child. Now watching someone tear it down piece by piece was a torture akin to death by 1,000 cuts. At that moment, they had completely lost the will to live. Only one thought occupied their minds: death was the only escape. But that was not to be. Yi Chen would not grant them the mercy of death. He would make them taste every bit of suffering for the rest of their lives. Then Yi Chen said to them, I'll spare your miserable lives, but remember this, if anyone dares to leak my identity to the outside world, I'll slaughter their entire family, leaving not a single soul alive. Not even a dog. The couple was terrified and burst into tears, wailing, Young master, we wouldn't dare. We wouldn't dare reveal your identity, even if you killed us. Yi Chen nodded. Looking at the couple now crippled in the ruins of the Tianhao building materials group, the pent-up anger in his heart finally found release. He then said to Chen Zikai, have the helicopter come to take me and my wife home. Chen Zikai immediately nodded and then asked respectfully, Young master, I think the young mistress might have been drugged. Should we take her to the hospital, or should I find a doctor to come to the house? Yi Chen waved his hand. No need, just send us home. When they arrived home, Xiao Chen was still unconscious. This was mainly because Yi Chun hadn't withdrawn the spiritual energy from her body. Only after he placed her on the bed did he retrieve that strand of true qi from Xiao Chen. Immediately afterward, Xiao Chen slowly regained consciousness. Husband. She opened her eyes, saw Yi Chen's face, and ecstatically threw her arms around him, then couldn't help but burst into tears. Yi Chen quickly comforted her. It's all right, darling, don't be afraid. Your husband has brought you home. Home. Xiao Chen then looked around. Finding that it was indeed her and Yi Chen's bedroom, she couldn't help asking, did Zhou Tianhao and his people give you a hard time? No. Yi Chen said, Zhou Tianhao and his wife are both completely paralyzed from the waist down now, and the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group has been leveled. This is what they call he who sows injustice reaps disaster. Xiao Chen was astonished. How is that possible? What exactly happened? Yi Chun smiled faintly. I called some friends to help and got you out. As it turns out, the entire office building and factory of the Tianhao Building Materials Group were all shoddy construction. After we left, an explosion in one of the workshops brought the whole factory down. It's a pity you were asleep, otherwise you could have seen the spectacular scene like a row of dominoes falling. Xiao Chen couldn't believe it, a whole factory leveled by a single workshop explosion. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. Exactly. I think they've been struck by divine retribution. With that, he discreetly sent a message to Chen Zikai. Handle the media. Have them report that the Tianhao Building Materials Group's shoddy factory buildings collapsed due to a chain reaction from a workshop explosion. Chen Zikai immediately replied, Rest assured, young master. It will be in the news shortly. A few minutes later, while Xiao Chen was still trying to recall the details before she lost consciousness, her phone suddenly buzzed with a flood of news app notifications. She glanced at the headlines and was stunned speechless. The news headlines all read, Accident at Jinling Tianhao Building Materials Group leads to collapse of shoddy factory buildings, multiple deaths, owner Zhou Tianhao and wife critically injured, doctors fear paraplegia. Yi Chen then said, See, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Xiao Chen finally believed it and sighed. Evil really does beget evil. Then she hurriedly asked Yi Chen, when you got there, that scumbag didn't do anything to me, did he? Yi Chen nodded. When I arrived, your clothes were intact. Zhou Tianhao's wife got there first and stopped him from assaulting you. Two streams of tears flowed down Xiao Chen's cheeks. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. Yi Chen quickly said, Silly girl, what are you talking about? I wouldn't blame you. It's all my fault, your husband, for not protecting you properly and letting a scumbag like that take advantage of the situation and almost harm you. Xiao Chen was deeply moved. She gently hugged Yi Chen without saying a word. At that moment, she realized the depth of Yi Chen's feelings for her, and it filled her heart with immense happiness. In one afternoon, the Tianhao Building Materials Group was razed to the ground. The entire upper echelon of Jinling society was in an uproar. Although the news reported it as an accident, these shrewd individuals wouldn't believe a word of it. Everyone immediately began to speculate which big shot was behind this. Thinking it over, there was hardly anyone in Jinling capable of such a feat. Who could it be? People quickly started connecting the dots from recent events in Jinling. A dozen Rolls-Royces, over 10 million in cash spent on Jade, a mysterious super-rich tycoon who went viral on short video platforms, the chairman of Dihao Group who acquired it, and spent 2 billion on a 6-star hotel, the mysterious person who unprecedentedly booked the Kensington Palace rooftop garden for a private wedding for two, and this big shot who leveled the Tianhao Building Materials Group in an afternoon. All these clues pointed to one person. The only possibility linking all these clues was the mysterious chairman of the Dihao Group. Who else could have such power? This made the identity of the Dihao Group chairman in Jinling even more unfathomable. The destruction of Tianhao Building Materials Group brought the greatest sorrow to old Madame Xiao. With the Xiao family's finances strained, she still hoped Xiao Chen could persuade Tianhao to extend credit for materials, indirectly easing their monetary pressure. Yet the entire Tianhao Building Materials Group had vanished into thin air in a single afternoon. Now the old matriarch's greatest worry was funding. How to raise capital had become her deepest desire. Xiao Chen did not tell her grandmother about yesterday's ordeal. After that experience, she silently resolved to stop meddling in family affairs and focus solely on the partnership with the Dihao Group, refusing to interfere even if begged. The next day, Xiao Chen felt much better both mentally and physically and eagerly plunged back into work. Yi Chen went out for a morning stroll to buy groceries. Upon returning home, he found his father-in-law Xiao Changquan sitting gloomily on the sofa, sighing deeply. Frowning, he asked, Dad, what's wrong? Who upset you this time? Don't tell me you got scammed buying antiques again. Xiao Changquan took a sip of jasmine tea and said indignantly, Don't mention antiques. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. What? Yi Chen couldn't help asking, Did someone really trick you? Xiao Chongquan replied. No, it's about the auction invitation for the Jinbao Pavilion. Yi Chen asked in surprise, what's the Jinbao Pavilion? It's a club of the Jinling Antique Association where high-end antique auctions are held featuring rare treasures unseen on the market. Every family gets a slot. As Xiao Chongquan spoke, a look of longing crossed his face. But then he slumped in dejection. The Xiao family only got one invitation, and your grandmother gave it to Xiao Hailong. That kid knows nothing about antiques. What's he going to do there? Make a fool of himself. Yi Chen knew his father-in-law was obsessed with antiques. Missing such an opportunity must have been devastating for him. So Yi Chen smiled and said, Dad, if you really want to go, you could buy an invitation from a scalper. Xiao Chongquan waved his hand. The Jinbao Pavilion auction is hosted by the Song family, the most powerful family in Jinling. Countless people are dying to get their hands on an invitation. There's no way to buy one. Yi Chen chuckled. So it was an auction organized by the Song family. Song, wanting the eldest daughter of the Song family, had to beg him to appraise antiques for her, didn't she? Getting an invitation should be a simple matter of mentioning it to her. With that in mind, Yi Chen said casually, I happen to know someone from a Jinling family. Getting 2 invitations shouldn't be too hard. Xiao Chongquan didn't believe him and shook his head. Forget it. What decent friends could you have? Probably just a bunch of hangers, son. They wouldn't have the clout to reach the Song family. Yi Chen said nothing, went downstairs and called Song, wanting. Miss Song, could you help me get 2 invitations to the Jinbao Pavilion auction? Song, wanting, replied directly, Mr. Yi, are 2 enough? If not, I can give you more. Yi Chen glanced at the invitations and said 2 is enough, just for my father-in-law and me. Xiao Chongquan was an antique enthusiast, but Xiao Churan and her mother had no interest. They would find it a waste of time. After the Antique Street incident, Yi Chen knew his father-in-law's tendencies too well. Fearing the old man might lose his head and be cheated out of everything, he had to tag along to keep an eye on him. He also wanted to see if the auction would feature rare spiritual herbs or treasures. Speaking of treasures, Yi Chen couldn't help thinking of that Hetian jade plaque. Ever since saving Dong Ruolin, the jade plaque had vanished. He figured it must have been lost during the rescue. Afterward, he even retraced his steps that day, but found nothing. Fortunately, he had already absorbed the jade plaque's spiritual energy, otherwise he would have been devastated. Since the Jinbao Pavilion auction featured rare worldly treasures, he might just find something valuable. By the time Xiao Churan returned from work, Xiao Chongquan was still listless, lacking the energy even for dinner. Yi Chen knew he was sulking over the auction invitation. Just then Song Wanting called. Mr. Yi, I apologize. I was handling business in Haicheng this afternoon, but I've just arrived at your building. They'll bring the invitations up. Yi Chen quickly said, they'll come down to get them. With that he hurried out. Song Wanting, having arrived in her Rolls-Royce, stepped out and handed him the 2 invitations. Yi Chen thanked her briefly and hurried back inside. His father-in-law was still fuming. Xiao Churan tried to soothe him. Oh, Dad, don't be angry. Grandma gave the invitation to Xiao Hailong hoping he could network with high society. Her father sighed. Your grandmother has always been biased. She never favored me, only your uncle and Hailong. It's infuriating. Xiao Churan nodded helplessly, knowing her grandmother's favoritism all too well. She thought her father was unambitious and incompetent, so she relied more on her uncle. Then, because Xiao Churan was a girl who couldn't inherit the family business, she doted on Xiao Hailong even more. After Xiao Churan married, Yi Chen, her grandmother, had completely given up on their branch of the family. At that moment, Yi Chen approached and handed his father-in-law the 2 golden invitations. Dad, here are the invitations you wanted. What a... Xiao Chongquan exclaimed in shock. Invitations? Where did you get them? He snatched them from Yi Chen's hand and eagerly opened them. Confirming they were genuine, Xiao Chongquan was overwhelmed with joy. I have an invitation too. I have an invitation too. Huh. This is wonderful. Simply wonderful. Xiao Churan was equally stunned that Yi Chen had managed to secure the nearly priceless invitations. She whispered to him, Honey, where did you get these invitations? She knew how much her father craved one, but these invitations weren't something just anyone could obtain. In all of Jinling, only about 20 people were invited, all heads of top families and major corporations. She couldn't fathom how her husband with no connections or background had managed to get them. Yi Chen knew he couldn't brush it off easily, so he smiled and explained, the invitations came from the head of the Chen family. I helped him with a small favor before. Dad knows about it. Xiao Chongquan, who had also been puzzled, suddenly understood and chimed in, That's right, dear. Yi Chen is telling the truth. The Chen family patriarch was very grateful to him and even gave him a bracelet worth over $1 million. Upon hearing that a bracelet worth 5 or 6 million had been gifted, Ma Lan's eyes lit up instantly. A bracelet? Where is it? Let me see it. Yi Chen grew wary inwardly, but said, Mom, the bracelet is in the bedroom, but I plan to return it. Return it? Ma Lan frowned. Are you out of your mind? Returning something worth 5 or 6 million? Yi Chen explained, I only helped with a small favor. Accepting such a lavish gift is inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Ma Lan retorted. If he dares to give, we dare to take. Where's the bracelet? If you're too afraid to keep it, he'll take it. Yi Chen knew his mother-in-law was up to no good. The bracelet was actually meant for Xiao Chen, but he hadn't found the right moment to give it to her, so he had set it aside. He hadn't expected his father-in-law to blurt it out so quickly. It wasn't that Yi Chen begrudged a bracelet worth millions. After all, he had nearly 10 billion in his account, so what bracelet couldn't he afford? But the key point was that he felt his mother-in-law didn't deserve something so precious. With her shrewish temper and petty opportunistic nature, a bracelet worth 20 or 30,000 would already be more than enough for her. However, Ma Lan wasn't about to let this opportunity slip by. A bracelet worth 5 or 6 million. How much face would it bring her to wear it out? So she urged repeatedly, where's the bracelet? Bring it out and let me see. Xiao Chen, standing nearby, knew that once the bracelet was brought out and fell into her mother's hands, it would never be returned. So she spoke up, Mom, since it's meant to be returned, let's not take it out. What if it gets scratched, bumped, or dropped? It would be hard to explain to the owner. You're really going to return it? Ma Lan grew agitated, standing up and scolding, have you two lost your minds? Knowing her mother was about to throw a tantrum, Xiao Chen said firmly, Mom, enough. I've already discussed it with Yi Chen and the decision is made. Ma Lan knew her daughter's temperament well. If she insisted on returning it, there was no stopping her. The thought of returning something worth millions made her heart ache, and she began to weep, crying, not only did I marry off my daughter to a useless son-in-law, but my own daughter isn't on my side either. I might as well die. Xiao Chen placed a piece of meat on her mother's plate and said, all right, Mom, I'll buy you a bracelet someday. You promised. On the day of the auction, Yi Chen rose early. As he stepped out of the bedroom to wash up, Xiao Chongquan eagerly grabbed him. Yi Chen, let's hurry. We mustn't be late. Knowing he was going to the auction, Xiao Chongquan hadn't slept a wink all night. He had been waiting for Yi Chen, and upon seeing him, didn't even give him time to wash up before pulling him out the door. Their destination was the renowned Treasure Pavilion in Jinling. Though not a state-run organization, it was a premier private association in the city, occupying a sprawling estate of dozens of acres in the Yunmin Mountain scenic area. The Treasure Pavilion's owner was a prominent figure even at the provincial level. Having amassed a fortune in real estate, he later invested hundreds of millions of his own funds to gather collectors from all walks of life and established the Treasure Pavilion, driven by his passion for collecting. As Yi Chen drove Xiao Chongquan to the estate's entrance, the older man was already brimming with admiration. Pavilions, towers, winding bridges, overflowing water. The scene had it all, blending opulence with tranquility. Parked at the entrance were top-tier luxury cars, Rolls-Royces, and Bentleys, a common sight. In comparison, Yi Chen's BMW 5 Series seemed rather unremarkable. Xiao Chongquan couldn't wait to get out of the car. Having never been to such an upscale place before, he fidgeted with his clothes as he looked around, anxious not to betray his awkwardness. At the venue's entrance, Xiao Chongquan nervously presented the invitation. He couldn't help worrying. Could the two invitations Yi Chen had obtained be fake? But the security guard quickly verified their authenticity and respectfully said, please come in. Xiao Chongquan breathed a sigh of relief and entered with Yi Chen. No sooner had they stepped inside than Xiao Hailong, dressed to the nines, swaggered in behind them. As soon as he entered, he spotted Yi Chen and his expression darkened. Yi Chen and Xiao Chongquan were here too. What were these two losers doing here? The Xiao family had only one invitation, and it was in his hands. Were these two trying to sneak in? Still nursing a grudge from the last time Yi Chen had humiliated him, Xiao Hailong cursed under his breath and stormed over, shouting, Yi Chen, you've got some nerve sneaking into a place like this. Yi Chen turned to see Xiao Hailong, his own expression hardening as he sneered. Who told you I sneaked in? Xiao Chongquan, seeing Xiao Hailong, grinned smugly. Ah, Hailong, you're here too. Xiao Hailong looked down not only on Yi Chen, but also on his second uncle, Xiao Chongquan. Frowning, he demanded, what are you two doing here? Do you have an invitation? Of course. Xiao Chongquan blurted out. Xiao Hailong pressed aggressively. How could you two possibly get an invitation? Where did you get it? Yi Chen shot him a glance and said calmly, Xiao Hailong, where we got our invitation is none of your business. Xiao Hailong sneered. You two pathetic losers. How could you possibly get an invitation from the Song family? I bet you stole someone else's and sneaked in. Idiot. Yi Chen couldn't be bothered with him and turned away without a word. This dismissive attitude only infuriated Xiao Hailong further. In his eyes, Yi Chen was a meek, useless good for nothing with no standing in the Xiao family, a lowlife. And now Yi Chen dared to set foot in the Treasure Pavilion. Xiao Hailong found it deeply insulting. How could a lowlife who lived off his wife stand shoulder to shoulder with him here? Xiao Hailong glared at Yi Chen, pointing a finger at him, and demanded, tell me, how did you two sneak in? Yi Chen frowned and said to Xiao Chongquan, Dad, ignore this moron. Let's go. Stop right there. Xiao Hailong grabbed Yi Chen, blocking his way, and sneered contemptuously, trying to run now. Too late. Tell me honestly, how did you sneak in? Do you even know what the treasure pavilion is? A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to set foot here. Show me your invitation. Harassed repeatedly by Xiao Hailong, Yi Chen felt a surge of anger. He shook off Xiao Hailong's hand and said coldly, "Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Who do you think you are to order me around?" Xiao Hailong flew into a rage. In his view, Yi Chen was nothing but a pathetic Livian son-in-law, and yet he dared to curse him. He shoved Yi Chen's shoulder and snarled, "Unless you explain yourself today, no one's letting you in." Xiao Hailong struck swiftly, yet Yi Chen dodged with ease. Then he twisted Xiao Hailong's wrist and gave it a sharp flick, sneering coldly, "What's the matter? Has your hand healed, and you've forgotten the pain?" Xiao Hailong let out a sharp cry, feeling as if his wrist were clamped in iron pincers, shaking it in agony. Realizing he was no match for Yi Chen, Xiao Hailong cursed coldly, "Damn it, you worthless piece of trash, just wait. He'll get the manager to throw you out right now." With that, Xiao Hailong turned and shouted for the manager. Soon a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, gold-rimmed glasses, and an expensive suit hurried over, flanked by several security guards. Exuding an air of authority, the middle-aged man approached Xiao Hailong and said with a measured smile, "Mr. Xiao, is there something I can help resolve?" Xiao Hailong pointed arrogantly at Yi Chen with his chin, sneering, "Manager, I suspect these two lowlifes sneaked in with someone else. Check their identities for me." As the host, the Treasure Pavilion naturally kept a list of all invited guests which had been registered in advance. Noticing Xiao Hailong's designer attire, the manager deduced he came from a wealthy family. In contrast, Yi Chen wore cheap clothes worth less than a pair of Xiao Hailong's leather shoes. Knowing how to proceed, he said expressionlessly to Yi Chen, "Sir, please present your ID for verification." Yi Chen felt the disdain in the manager's eyes and grew angry, retorting coldly, "And if I refuse?" The manager's face darkened and he sneered, "Then kindly tell me your father's name, so I can see which prominent family's descendant dares to defy our treasure pavilion's rules." Before Yi Chen could speak, Xiao Hailong interrupted, "This brat's father died long ago. He's a Livian son-in-law at the Xiao family now. But I don't consider him one of us. At best, he's a dog the Xiao family keeps, ha." Hearing this, the manager understood Xiao Hailong's intent and realized Yi Chen had no backing from the Xiao family. Moreover, it seemed this lowlife had offended a true young master of the Xiao family. The manager snorted, adjusted his collar, and said arrogantly, "Confess now. How did you sneak in?" Yi Chen found the treasure pavilion's snobbish behavior utterly contemptible. Seeing everyone waiting for his explanation only deepened his irritation. He said indifferently, "Do I need to explain myself to you?" Knowing Yi Chen's status, the manager offered no courtesy and scolded, "As a guest of our treasure pavilion, you're obligated to provide your ID for verification. If you refuse to follow our rules, then I'm sorry, but I'll have to have you thrown out." With that, the security guards behind him closed in menacingly. Xiao Chongquan, seeing this, panicked. Fearing the invitation might indeed be problematic, he urged Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, I think we should avoid trouble and head back." Yi Chen frowned surprised and asked, "Dad, you don't want to see the auction anymore?" Xiao Chongquan shook his head and said, "No, this isn't a place for us anyway. If we get kicked out, it'll be embarrassing." Seeing his father-in-law's decision, Yi Chen nodded without another word and led him toward the exit. It was just an auction and he had little regard for it anyway. Since his father-in-law no longer wished to stay, there was no need to linger and bicker with these people. As for Song wanting, if she asked, he would be blunt. Your Song family's establishment was beneath his dignity. Then he turned and left with his father-in-law. Xiao Hailong laughed behind them. "Ha ha, two lowlife scared now. Guilty conscience. Trying to sneak into the Song family's auction. What a death wish." Yi Chen ignored him and strode out. Just then the crowd stirred. A path parted as a man and a woman entered the venue. The woman was stunningly beautiful, clad in a water blue evening gown that accentuated her devilish figure. Under the lights, her skin seemed to glow with an ethereal fairness. Every gesture exuded the noble air of a wealthy heiress, making others feel inferior. She was breathtakingly radiant, and Xiao Hailong stared at her momentarily, forgetting to harass Yi Chen. Song wanting entered the hall gracefully, her beautiful eyes scanning the room. Noticing the VIP seats at the front, where everyone else was seated except Yi Chen, she frowned and asked, "Has my honored guest not arrived yet?" Bao Fugawei checked the guest list, frowned, and said, "Miss Song, the entrance shows that these two guest invitations have been verified, meaning they've entered our auction. I'm not sure where they've gone." He immediately ordered an aide, "Go get the manager." Soon the manager arrived and asked, "Master Bao, what are your orders?" Bao Fugawei pointed to the two empty VIP seats and asked, "Two guests have verified their invitations. Why aren't they in their seats?" Two guests. The manager instantly thought of the old man and young man he had just thrown out. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. If they had invitations, and VIP ones at that, why wouldn't they let me verify their identities? Were they angry? Oh no. Seeing the manager's flustered look, Bao Fugue glanced at a security guard and said, "You speak." The guard glanced at the manager, dared not defy Bao Fugue, and stammered through the events that had just transpired. After hearing this, Song Wanting frowned, looked at Bao Fugue, and said, "Master Bao will go find Mr. Yi first. Leave this to you. I expect a satisfactory resolution." Bao Fugue nodded repeatedly. After Song Wanting left, his face darkened, and he glared at the manager. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you offend a guest personally invited by Miss Song?" Terrified, the manager dropped to his knees, clutching Bao Fugue's leg, and pointed at Xiao Hailong, wailing, "Master, it wasn't my fault. It was that bastard who set me up." Bao Fugue kicked the manager hard in the face, knocking him to the ground, and cursed, "Let that be a lesson for your snobbery. Get out of my sight now, and never let me see you again. Moreover, you've wronged the Treasure Pavilion's honored guest, and caused me losses. Our legal department will calculate your compensation. Miss a single cent, and it'll make you pay." Master Bao, I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once," the manager sobbed. If Master Bao demanded compensation personally, even selling everything he owned wouldn't cover it. Bao Fugue kicked the manager away and snapped, "Spare me your nonsense. Letting you live is already more mercy than you deserve." The manager collapsed to the floor, muttering apologies and begging for forgiveness. Annoyed, Bao Fugue kicked him a few more times and ordered the guards, "Throw this trash out and break his limbs. Let's see if he dares look down on people again." Having navigated the underworld and high society in Jinling for years, he maintained a kind facade in public, but was ruthless behind the scenes. "Master Bao, please spare me this once. They'll never do it again." The manager trembled, kowtowing repeatedly. But the guards rushed forward, grabbed him by the collar, and dragged him out. Bao Fugue then turned his attention to Xiao Hailong, and said to his aide, "Go bring that Xiao Hailong to me." Xiao Hailong, still smug, was overjoyed to hear that the Treasure Pavilion's master wanted to see him. Everyone knew the pavilion master had deep connections. If he could curry favor, great benefits would follow. Approaching Bao Fugue, Xiao Hailong flattered obsequiously, Master Bao, it's an honor. I've long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, you truly are a dragon among men, living up to the legend." Bao Fugue gritted his teeth in rage, kicked Xiao Hailong far away, and cursed, "Damn it, Xiao Hailong, daring to offend Miss Song's guest. You must have a death wish." Xiao Hailong had intended to seize the opportunity to curry favor with Bao Fugue, but he never dreamed that Bao Fugue would suddenly kick him flying. He rolled several times on the ground before barely managing to steady himself, sitting there at a loss, and said, "Master Bao, what is this all about? Could there be some misunderstanding?" The others present were also stunned. "This guy is from the Xiao family, right? How did he offend Master Bao? The Xiao family has never been capable anyway, and now that they've offended Master Bao, they'll have no standing in Jinling anymore, will they?" For a moment, murmurs filled the air. Many looked on with a sense of schadenfreude as Bao Fugue laid into Xiao Hailong. At that moment, Bao Fugue glared at Xiao Hailong and snorted coldly, "Misunderstanding. They'll give you a misunderstanding." With that, he kicked him again, sending him yelping in pain. Still not satisfied, Bao Fugue stepped on his chest and thundered, "You bastard, do you have any idea who you've offended?" Xiao Hailong was utterly bewildered. "I haven't offended anyone, Master Bao. This is a terrible injustice." Bao Fugue slapped him twice and cursed furiously, "You scoundrel. The two you offended are distinguished guests of Miss Song. I could kill you and still not be satisfied." Having said that, he immediately ordered his men, "Drag this bastard out and give him a thorough beating." Furthermore, from now on, aside from those two esteemed guests, this Xiao Hailong and anyone else from the Xiao family are forbidden from setting foot in the Treasure Pavilion. Whoever dares to let them in will have their legs broken. Immediately afterwards, several security guards pinned Xiao Hailong down and beat him mercilessly. After the beating, they dragged him out and threw him out of the Treasure Pavilion. His face was bruised and swollen, his body trembling, and he couldn't utter a single word. This was the end. The entire Xiao family would suffer because of him. But he could never have imagined that Yi Chen had actually gotten acquainted with Song Wanting and that she treated him with such respect. How could he possibly know the eldest daughter of the Song family? How could this useless man win Song Wanting's favor? After Yi Chen and his father-in-law came out, they got into the car to head home. Xiao Changquan held his head and sighed. "Yi Chen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but if you really couldn't find an invitation, why did you have to steal someone else's?" "Dad, the invitation was fine. I just couldn't stand the way they treated us." Yi Chen explained helplessly. Xiao Changquan said indignantly, "If you were more accomplished and had some ability, would they dare treat us like this? In the end, it's because you're too useless, too spineless." Yi Chen shook his head, too lazy to argue. Just then a Rolls-Royce sped up from behind, slowed down after passing their car, and pulled over to the side of the road. Realizing they were looking for him, Chen also stopped the car. Song Wanting stepped out of the car, her elegant long legs carrying her gracefully. She approached Chen with an apologetic expression and said, "Mr. Yi, I'm terribly sorry about what happened at the auction earlier. It was my oversight. Please don't take it to heart." Chen shook his head and replied, "It has nothing to do with you. The Treasure Pavilion needs to better manage its staff." Song Wanting quickly said, "Mr. Yi, the Treasure Pavilion has already dismissed the manager involved. How about we go back and continue the auction now?" Chen declined. "I'm sorry, Miss Song. A couple of flies have ruined my mood today. Let's skip the auction for now, and perhaps another time." Song Wanting said apologetically, "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Yi." With that, she took a wooden box from her car and pressed it into Chen's hand, saying, "Mr. Yi, this is a small token of my apology." The moment Chen took the box, he sensed a surge of spiritual energy within it, so he didn't refuse. Seeing that Chen had accepted the gift, Song Wanting continued, "How about this? Let's suspend today's auction. He'll have Bao Fugue thoroughly reorganize the Treasure Pavilion's team. Once that's done, we'll hold another auction, and I hope Mr. Yi and Uncle Xiao will do us the honor of attending." Xiao Chongquan was already stunned. Wasn't this the eldest daughter of the Song family, the one who had come when he accidentally broke the antique vase at Jiqing Hall last time? She was being so courteous to his son-in-law, even willing to suspend the auction and hold another one just for him. Wasn't that an incredible honor? Was it all because of that vase he had repaired? Good heavens, he would have to look at his son-in-law in a new light from now on. Chen could also see Song Wanting's sincerity, so he nodded calmly and said, "We'll come to show our support when it's rescheduled." His father-in-law quickly chimed in, Yes, we'll definitely be there." "Very well, then you two should head back. I'm truly sorry about today." After apologizing once more, Song Wanting took her leave and turned to go. Once she was gone, his father-in-law eagerly pointed at the wooden box in Chen's hand and asked, "Chen, what treasure did Miss Song give you? Open it, and let's see." Chen nodded and opened the box. Instantly, a rich wave of spiritual energy poured out, refreshing the spirit. "What is this?" Xiao Chongquan leaned in for a look, and his face showed surprise. Inside the box was a lump of something black about the size of a fist, resembling a piece of coal at first glance, but rough all over and caked with dirt. When Chen saw it, his heart trembled, and he was secretly amazed at Song Wanting's generosity. Xiao Chongquan stared at the black lump for a long time, unable to figure out what it was, and muttered, "I thought it was some great treasure, but it's just a piece of wood." Chen smiled and said, "Dad, it is indeed wood, but it's extremely rare." Xiao Chongquan was even more puzzled. "Son-in-law, what exactly is this thing?" Chen said, "This is lightning-struck wood. It's formed when a tree is struck by lightning." Xiao Chongquan had heard of it and quickly said, "But you often see this kind of wood in the mountains after a thunderstorm. What's so valuable about it?" Chen chuckled and said, "Dad, ordinary trees struck by lightning are indeed common. But this piece of lightning-struck wood has turned black and jade-like, instantly carbonized by extremely high temperatures. This indicates the lightning bolt was incredibly powerful, likely a rare thunderclap that occurs only once in centuries. Furthermore, this piece is jet black and glossy with faint blood-red streaks, showing it's the heartwood of the blood dragon with the king of trees, making it even more precious." Hearing this, Xiao Chongquan said contemptuously, "I don't believe a piece of wood hit by lightning could be worth that much. It's all a scam. What's really valuable are antiques and artifacts. If this would have been handled by Emperor Qianlong, it might be worth a couple of coins." Chen smiled. To him, this item was of great value, not only brimming with spiritual energy, but also, according to the records of the Nine Heavens, mystic scripture capable of being refined. However, Xiao Chongquan naturally couldn't understand, so Chen didn't explain further and put the box away. When the two returned home, neither of the women in the house was present. Mother-in-law Ma Lan had gone to the mahjong parlor and hadn't returned yet, and Xiao Charan hadn't finished work either. Thus, Chen first went to the bedroom and took the lightning-struck wood out of its box. A faint trace of spiritual energy emanated from the wood, indicating that it was indeed extraordinary. Chen did not absorb the spiritual energy from the wood. Instead, he planned to use it to forge a protective magical artifact. According to the records of the Nine Heavens, mystic art lightning-struck wood could be used to refine an offensive artifact called the Thunder Command Token, whose greatest utility was to summon heavenly thunder. Although Chen's strength had greatly improved, he lacked any weapon to accompany him. Thus, he intended to use the lightning-struck wood to forge the Thunder Command Token for future contingencies. With this decision made, Chen sat cross-legged on the floor, placed the wood in his palm, and closed his eyes slightly. He began to circulate the refining method from the nine heavens mystic art within his body, slowly channeling spiritual energy from his core into the wood, gradually perfecting the array within it. As time and spiritual energy flowed, an artifact gradually took shape in Yi Chen's hands. The lightning-struck wood in his grasp had been molded by spiritual energy into the form of a token. This was the Thunder Command token. Seeing the successful forging of the artifact, Yi Chen was eager to test it. However, recalling that the Thunder Command token could summon heavenly thunder, he abandoned the idea of trying it at home. The thunder's magnitude was unimaginable, and he feared it might burn down the house. He decided to wait for a more opportune moment. By the time Yi Chen put away the Thunder Command token and emerged from the room, it was already evening. As soon as he reached the living room, Yi Chen heard his mother-in-law snort coldly and say, "You've gotten quite arrogant now, not even cooking dinner expecting me to serve you, is that it?" Yi Chen gave an awkward laugh and explained, "Sorry, Mom, I was too tired this afternoon and fell asleep." "Oh, did the auction wear you out? Or was it scheming against Xiao Hailong that tired you?" Ma Lan said disdainfully. Ma Lan said irritably, "Of course it was the old lady who called and told me. You embarrassed yourself, and you got Xiao Hailong kicked out too. The old lady called and gave me a thorough scolding." Yi Chen was taken aback, then shook his head and said, "I didn't scheme against Xiao Hailong." "Where did you hear that?" Ma Lan snorted coldly, "Of course it was the old lady who called and told me. You embarrassed yourself, and you got Xiao Hailong kicked out too. The old lady called and gave me a thorough scolding. Can you, this useless fool, be a bit more mindful and cause less trouble for the family?" Xiao Chen interjected from the side. "Mom, I think Xiao Hailong getting kicked out must be his own fault. It has nothing to do with Yi Chen. He's not that kind of person. How is it not related?" Ma Lan slammed her chopsticks down in anger. After Xiao Hailong returned, he complained that Yi Chen used improper means to obtain the invitation, and when it was discovered, it angered the treasure pavilion, causing him, as a member of the Xiao family, to be expelled too. The pavilion master even declared that the Xiao family is banned from entering, or they'll have their legs broken. The Xiao family has utterly lost face. Xiao Chongquen finally spoke up. "Humph. That invitation was perfectly fine. I think Xiao Hailong caused trouble himself, and fearing punishment from Mom, deliberately shifted the blame onto Yi Chen. You're still defending this good for nothing here. If you hadn't wanted to go to that auction, none of this would have happened." Ma Lan glared at Xiao Chongquen and scolded. Xiao Chongquen quickly shut up and ate his meal in silence. Ma Lan said impatiently, "He's a useless fool. How could he possibly have the ability to get an invitation? Now he's offended Xiao Hailong too. Let's see how he cleans up this mess." Before she could finish, a knock suddenly sounded at the door, followed by a deep voice. "Excuse me, is Mr. Yi home?" Ma Lan's face tensed with anxiety, and she glared angrily at Yi Chen. "Damn it, the old lady must be here to call us to account. Look at what you've done." "Let's see first," Xiao Chen said, her expression also grave as she stood up and walked toward the door. The living room fell silent. Ma Lan and Xiao Chongquen stood nervously pondering how to respond. Yi Chen's face darkened slightly. If the old lady twisted the truth and brought people to confront him, he would no longer need to show her any respect. Xiao Chen cautiously opened the door a crack and asked warily, "What do you want?" Yi Chen frowned, stepped swiftly to the door, subtly pulled Xiao Chen behind him, and said coldly to the person outside, "Are you looking for me?" A middle-aged man in a sharp suit, upon seeing him, immediately smiled respectfully and said, "You must be Mr. Yi Chen. I am the new manager of the Treasure Pavilion, having just taken office this afternoon. Regarding your departure from the Treasure Pavilion this morning, the Pavilion Master felt very sorry and specifically ordered me to bring gifts and apologize in person." Yi Chen looked at them in surprise. "You're from the Treasure Pavilion?" "The Treasure Pavilion." Xiao Chen, standing behind him, was also stunned. The man hurriedly said, "Our Pavilion Master felt deep regret over your departure, Mr. Yi. He immediately expelled Xiao Hailong, who had stirred up trouble, and suspended the auction. The Treasure Pavilion's hospitality was lacking, and it was our mistake. We hope you can overlook it and forgive us." After speaking, the man waved his hand behind him. Several burly men in black swiftly and neatly carried gifts to the doorstep. Yi Chen glanced and saw quite a collection: a box of limited edition Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes, a box of limited edition 30-year Matai Feitian liquor. In addition, there was a pair of Ming Dynasty antique vases and a set of Hawksbill Turtle Ghost set. The value of these gifts had already exceeded $1 million. "Mr. Yi, this was the Treasure Pavilion's oversight. The Pavilion Master is currently preparing a new auction with Miss Song and couldn't come in person, so he sent me to apologize on his behalf. He said he will personally apologize to you when he has the chance. Please forgive us." After speaking, the middle-aged man bowed deeply before Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded and said, "All right, leave the things here." The man then took out 2 golden invitation cards from his pocket, respectfully handed them to Yi Chen, and continued, "These are the invitations for the new auction. Please, you and Mr. Xiao must attend. This time I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Please give us a chance to make amends. He then explained, and here is a special Treasure Pavilion Royal VIP card. We have only issued 10 of these. They are valid for life and grant the highest privileges at the Treasure Pavilion. Yi Chen glanced at the VIP card. Its surface was gold and made of gold leaf and inlaid with diamonds. He said indifferently, I'm not very interested in auctions. Ask my father-in-law what he thinks. Very well. The man quickly presented the card to Xiao Chongquan, smiling apologetically. Mr. Xiao, I'm truly sorry for today. Please do us the honor of attending the day after tomorrow. This. Xiao Chongquan had calmed down from his shock. He looked at the VIP card and couldn't help swallowing hard. He recognized it as the Treasure Pavilion's limited VIP card issued only to influential members of the inner circle and not available to the public. Holders of this card had free access to the Treasure Pavilion, enjoyed the highest treatment, and could freely appreciate all antiques and curios within with substantial discounts on purchases. Such a temptation was impossible for Xiao Chongquan to refuse. Just as he was about to accept it shamelessly, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and snatched both VIP cards. Yi Chen's mother-in-law Ma Lan, beaming with joy, grabbed the 2 VIP cards, her face wreathed in smiles. Oh, since you've come to apologize, I'll reluctantly accept these gifts and VIP cards. Don't worry, my husband will definitely go to the auction the day after tomorrow. Ma Lan was absolutely thrilled. All these gifts delivered were nothing but money. She had no idea how much the antiques were worth, but that crate of premium Matai Fatian, each bottle worth 40 to 50,000 and 12 bottles in a crate. That alone was several hundred thousand. And the premium Huangalu cigarettes, 5,000 per carton, 50 cartons per crate, over 200,000. Together, these 2 items alone were worth $1 million. Free gifts were not to be refused. And with those 2 VIP cards, she now had the capital to show off in front of her old friends. Xiao Churan sighed at Ma Lan's money-grubbing demeanor, calling out, Mom. Ma Lan shot her a glare. What? Can I accept gifts someone brought? Xiao Churan said, I mean, we shouldn't accept them. We don't even know what's going on. How can we take such heavy gifts? At that moment, Yi Chen spoke calmly. This is an apology gift. It's proper to accept. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving, the pavilion master had personally instructed him if Mr. Yi didn't accept these items, he needn't return either. Yi Chen turned around and saw Ma Lan already gleefully moving the cigarettes and liquor inside, caressing a pair of antique vases under the lamp. He could only shake his head inwardly and said to the middle-aged man, You may go now. Very well, I won't disturb your rest, Mr. Yi. Yi Chen closed the door, turned around, and paused, saying, Why are you all staring at me? The 3 people in the living room had all 6 eyes fixed on him. His mother-in-law Ma Lan coughed dryly, put on a fake smile, and asked, Yi Chen, since when did you have ties with the Treasure Pavilion? Why would they come to our house to apologize with gifts? Mom, you misunderstand. Yi Chen shook his head. I have no connection with them. They came to apologize because the Treasure Pavilion values customer service. When their employee made a mistake, the owner prioritized their reputation, so they offered such generous compensation. Ma Lan deflated instantly, her face falling. I thought you'd finally made something of yourself and managed to curry favor with someone important. Turns out it's just their good service. Xiao Churan, however, felt a flicker of doubt. Could sending such expensive gifts really be just for good service and compensating Yi Chen? Still, having received a pile of gifts, Ma Lan's mood improved considerably. She stopped targeting Yi Chen, instead gleefully planning to pawn off the cigarettes and liquor as soon as possible. After dinner, as Yi Chen cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen, he suddenly received a phone call. It was from Chen Gang, a man had met twice and once helped. That jade bracelet had been a gift from Chen Gang. On the phone, Chen Gang said respectfully, Master Yi. Yi Chen replied calmly, What is it? Chen Gang hurriedly said, Thanks to your guidance last time, the Chen family has been much smoother these past few days. We must thank you for showing us the way, or we would have faced disaster. Yi Chen said coolly, I doubt things have been that smooth. If they were, why would you call me now? Chen Gang choked, then gave an awkward dry laugh. Mr. Yi, your foresight is truly remarkable. Nothing escapes your keen eye. Yi Chen smiled faintly and said nothing. Sure enough, Chen Gang's voice trembled as he spoke. Mr. Yi, please save the Chen family one more time. This great kindness our family will remember for a lifetime. His face was pale, his body trembling slightly, as if gripped by immense fear. Yi Chen frowned and asked casually, Did the moth talisman crack? Mr. Yi, you truly are a master. You've hit the mark again. Chen Gang's voice was filled with utmost reverence. He sighed. I followed your instructions and enshrined the moth talisman, ordering the household to eat vegetarian for 7 days and avoid any bloodshed. But that worthless nephew of mine, Chen Aodong, heard that drinking raw chicken blood could boost virility. He secretly had someone prepare it for him and accidentally splashed some blood on the talisman. The dead man's tooth on it, stained with chicken blood, instantly shattered into pieces. I gave him a severe beating and locked him up at home, but strange occurrences haven't stopped. Chen frowned and asked, what strange things happened? Chen Gang said frantically, last night during a fierce storm, a tree trunk swept by the wind smashed into my great-grandfather's tombstone, cracking it in two. I burned incense to my ancestors in the ancestral hall seeking their protection, but every time the incense wouldn't burn to the end. It always went out inexplicably halfway. Hearing this, Chen couldn't help but frown. A smashed ancestral grave was a clear omen of overwhelming evil energy. Wealthy families relied on their ancestors' blessings, and their graves were always in feng shui treasure sites radiating prosperity. For a tree trunk carried by the wind to shatter a tombstone was a sign that the ancestors' blessings had been completely drained. And when burning incense for the ancestors, if it couldn't even burn to the end, it indicated that the ancestors could no longer enjoy the offerings, let alone bless their descendants. These signs essentially proved that the evil energy had driven the Chen family's fortune to a dead end. Chen hadn't expected that the moth talisman made from a dead man's tooth would contain such fierce, malevolent energy. He had already used a talisman to suppress it, yet, with just a drop of chicken blood, it broke free entirely and even grew stronger. Hearing no reply from Chen Gang's heart sank. He pleaded, Master Yi, the Chen family has been in business, but we've always treated others kindly and never done anything against heaven's will. Please have mercy and save my family. Chen spoke. Chen Gang, it's not that I want save you, but the evil energy of the moth talisman is too heavy. Chen Aodong carried it on him for too long, and the malevolent aura has already shrouded your courtyard. Ordinary talismans are no match for it. Then what can be done? Having such a scourge in the family is truly a misfortune. Chen Gang sighed deeply, his voice trembling. Chen pondered, malevolent energy grows fiercer when it meets blood, especially hot chicken blood. To suppress such heavy evil energy, now, we'll likely need to borrow the power of a rare heavenly treasure. Very well, Master Yi. Whatever you need, even if I have to spend my entire fortune, I'll acquire it. Chen said calmly. I happen to be attending the Treasure Pavilion's auction tomorrow. I can see if there are any heavenly treasures there. Whether we can secure one depends on your luck. Good, then I'll trouble you, Master Yi. Chen Gang, clutching at this lifeline, repeatedly thanked Chen. Then he quickly added, Mr. Yi'll send you a black card tomorrow. If you need to spend any money, just use the card. Chen grunted in acknowledgement. After all, he was helping the Chen family. He shouldn't have to spend his own money. Then Chen said, You'd better prepare yourself mentally. Heavenly treasures aren't easy to come by. They're found by chance, not sought. Whether there's one at the auction depends solely on the Chen family's luck. Chen Gang kept nodding. Yes, yes. They'll also make private inquiries, but I still need to trouble you, Master Yi. After the incident, he had sought out several renowned feng shui masters, but they only took one look at the Chen family's front gate before shaking their heads and declining, fleeing, as if escaping, not daring to step inside. Now Chen Gang's only hope for salvation rested on Chen. Chen felt a deep sense of regret. According to fate, Chen Gang had done nothing against heaven's will in this life, and should have lived to a peaceful old age. Yet fate played its cruel tricks. His family harbored a jinx like Chen Aodong, bringing chaos to the household. If Chen didn't save him within a year, the Chen family would be destroyed, with their home broken and lives lost. Not only he and that Chen Aodong, but also his fiery and beautiful daughter Chen Aoshue would likely wither away and perish. The next morning, Chen Gang arrived at Chen's apartment building early. He waited until Chen came out to buy groceries before approaching and handing him a black card. According to him, the card contained several hundred million, and he didn't mind if Chen spent it all to save the Chen family. The fiery Chen Aoshue was also there, but this time she was far less arrogant than before. Upon seeing Chen Aoshue was full of respect. Ever since Chen Aodong caused trouble, the Chen family had encountered numerous misfortunes, and the old patriarch's health had inexplicably deteriorated to the brink of death. Only then did she realize that the only one who could save her family was Chen, the Grandmaster Yi. After handing the card to Chen Gang knelt before him with a thud, sobbing and pleading, Grandmaster Yi, I beg you, no matter what, please save the lives of my entire family. It doesn't matter if I die, but my daughter is still young. Beside him, Chen Aokshue's eyes reddened as she knelt and wept. Grandmaster Yi, please save the Chen family. If possible, I would trade my own life for my father's longevity. Nonsense! Chen Gang roared. Chen shook his head helplessly and helped them both to their feet. When he lifted Chen Aoshue, the exquisite touch of her soft, fair hand stirred a fleeting distraction within him. After helping them up, Chen Aokshue's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chen said, Rest assured, I will do my utmost to ensure your family safely weathers this calamity. The father and daughter were deeply moved and tried to kneel again, but Chen stopped them. Enough kneeling here will draw unwanted attention. Leave for now, and I will notify you when there's news. Thank you, Grandmaster Yi. The father and daughter finally took their leave. When Yi Chen returned home with the groceries, his father-in-law, Xiao Changquan, hurried over looking tense. Yi Chen, I saw you talking to Qin Gang outside the compound just now. Yes, he needed my help with something. Xiao Changquan couldn't help saying. He looked grim, like it was nothing good. Did that fortune-telling you did for his family cause problems? Xiao Changquan had been worried sick about that incident, always feeling that Yi Chen had been talking nonsense. Yi Chen laughed. Dad, Qin Gang came to ask me to dispel the malevolent energy in his home. He also gave me a bank card asking me to keep an eye out at tomorrow's auction for anything useful. Xiao Changquan was stunned. How much did he give you? Yi Chen replied casually, not sure exactly, tens of millions or a few hundred million. How much? Xiao Changquan's eyes bulged, clutching his chest, nearly having a heart attack. He grabbed Yi Chen urgently. Yi Chen, you mustn't swindle people. If the Qin family gave you this much money and something goes wrong, they'll kill us all. Listen to me, return the money immediately. Dad, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. There won't be any problems. Then Yi Chen added, Dad, this matter is critical. It's best you don't tell Chen or Mom or things will get out of hand. I know. Xiao Changquan knew his spendthrift wife all too well. That woman was a reckless lunatic who would stop at nothing for money. She must never find out. If she learned there were a few hundred million on that card, she wouldn't care about the Qin family. She'd spend it all first. That was a few hundred million. The mere thought of that figure made Xiao Changquan's heart pound. He tried to persuade Yi Chen further, but seeing it was futile, he could only sit on the sofa sighing deeply. He simply couldn't believe Yi Chen had the ability to solve the Qin family's problems. Now he was terrified that Yi Chen would squander the Qin family's money and face their retribution later. At this point, all he could do was keep a close eye on Yi Chen at the auction, ensuring he didn't buy anything recklessly. If he swindled so much from the Qin family, wouldn't they annihilate his entire household? Early the next morning, Yi Chen prepared to head to the auction. Because of the Qin family matter, Xiao Changquan had been too worried to sleep well, and he was in the living room giving Yi Chen repeated warnings. Yi Chen brushed him off with a few words, then asked, Dad, I heard the Treasure Pavilion's auction has a grand finale treasure. Is that true? Yes. Xiao Changquan, puzzled, replied. I heard it's a priceless treasure unmatched in the world. Then, as if struck by a thought, he grabbed Yi Chen and urged, Son-in-law, don't even think about that grand finale treasure. Its starting bid is tens of millions. Well, just look, that's all. Yi Chen knew his father-in-law was worried he'd used the Qin family's money, so he smiled. Dad, you're right. We'll just take a look. I won't bid recklessly. That's more like it. Xiao Changquan breathed a sigh of relief, stretched, and said with a grin, just remember, when the auction's over, give Qin Gang back every cent he gave you. Don't spend a single coin. Yi Chen smiled. We'll see. If the grand finale treasure isn't interesting, I won't spend a thing. Xiao Changquan quickly added, even if you're interested in the finale treasure, it's useless. Someone's already claimed it. Yi Chen asked curiously, who claimed it? Xiao Changquan replied, have you heard of the Mystic Fate Hall in Hong Kong? Yi Chen shook his head. No. Xiao Changquan sneered, and you claim to know feng shui. You haven't even heard of the Mystic Fate Hall. Yi Chen nodded. Dad, I spend all day cooking and doing laundry. I don't keep up with gossip. Xiao Changquan said, let me tell you, the Mystic Fate Hall is a renowned metaphysical school in Hong Kong. Its owner, Yu Jinghai, is the top feng shui master in the city. Many celebrities and stars beg him for fortune readings. Without a few million, you can't even get an appointment. He continued, and Master Yu isn't just skilled in feng shui. His consecrated artifacts are legendary. Anyone who pays homage to him and receives his guidance becomes incredibly prosperous and successful. Yi Chen asked with genuine curiosity, if he's such a renowned feng shui master in Hong Kong, why is he in Jinling? Xiao Changquan replied, for the grand finale treasure at this auction, of course. Yi Chen pressed, what exactly is the grand finale treasure? Xiao Changquan said gravely, I don't know what it is. Anyway, we're just looking, not buying. Consider it a chance to broaden our horizons. As Xiao Changquan rambled on, Yi Chen's phone suddenly rang. He answered to hear Song Wanting's voice. Mister, my car is parked right outside your door. He'll pick you up on the way to the auction. Since the last invitation incident, Song Wanting was worried about another mishap, so she decided to pick up Yi Chen and accompany him. Yi Chen stepped outside and saw a bright red Bentley parked by the curb, its new body gleaming in the sunlight. Song Wanting leaned against the car wearing a tight red dress that accentuated her curves, her wavy hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding charm. She also wore a pair of sunglasses. Seeing them, Song Wanting removed her sunglasses and said, Uncle Xiao, mister. Yi am heading to the Treasure Pavilion auction, so I thought I'd give you a ride. Oh, it's Miss Song. Xiao Changquan recognized her and said flatteringly, Miss Song, you're far too kind. It's my pleasure. Please get in. Song Wanting nodded politely and opened the car door. Who would have believed that the eldest daughter of the Song family, Song Wanting, would personally open the door for a Livian son-in-law? Soon Song Wanting's Bentley drove to the convention center. The convention center was a magnificent domed structure somewhat reminiscent of the Sydney Opera House in design, yet it incorporated a certain Chinese innovation within that framework, making it highly distinctive. Chen followed Song Wanting into the auction hall. As soon as they entered, Xiao Chongquan, who was with them, exclaimed, "Wow, this place is incredibly grand." As Xiao Chongquan said, the auction hall was indeed vast with luxurious decorations. The entire hall was arranged in a theater-like, descending layout. Apart from the auction stage at the front and the semi-private boxes in the first row, there were at least 200 or 300 sofa booths. At that moment, these booths were almost entirely occupied. As Chen was about to walk into the inner area with Song Wanting, he suddenly heard exclamations from many people around him, and then a crowd surged toward the area behind him and Song Wanting. Seeing the crowd rushing wildly as if grabbing money, Chen instinctively raised his arm to shield Song Wanting, preventing her from being jostled by the throng. Then, looking in the direction the crowd was running, he saw a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a Taoist bun on his head walking over with an arrogant expression, surrounded by a group of subordinates. Song Wanting sighed softly. "So it's Master Yu who has arrived? No wonder it's so lively." Those who had crowded around Master Yu were greeting him with utmost respect. Observing their flattering expressions, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. So this is the renowned Master Yu from Hong Kong Island. He certainly puts on quite a show. At that moment, someone held out a bracelet to Master Yu and said respectfully, "Master Yu, I humbly beg you to consecrate this bracelet." Master Yu's assistant immediately shouted sternly, "Don't you know the rules? Our Master Yu's consecration has a fixed price depending on the size of the item. Consecrating this bracelet costs at least 200,000. Do you think you can get it for free without paying?" The man blushed and apologized with a smile. "I'm sorry, Master Yu. I've always admired you greatly, but I could never get an appointment with you. Rest assured, if you consecrate this bracelet for me, I'll pay every cent." Master Yu smiled with an inscrutable air and said, "No need to rush. Since I've come to Jinling today, I'll naturally offer some benefits to the local Taoist friends. Hey, race the deal. Anyone who wants a consecration, wait a moment. After I win what I want at the auction, I'll do a group consecration for you all at half price." "That's wonderful." The crowd was ecstatic. Someone exclaimed loudly, "Items consecrated by Master Yu are worth at least 6 figures. They not only ensure safety, but also boost wealth and prosperity at home. Getting a half-price consecration today is truly a stroke of luck." The others chimed in excitedly, echoing the sentiment. Master Yu turned to his assistant and said, "Come tally up the number of people and items. Arrange everything after the auction ends." The assistant nodded and announced loudly, "Everyone register here. State your name and the items you want consecrated along with the quantity." The crowd hurried forward to sign up. In no time, at least 100 people had registered over 200 items. Chen asked Song Wanting beside him, "Does Master Yu charge 6 figures for a single consecration?" "Yes," Song Wanting nodded. "Even the smallest talisman costs 100,000 for consecration. A bracelet like that costs 200,000. For consecrating items like peachwood swords or bagua mirrors, it ranges from 500,000 to 5 million. Chen marveled. So just by consecrating for these people, without spending a cent, he can earn tens of millions. Hearing Chen's words, Master Yu frowned and asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you think I incur no cost when consecrating items for others?" Chen laughed. "Consecration. Just mumbling a few fake incantations. What cost is there?" Master Yu snorted coldly, "Ignorant child. When I consecrate items, I deplete decades of my cultivated Taoist power. Without my Taoist power, how could the consecrated artifacts protect, bring wealth, and prosper families? Do you think Taoist power can be bought with money?" Chen smiled. "As far as I know, there's no such thing as consecration. It's all a scam." Someone in the crowd immediately cursed. "Damn it, who is this fool daring to criticize Master Yu?" "Exactly. King Zhang of Hong Kong Island once specially invited Master Yu to consecrate his microphone. If it weren't for Master Yu's consecration, how could he have become a king? This trash is just pretending to know something to show off. He's nothing compared to Master Yu." Master Yu also said disdainfully to Chen, "Friend, if you want to show off, make sure you know who you're facing. If the person before you is someone you can't afford to provoke, you might not only fail to show off, but also invite bloody disaster." With that, Master Yu curled his lip contemptuously and strode into the exhibition hall. Chen remained calm, completely unimpressed by this Master Yu. Song Wanting said awkwardly, "Mister, you don't take it to heart. Master Yu does have a bit of a temper." Chen shook his head nonchalantly and said to Song Wanting, "He's just a charlatan. Let's go in too." The guests entered one by one. The host was Bao Fugui, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion, who made a few routine speeches on stage before starting the auction. The first item up for auction was a Qing dynasty imitation of a Yuan blue and white porcelain. Although it was an antique replica, its craftsmanship was exquisite and its condition was flawless. Several collectors interested in porcelain competed, driving the starting price of 200,000 up to a final hammer price of 2,300,000. The first item fetching such a high price was uncommon in regular auctions, indicating that the items in this auction were all top-notch. Next, 7 or 8 more lots were presented, all high-quality antiques worth millions. The atmosphere in the hall was lively, with guests bidding eagerly. Xiao Chongquan watched with great interest, but his pockets were empty, or he would have been tempted to bid. However, Yi Chun had little interest in these items. Though precious, these items were only valuable for collection and held little worth to him. Just then a hostess carried up a white porcelain plate with a string of purple beads that sparkled under the light. The auctioneer introduced natural purple pearls from the East China Sea. Only one can be found in 1,000 pearl oysters. These beads are round, even in size, and are a rare treasure. The starting bid for this string of purple pearls was modest at 400,000. Yi Chun looked up and immediately bid 500,000. Xiao Changkun's eyebrow twitched, and he quickly said, "Why bid for that? A pearl necklace is worth at most tens of thousands. 400,000 is a scam. Don't bid." Looking at the pearls, Yi Chun thought of Chu Ran and said with a smile, "I think they'd suit Chu Ran well. Pearls calm the mind, and she's been under a lot of pressure lately, sleeping poorly." Hearing it was for his daughter, Xiao Chongquan wanted to say something, but wisely shut his mouth. The necklace had little collectible value, so no one else bid. Just as the auctioneer was about to bring down the gavel, a voice suddenly rang out, 600,000. Yi Chun looked to the side. He saw Qin Outong, the reckless member of the Qin family, poking his head out with a sneer on his face, saying to Yi Chun, "Sorry, I've taken a liking to this necklace too." Yi Chun frowned. How was this jerk here? Wasn't he grounded by Qin gang? Qin Outong had been having an absolutely miserable few days. After causing trouble a few days ago, his second uncle gave him a severe beating and grounded him. Moreover, it wasn't just his second uncle who beat him, his own father and grandfather also joined in. The thought that the Qin family's ancestral tombstone was shattered because of him made the entire family want to gang up and beat him for 3 days and nights straight. However, Qin Outong had always loved to show off and constantly prided himself as an antique expert. How could he possibly miss an auction of this caliber? Thus, he went to great lengths today to sneak out and attend the auction, only to unexpectedly run into Yi Chun there. He had always held Yi Chun in contempt, believing that his second uncle had been completely deceived by this fellow. Yet he dared not openly provoke Yi Chun. Seeing Yi Chun about to bid on the necklace, he immediately followed suit with his own bid. Though it was futile, it would at least make Yi Chun uncomfortable, which was satisfying enough. Yi Chun glanced at him, then turned away indifferently and continued bidding. 700,000. Qin Outong followed closely, 800,000. Xiao Chongquan couldn't sit still and quickly said, "Yi Chun, forget it. Don't bother with that brat." Yi Chun smiled faintly and replied, "Bother? Dad, just watch how I play with him." With that, he raised his hand directly and said calmly with a smile, "I bid 8 million. The entire venue was stunned. Someone bids 800,000 and you bid 8 million. Are you out of your mind? Qin Outong was equally dumbfounded, thinking to himself, "Damn it, you're not playing by the rules. I bid 800,000, you should have bid 900,000, at most 1 million. What do you mean by bidding 8 million? Are you burning cash, or have you lost your mind?" Seeing Qin Outong silent with a dark face, Yi Chun raised an eyebrow at him and chuckled, "Young Master Qin, go on." Qin Outong spat, "Am I crazy? 8 million for this piece of junk? Forget it, it's yours." Though Qin Outong was deeply embarrassed, he truly couldn't bear to bid on top of 8 million. The value of this bead was at most 700,000. If he actually spent over 8 million to buy it, he'd surely have his legs broken when he got home. Even with money, one shouldn't throw it away like this. At this moment, Yi Chun stared at Qin Outong and said disdainfully, "Young Master Qin, you barely held your ground for a few seconds, and you're already wilting. Looks like you're not up to much." Everyone burst into laughter. Qin Outong, face reddening, said, "Don't try to provoke me, you bastard. I think you can't even afford it, just shouting bids blindly to lure me into a trap. Huh, I want to see how the hell you're going to come up with 8 million. Yi Chun curled his lip. "If you can't keep up, just say so. What's the point of all this explanation?" Just then the auctioneer brought down the gavel. 8 million sold. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Immediately a hostess approached Yi Chun with a wireless card machine, saying, "Mr. Yi, please swipe your card to pay." Everyone was watching Yi Chun. Qin Outong sneered. "Yi Chun, let's see how you swipe your card. Can you really come up with 8 million? Others were also curious whether Yi Chun, who had bid so outrageously, could actually produce that much money. Yi Chun smiled calmly, pulled out Qin Gang's black card, and swiped it with a satisfying sound. The black card had no password. The POS machine automatically printed the receipt, payment successful. The hostess handed the slip to Yi Chun and said respectfully, Mr. Yi, the payment has been received. Your one item will be delivered to you before the auction ends. Good. Yi Chun nodded. Everyone was astonished. So he really did have money. Spending 8 million on a 700,000 necklace. This man truly had nerve. At this point, Yi Chun looked at Chen Aodong and asked with a smile, Young Master Chen, are you convinced now? Laughter rippled through the crowd, and someone teased, Young Master Chen, has your family fallen on hard times? Can't afford it anymore. Haha, I think young Master Chen is too weak to even lift his sword. Ha ha ha. Chen Aodong's face burned with shame. Damn it, that bastard actually had that much money. He had truly embarrassed himself this time. Clenching his teeth, he said, Yi Chun, I won't lose to you on the next item. Yi Chun nodded casually. All right, let's see who wins on the next one. Chen Aodong had no idea where Yi Chun's confidence came from, nor did he know that Yi Chun still had a card given by his second uncle. Soon several more items were auctioned off, followed by a semi-finished Tianhuang jade ruff. Half of this jade ruff was encased in rock, indicating it was naturally formed with a starting price of 800,000. Naturally formed jade ruff contained a certain amount of spiritual energy. Yi Chun thought it would be perfect for refining a protective talisman for Chen Gang, so he immediately raised his paddle. I bid 900,000. But as soon as he spoke, a familiar voice rang out again. Damn it, increasing by tens of thousands is annoying. I bid 2 million. Yi Chun turned his head and met Chen Aodong's provocative gaze. Chen Aodong now looked smug, gritting his teeth, and saying, Don't worry, I won't lose to you this time. Everyone was waiting for another show, their eyes fixed on Yi Chun's hand, wondering if he would bid again. Yi Chun asked Chen Aodong with a smile, Young Master Chen has bid 2 million, right? Chen Aodong sneered, That's right. Let's see how much more money you can throw around. Yi Chun nodded, slowly raised his paddle, and said, Since young Master Chen has bid 2 million, I'll bid 20 million. Holy shit. 20 million. This guy. Does he have too much money to spend? Another tenfold bid. This man is truly relentless. The venue went wild. From 2 million straight to 20 million. Just like before, he multiplied it by 10. Chen Aodong's face turned extremely ugly. This Yi Chun, was he trying to die? Even if he had money, wasn't it still money? How could he waste it like this? He was known as the prodigal son of Jinling, but even he wouldn't spend 10 times the price on something. He fell into hesitation. Should he follow? If he did, he'd be throwing away over 18 million. If he didn't, Yi Chun would surely mock him, and everyone else would laugh at him. He had already lost face once. If he let Yi Chun outshine him again, he'd never be able to hold his head up in society. At that thought, Chen Aodong gritted his teeth and blurted out, I bid 20,100,000. A gasp went through the crowd. Chen Aodong had added 100,000. He was accepting the challenge. Yi Chun smiled slightly and raised his hand again. I bid 30 million. Holy crap. This is insane. This guy is too hardcore. From 2 million to 20 million, then from 20,100,000 to 30 million. Yi Chun's boldness stunned everyone present. Chen Aodong was on the verge of collapse. What exactly was Yi Chun? Was he really that wealthy? 30 million could buy 15 pieces of jade like this. Whoever paid that price would be the biggest fool in existence. Yi Chun then asked Chen Aodong again, Young Master Chen, come on, keep going. Chen Aodong panicked. Spending over 30 million on a piece of jade. If his family found out, he was done for. His sister Chen Aoshua would probably beat him into permanent disability. But with so many people watching, what should he do? His face alternated between red and white. The auctioneer called out, 30 million going once. 30 million going twice. The excited audience began shouting, Young Master Chen bid. Young Master Chen, you need to step up. Young Master Chen, don't let us look down on you. Young Master Chen, are you really chickening out? You were so cocky just now, and now you're scared. Yi Chun said with a smile, Young Master Chen, if you don't bid soon you'll lose. Chen Aodong now stood under the blazing spotlight of 1,000 gazes, his face flushed crimson as he wrestled with himself. Reason at last prevailing over impulse. In a muffled, gruff voice he declared, I withdraw. TCH. Coward. Utterly shameful. You've disgraced the Chen family name itself. A torrent of jeers and scorn erupted from the crowd, stripping Chen Aodong of every shred of dignity. He even regretted sneaking out today. If only he'd stayed away, this humiliation might never have befallen him. Overwhelmed by mortification, Chen Aodong seethed with helpless fury, until his eyes locked onto Yi Chun's mocking gaze, igniting his rage anew. Unable to contain himself, he stormed out of his private box and strode straight toward Yi Chun. Yi, you deliberately set me up, didn't you? Yi Chun lifted the delicate cup of Bai Luo Chun before him with unhurried grace, sipped slowly, and replied, No one forced you to bid against me. You chose to oppose me, yet when you lost you lashed out in wounded pride. Beside him, Song Wanting added coolly, Young Master Chen, the auction rules are clear. Bid fairly, accept defeat gracefully. If you cannot abide by them, perhaps you ought not to have come at all. Chen Aodong ground his teeth in impotent rage, but dared not offend Song Wanting. You'll pay for this, he spat, stabbing a finger fiercely toward Yi Chun before storming back into his box, incandescent with fury. Yi Chun shook his head faintly. With a wastrel like Chen Aodong in its ranks, the Chen family's prospects, however promising, seemed grim indeed. Under the weight of countless watching eyes, he calmly swiped his black card once more. After all, it was all Chen Gang's money. Spending it stirred not a trace of remorse. Then again, how would Chen Gang react upon learning that his fortune had bled so extravagantly, all because of his own reckless kinsman Chen Aodong? He might well slay Chen Aodong outright to quell his wrath. How delightfully ironic. An hour passed. The auction drew near its close. During this time, Chen Aodong did not raise his hand once, perhaps truly cowed by Yi Chun. Just then several attendants strained to wheel a small cart onto the stage, bearing upon it an enormous, enigmatic object. Yi Chun abruptly stilled his breath and lifted his gaze to the stage. A subtle pulse of spiritual energy shimmered in the air. At that very instant, Master Yu, watching from an adjacent private box, jolted upright, his eyes riveted upon the artifact. This was the grand finale, the auction's crowning treasure. Yet when Bao Fuguei swept aside the concealing drape, murmurs of disappointment rippled through the crowd. For what sat upon the cart was nothing more than a weathered, crumbling reef stone, still clinging with dried seaweed and desiccated seashells. A wave of bewildered chatter rose from the audience. No one could fathom why Zhunbao Pavilion would present such a tattered relic as its centerpiece. Then at last Bao Fuguei stepped forward to explain. Please remain calm. This is our final lot, a naturally formed giant tridacna shell. Formed over centuries beneath the sea, this specimen lived for hundreds of years, and after death lay submerged for over a millennium. Its surface bears an authentic, naturally occurring swastika motif, a truly singular rarity. With that, he instructed the attendant to polish a palm-sized section for inspection. There, revealed in luminous transparency, glowed a radiant ambered hue, delicately veined with the sacred swastika pattern, breathtaking in its elegance. The hall erupted in stunned astonishment. Internationally, tridacna shells command prices measured per gram, ranging from 30,000 to 50,000 yuan. Moreover, their natural lifespan rarely exceeds 100 years. To find one centuries old is extraordinary, truly a treasure among treasures. Even rarer is its millennia-long slumber beneath the waves. Its golden red translucence and innate swastika markings imbue it with profound, auspicious meaning, elevating it to the pinnacle of tridacna artistry. Its opening bid was set at 9,999,000 yuan, a deliberate nod to Buddhism's reverence for the number 9. Bids surged swiftly, climbing to 13 million. Many withdrew, daunted by the escalating sum, yet connoisseurs persisted. Suddenly Master Yu rose and announced firmly 15 million. Turning, he offered a courteous bow to the assembly and smiled. I confess, I traveled all the way from Jinling for this very piece. Should you grant me this courtesy, I shall personally consecrate one item for each of you, free of charge. Whispers spread across the floor. His words made his intent unmistakable. He sought no rivals, only an uncontested acquisition at minimal cost. Such tactics were undeniably unscrupulous. A treasure destined for soaring value would plummet if competition vanished, inflicting grievous loss upon the house. Yet for most attendees, this tridacna held little practical use, merely ornamental. Thus, granting Master Yu his wish seemed the wiser course, not only preserving goodwill, but securing a complimentary consecration in return. Bao Fuguei's expression remained placid, but inwardly he bristled. Auctions existed on merit alone, highest bidder wins. Master Yu had flouted that principle outright. Should the piece truly sell for 15 million, the financial loss mattered little, but the reputational damage to Zhunbao Pavilion's standing within the trade would be severe. Yet Bao Fuguei knew well Master Yu's formidable influence and skill. Offending him recklessly was unwise. He reluctantly yielded. Master Yu, triumphant and elated, could scarcely contain his excitement. He had flown to Jinling, navigated countless obstacles. Finally, his lifelong quest had borne fruit. What was 15 million after all? Once in his possession, this tridacna would yield immense profit. And indeed, the hall fell utterly silent. No one dared challenge Master Yu. This was prestige. This was authority. Across the land, who refused Master Yu his due respect? Clearly, he had just secured a legendary bargain for 15 million. At that moment, a calm, unhurried voice cut through the stillness. 30 million. The entire hall froze in stunned silence. Every eye snapped toward the bidder, astonishment flashing across every face. Him again. That unassuming young man clad in ordinary attire. unremarkable at first glance, yet unforgettable for his two prior audacious bids against Chen Aodong. What stunned them most was his unwavering confidence. Twice he had named astronomical sums, and twice paid instantly without hesitation. Unbelievably bold. Yet no one imagined he would dare defy Master Yu himself. Master Yu's gaze locked onto him instantly, and his expression darkened. Chen Aodong leapt to his feet, eyes gleaming with malicious glee as he stared at Yi Chen. Today you're finished, daring to cross Master Yu. You must be courting death. Song Wanting too had not anticipated Yi Chen's sudden challenge to Master Yu. She knew only of his expertise in artifact appraisal, not the depth of his resources. She wondered uneasily, even she hesitated to provoke Master Yu. Did Yi Chen truly fear no retribution? Xiao Chongquan trembling whispered urgently, Yi Chen, are you mad? Can you offend Master Yu and walk away unscathed? Withdraw your bid now. Yi Chen chuckled, Dad, do you think this is WeChat? Once sent it cannot be recalled. I intend to bid 30 million. Chen Aodong immediately turned to Master Yu. Master Yu, this boy openly defies you. Don't let him get away with it. Yi Chen shot back amused. Why don't you sit quietly and spare yourself further embarrassment? Does your face not ache from earlier? Hearing those words, Chen Aodong flushed violently. Shamefaced, he sank back into his seat speechless. Master Yu's voice dropped low and icy. Boy, you disrespected me moments ago, and I chose to overlook it. Now you dare compete for my prize. Your audacity knows no bounds. Yi Chen let out a cold, sharp laugh. Yes, I'm taking it from you. What will you do? Let's settle this with money. Yu Jinghai was on the verge of losing his mind. Renowned both at home and abroad, he was universally respected by all present, yet this insolent brat repeatedly undermined him, stirring deep-seated resentment. Now the audacity to snatch his prize was outright suicidal. The crowd was dumbfounded. What the hell is this bastard's background? How dare he be so confrontational, challenging Master Yu for an item? He must be tired of living. A feng shui titan like Master Yu has 1,000 ways to kill without drawing blood. Despite his fury, Master Yu had witnessed Yi Chen's financial clout. Hoping to secure the giant clam cheaply, he maintained his composure and said with a smile, My friend, we had a minor misunderstanding at the door, but it's nothing that can't be cleared up. If you're bidding out of spite, that would be rather petty, wouldn't it? Master Yu had planned to claim the giant clam for 15 million, but a direct clash with Yi Chen would push the next bid beyond 30 million. He had no desire to waste that much money. So swallowing his pride, he hoped Yi Chen would withdraw his bid. Once he secured the clam for 15 million, he could settle the score later. Yi Chen saw through his scheme and sneered, Spare me your nonsense. I fancy this giant clam too. If you can afford it, bid. If not, bugger off. The room erupted again. Holy crap. This guy actually told Master Yu to bugger off. What nerve. Master Yu's face hardened, but to save money he pressed on. I truly adore this piece. Could you do me a favor? Yi Chen glanced at him and said flatly, A favor? Do I know you? Then he added, Hey, just tell me. Can you not afford it? Master Yu's expression turned grim. No one had ever dared speak to him like this. And this youth, barely 20, was younger than his own disciples. Seething, Master Yu abandoned all pretense of grace, sneering, So even my reputation is held in such contempt. Very well, if it's fair competition, let the highest bidder win. They'll see just how deep your pockets are to challenge me for this clam. With that, he declared loudly, I bid 50 million. Hoping to intimidate Yi Chen into retreating, he leaped straight to this sum. But Yi Chen was hardly short of funds. Beyond the bank card from Qin Gang, his own accounts held nearly 100 billion. 50 million, or even 500 million wouldn't make him blink. So he remarked calmly, Master Yu, isn't 50 million the highest bid tonight? Master Yu winced inwardly but gritted out, What? Scared? Just say you can't keep up. No shame in it. Yi Chen chuckled, It's not about keeping up. I just think the final item deserves a step up. 8 digits are too tame. Let's go for 9. He then said coolly, I bid 100 million. The price doubled again. The room buzzed with excitement. In mere minutes, the item's value had soared tenfold, a highlight in auction history. Chen Aodong couldn't help shouting, Yi Chen, stop your posturing. Do you even have that kind of money? Yi Chen burst out laughing, Actually, I do. So what? Don't believe me. Let me enlighten you. This card is from your own Chen family, given by your uncle. I can spend it freely. How about that? Using Chen money to slap your face, Chen Aodong. Surprised? You? Chen Aodong's face flushed with rage. You bastard, you've swindled my family. They'll tear you apart one day. Master Yu turned to Chen Aodong asking, Young Master Chen, do you know this man? Chen Aodong snorted. He's nothing but a Livian son-in-law of the Shao family, jobless and living off his wife. He only got some money by duping my uncle. Is that so? Master Yu raised an eyebrow as if reassured and let out a cold snort. Putting up a front, I see. Young man, I advise you not to be so arrogant or you'll suffer the consequences. am not belittling you, but can you really come up with 100 million? Yi Chen's expression turned icy. Whether I can or not is none of your concern. If you've got the guts, keep bidding. If not, shut your mouth. Master Yu lost his composure, roaring, "Brat, you're asking for death." Yi Chen laughed heartily. "Me? Asking for death? From you? You can't even afford the bid and you want to kill me? Haha, what a fool." Stung by the mockery, Master Yu dropped all pretense, snarling, "Young man, you'd better stop right there. Hand over the item quietly, or you'll have the money to buy it, but not the life to enjoy it." At these words, Bao Fugui's face changed. This was a blatant violation of the Treasure Pavilion's rules. He was livid, but dared not rebuke Master Yu, feeling utterly frustrated. Yi Chen, however, smiled lightly. "If you want my life, at least wait until the auction ends, won't you?" "The auction's not over yet. I've just bid 100 million. Please go on." Song Wanting was astonished. Master Yu was no ordinary figure. Even the Song family couldn't guarantee handling him. Yet Yi Chen was antagonizing him to the extreme. What was his intention? And where did his confidence come from? Xiao Chongquan collapsed onto the sofa, clutching his chest in shock, gasping for breath. He thought, "It's over, completely over. My son-in-law is done for, and my family will follow." Master Yi's face stiffened. Yi Chen had completely disregarded him, and these words were undoubtedly a harsh slap to his face. However, Yi Chen was right. This was an auction, and to obtain that giant clam, he would have to continue bidding. But 100 million. Who the hell could afford that? All eyes were fixed on Master Yi, watching to see how he would respond. Master Yi's face alternated between ashen and pale, but for the sake of that giant clam, he suppressed his fury and spoke to Yi Chen with a humble tone. "Friend, if I offended you earlier, it was truly unintentional. Please forgive me. But this giant clam is of great use to me. I ask you to show mercy and yield. I can owe you a favor. My favor is worth more than this clam." A cold glint flashed in his eyes. This brat dared to humiliate him so thoroughly, once this was over he would have to kill him. Yi Chen said indifferently, "Sorry, but I have use for it too, so I cannot yield. Moreover, as I said, in my eyes you are nothing but a joke. Your favor is worthless to me." Master Yi was crushed. He now had only one thought: after the auction ended, he would find a way to take Yi Chen's life. He must kill him. Seeing Master Yi back down, the crowd couldn't help but marvel. Truly, this young man had stood his ground all the way, even making Master Yi his defeated opponent. With the auctioneer's final gavel, Yi Chen successfully secured the final giant clam for 100 million. Master Yi, seething with rage, shot Yi Chen a venomous glare, his face ashen, and stormed out of the venue. He wanted to kill Yi Chen right then, but the circumstances did not permit it. This matter required careful planning. Song Wanting watched Master Yi's retreating figure and warned Yi Chen, "Master Yi is no ordinary man. I doubt he'll let this go. He'll surely come after you. You must be cautious in the coming days." Yi Chen chuckled and said, "I'm afraid he won't come." 100 million spent for a giant clam. Everyone thought Yi Chen was mad, but he alone remained utterly unconcerned. Xiao Chongquan was also on the verge of collapse, dazed and fearful that Yi Chen had squandered the Chen family's money, inviting their revenge. On the way back, Yi Chen explained the auction to Xiao Chongquan, clarifying that the 100 million was authorized by the Chen family, lest his father-in-law be too frightened to handle it. After arriving home, while Xiao Chen was still at work, Yi Chen immediately began studying the giant clam. It was as large as a cartwheel, already cleaned and roughly polished, revealing a golden smooth shell surface. With a slight exertion of force, he broke it into several pieces. From the core of the clam, he extracted a palm-sized piece of material, the most essential part. With it, he could refine simple talismans. The Chen family had been plagued by malevolent energy for days. Forging a bane-dispelling token would solve all their problems. Yi Chen divided the palm-sized material into several portions. Drawing on his memories of talisman crafting, he infused spiritual energy into one piece, quickly forming a formation within it. A bane-dispelling token was completed. The formation, empowered by the essence of the giant clam, gained greater potency and was surely sufficient to resolve the Chen family's troubles. Thus, Yi Chen took the bane-dispelling token downstairs and sent it along with the black card to Chen Gang via a local courier. This would serve as a satisfactory resolution. At the Chen residence, Master Yi was sitting in the main hall on a rosewood chair, his face dark and silent. He had come to Jinling solely for that giant clam, which contained a sea spirit pearl, a treasure for crafting talismans of immeasurable value. But Yi Chen had appeared out of nowhere, disrupting his plans, filling him with gnashing hatred. Chen Aodong stood nearby, hands at his sides in deference. The Mystic Art Hall's reputation was far-reaching, and the Chen family naturally recognized Master Yi, all standing respectfully. Chen Gang flattered with a smile, "I never expected Master Yi to grace our humble abode. What an honor. May I ask what brings you here, Master?" Master Yi took a leisurely sip of tea, set the cup down on the table, and spoke slowly. I happened to meet young Master Chen at the auction, and he invited me to assess your family's fortune. Chen Gang had originally intended to give Chen Aodong a severe scolding for sneaking out, but seeing that he had invited the renowned Master Yu, he suppressed his anger. Master Yu, please do take the trouble. Master Yu nodded and said, if I am not mistaken, the Chen family has suffered a streak of misfortune over the past 2 years. Someone in the household likely possesses an ill-fated object. There was a bloody calamity last year, and as for this year. He paused, glancing around mysteriously, and sighed. I see that your family's fortune has reached its end. If this continues with Yin energy clinging to the house, the Chen family will face ruin and extinction. As soon as Master Yu finished speaking, Chen Gang's face turned pale. He hastily said with reverence, Master Yu, you truly are a master from the Mystic Art Hall. Our Chen family has indeed been plagued by bad luck. Please lend us your aid. The Chen family members were also astonished. Master Yu was indeed a true sage. He had gotten everything right. There had been no word from Yi Chen yet, and Chen Gang was growing impatient. Now with the famous Master Yu personally visiting, he clung to him like a lifeline and quickly asked, Master Yu, do you have a solution? A solution? Of course I do. Master Yu said slowly, then frowned. But I sense that a charlatan has recently performed rituals in your home, corrupting the feng shui and hastening the Chen family's demise. If you allow him to continue his mischief, I fear your entire family will be dead within half a year. What? A charlatan? Chen Gang was stunned, a look of astonishment frozen on his face. Lately, the only person who had conducted feng shui for the Chen family was Yi Chen. Chen Gang, who held great faith in Yi Chen, quickly said, Master, could you be mistaken? A Master Yi did help resolve our issues before, and his methods were all effective. He shouldn't be some kind of charlatan. Master Yi sneered coldly and barked, those who play tricks to deceive others are best at fooling the ignorant. If you choose to believe him, then you shall take my leave. Chen Gang dared not let him leave so abruptly without clarification, so he hurriedly asked, Master Yu, I humbly beseech you for your guidance. Master Yu said indifferently, since your attitude is sincere, I shall save your Chen family from disaster. With that, he led Chen Gang to the ancestral tablets of the Chen family. Then Master Yu grabbed a handful of ash from the incense burner, muttered an incantation under his breath, and declared loudly, see for yourself. As his words fell, he scattered the ash over the ancestral tablets. Chen Gang panicked and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Seeing Master Yu about to desecrate his ancestors, Chen Gang felt a surge of anger, but before his fury could erupt, he was stunned by the sight before him. The incense ash fell in a blanket, yet the area around the ancestral tablets seemed enveloped by a peculiar energy, preventing the ash from settling on them. Chen Gang was dumbfounded, exclaiming, this. What is this? Master Yu said coldly, your home is saturated with a heavy, baleful aura. This aura has not only entangled your family, but also trapped the blessings of your ancestors. If this continues, not only will the current members of the Chen family perish, but your ancestors will also be condemned to eternal damnation. If this goes on, the Chen family will cease to exist. Terrified, Chen Gang hastily asked him, may I ask if Master Yu has a method to resolve this? Yu Jinghai said calmly, I came today precisely to avert this great calamity for your Chen family. Chen Gang said without hesitation, Master Yu, name your price. I will not quibble. Yu Jinghai said coldly, I don't want your money. I only ask that you step forward and reclaim the giant clam that you fellow bought with your money. Chen Aodong, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, Uncle. That Yi Chen has gone too far. He used the money you gave him to oppose Master Yu at the auction. But Master Yu, magnanimous and compassionate, even after being humiliated by Yi Chen, still came to save our Chen family from disaster. You must help Master Yu get that giant clam back. Chen Aoshue, however, frowned, thinking to herself that for some reason she felt this Master Yu looked more like a swindler. That Yi Chen, aside from being a bit roguish and seemingly lacking any social grace, didn't seem so bad. In fact, many times he gave off an inscrutable aura like a deep, unfathomable pool of water. Shut up. Chen Gang glared at Chen Aodong, then turned respectfully to Master Yu and said, Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will be more careful in the future. Master Yu nodded meaningfully, rose and left. As soon as he was gone, Chen Aodong immediately said, Uncle, Master Yu is a renowned master from the Xuanji Hall. How could Yi Chen, that street charlatan, compare? With Master Yi's help, all our family's problems have been solved, and he didn't even charge a cent. Master Yu took nothing, but Yi Chen swindled a lot of money from us. He spent 100 million on a broken shell. That's outright fraud. And you, Uncle, how could you give him so much money? If word gets out, people in Jinling will think the Chen family are fools. Chen Gang remained silent, but a shadow of doubt crept onto his face. Master Yi's reputation was indeed formidable, and what he had shown Chen Gang just now was vivid and undeniable. More importantly, Master, you had asked for nothing while Yi Chun had spent over 100 million of his money at the auction. The more he compared the two, the more he felt something was amiss with Yi Chun. Just then a steward of the Chen family knocked on the door and entered only after receiving Chen Gang's permission. President Chen, there's a package for you. He handed over a cardboard box. Frowning, Chen Gang opened it to find a single token lying quietly inside. Upon closer inspection, the token was extremely thin, no larger than a matchbox strung on a cheap red cord, looking exactly like the trinkets sold at tourist street stalls. Chen Gang checked the sender's name and saw Yi Chun written on it. He looked at the note, which simply read, "Baleful Aura Expelling Token. Hang it in the main hall to break the curse." Chen Aodong saw it and immediately cursed. "Damn it, uncle, that Yi Chun is treating you like a fool. This broken shell is probably some piece of junk he picked up at a street stall. And he spent over 100 million of our money, and this is all he gives us. Sent by courier, no less. He doesn't even dare to face you. Tell me, if he's not a swindler, what is he?" Chen Aodong was fuming and said harshly, "Uncle, let's gather some men now and go find Yi Chun to get our money back. Otherwise, if he runs away, our loss will be too great. Shut up first. Let me think," Chen Gang said, rubbing his temples. Staring at the token, he truly couldn't see anything magical about it. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Gang summoned the Chen family members and said grimly, "This concerns the life and death of the Chen family. It's a grave matter. I will go find Yi Chun tomorrow and get to the bottom of this. Make sure you wear Master Yes protective talisman and do not take it off." "Yes, uncle, I'm coming too." Chen Aodong gritted his teeth. "That bastard Yi has caused me enough trouble. Now that I've caught his tail, I'll break his legs myself." "You? Can you even beat him?" Chen Gang frowned, then said, "But if you really want to go, bring a few more bodyguards. First, find out Yi Chun's whereabouts tomorrow, just in case." After a pause, he barked, "Remember, I'm not telling you to go pick a fight with Yi Chun. I'm afraid you'll act rashly and get beaten up again." Chen Aodong was delighted and quickly said, "Understood." Chen Gang said coldly, "Although my Chen family is not a top-tier clan, we will not tolerate being trampled upon. If someone dares to bully us, we will retaliate. I must get to the bottom of this. If Yi Chun is truly playing tricks, I will not let him off." After leaving the Chen family, Yu Jinghai immediately began to scheme. He naturally intended to take revenge on Yi Chun and reclaim the giant clam that Yi Chun had taken from him. But that alone was not enough. This time, coming to Jinling, he also aimed to establish his authority, recruit a band of followers, and gain more support for his endeavors in the mainland. Thus he devised what he believed to be a perfect plan. He would use Yi Chun as a warning to others, forcing the entire Jinling, and even the whole metaphysical community of the mainland, to bow to him. Yi Chun was unaware that the so-called Master Yi was plotting to make an example of him. That evening, as he was about to buy groceries and cook dinner, he suddenly received a call from Song Wanting. Upon answering, Song Wanting spoke with a serious tone, directly saying, "Mr. Yi, that Yu Jinghai has invited several masters of antiques, feng shui, and the metaphysical arts to a banquet at the Wang family estate. He asked me to inquire if you would be available to attend." "The Wang family? Which Wang family?" Song Wanting replied, "A mid-tier family. They have two male descendants, Wang Yunfei and Wang Yunkai." "Those two? Why would he choose to hold it at their place?" Yi Chun asked curiously. Song Wanting explained, "Recently the Wang family has been plagued by misfortune. Wang Yunkai and his nephew Wang Yunfei have both encountered troubles, and the family's fortunes have plummeted. So the Wang family patriarch sought Yu Jinghai's help to improve their feng shui." She continued, "But I think Yu Jinghai has invited a host of metaphysical masters. It might not just be about earning money from the Wang family. He likely has other motives." Yi Chun chuckled nonchalantly. "I snatched that giant clam at the auction and gave him a piece of my mind. He's bound to want revenge. This is probably a trap he's set for me." With a faint smile, Yi Chun added, "But he'll go this time to see face-to-face what tricks he plans to play." Seeing him agree, Song Wanting said, "All right, the venue is the Wang family estate. We'll go together tomorrow morning. He'll pick you up." "Good." The next morning, Song Wanting waited punctually downstairs at Yi Chun's place to take him to the Wang family estate. The Wang family was one of the top families in Jinling. Their villa stood halfway up Qingyuan Mountain beyond the Third Ring Road, a serene and auspicious location secluded from the city's hustle. The villa featured a modern Chinese-style decor with renovations costing nearly 100 million, exuding opulence at every turn. In the courtyard, a slightly overweight middle-aged man sat in the seat of honor, Wang Zhengong, Wang Yunkai's father. Seated beside him was Master Yu Jinghai. Besides these two, Yi Chun also spotted two familiar faces: Li Tailai, the richest man in Haicheng, and his associate Guoming. When Yi Chun entered, Li Tailai and Guoming nodded in greeting. Wang Zhengong, however, shot him a sidelong glare and snorted coldly. Clearly, he was aware that Wang Yunkai and Wang Yunfei had suffered losses at Yi Chun's hands, so he showed no goodwill toward him. Bao Fugui quickly stood up and walked over saying, Mr. Yi, Miss Song, you've arrived. Yi Chen nodded slightly and smiled. With so many masters gathered here, if I didn't come, I'd miss the chance to witness your skills. An old man fiddling with prayer beads asked curiously, is this young man the one who spent hundreds of millions at the auction to win that treasure? Bao Fugui respectfully replied, indeed, master, Yi personally made the move that day. Humph, Wang Zhenggang sneered with disdain. Is the title master so cheap now? Anyone can claim it. Just look at his demeanor. Does he deserve such a title? Only someone like Master Yu is a true master. Others should spare themselves the humiliation. His words drew a wave of scornful laughter from the crowd. It wasn't that Wang Zhenggang meant to belittle him deliberately. Yi Chen's age, attire, and aura simply didn't match the title of master. Meanwhile, everyone else present exuded an extraordinary presence, each a notable figure across the nation. Suddenly, a young, untested lad appeared, claiming equal standing with them. Naturally, the crowd felt resentful. Yu Jinghai slowly sipped his tea before speaking with a dismissive smile. It's common for the young who haven't faced the world's limits to be overly ambitious and lustong. No need to mind it. I've gathered you all here thanks to the Wang family's hospitality to exchange ideas and witness the true skills of real masters, and to weed out those who bear empty titles but lack ability, the black sheep. Hearing Yu Jinghai's words, the crowd couldn't help but sneer at Yi Chen. Given his youth, his mastery must be shallow. It seemed the label of black sheep would inevitably fall on him. Song Wanting frowned slightly. She knew Yu Jinghai would target Yi Chen, but she hadn't expected the atmosphere to be so tense from the outset. Yet Yi Chen, listening to the murmurs around him, remained calm and unfazed, coolly taking his seat. Once everyone was present, Wang Zhenggang spoke. Since we're all here, let me explain. Today, Master Yu is hosting this banquet at our estate for two reasons. First, to get acquainted with everyone, and second, to engage in some friendly competition. How will the competition work? Someone asked. Naturally, it will be judged by the level of one's skills. Yu Jinghai stepped forward and clarified the rules are simple. As you know, our metaphysical realm encompasses 5 disciplines: mountain medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination. You may choose your area of expertise to challenge an opponent. To make it formal, the Wang family is sponsoring the event. Each match has a prize of 5 million yuan. The winner takes it all, while the loser receives a 50,000 yuan travel allowance. The rules seemed fair, and with money to be earned, many nodded in agreement. Typically, those in the metaphysical world operated independently, rarely revealing their trump cards. Today, with a gathering of capable masters competing, not only allowed them to probe each other's strengths, but also to win prizes, a win-win situation. Just for a friendly competition. Yi Chen smirked inwardly. He didn't believe Yu Jinghai had organized this banquet solely to prove his own profound skills. After the crowd's discussion subsided, Wang Zhenggang continued. However, offering only monetary prizes might not spark everyone's enthusiasm, as you all are well off and not short of a few million. So to make it more exciting, there's an additional condition: the winner can either take the 5 million yuan prize or claim one item from the loser. And the final victor will be crowned the supreme master of Jinling, and even the entire Nongguang province's metaphysical realm. From then on, all metaphysical practitioners in the Nongguang region must revere him, and any matters in the area must seek his approval. As he finished speaking, the courtyard fell into silence. Moments later, it erupted into uproar, with many wearing indignant expressions and engaging in heated discussion. A master from Hong Kong coming to Jinling to vie for supremacy. Isn't that encroaching on our turf? Exactly. Even if no one in Jinling, or even Nongguang, is stronger than Yu Jinghai, it doesn't mean a Hong Konger gets to throw his weight around here. The crowd buzzed with discontent, realizing that this so-called banquet was nothing but a Hongmen feast, with Yu Jinghai aiming to unify the Nongguang metaphysical world under his rule. At this moment, Wang Zhenggang noticed everyone was so excited, so he hurriedly stood up and said, "Everyone please calm down. Master Yu is considering the development of our metaphysics community. In the past, we were like scattered sand, but now we have organized ourselves to form an alliance and elect a leader. In the future, we can unite against our enemies, making things much more convenient. This is indeed a good thing." Furthermore, Wang Zhenggang continued, Master Yu possesses exceptional strength. Having him lead the Jinling metaphysics community will also aid in the overall enhancement of our collective power. As he spoke, some voiced their objections sharply, while others began to scheme in their hearts. Everyone knew that defeating Master Yu would not be so easy, as his overall strength far surpassed that of all present. After all, the winner could seize something from the loser. If one were to take the first place, they could command the entire metaphysics community of the South Guang region. It's important to note that metaphysics is not merely about academic research. Behind metaphysics lies a vast industrial chain, and it allows significant figures to attach themselves to it. The allure of money and power is something few can refuse as some were already tempted on the spot. Of course, Yu Jinghai rose and said, I will not force anyone. If anyone is afraid, they can withdraw now. But once the South Guang Metaphysics Alliance is established, they will no longer have the opportunity to join and will be excluded. There was a moment of hesitation among the crowd. Although the risks were substantial, the opportunities contained within were abundant. Everyone was calculating in their hearts as becoming the alliance leader was an immense temptation. No one felt they were inferior. Chen sat quietly in his chair, not saying a word. Yu Jinghai's ambitions were too grand. This was paving the way for an advance into the mainland. However, Chen had little interest in this metaphysics alliance and planned to sit back and watch the drama unfold. Soon a middle-aged man with grizzled hair stood up. This middle-aged man casually pulled out several jade pillars the length of his fingers, which shone with a silvery glow in the sunlight. Holding the jade pillar, he clasped his hands and said, Li Yun from Qingshi here to seek guidance from Master Yu on the art of feng shui formations. The Li family was known for the Jinlock Jade Pass lineage, and feng shui, which also called the crossing yin-yang, was a royal secret technique used before the Western Zhou period. It later spread among the common people, attracting many learners, but few become experts. Li Yun was the 83rd generation direct descendant of the Jinlock Jade Pass. After years of hard work in Qingshi, his reputation had spread far and wide. Naturally, he was unwilling to be overshadowed by Yu Jinghai, so he intended to challenge him immediately. Go ahead. Upon hearing Li Yun challenge Yu Jinghai, the crowd instantly became excited. Li Yun, brimming with pride, raised the jade pillar and declared, These jade pillars are treasures passed down through my Jinlock Jade Pass lineage. In terms of heritage and power, who else but my Li family can compare? This position of the South Guang leader is one my Li family will not occupy. Who would dare to act recklessly? Yu Jinghai smiled slightly, walking casually to Li Yun's front. These jade pillars may be considered treasures, but in your hands they are mere pearls covered in dust. Li Yun snorted coldly and said, Then I shall see what Master Yu is capable of. With that, he flung the 5 jade pillars outward, and they formed a star shape surrounding Master Yu. In the next moment, a layer of white mist began to rise between the jade pillars, gradually enveloping Master Yu's figure. Wind rise. Li Yun waved his hand, and the jade pillars seemed to form a vortex that sucked in all surrounding air. Everyone present felt a pulling force emanating from between the jade pillars, their clothes being whipped by the wind, making a rustling sound. Yu Jinghai, caught within the jade pillars, felt the wind sting his skin painfully. He took a few steps within the jade pillars, seemingly trying to discern the direction. However, to those outside it appeared as though he was spinning in place. Seeing this, Li Yun sneered. This feng shui formation is called the Misty Wind. If someone falls into this formation, they will become disoriented and unable to discern direction. With the fierce wind buffeting them, within a day their skin will be torn, making it impossible for them to survive. No wonder the Li family has a legacy of 1,000 years. This Jinlock Jade Pass lineage is truly formidable. Just then Yu Jinghai had already stopped moving, coldly sneering, a mere trick flaunting one's skills in front of an expert. He reached into his robe and pulled out a brush. This brush was 3 inches long, entirely black, with various patterns etched in vermilion. The Qinkuan brush. The crowd gasped upon seeing this brush. Song Wanting noticed Chen was also staring at the Qinkuan brush and explained this Qinkuan brush is forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron and has been empowered by the Dao sect. It is a treasure specifically used for breaking formations. The feng shui art itself is merely a matter of magnetic field effects. Using a meteorite to break it is merely taking advantage of a treasure. It is not real skill. Upon hearing Chen's words, those around him cast disdainful looks. Yu Jinghai scoffed, You young child, how could you discern my methods? Even Li Yun snorted and said, Even if it is a matter of magnetic fields to break the formation, one must find the formation's eye. My Li family's Misty Wind formation cannot be broken with just a meteorite pin. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Jinghai pointed the brush forward. Wherever he pointed, a golden light erupted, and simultaneously the inward-drawing wind changed direction, blowing outward, instantly dispersing the surrounding white mist. The 5 jade pillars all collapsed outward. Li Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire being feeling as if his essence had been instantly drained, and even his white hair gained a few more strands. He clutched his chest. The arrogance he had just displayed vanished completely. Weakly smiling, he said, Master Yu truly lives up to his reputation. I am ashamed to face everyone, so I shall take my leave now. After saying this, he stepped forward, preparing to retrieve the 5 jade pillars. Did I say you could take the jade pillars? Yu Jinghai stepped forward, stepping on the pillars, and coldly looked at Li Yun. Li Yun's face turned beet red, angrily saying, Master Yu, what do you mean by this? Yu Jinghai scanned the crowd with his eyes. Everyone fell silent, and only then did Yu Jinghai slowly speak. According to the rules, since you have lost these jade pillars belong to me, Yu Jinghai. Furthermore, you must acknowledge me as your superior. Li Yun struggled to say, I have never acknowledged such rules. Yu Jinghai smiled slightly, and calmly said, the rules I set you must acknowledge whether you want to or not. Li Yun snorted coldly. It's just a private gathering. You dare to claim my magical tool and demand my submission. You are too arrogant. Yu Jinghai nodded and said, indeed, I am being arrogant. What can you do about it? Li Yun ceased to respond, reaching out to push Yu Jinghai aside. Yu Jinghai reversed the Qiankuan brush and tapped Li Yun's chest with the tail, and causing Li Yun to be sent flying and crash to the ground. Li Yun was filled with dejection. The feng shui array could not trap Yu Jinghai, and his attempt to retaliate was thwarted by just one of Yu Jinghai's moves. He had completely lost, and there was no hope of retrieving the jade pillars. I am indeed outmatched. Do I deserve to lose? One day when I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will come back to master you for the jade pillars. Li Yun coughed up blood, holding back his anger as he spoke. Yu Jinghai laughed heartily and coldly said, in your eyes these jade pillars are rare treasures, but in mine they are worthless trash. After saying this, Yu Jinghai swung the brush down, striking the center of the jade pillar. With a cracking sound, the jade pillar shattered. Li Yun's eyes widened in anger, yet he was powerless to stop it. After a long while he sighed and left feeling defeated. The entire audience dared not make a sound. Yu Jinghai was powerful and ruthless. A single disagreement led to him destroying Li Yun's magical tool, which had been passed down for 1,000 years. Just a moment ago some were eager to try their luck, but now they were all retreating. Li Tailai also wore a worried expression, leaning in to whisper a few words to Guoming. Then Li Tailai clasped his hands and said coldly, what is the point of this gathering? Is it merely to watch Yu Jinghai perform? Everyone, I shall take my leave. After saying this, he prepared to leave with Guoming. Suddenly 4 burly men in black clothes jumped out from the sides, blocking their path. Li Tailai angrily exclaimed, what are you doing? Mr. Li, since you have come, why rush to leave? Yu Jinghai stepped forward with a slight smile and said, my banquet is not a place you can come and go as you please. If you want to leave now, wouldn't that disrupt the rules? Li Tailai snorted coldly. I am not one of your metaphysics people. What does your election of an alliance leader have to do with me? Yu Jinghai coldly snorted. If you wish to leave, you must leave your things behind and acknowledge me as your superior. Li Tailai, a formidable figure in his own right, was provoked by Yu Jinghai's insolent demeanor. He retorted coldly, I haven't even stepped into the arena to compete, and you still intend to rob me by force. President Li, allow me to spar with him. Guoming declared with a cupped fist salute, his eyes blazing with fury. Yu Jinghai's overbearing arrogance showed no regard for anyone present. He stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Yu Jinghai, and thundered, if you wish to detain President Li, you'll have to go through me first. Seeing Guoming ready to act, a flicker of hope stirred within the onlookers. Master Guo, a mere so-called master from a backwater port city like Gangxing, stands no chance against you. Even if he's a formidable outsider, Nongguang won't tolerate his insolence. He even dares to dream of making us the heroes of Nongguang bow to him. Sheer fantasy. Let's cut him down to size and teach him that there's always a greater force beyond. Yu Jinghai let out a cold laugh. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to try your hand. Enraged beyond measure, Guoming launched a punch at Yu Jinghai. The strike carried immense force, revealing that Guoming was no ordinary man. You're not worthy. Yu Jinghai wielded his Qiankuan brush, its movements flowing like a dragon and serpent. He traced a few strokes in the air, seemingly sketching an invisible eerie talisman. Then Yu Jinghai thrust the brush forward, its tip tapping against Guoming's forehead. Guoming faltered, his eyes growing vacant as he stared blankly ahead. Song Wanting exclaimed in shock, Yu Jinghai is incredibly fast. Meanwhile, a bizarre smile crept across Guoming's face, as if he beheld something amusing before his eyes. Yu Jinghai, however, appeared relaxed, a faint smile curling at his lips as he watched Guoming with keen interest. Guoming's face began to flush, and he started twisting his body in a ludicrous manner. Yu Jinghai pointed a finger and commanded, strip. At his words, Guoming let out a silly laugh and proceeded to tear off all his upper garments. But that wasn't the end. He then began to remove his trousers. Song Wanting quickly turned her head away and whispered to Yi Chen, what's wrong with Guoming? Bewitched. Yi Chen shook his head. It's an illusion cast by Yu Jinghai. By then, Guoming had stripped completely naked, his arms wrapped around, as if embracing a woman writhing incessantly. At that moment, Yu Jinghai spoke again, now lick my shoes. Hearing this, Guoming's body immediately slumped down. But then a flicker of resistance flashed in his eyes, and he cursed, you wretched old beast, how dare you humiliate me like this? Yu Jinghai sneered, amplifying his voice with a deep roar lick. Guoming's entire being once again fell into a daze. The crowd was stunned into silence, but Yu Jinghai only scoffed, taunting, "A mere ant with such meager skills dares to challenge me." Li Teilei's face turned ashen, his legs trembling with fear as he hastily gripped the table beside him for support. Two masters in succession had been effortlessly crushed by Yu Jinghai. His prowess was truly unfathomable. Bao Fugue muttered in terror, This is the Western region's illusion art, a technique that can manipulate minds." The audience collectively gasped. Legend had it that the Western region's illusion art was long lost, yet tales of it persisted within metaphysical circles. Mastery of this art allowed one to conjure illusions before others, trapping them in a disoriented state. At its pinnacle, it could freely control another's mind, compelling even immediate suicide without a moment's hesitation. Judging by Yu Jinghai's execution, he had clearly attained the highest level of this art. Moreover, his displayed abilities were likely just a fraction of his true power. The depths of his real strength were something none present dared to fathom. Finally, Yu Jinghai kicked Guoming aside with a snap of his fingers. Guoming instantly collapsed, drained of all energy, and lay limp on the ground. Seeing himself completely naked, he was overwhelmed with shame, scrambling to retrieve his clothes and dress. Wang Zhenggang smirked. "So, Master Guo, are you now convinced of Master Ye's prowess?" Guoming's face twitched violently, his teeth grinding audibly. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms, drawing thin streams of blood that dripped from his fingers. After a long pause, he choked out two words, "I submit." No one in the courtyard dared to speak. Even their breaths became nearly inaudible. Then Yu Jinghai turned his gaze to Yi Chun and said, "You once seized my giant clam treasure. Now that you've witnessed my divine arts, do you still dare to be arrogant?" Yi Chun shrugged. "You call that paltry display a divine art?" Song Wanting hastily tugged at Yi Chun, whispering, "You should back down now. Yu Jinghai is truly skilled. Don't throw your life away for meaningless pride." Yu Jinghai sneered. "Ignorant youth. I ask you, do you dare to compete with me? If you lose, return the giant clam and kneel in apology." Yi Chun smiled calmly. "Compete? Who do you think you are to deserve a move from me?" The crowd's expressions shifted drastically. This young man dared to utter such audacious words. Does he have a death wish? In the silent courtyard, an oppressive stillness reigned. Song Wanting sprang to her feet in shock. Once those words were spoken, there was no peaceful resolution to be had. Yu Jinghai laughed in fury, striding step by step toward Yi Chun. "In my life I've met many, but none have sought death as eagerly as you." Yi Chun smiled faintly. "Who lives and who dies remains to be seen." Yu Jinghai's murderous intent surged, his eyes turned icy as he prepared to strike. Just then a group of people burst through the door with menacing momentum. Leading them was Qin Aodong, who immediately spotted Yi Chun and bellowed, "Yi Chun, you charlatan! You've been deceiving my uncle with your tricks. You swindled our family's money and flaunted it at the auction like a big shot. Luckily, Master, you saw through your scheme. Surrender the assets now, or the Qin family will make you pay." As his words fell, Qin Gang and Qin Aoshue entered from outside. Hearing Qin Aodong's harsh rebuke, they wanted to stop him, but it was too late, leaving them in an awkward position. Yi Chun cast a faint glance at him, but said nothing. Yet that single glance sent a chill down Qin Gang's spine, stirring an involuntary fear. He scolded Qin Aodong, then quickly forced a smile to explain to Yi Chun, "Master, Yi He raced the thing." Qin Gang dared not conceal anything and recounted the events. After hearing the account, Yi Chun merely furrowed his brow slightly and said coldly, "It's just over 100 million. If you've changed your mind, I can refund the money anytime." "Oh, Master, Yi, please don't say that. I wouldn't dare ask for a refund. I came today because I've long admired the esteemed masters and wished to witness your skills." Qin Gang still couldn't tell whether Yi Chun was genuinely capable or just a fraud. But being a shrewd man, he decided not to confront Yi Chun outright just yet. Though his words were flattering, he was inwardly hesitant. Unable to gauge Yi Chun's depth himself, he figured he might as well let Yu Jinghai test the waters. If Yi Chun slipped up in front of Yu Jinghai, Qin Gang wouldn't hesitate to turn hostile, demanding every cent he had spent back with interest. Thus he smiled sheepishly at Yi Chun and the others, saying, "I won't interrupt the master's competition for now. Let's discuss this later. Please attend to your important matters first, don't mind me." Qin Aodong wanted to speak indignantly, but a fierce glare from Qin Gang silenced him. Seeing this, Yu Jinghai laughed heartily at Qin Gang. "You've arrived just in time. I know your Qin family has been troubled lately, and Yi Chun has performed rituals at your home. Today you'll compete with him and thoroughly resolve your family's woes. Yi Chun, if you dare not face me, not only will you die today, but afterward I will use my arts to annihilate your entire clan." Yi Chun frowned, then smiled coldly. "Since you're so eager to meet your end, I'll grant your wish." Seeing that Yi Chen still dared to spout arrogant nonsense, Yu Jinghai was burning with rage and sneered at Wang Jinggang. It seems some young folks are truly fearless, having no idea how to spell the word death. Since that's the case, Yu Jinghai shall teach him a proper lesson today. With that, he immediately turned to Wang Zhonggang and said, "Fetch me a string of copper coins, 9 incense sticks, a blood jade censer, and a lightning-struck jujube wood talisman. Today marks the end of this brat." Wang Zhonggang hurriedly prepared the items, and soon everything was ready. Yu Jinghai set up an altar, inscribed the words "Heaven and Earth Command," then removed the tips and ends of the incense sticks before inserting them into the blood jade censer. As the incense was lit, the rising smoke carried a faint blood-red hue. Yu Jinghai gripped the lightning-struck jujube wood talisman and began chanting incantations. The moment the incantations left his lips, Qin Gang, standing nearby, shuddered violently. His scalp tingled as if struck by an electric current, twitching uncontrollably. His eyes became bloodshot and his mind felt as though a heavy hammer was pounding incessantly, each blow echoing with a dull thud. Unable to bear it, his teeth chattered with a faint clicking sound. After a while, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, he had to ask, "Master Yu, how much longer will this feng shui ritual last? Your home has been tainted by this extreme yin and evil aura for a long time. Eradicating it completely is no simple task. Endure a little longer." Hearing Master Yes' words, Qin Gang had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. Yet as the incantations continued, Qin Gang felt his condition worsen. What had been mere pain now felt as though all his strength was being drained away, leaving him unable to stand steady. Just then, however, he suddenly felt a cool, refreshing energy emanating from his chest, bringing him a measure of relief. Qin Gang looked down astonished. This is the evil repelling token refined by Yi Chen. At that moment, Yu Jinghai formed a sword seal with his hand, forced a drop of blood from his middle finger, and flicked it onto the lightning-struck jujube wood talisman. "Suppress!" Yu Jinghai bellowed, seizing the talisman and slapping it toward the streams of blood-red smoke. The instant the jujube wood talisman touched the blood smoke, Qin Gang felt as if a string in his mind had been severed by a blade, and his vision turned a stark crimson. Blood began to trickle from his 7 orifices. "Father!" Qin Aoshue rushed forward to support him. Pale and utterly drained of strength, Qin Gang slumped weakly against her. Qin Aodong, frantic, demanded, "Master Yu, what's happened to my second uncle?" Yu Jinghai cast him a glance and explained dismissively, "Your Qin family has been entangled by an extreme yin and evil aura. As the family head, Qin Gang bears the heaviest burden of this malevolent energy. Using my secret art to break it inevitably affects his body. That he now bleeds from his 7 orifices proves my art is working, and the evil aura in your home has been thoroughly cleansed." Hearing this, Qin Gang managed a faint smile, and with his last shred of strength cupped his hands in gratitude. "Master Yu has saved the lives of my entire Qin family. Qin Gang will surely repay you handsomely." After the blood flowed from his orifices, he indeed felt his body beginning to recover, his breathing even smoother than before. Not only he, but even Qin Aodong felt a sudden lightness, as if his energy had been instantly restored. He too expressed endless thanks to Yu Jinghai. Bao Fuguei clicked his tongue in amazement. This Yu Jinghai is truly formidable. The Qin family has been plagued by this evil aura for so long, yet he dispelled it with a simple feng shui formation. The assembled guests, all experts in the mystical arts, could also see that the evil aura had been broken. They gazed at Yu Jinghai with faces full of admiration. Qin Aodong and Qin Aoshue helped Qin Gang to a nearby chair to sit. Then Qin Aodong sneered contemptuously at Yi Chen. "You fraud, you should admit defeat now. Return the money you swindled from our family immediately." Yi Chen shrugged. "I can return the money, but Qin Gang might not live to spend it." "What a—" Qin Gang was startled. Yi Chen shot him a cold glance. "Look at your palm. Isn't there a red line?" Qin Gang's face darkened as he quickly turned over his palm. He froze in shock. There on his hand a faint red streak had indeed appeared. This red line started from the lifeline on his palm and extended all the way up his arm. Qin Gang was horrified. "What is this? I never had it before." Yi Chen said coldly, "That is your lifeline. The Qin family's malevolent energy is overwhelming. Yu Jinghai's ritual is using your life to dissolve it. In 3 days, when this red line reaches your elbow, you will die. Your lifetime of accumulated virtue will be traded for the continuation of the Qin bloodline." Qin Gang was petrified with fear. Qin Aodong panicked, quickly looked to the crowd for help. The masters present nodded subtly in agreement. Qin Gang indeed had less than 3 days to live. Qin Aodong fell to his knees with a thud, begging Yu Jinghai, "Master Yu, I beg you, save my second uncle again." Yu Jinghai looked disdainful and sneered. "The Tao art has been cast, it cannot be undone. Trading one life for your entire family's survival. You should be thanking me." Qin Aox's face turned pale. After biting her lip in anguish, she knelt before Yi Chun. Please save my father. Yi Chun glanced at her and said calmly, since your family chose to trust you Jinghai, it has nothing to do with me. Why should I intervene? Tears welling in her eyes, Qin Aoxue gritted her teeth. If you can save my father, I'll agree to any condition you set. Yi Chun chuckled. I have no interest in you. Qin Gang also scrambled over and knelt before Yi Chun weeping. Master Yi, I was blinded by greed. It was all that jinx Qin Aodong who deceived me. With that, Qin Gang grabbed Qin Aodong and began slapping him mercilessly across the face. Qin Aodong dodged frantically. Qin Aoxue clutched Yi Chun's legs sobbing. Please save my father, I beg you. Yi Chun sighed. Enough, stand up. I was just scaring you. There's nothing wrong. Luckily your father had the evil repelling talisman on him, or he wouldn't have had the strength to beat Qin Aodong. Qin Gang, bewildered, pulled out the token from his pocket. Did this token work? Yi Chun nodded. The red line will fade soon. With Yu Jinghai's meager skills, he's far from breaking through my evil repelling token. Qin Gang looked down at his arm and saw that the red line had indeed dimmed and was gradually disappearing. Overjoyed, he said, Thank you, Master Yi. If not for you, I would have. Yi Chun waved his hand. It's your own good fortune for bringing the talisman along. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered. After speaking, Yi Chun turned to Yu Jinghai and said, The result is clear now. Won't you admit defeat? Qin Aodong finally came to his senses and knelt, apologizing profusely to Yi Chun. Yu Jinghai's face turned ashen. Glaring fiercely at Yi Chun, he said, Do you think winning with such petty tricks makes you a victor? I intended to spare your life, but you're stubbornly obstinate. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the giant clam and kneel in apology. He had hoped not to use his final trump card, but things had come to this. Yi Chun had defeated him, rendering his elaborate scheme futile. Moreover, once he used that card, even he couldn't fully control it. Everyone here might die. Yi Chun's expression turned icy. What if I refuse? You leave me no choice. As Yu Jinghai's words fell, he pulled a black ceramic jar from the box beside him. Several red leeches leaped from the jar. Midair they sprouted tiny wings, and then pounced on the meat laid out on the table, beginning to feed. Song Wanting grimaced. These leeches are utterly disgusting, aren't they? Everyone watched as the black leeches latched onto the meat, the scene grotesque and eerie. The assembled masters were baffled, exchanging puzzled glances. But in an instant, the meat sucked dry by the blood-red leeches rapidly changed color, and countless smaller black leeches burrowed out from within. In just a few moments, every dish laid out on the table had rotted and spoiled, emitting a foul stench as dense clusters of leeches bred within them. A black dog in the yard, which had been idly basking in the sun, suddenly perked up its ears in terror and began barking wildly the instant the leeches appeared. Hearing the dog's bark, the leeches instantly swarmed toward it, as if they had found their target. In a flash, the black dog's body was covered in a thick layer of leeches. As the leeches fed, the black dog visibly shriveled into a dried carcass, its blood completely drained by the parasites. New leeches then emerged from the dog's fur, rising into the air together. The crowd was horrified, and as those disgusting creatures sought their next prey, everyone scattered in panic. Having witnessed the black dog's tragic fate, no one wanted to become the next dried-up corpse. Facing the overwhelming swarm of leeches, the masters of the occult pulled out all their tricks. Those with artifacts wielded them for defense, while those without chanted incantations without pause. Yet even so, people kept falling victim, screaming and slapping at the leeches on their bodies. Song Wanting's face turned pale as she edged closer to Yi Chun, trembling. These leeches are incredibly aggressive. Bao Fuguei was terrified and spoke with fury. This isn't Taoist sorcery. It's the grazing art of Southeast Asia. You do have some insight. Yu Jinghai laughed arrogantly, his voice cold. I gathered 100 newly dead corpses, supplemented them with fetuses from 18 yin-year yin-month-hour births, and mixed in various secret herbs to refine these few blood corpse goo. Today those who bow to me shall live, those who dare defy me, dying by my blood corpse goo, is your honor. These blood-red leeches multiplied rapidly. A middle-aged man bitten on the arm by a single leech saw his entire limb turn black and shrivel up. The leeches hovered in the air, buzzing incessantly, and listening for too long left one feeling mentally disoriented. Song Wanting felt a churn in her stomach, nauseous and queasy, so she pressed closer to Yi Chun, half her body leaning against his arm, which brought her some relief. She noticed that a protective barrier seemed to surround Yi Chun, keeping the leeches at bay. A few reckless ones that ventured within 3 meters of him simply dissipated into the air. Watching the leeches wreak havoc, Yi Chun's expression remained indifferent as he strode toward Yu Jinghai. At the same time, a white radiance began to emanate from Yi Chun's body. Within that glow, faint traces of lightning crackled, accompanied by soft popping sounds. This was the effect of the Thunder Command talisman that Yi Chun had crafted. Yu Jinghai watched Yi Chun approach step by step, every leech that came near him turning to ash in an instant. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What? What kind of sorcery is this? Impossible." Yi Chun drew nearer, his body glowing like a deity, his face impassive. Yu Jinghai's composure crumbled, his aged face twitching uncontrollably as he roared hysterically, "Absolutely impossible. I spent 10 years refining these blood corpse goo. They can't be defeated by a mere brat like you." Yi Chun looked at Yu Jinghai coldly, his voice flat. "How dare you claim supremacy with such petty dark arts? Today I shall show you what true divine power means." Then Yi Chun bellowed, "By decree, thunder come." In an instant, thunder erupted from the clear sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a deafening clap of thunder exploded in everyone's ears. The azure sky swiftly darkened with black clouds at Yi Chun's command. Wind and thunder roared as if the very heavens and earth were splitting apart. Layers of energy accumulated and silver-white lightning slithered through the dark clouds as if awaiting its summons. Song Wanting stared in awe at the miraculous celestial phenomenon. Some in the crowd were so terrified they fell to their knees. Yi Chun pointed downward and a silver serpent streaked across the sky, crashing down with a thunderous strike. All spells and techniques crumbled helplessly before such a divine spectacle. Vast swathes of leeches vanished instantly in the lightning. The ground was scorched, black trees burst into flames, a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Yi Chun stood with his hands behind his back, his cold gaze sweeping across the area, lightning crackling around him like a god descending upon the mortal world. Moments later, a torrential rain poured down, washing over the chaotic ground. The assembled masters finally snapped back to reality, prostrating themselves before Yi Chun. "This is a true god, a divine miracle. Master Yi, you are the true master. If not for you, we would all be doomed." Qin Gang was also terrified but inwardly relieved that he hadn't angered Master Yi like Qin Aodong had. Otherwise, such divine power was beyond mortal endurance. The thunder dissipated, the leeches vanished, and Yu Jinghai's altar lay shattered and scattered on the ground. Yu Jinghai was so frightened he could barely stand, his face twisted with terror. Yi Chun's power was utterly beyond his comprehension. Before Yi Chun, Yu Jinghai was less than an ant. If that thunderbolt had struck him, his fate would have been no different from the leeches. He dared not stay a moment longer, scrambling and crawling toward the exit. As long as he could keep his life, what else mattered? What was the title of Southern Venerate or mastery of the arcane arts? All worthless before his own life. "Did I permit you to leave?" Yi Chun's gaze swept over, and he raised a finger. "Thunder, come." A silver serpent swept forth, thunder roared, and a bolt of lightning struck from the sky. Yu Jinghai screamed as his skin split and charred black. He trembled and begged, "Master. Master Yi, I was wrong. Please spare my worthless life." Yi Chun's face remained impassive as he walked step by step before Yu Jinghai, digging up fresh corpses and using fetuses to raise goo. "How dare you beg for mercy from me? Your crimes are too numerous to record. As a heretic, you deserve death by all. Today I shall act for heaven and execute you by lightning." Yu Jinghai stared blankly at the sky, watching the lightning slither through the dark clouds, utterly despairing. This was his day of doom. A wave of deep regret surged within him. He couldn't understand why a small city like Jinling could harbor someone as godlike as this. Why had he offended such a figure for the hollow title of Southern Venerate? "Thunder, come." As Yi Chun called out again, the lightning and the dark clouds coalesced into a single beam, striking Yu Jinghai directly. The once arrogant Master Yu, who had demanded others bow to him, couldn't even let out a scream before being engulfed in the electric blaze. When the light faded, Yu Jinghai had been reduced to a lump of charcoal unrecognizable as human. The stench of burnt flesh spread, nauseating all who smelled it. Yi Chun waved his hand. "Wind, arise." A gale swept up from the ground, dispersing the foul odor. In the wind, Yi Chun's robes fluttered, making him seem like an immortal descending to earth. The occult masters in the yard remained kneeling, not daring to make a sound. Qin Aodong hurriedly hid behind Qin Aoshua, afraid to let Yi Chun see him. Those thunderbolts had nearly shattered his courage. If even the mighty Yu Jinghai couldn't withstand them, his mortal body would be reduced to a corpse by a single strike. Only now did he realize that the reason he was still alive was that Yi Chun had never considered him a threat. "Master Yi, you are truly a god incarnate." Qin Gang, though weak, knelt with utmost respect, hands raised in salute. Wang Jinggang was also terrified out of his wits. He fell to his knees with a thud, crawling on his knees toward Yi Chun until he reached his feet, kowtowing incessantly. "Master Yi, spare my life. I was blinded by greed, deceived by that bastard surnamed Yu, and conspired with him. I beg you to spare my worthless life. From now on I will follow your lead and serve you like a beast of burden." Yi Chen glanced at him indifferently and walked past. Bao Fugue bowed respectfully. Everyone has witnessed Master Yi's power. From now on, the only Southern Venerate is Master Yi, and the occult world of Nangguang shall be his private army. Earlier the crowd had fought tooth and nail over the title of Southern Venerate, but now no one dared object. All knelt in reverence, kowtowing to Yi Chen. We await your command, Master Yi. The crowd, who had been fiercely contending moments before now, turned their gazes of reverence and admiration toward Yi Chen. In their hearts they echoed the same sentiment. To summon heavenly thunder, a divine art they dared not even dream of. With such a figure commanding Jinling, who would dare raise any objection? Gazing at Yu Jinghai, who lay on the ground still smoking from the lightning strike, their eyes gleamed even brighter. If they could gain even a fraction of Yi Chen's guidance, they might ascend to a higher realm. They were determined to latch onto this powerful figure. Noticing their fervent, almost eerie stares, Yi Chen grew wary and quickly said, I have little understanding of feng shui and metaphysics, nor do I have much time. Henceforth the affairs of the mystic arts sect shall be left to Bao Fugue. Little understanding. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes wide as saucers, as if that very heavenly thunder had struck them as well. With little understanding, he could casually summon heavenly thunder. Then what were they who trained day and night even worth? A joke. Truly comparing oneself to him was maddening. Bao Fugue, observing the stagnant atmosphere in the hall, stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Yi Chen. I am honored by Master Yi's trust, and shall not fail to live up to it. Henceforth matters within the sect shall be resolved through discussion. Should any decision prove difficult, I fear we may need to trouble you again. Yi Chen nodded. The atmosphere in the hall revived. Li Tailai, the wealthiest man, his eyes twinkling, stepped forward respectfully. Master Yi is truly a dragon among men. I am convinced. A small check is a token of my esteem. With that he raised a check with both hands in reverence. Guoming quickly followed suit. To witness Master Yi's prowess today is the highlight of my life. From now on, whatever the matter, great or small, you need only command me. Seeing this, the others inwardly cursed the two old foxes for their cunning, yet they hastened to step forward, offering gifts and declaring their allegiance. One shameless fellow even offered his 18-year-old daughter's hand in marriage at a moment's notice. Seeing the situation spiraling, Bao Fugue quickly cleared his throat to interrupt. Master Yi, the Wang family contributed 150 million as prize money for today's banquet. As the undisputed victor, this prize is naturally yours. Wang Zhengong, who had been kneeling, realized he could wait no longer. Shouting Master Yi at the top of his lungs, he crawled on his knees to Yi Chen, his face a mess of tears and snot. Master Yi, I was wrong. I nearly brought disaster to the heroes of Nangguang. It's all my fault. Yi Chen cast a cold glance at his pathetic state. Wang Zhengong, weren't you and Yu Jinghai as thick as thieves before? Wang Zhenggang wept bitterly. It was because I was deceived by him, Master Yi. I was blind and failed to recognize a true luminary. From now on I will keep my eyes wide open and follow only you. Seeing Yi Chen's still indifferent expression, Wang Zhenggang's mind raced. Wiping his tears, he said, Master Yi, I wish to gift you a villa as a token of my apology. Please do accept it. A villa? Yi Chen frowned slightly. Given his wealth, a villa was nothing. However, buying one himself would be inappropriate, as he couldn't explain the source of the funds to his wife. But if someone offered to give him one, why should he be polite? After all, his family still lived in an old house and truly needed a better environment. As for Wang Zhenggong, he was indeed detestable, but given his sincere repentance, his crime did not warrant death. Thus Yi Chen nodded and said, You have shown thoughtfulness. Let this matter rest. If you cross me again, I will not be so lenient. Wang Zhenggong, overjoyed, hastily kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, Master Yi. I will surely reflect deeply and never repeat my mistake. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to Qin Gang, who stood nearby with a face full of terror. He asked calmly, Qin Gang, do you people of the Qin family think I, Yi Chen, swindled your money? Qin Gang's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees with a thud, stammering in fear, I wouldn't dare. I was merely momentarily foolish, harboring slight doubts about Master Yi. Now I am utterly convinced that you are the true master of mystic arts. Please punish me as you see fit. With that he grabbed the terrified Qin Aodong and roared, You wretched fool. Kneel. Qin Aodong, trembling uncontrollably, fell to his knees at Qin Gang's roar, stuttering, Master Yi, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. I never meant to doubt you. Qin Gang backhanded him across the face, then struck him again, delivering a dozen slaps, until Qin Aodong's cheeks swelled like a pig's head. Qin Aodong dared not move, kneeling and sobbing. The beating was the least of his worries. What terrified him most was that Yi Chen might summon a heavenly thunderbolt to strike him dead, as he had done to Yu Jinghai. Beside him, Chen Aokshu's pretty face was pale with fright. She had never dreamed that Yi Chun was truly such a master of divine arts. Earlier, she had harbored some anger toward Yi Chun, thinking she would find a chance to avenge the kick he had given her. But now she realized he was so powerful that she could only worship him. Fearing that Yi Chun might vent his wrath on her younger brother Chen Aodong, she quickly knelt and pleaded, "Master Yi, my brother is young and ignorant. Please spare him this once." Seeing the three Chens kneeling before him, Yi Chun said indifferently, "In light of your sincere repentance, I will let this matter slide. But if anything similar occurs in the future, do not blame me for being ruthless." Hearing this, the three Chens felt as if they had received a pardon and hastily kowtowed in thanks. Song Wanting, who had witnessed everything, was thrilled, her heart fluttering with admiration. Before this, she had thought Yi Chun merely had some knowledge of antiques and appraisal with an ordinary background and family, hardly a notable figure. But she never expected he had been hiding his true strength all along. Today's scene left Song Wanting utterly speechless with astonishment, as she had never seen anything like it in her life. Just then Yi Chun stepped up higher, looking down upon the crowd, and said coldly, "Listen to me." At his words, everyone immediately looked up at him with utmost respect, not daring to make a sound. Yi Chun swept his gaze across the assembly, his voice stern. "What transpired here today must not be spoken of beyond these doors. Otherwise I will make sure they taste the same fate as Yu Jinghai." The crowd shuddered. It seemed Master Yi did not wish his identity and power to be known. Truly a master of utmost humility. Unlike that charlatan Yu Jinghai who flaunted his meager skills at every opportunity. Compared to Master Yi, he was utterly worthless. A fitting end. Thus everyone cupped their hands and bowed. "We shall obey your command, Master Yi." Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction and said, "In that case, let us all disperse for today." Amid the adoring gazes of the crowd, Yi Chun departed with an air of indifference. As Song Wanting accompanied him on the way back, her eyes kept involuntarily falling upon him. By then Yi Chun had reverted to his former ordinary and unremarkable self, showing no trace of formidable cultivation. Astonished, she felt an intense curiosity toward him. Just moments ago at the Wang residence, Yi Chun had summoned lightning, with a mere gesture reducing the once dominant powerhouses to mere ants before him. A display of overwhelming might that shook the ages. Yet once it was over, Yi Chun returned to his usual self, plain and unassuming, indistinguishable from any passerby. But beneath that ordinary exterior, Song Wanting knew full well the immense blinding power that lay hidden. Song Wanting could not help but ask, "Yi Chun, can you truly summon lightning? Is that an immortal technique?" Yi Chun gave a non-committal smile. "What if I said it was a coincidence? Would you believe me?" Song Wanting could not help but recall that scene again, lightning streaking across the sky, crashing down in fury, while Yi Chun stood with hands clasped behind his back like the sovereign of the world amid the thunder. No woman, after witnessing such a spectacle, could resist being moved by Yi Chun. A stir rose in Song Wanting's heart, but she quickly dismissed the impractical thought. How could anyone truly summon lightning? In her understanding, summoning lightning required a conductive object, much like Franklin's kite experiment. If Yi Chun could really summon lightning with a wave of his hand, why would he endure humiliation in the Shao family? Could it be that the thunder was merely a coincidence? When Yi Chun reached home, he heard his mother-in-law Ma Lan shouting loudly inside. "I've always told you to marry a capable man, but you wouldn't listen. Look at Wang Lifen's son-in-law. How capable he is. He gave her a whole 4-bedroom apartment. Over 180 square meters. How spacious. And look at us. Barely 120 square meters. It's so cramped it suffocates me. Other people's sons-in-law are reliable, but the one you married, Yi Chun, is utterly useless. Relying on him, he'll never live in a big house in this lifetime." Xiao Charen's voice came through dissatisfied. "Mom, you don't have to envy others. I've been promoted to director now. If we save for a few more years, can't we afford a new house?" Her mother-in-law ranted, "A few more years. By then, everything will be cold. Ever since you married, Yi Chun, our life has gone downhill. We used to live in the Shao family villa, but now we can only live in this shabby place. None of my friends live worse than me." Xiao Charen said, "Mom, what's the point of always comparing?" "No point at all," her mother-in-law fumed. "Because I can't keep up, so it's pointless. Utterly pointless." Yi Chun shook his head helplessly and walked in through the door. Ma Lan saw Yi Chun return and snorted coldly. "So you remember to come back. Are you going to cook or not? We're starving here." Yi Chun smiled. "Mom'll get dinner ready." With that, he headed straight to the kitchen. Yi Chun knew Ma Lan's character all too well, snobbish, fickle, and envious of others' possessions. If she found out that Wang Jinggang was offering him a villa as an apology, she would undoubtedly grovel and fawn over him. However, given Ma Lan's behavior, he decided not to mention the house for now. As Yi Chun busied himself in the kitchen, Xiao Chern approached and whispered, "Mom is just that kind of person. She despises the poor and fawns over the rich. Don't take her words to heart. Chen deliberately said, "Did Mom tell you that in private?" "I didn't hear a thing. You don't need to make excuses for me." She was shouting so loudly, how could you not hear? Chen poked Chen's forehead with her finger. Seeing her delicate hand before him, Chen couldn't resist and gently took her soft hand in his. Chen blushed, afraid Ma Lan might see, and stole a glance outside while trying to pull her hand free. But Chen held on, turning her wrist over to reveal the bracelet he had crafted. He smiled. "Have you noticed the magic of this bracelet?" "Bracelet?" Chen thought for a moment and nodded. "Now that you mention it, it is quite magical. I used to suffer from insomnia, but ever since I started wearing it I've slept soundly and I feel much healthier." "What material is it made of?" Chen chuckled. "Nothing special, just ordinary pearls. It's mainly because you're in a better mood, so your health naturally improves." The lustrous sea spirit pearl rested quietly on Chen's jade-like wrist, making her skin seem to glow. Holding her soft, smooth hand, Chen felt his mouth go dry. Chen, noticing the love in his eyes, quickly withdrew her hand and shot him a playful glare. Chen smiled and asked, "Chen, do you want to buy a new house?" "Well, ever since we moved out of the villa, Mom has been complaining constantly that this place is too small and shabby." Chen sighed, then snapped back to reality. "But property prices are too high now. We don't have that much money. Let's forget it." Suddenly she had an idea. "We could go check out some developments first and calculate the difference between this house and a larger one. If the gap isn't too big, we could trade up." Before Chen could respond, Chen said excitedly, "That's settled. Tomorrow is the weekend. Let's go look at some properties." Seeing how enthusiastic she was, Chen nodded. "Since you want to, I'll go with you." Chen researched property listings on her phone and decided to check out the scenic Xinyuan garden. Just then, after dinner, someone knocked on the door. A courier handed Chen a small package. "This is a local delivery for you. Please sign." After signing, Chen opened it and found a set of house keys and several golden cards inscribed with Thompson Riviera Villa A05. Soon Chen received a call from Wang Xinggong, the patriarch of the Wang family. His voice was reverent. "Master Yi, have you received the keys and the card?" Thompson Riviera Villa is the most premium real estate project developed by Thompson Riviera in Jinling. The A05 unit I've gifted you is the largest villa with over 1,000 square meters of usable space, not including the courtyard. Please accept it. Chen had heard of Thompson Riviera. They had developed both villas and high-rise communities in Jinling, making it the most upscale real estate in the city. Such a villa would cost at least 100 million on the open market. It seemed Wang Zhengang had indeed made a significant sacrifice. Chen said calmly, "You've been thoughtful." Wang Zhengang was overjoyed. "Not at all. Serving Master Yi is the Wang family's honor." Back in his room, Chen casually asked Chen, "Honey, do you like the houses at Thompson Riviera?" "Thompson Riviera?" Chen exclaimed. "How could we ever afford a house there? Even their ordinary high-rise apartments cost twice as much as elsewhere. But the houses are indeed the best in Jinling." Chen smiled faintly. "We can go take a look tomorrow. We don't have to buy anything." Chen quickly waved her hand. "Let's be practical and look at regular homes instead." Chen chuckled. "To be honest, I have a friend at Thompson Riviera who says he can get us an internal price. We can just check it out." The next morning, Chen tucked the villa key and access card given by Wang Zhengang into his pocket, then drove with his wife to the Thompson One Sales Center. Soon the car came to a halt at the entrance of the Thompson One Sales Center. The sales center was teeming with people. It seemed that the citizens of Jinling were quite intrigued by the Thompson One development. Even if they couldn't afford it, they came to feast their eyes. Seeing the crowd, Chen said to Chen, "Chen, with so many people and us unable to buy, let's not join the commotion." Chen smiled and said, "Honey, since we're here, why leave? Besides, I'd love to see what it's like. Come on in with me." Chen reluctantly agreed. "Fine, let's at least see what top-tier Thompson One looks like." Inside, many were gathered around the massive scale model, listening to the sales guide explain the development's overview. The Thompson One development in Jinling was vast. The outer perimeter consisted of high-rise residences, relatively standard apartments ranging from 120 to 240 square meters, with steep starting prices of 8 yuan per square meter. As for the deepest, most tranquil and prime location, it was the exclusive villa district. The villas ranged from 300 to over 100 square meters, with yards and basements commanding a price of 130 yuan per square meter. This meant the villa Wang Zhengang gifted Chen was worth 130 million yuan. The sales guide continued, "We provide dedicated property management and security for our esteemed villa owners. Though the standard residences and villas share the same complex, the villa district is enclosed by an additional wall separating it entirely. The outer area is already extremely secure, barring any unauthorized entry. The villa district is even safer. To put it bluntly, even if a thief infiltrated the outer area, they could never breach the villa security. So villa owners can rest assured of absolute safety. A woman then exclaimed indignantly, "Isn't this going too far? You're practically using the outer residents as shields for the villa owners." Many around nodded in agreement, sensing the implication in the guide's words. Chen found the voice familiar and looked up to see a heavily made-up woman. It was Xiao Chen's cousin Xiao Weiwei. What was she doing here? Both Chen and Xiao Chen were surprised. Looking beside her, they saw her father Xiao Changqian, mother Qian Hongyan, and brother Xiao Hailong. Could they be here to buy a house? Xiao Chen whispered to Chen, "Uncle's family is here. Let's go." Chen shook his head. "Why leave? Just because they're here doesn't mean we can't be." Xiao Chen said, "I'm just worried they'll taunt you again." Chen smiled. "Don't worry, your husband's been through years of that. I'm long past being bothered." "All right." Xiao Chen nodded reluctantly. The sales guide smiled at Xiao Weiwei, who had protested. "Madam, to be honest, Thompson 1 has always prioritized villa owners. Our private pools, high-end sports and wellness clubs, golf course, and the Michelin star restaurant imported from Italy are all within the villa district exclusively for villa owners." Xiao Weiwei fumed. "So you're saying we, the outer high-rise owners, aren't people? We're paying good money too. Why can't we enjoy these facilities?" The guide apologized. "I'm sorry, but we do have clubs in the outer area. If you purchase a unit, you can use those." Xiao Weiwei demanded, "Can I access the premium wellness club inside? Or play golf there?" "No," the guide said. "Those facilities are reserved for villa owners." "My apologies." Xiao Hailong snapped. "What's the deal here? We're planning to buy your largest 240 square meter unit, 16 to 17 million yuan, and you won't let us use the inner facilities. Damn it, maybe you'll just walk away." The guide smiled calmly. "Sir, to be frank, we built the outer high-rises as a requirement from the city, which didn't permit a pure villa development due to land and density concerns. So these auxiliary residences were added, but our priority has always been the villa owners. If you can't accept that, you can buy a villa or simply not buy anything. Honestly, our outer units sell very well. 80 already sold at launch." Xiao Hailong's expression darkened. He thought threatening to walk away would give him leverage, but the guide couldn't care less. The unspoken message was clear: take it or leave it. Somewhat defiant, Xiao Hailong said to his parents, let's go. We won't buy. We can spend our money anywhere." But his mother Qian Hongyan retorted, "Go where? I've set my heart on this place. I won't settle for anything else." Xiao Hailong argued, "Mom, living here means standing guard for the villa owners and being treated as second class. What's the point?" "You know nothing," Qian Hongyan said. "Even if the outer area's environment and amenities don't match the villas, it's still the best high-rise community in Jinling. Your grandmother's villa is too old with outdated decor from years ago. I'm tired of it." Xiao Changqian nodded. "Your grandmother's villa is indeed too old and remote with few amenities. Wanting a pack of cigarettes at night means a long drive. This place is far more convenient." He added, "Your mother and I agree. We're buying here." Xiao Hailong sighed, realizing his earlier bluff had made him look foolish. Frustrated, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures and perked up, blurting out, "Oh, Charan, Chen, what are you two doing here?" Xiao Charan hadn't expected to be seen. As his shout drew his family's attention, she forced a smile and said, "Chen and I are just out for a stroll and a look." Xiao Hailong sneered, "What? With your family's means and your worthless husband, you're dreaming of buying a place in an upscale development like Thompson 1. Xiao Hailong naturally looked down upon Chen with utter disdain. He also harbored deep resentment toward Xiao Charan, who was then the company's director. Seeing that the couple had also come to view apartments at Thompson First, he seized the chance to mock them mercilessly. Chen, hearing Xiao Hailong dare to insult him, and his wife sneered, "Oh, if someone like you can come to Thompson First to view apartments, why can't we?" Xiao Hailong sneered, "I can come because my family can afford it. You, a pathetic loser, can you afford a place here?" Chen chuckled, "How do you know I can't afford it?" Xiao Hailong snorted, "There's no way in hell you can afford it. Do you know how much these apartments cost? The smallest unit is 120 square meters at over 80,000 per square meter. That's 10 million. Do you have 10 million? Chen laughed heartily, "I wouldn't stoop to buying the smallest unit. If I buy, I'll get the largest." "Huh?" Xiao Hailong sneered coldly, "The largest is 240 square meters. With your background." Xiao Weiwei also mocked, "Yeah, Chen, can you really afford a 240 square meter apartment? Even our family can't just buy one on a whim. What are you going to use to pay for it?" Chen looked at her and asked with a smile, "Who told you I was going to buy a 240 square meter apartment?" Xiao Weiwei scoffed contemptuously, "What? Didn't you say you'd buy the largest? Can't keep up the act now?" Chen laughed, "Weiwei, you really have no vision. Didn't you see there's a whole villa area on the model? The villas here are the largest properties." "Huh?" Xiao Weiwei said scornfully, "Villas? The smallest villa here costs tens of millions, and the most expensive ones are in the hundreds of millions. With your loser status, you couldn't afford one in 8 lifetimes. Yi Chen smiled. Coincidentally, I happen to own one, and it's the largest. Huh. Xiao Hailong's family laughed uncontrollably, pointing at Yi Chen disdainfully. You can afford the largest villa. Oh my god, you're trying to kill us with laughter. Nearby customers also heard Yi Chen's words and began to mock him. He looks like a total loser, and he's talking about buying a villa. If he can afford a villa here, I could buy the entire Thompson first. He's bragging without even a draft. Xiao Churen's face also flushed with embarrassment. She whispered reproachfully in Yi Chen's ear. Yi Chen, what nonsense are you talking? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Yi Chen smiled. What's shameful about telling the truth? Xiao Hailong laughed heartily and said, hear that. Even your own wife doesn't believe you. The public's eyes are sharp too. A person like you doesn't even deserve to step into this sales hall. Then he added viciously, wait, I'll call the saleswoman to throw you out. Immediately Xiao Hailong summoned a saleswoman and pointed at Yi Chen, saying, Miss, what's going on here? How did you let such a piece of trash in? This guy even boasts about buying your most expensive villa. With people like him around, those of us who actually have the means to buy don't even want to make a move. The saleswoman glanced at Yi Chen and could tell from his simple attire that he didn't look like a wealthy person. Even clients looking to buy the smallest 3-bedroom unit dressed more presentably than him. The crowd began to stir, with many saying, kick this guy out already. He's ruining our mood. The saleswoman approached Yi Chen and said, sir, if you're not planning to buy a property, please leave and don't disturb our other clients. Xiao Churen sighed, tugged at Yi Chen's sleeve, and said, let's go. Let's look elsewhere. Others also started jeering, go on, poor guy. Stop making a spectacle of yourself. Yi Chen stood still, smiling. Do you know why you can't afford a villa? Because you're all short-sighted. With that kind of vision, you'll never live in a villa in this lifetime. Xiao Hailong spat paw. Yi Chen, you've got some nerve. Every single person here is far richer than you. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, Xiao Hailong, you keep insisting I can't afford a villa. So what if I actually can? Xiao Hailong burst into loud laughter, pointed at the tallest high-rise building on the model, and said arrogantly, if you can afford a villa here, I, Xiao Hailong, will jump off the top of that building. Many around chimed in, you pathetic loser, if you can afford it, I'll jump too. Yeah, count me in. I can't stand pretentious assholes like him. Xiao Churen had never felt so humiliated. She blamed Yi Chen and scolded Yi Chen. Why do you have to argue with them like this? Do you have to make a fool of yourself to be happy? Yi Chen smiled slightly. Wife, how do you know I'll make a fool of myself? With that, Yi Chen pulled out the keys and access card for a villa from his pocket and said calmly, look, these are the keys and card for Villa A05. Xiao Weiwei laughed. Yi Chen, do you think we'll believe you just because you pull out some keys? Do you think we're that stupid? Yi Chen tossed the keys and card to the saleswoman and said calmly, here, see if this is real. The saleswoman recognized the keys and card at a glance. They were specifically for the Thompson First Villa area, and she was shocked. Could this man really be the owner of a villa here? She had just been about to kick him out. If he really was the owner and got angry, she would definitely lose her job. Thinking this, she nervously took his card and swiped it on the internal reader. The reader immediately announced in a computerized voice, welcome home, esteemed owner of building A05, a Mr. Yi Chen. The saleswoman gasped, you are Mr. Yi Chen? Yes, Yi Chen nodded. It seemed the villa gifted by the Wang family had already been transferred to his name. The saleswoman immediately returned the card to Yi Chen with both hands trembling with fear. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were the distinguished owner of Villa A05. Please forgive me for earlier. Everyone present was stunned. Yi Chen was really the owner here. No way. How could someone like him afford a villa at Thompson First? Xiao Hailong's expression turned extremely sour. What the hell was going on? Yi Chen buying a villa at Thompson First. He would rather believe in ghosts than believe Yi Chen had that kind of money. But what about the saleswoman? She wouldn't lie, would she? And she had swiped his card, and the machine confirmed he was the owner. What was really going on? Seeing the saleswoman trembling with anxiety, fearing she might lose her job for offending Yi Chen, he waved his hand dismissively and said, it's nothing. I won't hold a grudge. Then Yi Chen added, by the way, why don't you introduce the A05 villa to these short-sighted folks? Relieved, the saleswoman quickly addressed the others. Our Thompson Riviera Villa area has 4 types, A, B, C, and D. The rarest is the largest type A with 3 floors above ground and 2 below, a private elevator, a total usable area exceeding 1,000 square meters, plus a front and back courtyard of several hundred square meters. The price is over 100 million yuan, the most expensive villa in Thompson Riviera and all of Jinling. At these words, everyone was stunned. A villa worth over 100 million yuan, equivalent to over a dozen 3-bedroom apartments. How could Yi Chen, so ordinary in dress and demeanor, own such a luxurious mansion? Xiao Hailong's expression turned extremely grim, while his sister and parents were nearly mad with jealousy. Xiao Weiwei asked incredulously. Yi Chen, how do you have a villa here? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said, someone gave it to me. Is that not allowed? How can you? Xiao Weiwei couldn't contain her anger. She had always aimed high in life, yet never had the chance to live in such a luxurious villa here. How could Yi Chen deserve to live here? Yi Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Instead, he looked at her brother Xiao Hailong and said with a smile, Hailong, weren't you going to jump off the building? When will you do it? Xiao Hailong's face turned ashen and hideous. Clenching his fists, he said, Yi Chen, stop spouting nonsense. I still don't believe you can afford this villa. Even less do I believe someone would gift you a villa, unless you tell me how you got it. Yi Chen shook his head with a laugh and said to those around, see this? This is what you call a sore loser. Then Yi Chen addressed Xiao Hailong again. Xiao Hailong, with your meager abilities, you're only fit to buy an ordinary high-rise apartment. You're not worthy of living in a villa or knowing how I got mine. Just know this is a place you'll never afford in your lifetime. You? Xiao Hailong's face was incredibly ugly. Being insulted like this by Yi Chen was a first for him, but what infuriated him most was that he couldn't even retort. How could he? His family was already under pressure buying a 240-square-meter apartment, hesitating over the decision, while Yi Chen owned the largest villa here. The gap was simply too vast. In truth, he had been thoroughly ridiculed by Yi Chen, this time filling him with rage. Gritting his teeth, he said darkly, Yi Chen, you've become quite capable buying such a huge villa without even informing the family. Do you still consider yourself part of the Xiao family? Yi Chen laughed. Didn't you always say I'm not a member of the Xiao family? So why should I inform you? Then he turned to Xiao Chen and said, Dear, since we're here, shall we go check out our new villa? Xiao Chen blurted out, What? What's going on? Yi Chen said calmly, I'll explain everything to you later. Just then a familiar voice rang out. Oh, my big brother and sister-in-law, are you buying a place in Thompson Riviera? How impressive. The speaker was none other than Yi Chen's mother-in-law Ma Lan. With her was Yi Chen's father-in-law Xiao Chongquan. Yi Chen and Xiao Chen were both surprised. Why had they come? Xiao Chen hurried forward to ask, Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Ma Lan said, Your uncle and aunt called us saying they wanted to look at the Thompson Riviera properties and asked us to come help them decide. As she spoke, Ma Lan's gaze fell on Yi Chen, a hint of irritation in her heart. She hadn't wanted to come at all. Just yesterday, she had quarreled with her daughter about wanting to move out of their old house, and now today, she received a call from Xiao Shanqian's family asking her and her husband to accompany them to view properties. What was there to see? Weren't they just calling her over to flaunt their plan to buy in Thompson Riviera? Ma Lan was seething inside, but she dared not offend the eldest Xiao brother, so she had no choice but to come with her husband and play the supporting role. That was why she felt so resentful toward Yi Chen. If only she had a capable son-in-law, maybe she could be living in Thompson Riviera too. At that moment, she looked fawningly at her sister-in-law Qian Hongyan and exclaimed, Sister-in-law, you're truly amazing. Buying a place in Thompson Riviera just like that. I'm so envious. I wonder when our family will ever afford such a luxurious home. Are you getting the 240-square-meter one? I reckon our family couldn't save that much in 50 years. Though she was annoyed with the elder brother's family, Ma Lan knew she had to flatter them, so she launched into a barrage of sycophantic remarks. Xiao Hailong's mother Qian Hongyan looked extremely sour. She glared at Ma Lan and said coldly, Ma Lan, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? Qian Hongyan was nearly exploding with rage. She had intended to summon Xiao Chongquan and Ma Lan to witness her buying a luxurious mansion in Thompson Riviera to boost her own status and taunt them. But unexpectedly, their son-in-law had outdone her by securing a villa there. This infuriated her to no end, and jealousy gnawed at her heart. Now Ma Lan had arrived and was deliberately praising her for buying a 240-square-meter apartment. Wasn't that a blatant jab? You own a 100 million yuan villa, yet you say you envy me. And claiming you can't afford such a luxurious house. Isn't that an insult? Ma Lan had no idea what was going on. She had come to flatter Qian Hongyan only to be accused of looking down on her. She felt deeply wronged. I came here to suck up to you, and you still think I'm disrespecting you. Do I have to kneel before you to show respect? So Ma Lan forced herself to continue the flattery. Oh, sister-in-law, compared to you, I'm like a candle facing the sun, far inferior. How could I dare look down on you? Look at your fortunate fate about to move into Thompson Riviera while I'm still stuck in a shabby little house. Sigh, that broken-down place of mine is so wretched and dilapidated, how could it compare to your Thompson Riviera home? So of course I envy you. These words only made Qian Hongyan angrier, so furious she couldn't speak. Her husband Xiao Chongqian gritted his teeth and cursed. Ma Lan, what's the point of your insinuations? Just because you got a villa, what are you so proud of? Then he turned to his younger brother Xiao Chongquan and said coldly, Chongquan, do you and your wife have any respect for me as your elder brother? Or for our mother? Something as big as a villa, and you don't even inform the family. Xiao Chongquan was baffled. Villa? What villa? Brother, are you buying a villa? That's impressive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chongqian immediately assumed that Xiao Chongquan was deliberately trying to provoke him. Fuming with anger, he bristled and retorted, "All right, Chongquan, what's the point of saying such things? Isn't it just because you're about to move into a villa in Thompson Riviera? Showing off to me, are you?" Xiao Chongquan was stunned, blurting out, "What? Me living in a villa in Thompson Riviera? Big brother, I may not be as successful as you, but there's no need to mock me like this, is there?" Ma Lan was also confused and quickly pressed, "Yes, big brother, could there be a mistake? Is there some misunderstanding here?" Xiao Chongqian pointed at Yi Chun, his face full of displeasure, and said, "This son-in-law of yours using some shady means got himself a villa in Thompson Riviera? Why don't you ask him about it?" Ma Lan and Xiao Chongquan were dumbfounded. They stared at Yi Chun in utter disbelief and asked, "Yi Chun, is what your uncle said true? Did you really get a villa in Thompson Riviera? Where did it come from?" Yi Chun nodded and replied, "Mom and Dad, it's true that there's a villa. It was a gift from someone after I helped them out." "Who gave it to you?" Ma Lan's eyes sparkled with ecstasy as she blurted out. Yi Chun said, "I helped a friend resolve some feng shui issues, and he gifted me this villa in return." "Oh my God, really?" Ma Lan was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Quick, take us to see this villa. My goodness. A villa in Thompson Riviera. I wouldn't even dare to dream of it." Xiao Chuan tugged at Yi Chun and asked softly, "Yi Chun, what's really going on?" Yi Chun smiled faintly and whispered, "Someone really did give me a villa. If you don't believe me, let's go take a look now." When Ma Lan looked at her brother-in-law and sister-in-law, again a sense of superiority welled up inside her. "Wonderful. You bought a large apartment and strutted around, even making me come along to see it. Now I'm about to live in the Thompson Riviera Villa area myself. After being under your thumb for so long, it's finally my turn to take charge." So she deliberately smiled and said, "Oh, my big brother, sister-in-law, Hailong Weiwei. Since you're all here, why don't we go see the villa together? What do you think?" Xiao Chongqian was itching to leave immediately, but his wife Qian Hongyan grabbed his arm and gave him a look. She said to Ma Lan, "Sure, since that's the case, let's go have a look." Then she lowered her voice and whispered in her husband's ear, "Let's take some photos and videos later to show the old lady. If she takes a liking to this villa, she'll naturally ask them to hand it over. Then it'll be ours." Xiao Shanqian's eyes lit up. So that was his wife's plan. Brilliant. And so Yi Chun led the group into the Thompson Riviera Villa area. As soon as they entered, everyone couldn't stop looking around. The environment inside the villa area was several times more exquisite than the high-rise apartments outside. "Yi Chun, which one is your villa?" Xiao Weiwei asked with a disdainful look, deliberately speaking loud enough for everyone to hear. Yi Chun, holding the keys, walked past Xiao Weiwei and smiled as he headed toward a villa ahead. "It's right here, right in front of us. This one, A05. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Chun remained calm and composed, skillfully inserting the key into the lock and turning it clockwise. The gate creaked open to both sides, revealing the exquisite garden scenery inside before everyone's eyes. Click. The gate swung open smoothly. Xiao Weiwei was stunned. Xiao Hailong and his parents were also so shocked that their jaws nearly hit the ground. Xiao Chuan was equally incredulous. She vigorously rubbed her face before daring to look inside the villa. Within the garden stood pavilions, towers, and lush greenery, with a magnificent and spacious luxury villa at the center. This is too extravagant." Xiao Chongqian was the first to snap out of it, exclaiming in shock. Xiao Hailong's expression turned grim as he growled, "Who would give you such a nice villa? I don't believe it." "You may not believe it, but the villa was indeed given to me." Yi Chun couldn't be bothered to explain. Xiao Weiwei shot Yi Chun a furious glare, huffed in disdain, and said sourly, "Yi Chun, are you even worthy of such an expensive villa?" Yi Chun chuckled, "That's none of your business." A dead silence fell over the crowd at the villa's entrance. No one could have imagined that the owner of the most expensive villa in Jinling City was none other than Yi Chun. Xiao Weiwei and Xiao Chongqian found it even harder to accept. It felt as though they had been publicly slapped across the face, and they wished they could dig a hole and crawl into it. The truth was utterly devastating. Just then a dignified middle-aged woman walked out of the villa. She approached Yi Chun directly and asked respectfully, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Yi Chun?" Yi Chun nodded and said, "Yes, I am." "And you are?" The middle-aged woman said, "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am the housekeeper sent by Mr. Want to take care of this villa. You can call me Aunt Chen. I'm usually responsible for looking after the villa and maintaining its cleanliness." "Aunt Chen." Xiao Weiwei stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, her mind going blank. Wasn't this Aunt Chen the housekeeper of her fiancé, Wang Yunfei's family? Why was she here? Was this villa owned by the Wang family? If so, why was it given to Yi Chun? Xiao Weiwei quickly pressed, "Aunt Chen, what's going on? Is this villa from the Wang family?" Aunt Chen smiled faintly and said, "It was, but now it belongs to Mr. Yi. Then Aunt Chen turned to Yi Chun and asked Mr. Yi, the interior decoration of the villa isn't finished yet. When do you plan to move in? They'll have the workers speed up and make preparations in advance. Yi Chun said calmly, there's no rush for now. They'll let you know in advance when we're ready to move in. Very well, Mr. Yi. Aunt Chun bowed respectfully to Yi Chun, then stepped aside to guide him into the villa. Xiao Weiwei's eyes widened as she took in the unbelievable scene. The other members of the Xiao family also couldn't help but lower their voices. The Wang family's housekeeper. Xiao Weiwei stammered in shock. Which Wang family? Is it Yunfei's family? Yi Chun looked at her, smiled faintly, and said, yes, it's your fiancé Wang Yunfei's family. This villa was a gift from his father. What a... Xiao Weiwei's mind exploded. This villa belonged to her fiancé's Wang family. That meant originally this villa would have been hers in the future. But why was it given to Yi Chun? This was my villa. Xiao Weiwei's parents were equally baffled and filled with indignation. The Wang family was their daughter's future in-laws. Naturally, the Wang family's villa should go to their daughter. Why would it be given to Yi Chun? It didn't make sense. Qian Hongyan blurted out to Xiao Weiwei, Weiwei, what's going on? Did you know about this villa from the Wang family? Xiao Weiwei shook her head repeatedly, I don't know. Yunfei never mentioned it. Qian Hongyan immediately snapped, call Yunfei right now and ask. Find out exactly what's going on. Okay. Xiao Weiwei quickly pulled out her phone and called Wang Yunfei. As soon as he answered, she asked, Yunfei, does your family own a villa in Thompson Riviera? Wang Yunfei said, yes, we do. Why? Xiao Weiwei said somewhat discontentedly, why haven't you ever mentioned it? Is it meant to be our wedding house? No, Wang Yunfei said. That villa was bought by my uncle for his retirement. He really likes the environment at Thompson Riviera. There's no way he'd let us use it. Then Wang Yunfei asked, how did you find out about this? Tears of grievance streamed down Xiao Weiwei's face as she said, did you know your uncle gave that villa away? Gave it away, eh? Wang Yunfei blurted out, to whom? Xiao Weiwei broke down sobbing. He gave it to Yi Chun. That good-for-nothing brother-in-law of mine, Yi Chun.